subject, because there have been statistical analysis where it's often shown that if in any way in any district, basically if in any district the vote doesn't go Moscow's way, then they will just at the very last moment when the kind of the voting place is about to close, they will just instantly magically there will appear insane amount of votes for the candidate that needs their support, that is the Kremlin's candidate. And there's a lot of arguments among the Russian opposition about whether or not even participating in all those things matters, since, well, people who argue that Russians should go and vote in these things state that it takes a lot more effort for the Kremlin to falsify results that are a lot of votes in, so at least make it harder for them. But they will falsify them anyways. Meanwhile, the argument on the opposite side is that, well, you wouldn't go and sit and play cards. They like to use this card analogy often. You wouldn't go and sit and play cards with a known cheat. So why are you playing this election game with a known fraudster? Why don't you just boycott it? So that's the thing. But the how Putin has cheated with elections, I think I have a whole episode about this at some time, because that's a long one. I prefer to call whatever is happening over there as events formerly known as election. And there you have many people with raised hands. I don't want to call it. Their alarm by the way is over, and we're still very okay, just in case.
Excellent. Glad to hear it. Right. At this point, I want to bring in Rosalie, who is a misinformation disinformation researcher, is a part of what she does. Rosalie, thoughts?
Yeah, so I had some thoughts on possible benefits of the shamarenda for the Kremlin. So, like you said, it does delegitimize elections in the West because, of course, on the surface, some of the claims that are made in the West, while they're unfounded, can sound and look very much the same. So I think that you're right about that. Another potential benefit that it would have for the Kremlin is if these territories are a part of Russia, it allows them to send, I believe, as many conscripts as they want without needing to declare war. Now, of course, they've been sending them anyways, but this does just make everything much easier because they can send whatever they like if it's Russian territory, and I don't think they need to let anybody really know. The third thing that I see, and one this would really be a psychological manipulation tactic for the Western audience, and it's that even though the referendums are illegitimate and nobody's accepting them, there's probably a certain number of people, Olaf Scholz, for example, that think that even if there's a small chance that in Putin's mind that he is justified in using extreme weapons, that it will change our behavior. And so the important thing is not that he actually would use these weapons, but that we fear it just enough that it changes our behavior. And so, by having the referenda and declaring them his land, and by reiterating that they would defend it with all available means, he's really setting it up for us to be like, but does he really think that he can do that? And those are the three things that I see.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Rosalie. He's not going to use nuclear weapons. He's not. He doesn't want to die in a nuclear war, but he wants us to think he will. He wants to try and scare us to get his own way. And by trying to legitimize something, he's trying to make us think it's more likely, but he's not. And I think that's why some of his ambassadors and people are starting to say that they wouldn't do it, because I think people in Russia are starting to worry about this. And so they're trying to reassure us that it would only be used if it was an existential threat to Russia, and that the continuing war in Ukraine would not be counting as an existential threat.
Something I thought was really interesting is yesterday or the day before, TASS ran an article that said, the US promises catastrophic consequences if Russia uses nukes. And one of the things I wondered about that is if there is, I think he would have used them before he mobilized if he was going to, just because mobilizing is so destabilizing at home. But I wonder if he ran that article so that it's clear to the Russian public why he's not using them, without saying it. Because I thought it was just very unusual that they ran such a bold threat in the state media. And I think that's maybe what he's trying to communicate.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think if he was going to use nuclear weapons, the day to have used them would have been day one. I mean, just trying to imagine absolutely awful level of psychopathy in which if he thought he could get away with using nuclear weapons, the thing to have done would have been to use them on day one, just wipe Kyiv off the map. And if you thought you were going to get away with it, it'd be a hell of a lot easier to take the rest of the country. But he hasn't done that. And the reason he hasn't done that is that he's afraid, quite rationally afraid of the fact that he knows it would be the end of him. It would be the end of him and everything that he does care about.
I have a kind of a simpler argument that also plays into this, because if you have noticed, Russia always does the complete opposite of what they say. They denied that they're going to attack Ukraine up until the last moment. That happened. They denied mobilization. That happened. Whatever Russia denies until the last moment, that's what they're going to do. Why? Because Putin is a KGB colonel, and if you open KGB handbook, which he knows by heart and really follows, because he's also nostalgic for old Soviet days, you'll learn that it is a KGB officer's duty to always deny everything, never admit guilt, and always just deny everything that you're going to do. The fact that he is blatantly threatening people with nukes means that, yeah, that's against KGB policies if he would actually do that. And, I think he's also, remember, he's pretty old and he's stuck with his old ways. And I highly doubt that he's such a tactical genius to try and trick someone. I think the very fact that he speaks about it so openly is yet another evidence of him not willing to use nuclear weapons.
The key thing, if I may just chip in, the key thing they need to achieve is that everybody in the West is talking about it. They want to achieve what they have just achieved even here. Even those who have critical thinking, even those who engage in review and critical review of Russian policy outcomes and what needs to be done. We are now currently, for some time here, focusing on them. That's wrong. There's nothing to be gleaned, gained, or achieved by that. We need to focus on the strength of the West and its policy and its military support and Ukraine winning. Everything else is bullshit. Kremlinology has never helped.
Well, maybe. I don't know.
No, Chris, that's not maybe. Latvia was not freed by people who were engaging, sitting in coffee houses. Latvia was engaging in its own revolution, just like Latvia and Lithuania, by going to the streets and protesting.
Yeah, that's true.
And standing in front of tanks. Your fathers, your uncles, your people were doing exactly that. Our people were doing this. So that's the only thing which matters. They only understand one language: consequent action.
Well, yeah, we call that language of strength. I agree with you. It's just that I'm just saying that I think understanding kind of the part of this that I wanted to make through is that that Putin works by more or less rules by the criminal world and their criminal stuff than your traditional Western leadership values. Maybe it wasn't clear enough about this. Sorry, it's been like a long day, so please forgive me if I mumble something up.
All good.
Okay. Rosalie, go ahead, and then I will jump to Sebastian and War Pigeon and back to Anatoly. Rosalie.
I was just going to say that I agree wholeheartedly with Axel. The only time that I see value in talking about any of these unconventional weapons is to make people understand and to really discuss them as psychological weapons, because that's how they're used most often. And so, yeah, that's the only context I really see value in, because, the more the public understands that, I think is good. But yeah, I don't think there's anything to be gained thinking about who's going to replace him or what's happening, that sort of thing.
Okay, moving on from that. Sebastian.
Yeah, hi guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me. I fighting Russian disinformation in Germany for quite some time, and I have seen the problems at Nord Stream 2 as maybe an attempt to have to say, okay, it's maybe the Americans who don't, it's maybe the US who don't want to have Nord Stream 2 up and delivering gas to Germany. So I think the purpose of my to speak here is to ask for some very good arguments to use against some kind of argument made by pro-Russians telling such a thing. Thanks.
So it's to sow discord, right? It's to sow disagreements within Germany. It's to promote conspiracy theories, because that benefits them, because people not looking at what's actually going on, and instead saying, "Oh, but if only we could get along with Russia again, and Russia's really in the right, and look at this horrible Americans, Poles, whomever they might blame for blowing it up instead of the obvious ones." It will cause discord. It will cause dissatisfaction within society. At the same time, Russians are what shall we say, funding the handing out of leaflets in places like Bucharest and Sofia about protests, about either vote right or have a cold and hungry winter. Basically, they're using the same verbiage. Very similar verbiage to what was used in Prague a few weeks ago when they organized, their paid protests there. That's really what they want. They want discord. They want dissatisfaction in various European countries to be able to further their causes, to be able to weaken Europe, to be able to weaken all of these countries. Another reason why you can see why it was quite clearly Russians who did it. How quickly did these sort of rumors start swirling? How quickly did, quite systematically, the same sort of conspiracy theories start swirling in a number of different countries from a number of different vectors? That tells you enough about the aims of this part of the disinformation operation.
But do you think there are some handy arguments to say, because I know that the far left and the far right in Germany, they will instantaneously jump in and say, okay, maybe it's the US, because NATO and US is all the bad in the world, and Russia is the Holy Spirit, and are there some very sticky little arguments to say no, it's very unlikely to be the US, because I mean everyone in this space is very clear about this. I'm pretty sure about that, but it's not the case in a lot of this far left and far right demonstration spaces.
Well, you can start with just answering them that all those Putin supporters in Germany, well, if they would do the same thing in Russia, they would instantly go to prison and we would never hear of them again.
Yeah, sure. That's clear.
How do you persuade people who refuse to be persuaded by facts in the first place? You can't, probably. Let's focus on ones that are not completely brainwashed by Russia. Beyond that, I mean, who was messing with Nord Stream for all this time, right? Who was putting out advertisements showing Krasnoyarsk and saying, Europe, this is how your winter will look like? Who was doing that? Was it America? No, it was Russia. It all follows the same. It all follows the same set of principles. It's the only one that makes sense. They're the only ones stupid enough to go and do that in the first place. If that's not enough reason for whomever you're talking to, you're probably wasting your time anyway. War Pigeon.
Hi everyone. So I wanted to say something about the Shamaranda, but the previous speaker got me thinking. I mean, is this something? Is this some sort of conspiracy theory that's gaining ground, that the US actually blew up the pipeline? Because I've heard about it, I've read about it at 2 hours before now. There was a poll by some German, I think, a journalist. I don't know if he's serious or if he's not serious, where there was the question, who attacked the pipelines, and there were 4 answers, and the answer US
who
was actually...
Who was the journalist, War Pigeon? Who was the journalist?
I would need to find it. I would need to find it.
That's important in order to appraise what's coming next.
I'll find it and I'll DM you, okay? Or do you want me to? Well, I can start looking, because I saw it like two hours ago.
Sure.
Okay,
go find it. We'll circle back to you, and in the meantime, we can have a bunch of people try to explain what's going on.
Yeah. Can I just say one more thing? Because the thing that I initially wanted to say was that there's actually a really interesting tweet thread by an Estonian academic that was forwarded by the wonderful Prime Minister of Estonia regarding the Shamaranda, highlighting one particular aspect of theirs, which I don't think anyone mentioned yet. I mean, for sure, Russia is looking for some, gaining some at least official credibility of annexing parts of Ukraine, but also there's the aspect of actually psyops on the local population, where you're breaking people down, because it's all theater, but they're actually making people come to these voting places, physically. So why would they do that? Can't they just falsify the results? And the answer that he's giving is actually very insidious. It's basically a KGB tactic to make people participate in the erasing of their own identity. They're making you physically do something that at the end will bring the result of their saying you don't exist, your identity doesn't exist. So it's actually a way of breaking down resistance and building forced consent of accepting further wishes and orders from Moscow. It's a really interesting thread. It's the last one I forwarded on my account, so you can. I think everyone should read it. It's interesting and insidious, of course. Yeah. So I'll look who made the poll, and I'll get back to you, Axel.
Excellent. Right, Anatoly, you're the only one with a hand up. Let's go to you. Go ahead, and then I think Bionadu will want to comment on what's going on with the AfD and Die Linke and similar tankies while they're pushing in Germany. Anatoly.
Yep, thanks. So just a few answers to a few speakers there kind of rolled into one for me. So first of all, there was a speaker talking about the elections in Russia and legitimacy of Putin and how he doesn't believe in elections, how he lost. I don't know if a lot of people were following this and they realized how bad the election situation got in Russia, right? Because after everything that the Russians, or the Putin regime has done to the Russian constitution, in 2018, when they had an election, people were talking about, how the opposition were arguing whether it's okay, it makes sense to even participate. They really struggled to even get people to turn up to the elections, right? different like independent bloggers and such in Russia were pointing out how different cities, governors in Russia were organizing concerts and all sort of public events to get people to turn up to vote in those events in the presidential election and in the change of their own constitution, and how little even the average Russian themselves have believed in that, and what an effort it was for them to do that, and how that was falsified, right? On top of that, there would have been multiple analysis of multiple elections, for example, where traditionally a lot of the the polling stations, whatever the voting stations, they would be in a school, and school teachers in Russia, who are notoriously badly paid, would be working as not observers, but like the people that actually conduct the election. So, and there would be video from webcams of those actual teachers also engaging in ballot stuffing, in stuffing ballots, where, that would have been pre-ticked, and how they were doing that for, little bit of extra money, that kind of stuff. And additionally, I believe I don't know if we're ignoring this fact, but there actually has been sham referenda in Donbass in 2014, akin to the one that happened in Crimea, although that one was even more farcical, because I think the people that, even if anybody did want to vote on that, when they turned up, there was no question about joining Russia. I believe there was a question of something along the lines, to translate it, to find their own path, and that's what they actually passed, in those shamarenda back in 2014 in Donbass. However, somebody also mentioned about people, that forcing people to erase their identity. Forcing people to erase, Ukrainians to erase their identity has been forced by Russia for a very long time. It's been done for a very long time. And if it doesn't work for Ukrainians, and, like, it does work, right? For example, certain people that would have been conscripted from the Donetsk and Luhansk so-called People's Republic, they do say that that's what they are, when they have been conscripted. How much ideology there is, nobody really knows. But also, I believe Vojta, pardon me if I'm pronouncing the name wrong, but there was a person asking about numbers of Russian POWs in Ukraine. There's a very good YouTube channel called Volodymyr Zolkin. His might have been mentioned on this in this space before, but he's a Ukrainian journalist who's kind of blew up on YouTube because he just sits down the Russian POWs and he just casually talks to them, like, tell me where you're from, tell me where you served, tell me how you got here, tell me the circumstances of your service, how you ended up in Ukraine, tell me the circumstances of how you were taken prisoner, and so on and so forth. And for example, if he's talking to certain Russians, this is back to erasing people's identity and making people believe in something that isn't. A lot of them don't even realize that Donbass, or Donetsk People's Republics, or Luhansk People's Republics, so-called republics, they are part of Ukraine. So a lot of Russians actually believe that after 8 years of brainwashing, that those are quote unquote independent republics. So that does work. We do see that working, unfortunately, if not in the minds of us, of a majority of people in Europe, but in the minds of some, those tankism, whichever way we want to call the people in Europe, and certainly working for a lot of people in Russia. I think I might have had one last point, but I forget now. But I think that I've talked enough for now. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. No, that's really good, Anatoly, because I wanted to expand on the various ballot stuffing and stuff in Russia anyway. So perfect. 3 steps.
Well, yeah, I had a quick thing. The fact that you mentioned about how hard is to get this with elections, I kind of thought about this because we in Latvia have elections in 2 days, and yeah, we have parties who are already calling, the fact that they might lose a sham, and that they're calling all process sort of, they're trying to downplay the legitimacy of all the situation. And well, we have parties who've gathered all sorts of conspiracy theories around them. So yeah, it might even be kind of their policy in general. It's just another little bit of evidence that they might use elections elsewhere, in this case in Latvia, very soon, to try something. Because I will really, because of all this conversation, I'll definitely pay attention on what the Russian media will say about Latvian elections, because if their favorite candidate doesn't win, then of course they're gonna yell at us for not being truly democratic, because in every other country they pick, like, I don't know, 3 ballots wrongly filled as evidence for total sham, as always. Just wanted to say thank you to Anatoly for this. This is just going to be another thing that I'm going to follow.
Yeah, one last point that I did remember was, so in a lot of these, I think we are all familiar with this kind of propaganda where people say, oh, Russia is the last, quote unquote, traditional state, traditional family values and all that kind of crap. But that couldn't be further from the truth, and just, in I believe it was 2018, when there was a presidential election in Russia, Putin didn't even participate in the debate. There was no debate. He didn't take part in that. There was no election per se, because the person that ended up winning, he didn't even talk to anybody. There was no coherent policy. And on top of that, traditional values. Putin is divorced. He's never seen in public with a wife and kids. Nobody knows. The circumstances of his family are a great mystery in the Russian state. It's sort of taboo. It is never spoken about in any Russian media. Nobody ever brings it up. Nobody ever interviews any of his family members. So that's just, I believe there was a person there asking how to combat, propaganda about Russia, but that's could be something that you can use, to point out when there is that sort of a discourse taking place, like, oh, Russia is the last traditional state. Like, this could not be further from the truth.
No, it's just excuse, right? It's all propaganda layered with more propaganda. Adrian.
Yeah, I wanted to jump first on this point. I know parallels between Putin and Hitler have been done ad nauseum, but I find this particular one interesting, that in the media, his family life is not shown. He's shown as this strong man, this available man for Russian women. And the Nazi propaganda kind of did the same thing with Hitler. His mistresses, and Eva Braun was in the shadows. And well, he married her. They had a one-day marriage or a few hours marriage, I don't remember. But I do see a parallel here between propaganda creating this image of the man who is married to the nation, but essentially he's morally corrupt. And yeah, I just wanted to highlight this parallel, that obviously he is very morally corrupt, and I mean, it's nothing wrong with getting divorced, but his his wish to hide it, and the propaganda hiding it, it creates this idea that for him it's the nation, and and it was very similar with Adolf Hitler. So yeah, a parallel there, I guess.
It's also the sheer delusions. Yeah, sure. Right, until the last, grasping at straws, thinking, oh, this will be the winning move that suddenly changes everything. No, of course not. And this might just be more grasping at straws, where it's the Shamarenda, where it's the destruction of these gas pipelines. Right, none of it is anything but grasping at straws deep down. In an attempt to maybe think that you might be able to make something of a difference. Bill, go ahead, Bill.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. So I just wanted to comment on the whole issue of Putin using nuclear. The West can't let him win that kind of standoff, because if he does win, every third world dictator will redouble their efforts to get nuclear, because they know that then they can attack with impunity and use the same threat. So the West has to call his bluff on that. Now I say that, but there is a concern, because I personally believe that Putin will die at the end of this. He will be dead man. Now the question is, the time between he knows he's going to die and he actually dies, if that's days or weeks or even hours, he can take a lot of people in the world with him. So, the West can't let him, win with the bluff. But there is that concern if you're like me and think he's going to be dead at the end of this, and the time between him knowing he's going to die and him actually dying needs to be seconds, not hours.
You're cutting in and out a little bit. I'm sorry, but I think I can address this reasonably quickly. One, the so-called nuclear threat is nothing but it's just a threat, and it's a rather empty threat. This has been discussed rather to exhaustion many times. I really don't want to go deeply into it because we've done this so many times it's painful. But were Russia to do that, there would be an exceptionally extensive and strong conventional response. I think several times General Ben Hodges, including here on the space, has outlined exactly that. There is no point to it. Russia would be militarily hobbled within hours through conventional means alone. Beyond that, Russian generals know this. There is not a single red button for Putin to push to affect anything like this. He couldn't affect anything like this with anything like ease. There is a long chain with many links, any one of which could and most undoubtedly would also break and make it impossible. So yeah, it's not really an issue. Shouldn't really be an issue. As Rosalie says again and again, this is about being a psychological weapon much more so than an actual physical weapon, right? It is designed to get people talking about this, fearing it. It is a tool of fear mongering rather than anything unto itself. So it's really not an issue. You are right. Putin cannot win this, certainly not this way. But then he won't, because it won't come to this. The responsible countries of the Western world have already said, you won't. He thought he had he thought he was holding a royal flush and playing poker, but he was playing poker, except he had cards for Uno. It's not an issue. It will not be an issue. It will not be allowed to be an issue. So, well, I think we can leave it. We can leave it at that. War Pigeon, have you ever discovered what you were looking for?
I'm looking for it, but I'm having a bit of a problem. It wasn't any journalist that I'm observing, and it was in German, so I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I did discover just like.
If you do. If you don't, that's okay. If you decide to give up at some point, that's
yeah. I'll look for a bit more, because I was looking through the search option through Nord Stream, and I did see a couple of other polls very similar to that one, but they were from accounts which are troll accounts, and the first one I saw was at least I seem to remember it had a blue check mark. But
yeah,
it like really.
Okay, if you do, let us know. But in the meantime, we have a Victoria, and like Anatoly, Victoria also grew up in Luhansk and also moved away somewhere farther to the west. Victoria?
Yeah, thanks, Domin. Anatoly, hello. I'm so excited. Domin texted me that there's somebody from Luhansk joined our space. So I just popped up to say thank you so much for joining us today, and it's nice to meet you. So I'm so sorry. I missed the whole conversation, so I don't know what you guys were talking about. But can you just tell me just a little bit of, just like very briefly, when did you move to Ireland?
Hi, Victoria. Pleasure to meet you. I think might have gotten lost in communication. I'm not from Luhansk. I'm from Lysychansk, which is, as you might know, might not, cradle of Donbass. It doesn't get more Donbass than me. And I moved to Ireland in 2007 when I was a teenager. I was 14 at the time, so that's pretty much my life path there, and I've stayed in Ireland ever since.
Okay, but do you still have friends or relatives
Oh,
in
oh yeah, 100%. I do. Yeah. In fact, I was planning on going over to Ukraine on 27th of February, and because obviously things got a little bit, everybody got a little bit scared that week, and I had an elderly grandmother, and Lysychansk at the time was under Ukrainian control, 20 kilometers from the front line. So our original thought was to get her out and move her somewhere to a different city where we do have family. And the night before the invasion, one of my friends, he was working for the let's just call it, I'm not going to say names though, but he was working for the regional administration, the regional civil military administration, because as some people might know, since 2014, the whole of Luhansk region, the administrative capital moved to Severodonetsk, and he was working there. So he called me up on Wednesday night and he said, I don't think your trip is going to work out. We've been essentially let go. And we just told each other, okay, let's just not wind each other up too much. Let's keep our fingers crossed and let's hope that this is just hype and it'll all blow over. But it didn't.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm the same way. I have a lot of friends and a lot of relatives in, well, I'm from actual Luhansk, but I don't talk to most of them anymore. So it's really nice to talk to someone from at least Luhansk Oblast, someone who doesn't support, who's not brainwashed, let's just say that.
No, we would have been traditionally, just through our family history. I believe this all stems to my great grandfather, who went as an artillery officer through a lot of major battles of World War II in the Red Army. And at the end of the war, he came out a staunch anti-communist, not believing in any of the propaganda because of everything that he'd seen.
I guess you're lucky. I'm not as lucky.
So, Anatoly, did your grandma get out of
Yeah, she got out. She's here with us. She's 83 years of age. She got out about a couple of weeks since the invasion. So she got out and she is here with us in Ireland, and she's doing well. At least a bit of a happy ending, a family reunited.
Excellent. Well, glad to hear that at the very least. And obviously earlier, I mean, I think you heard CJ, right, saying that Ukraine has managed to get another bridgehead across from Bilohorivka across the Seversky Donets, and is now threatening Krymina from there as well. And that's a good start at liberation of that chunk of Luhansk Oblast at the very least.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I'll wait for more news very eagerly.
Excellent. Axel, could you co-host finance by any chance, so I can pay some attention to the press conference?
Oh, the holiday finance. Let me check what I can check in the holiday finance. That should be possible.
He's well rested. That's good. He'll be nice and chipper. I'm not chipper anymore.
I am old and busted and in pain, but sure, I can co-host. I've already informed Tim and that he has to carry me to work tomorrow because my knees are done after walking to and from synagogue. All right. Since unfortunately for everybody
we can send you a rickshaw.
Yeah, it sounds good. But Tim has to pull it. I want to see Tim pulling a rickshaw up all the stairs. I think that's a great idea. All right. With apologies to all of you, I'm currently co-hosting, so that means I guess I'm doing hands. Russia still sucks. Let's go to Jack.
Hey, thanks for having me. I really appreciate y'all having this space. People like me here in Texas, we can't hear the news and what's going on and follow this. Being a veteran, I really am amazed at what Ukrainian people and their military are doing. They're using weapons and tactics in a way that Western and NATO allies never even envisioned. It's really phenomenal. Hats off. My question is that maybe somebody can help me with. I'm trying to figure out just about how many do we think either Russian or LPR, DPR troops are about to be bagged in the captured in the Lyman area. Looks like they're about to cut them off, and so I'm just curious how many we think that Ukraine may turned into POWs. I'll take your answers in the listening section. Thank you much.
Great. Well, as always, it's a military question, so I don't know your answer. But Craig has his hand up. He is also a veteran, so I'm going to go to him.
Yeah, you're talking about around Lehman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I think the goal there is to, if you just kind of look at what CJ had pinned in the nest, I think what you're seeing is an effort to try to get the Russians to pull back, right? Because now they're faced with a choice, right? To encircle somebody, it actually is very difficult. It's not as easy as it sounds to just encircle. On a map, it looks easy, but when you get to the ground, you have to have roads, bridges. You have to find the right junction. You have to make sure you're heading in the right direction, that you're meeting at the right rendezvous point, that your logistics is following you. Those can be interdicted by the troops that are trying to break out of said encirclement. Encirclement is a very, very complex operation. And what it looks like, what it appears to be, if you just look at that map, is that the Ukrainians are giving the Russians a choice. You either stand your ground and eventually get encircled, right? Or you pull back, right? Because the threat is now real, right? The threat is coming. You don't exactly have to pull it off in order for it to be effective, right? So in our mind's eye, we want to encircle Russian troops and kill them and eliminate them. But in Ukraine's mind's eye, right, in terms of what they want, maybe they just want to get the Russians out with the least amount of cost to their own troops, vehicles, and logistics that is otherwise required, right? Because whether they walk out, die, or get wounded, either way, they're not there anymore, right? And that, I think, is the goal, is to do it in the most efficient way possible, while preserving lives of your soldiers, your vehicles, your equipment, and that sort of thing.
Excellent. I was wondering, maybe I've heard some reports say as much as a couple of thousand, or I mean, I also heard that Putin gave orders saying to stand and fight, no retreat, which is kind of like reminiscent of Hitler, World War II or something. Like, I don't think they're going to stand very long, but if they're surrounded, they got no way out. It's only like a couple of roads left out. One road heading to the west, so they're running out of time to make up their decision for sure.
Yeah. Sooner or later, somebody's going to call every man for himself, and what will be a trickle will eventually become a flood, because anybody who's ever seen kind of crowds move, it's good. It's a good psychological kind of inference to draw that if you've ever seen a crowd, so there are these studies that are done of crowd movement and logistics of large scale buildings and football stadiums and stuff. And if you've ever seen a panic develop in a crowd, it always starts with one or two. Then it magnifies. Then the person next to those three then panic. Then the person next to those seven then panic, and then so on and so forth. It runs the risk of turning a drip into an absolute avalanche, because that's how panic works. It's very difficult to stand your ground.
Okay, well, I'll step down. Thank you. I appreciate everything y'all do.
Yeah, and Doman, I don't see any hands up. Can I just
Sorry, Craig, you go ahead. I need to try to listen to a thing in Danish.
Okay. All right. So I wanted to, we were talking about, somebody sent me a message of what it looks to have close air support from Ukrainians, right? This is tactical close air support, where you have the ability to fly jets in coordination with a command and control element, excuse me, a brigade or two brigades that has delegation of certain aircraft in certain areas that they can use. So they'd be assigned a certain number of aircraft. Those aircraft would hopefully be aloft on a good rotational amount. You're not just going to take off from the airfield. You're not just going to like sit in the ready room and say, my target is in clump of trees X, right? At this intersection of the road. Let's go to the ready room. Let's suit up. Let's attach the bombs. Let's do this. It's going to take you 2 hours before you even get airborne, and then you're kind of up. Close air support is done at more or less kind of the drop of a hat. And so I want to prophesy that what we saw in that video may not have been close air support. It may have been a mission. Excuse me, I beg your pardon. It may have been close air support, not necessarily a mission. And I say that because of the flight of two that are up there. That's standard operating procedure, to be in a flight of two staggered like that running kind of map of the earth operations, because the way it works is that if you are out there humping it, it doesn't do any good to call back to the airfield and say, hey, we got a guy coming up, and then they fly out. Generally, what you're looking to do is you're looking to keep 2 or 3 birds in the air at all times throughout the day, right? That's what you're looking to do. If you have that in your menu of options and you have the logistics and the gas and everything you need, then you'd like to keep these planes and rotate them in and out, in and out, in and out, right? So that way your command and control element always has 3 aircraft on standby with grid coordinates, good GPS to find out where it is you want to strike, and then drop your munitions. And if you got fuel left, hang around for a little while, maybe do a second run. If not, beat it back home, right? And so this isn't like 24-hour air patrols, but they're going to be in the air for designated amounts of time. So about 6 hours, you might have 2 flights of 3 or 2 flights of 2 go around, and then they drop them and leave. What that video shows is something reminiscent, quite honestly, of Vietnam, of dropping dumb bombs. Those are gravity-driven bombs. Those are not laser precision by any stretch of the imagination, but it doesn't mean they're any less effective. That was what you might consider to be a classic kind of gun run operation, where you are dropping kind of to about 500 feet, and then these pilots are trained to drop gravity-driven bombs. These are done in clusters, usually about maybe 100, 200 pounds per, maybe a little bit more. Certainly not the JDAM 500 to 1,000 pounders. But they're little clusters of bombs. They spread out. Generally, the lead aircraft, unless you're flying a tandem mission, generally the aircraft will then drop munitions. Second one will then observe impact. And so the reason that you stagger your flights is because one drops, the other observes and says, oh, look, oh, you dropped them. And then they can say, oh, look, you got the target. They can see the secondaries. They can see the rest of these things. Or if they missed, then number 2 takes the lead in flight switches, and then comes back around. And then number 2 drops their payload if they're carrying. Maybe they dropped them earlier in the day on something else, but if they're carrying, they turn around and they drop it again, so long as there's no issue of anti-air or those kind of things. And so it appears to me that this is a close air support mission. Generally, you're not flying that low, that fast, and dropping the kind of ordnance that you're dropping, unless you're kind of the relative fire brigade, right? Somebody called you and you need to be on the deck in 45 minutes or less. Bring you down from high key of about 5,000 to 10,000 feet, and then you spiral down, and then you kind of go from there. So that was just my 2 cents when I saw that. It's interesting, but it's not. I don't know how to say this. It's interesting, while at the same time you would like to see it repeated at a much higher clip. But again, you don't know the saturation of Russian air defenses. Does anyone have any questions?
Nope. Oh, Craig, actually, while I have you, we were talking on space, I think it was a day or two before I went for Rosh Hashanah, so it was before or after Shabbat, about how there's possible that hit on that oil refinery, the most corrupt thing ever, may have actually been helicopters and not loitering munitions. I wondered that eventually the Ukrainians might have just found a zone through the anti-air defenses. Have you heard anything about that? Of all people who might know about things like that, you're one of the guys. So I was wondering if you'd heard anything about that. And Poole, could you please mute your mic, sir? I do not have co-host the ability to do it for you. Thank you. Craig, have you heard anything about that, or is that just speculation? Mic check.
You're loud and clear, Finance.
All right. Apparently, we've lost everybody else. Well, Axel, if you could please co-host me, that would be great. Apparently, Twitter decided to pass an update. Well, yeah, Twitter decided to update while I was, out for the Jewish New Year, because they apparently don't celebrate Jewish holidays. Those jerks. Anyway, so yeah, it caused problems. So I'm updating.
Get hit again?
Did Chernobylski get hit again? Wait. Chernobylski got hit again while I was off? Confirmation? I mean, it gets hit light every day. I believe it.
How long have you been off? Because it has been hit again in the last couple of days.
I've been off 2 days, so it's totally possible that our favorite customer here at the Atacams brand cigarette company, we actually have to keep making new graphics because they went from customer of the month to customer of the week. And then the other day they were customer of the hour because they were getting hit more than once an hour, which is just fantastic. So yeah, no, I always love hearing about our favorite customer being applying for more of our products. There's nothing better than our favorite customer at the Atacams brand cigarette company smoking as much as possible. Please remember, everybody, that smoking kills, so only smoke responsibly at the Russian ammo dump. If anybody would like to come up, you can request to speak by raising a hand.
We will have a Dane come up and say what was said. I don't think anything particularly interesting was said, honestly, in the press conference, from what I could make out, because sadly the auto subtitles are broken and understanding Danes is difficult. But we have a Vatni Bigon who hopefully was listening to this and is better at understanding this stuff. I'm trusting that this is Norwegian. Close enough.
Yeah, I'm Norwegian, and I don't know what button I hit here. Suddenly it says I was now a speaker. Sorry about that.
Never mind. I was guessing that you had just listened to the Danish Prime Minister's press conference on what happened in the Baltic Sea earlier today, but I'm guessing you weren't, so that's fine. Very well. Never mind. Then, Prince.
Domi, can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah, I can hear you fine, Finance.
All right, perfect. Sorry, Prince, you're up.
Okay, I just have a really simple question, I think, that I haven't been able to figure out. What are the breaks in the pipeline in international waters, or are they in the waters of a specific country?
They are not in territorial waters.
International waters.
But they are within the exclusive economic zone of Denmark and Sweden, respectively. One of them is literally
zone, which is not a protected zone.
Okay, I was just curious about that, and I hadn't heard that specifically, but there's been a lot of information on it, and it's been a little, trying to catch up after, you sleep through the good news or the big news. Not good news, but big news is sometimes a little daunting, as I'm sure everybody knows.
I was just updated that the Atacams brand cigarette company is sending me some new graphics for the 50th, we think, possible, maybe higher, hit on Chernobylka. So I have to go post up this real quick. So don't you run hands while I proceed to do my absolute favorite activity in the world, poop posting the Russians.
Okay, very well. I would do that if there were any hands up, but there aren't any, which is very confusing. Shall we summarize what we know about what's been going on? This morning, well, actually last night, there were two explosions, one 25 hours ago or so, and another one about 18 hours ago. They were in the Baltic Sea, one to the southeast of Bornholm and the other one to the northeast of Bornholm, which is a Danish island, whatever the Swedes might tell you. They affected Nord Stream 2 pipeline and Nord Stream 1 pipeline. Both were inactive but pressurized in the sense that no gas was being put in, no gas was being taken out, but plenty of gas was in them, because that's how pipelines work. And the explosions registered 2.3 and 2.1 on the Richter scale, respectively. They caused breaches in the two pipelines, one breach in Nord Stream 2, two breaches in Nord Stream 1, quite close to each other. And there are large methane jacuzzis now operating in the Baltic Sea, something like half a mile across. That is very large. Why? Because gas inside these is at up to 100 atmospheres of pressure. These pipelines are effectively cylinders that are about 1 meter across, about 4 feet across, and 1,200 kilometers long. 1,200 kilometers, about 750 miles, give or take. That means there's a whole lot of methane in them. There's not just methane, there's some other stuff as well, because natural gas isn't just pure methane, but it's mostly methane. So that's a lot. So that will keep bubbling for a while because there's a lot of methane that has to get out. This isn't a small leak from these pipelines. These pipelines are effectively burst open. How do we know that? We know that because it's a half-mile across Jacuzzi as opposed to a little trickle. Because of that, there had to be a limitation, an exclusion zone around each of these leaks instituted by the Danish Navy. So the ships wouldn't go there where the density of the water is much lower than elsewhere because it's full of gas, and there'd be capsizings and sinkings and similar. So in order to avoid that, there's an exclusion zone around each of those leaks. There has been extensive aerial activity around all of those areas over the course of the last few hours as well. The last 24 hours, pretty much. And they're trying to figure out not just what is going on there, but also what might have caused it and how to best solve it. This is the final straw that will forever break the camel's back, and nobody will want to rely on Russian gas shipments ever again, because why would they, right? It calls into question decades of decision making by various European governments, because they were thinking that Russia could be ever a reliable partner, which it cannot be, and it isn't. Therefore, it at least forever resolves this one component, this one question of, oh no, but someday we will normalize relationships with Russia because energy from Russia will still be important. No, it won't. That ship has sailed, or rather, that ship has sailed in the middle of one of these methane jacuzzis and sank for good. Almost certainly, it better would. This is an attempt by Russia to cause disturbance and distress and panic in various European countries, especially among people who thought that still, these pipelines are going to reopen and ship more gas from Russia to Europe, and it will go back to normal. No, it won't. This is saying it will definitely not be going back to whatever the previous non-normal was. The Russian propaganda machine has immediately come out with plenty of suggestions, plenty of conspiracy theories of, who might have done this, who might be behind this, because definitely isn't Russians, because the obvious people who have previously been responsible for messing with various infrastructure installations on the seafloor elsewhere in the region definitely aren't responsible for this one. No, definitely not. That's what they claim anyway, even though it's complete nonsense. The size of the explosions is roughly equivalent to 100 kilograms of TNT. That's a pretty big bomb, right? That is not a trivial thing. That is not something small. The fact that it happened on both pipelines, some tens of kilometers apart, makes it very clear that this is not accidental. This is clearly an act of sabotage. The Danish Prime Minister, about 15 minutes ago, said as much as well. These pipes are very thick. They're very difficult to break accidentally. This cannot happen accidentally. What happened was they were intentionally hit by something, or a mine was placed on them and then remotely detonated by Russia. As I was saying, the Kremlin propaganda apparatus already launched several types of conspiracy theories and blaming all manner of other actors that they think are plausible, which they're not.
Did I get blamed for this? Did we get blamed on Holiday?
No.
I was just about to ask. Finance.
Underwater products are not a part of the Atom's brand cigarettes.
It must have been the Jews. Don't forget, Domen.
Yes, with their giant space laser mollusk.
Yes, exactly. Together with the what's the other Kabbalah? Finance, help me. The Freemasons, right? The Illuminati. Okay, sorry. Finance, how did you manage to do this on Rosh Hashanah?
I mean, we're everywhere, right? And by the way, it's really hard to tell which conspiracy theory you're going for because there's so many choices.
If only we had one scapegoat to blame.
I want to note that one of our listeners pointed out that I've been missing for 2 days, so I'm suspect. So thank you all.
The lead Atacam's representative has been gone for 2 days, and Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 go up in flames. Do you have underwater product? Is this finally the coming of age of the
To be
new
fair, we
chewing
do.
tobacco? Is that your
products,
chewing tobacco?
I would say that our products can be found underwater. The Moskva is a very good example. It's underwater, and it enjoyed our products.
I have just heard from a secure Canadian source that the underwater tobacco product, the chewing tobacco of Atacams, if you chew it and then you spit it at a pipeline, it blows.
So, Axel, conspiracy theory time. War Pigeon has found his source. Well, not source. Has found his idiot, I guess. War Pigeon, who was it? Has War Pigeon flown away? Okay. So it's somebody I've never heard of before called Dieter Stein.
Sorry, I'm here. Yeah, I've managed to find it. I don't know anything about this guy. I just saw that he claims to be a journalist and has a blue check mark, and the poll, and especially the results, shocked me a bit. So I forwarded you the poll. It's already over, but it would be interesting to know who the hell this guy is, and who the voters are who gave the results that 68% voted as for the US as the entity which is responsible for the pipes blowing up. Yeah, thanks.
It's Dieter Stein, chefredakteur from Junge Freiheit. That sounds, maybe just because it's in German.
Junge Freiheit. I'm sorry. Junge Freiheit is a right wing toilet paper.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it sounded scary when I read it out loud.
Okay, good to know. Thanks.
Yeah. No, I mean, whatever his audience is, they're not very sane. Let's put it that way. Björn, how very not sane are his audience?
So there are two newspapers. It's called Junge Freiheit, and it's on the right spectrum, and then is Der Junge Welt, which is also batshit crazy on the left spectrum. The Junge Welt is actually the newspaper which is watched by the Office of Protection of the Constitution or something like this, because they or one of their redactors wrote some fan letters, some nice fan post to North Korea. So
Junge Welt, at least you would find in the office. Junge Welt, you would at least find lying around in the office of Mr. Klingbeil.
Yeah, it's actually my neighbors gets this newspaper, and it's it's always wouldn't it be so sad? I would have to laugh much every day, but it's really sad. The things you read in there, and it's basically a tanky manual. Yeah, when you want to be a tanky, get your information from this. And this is a point what I wanted to comment on also earlier, about which arguments you have, that this wasn't the Americans and something like this. And if there's a conspiracy theory, that doesn't need to be a conspiracy theory. You have in some parts here in Germany still such some kind of, there was an anti-communism and anti-Russian sentiment, but there's also some kind of still existing anti-American sentiment, and because of this, the people are always like, "Oh, something happened," and then the people or the news say, "Ah, yeah, it's most likely it was Russia," and everyone say, "Oh yeah, of course it was Russia. Yeah, always every time something bad happens, you say it's Russia," and so you have these sentiments that the people are starting to defend Russia because it's always the guy who's its fault, so it can be when mainstream media says, and yes, it's really sad, but yeah, it is how it is, and I would like to change society, but I don't think it will be easy.
Bionade, we have a suggestion from a listener. A new suspect has emerged. The Bolivian Navy.
Oh, it's the Bolivian Navy.
Oh yes, we forgot. That's a good point, Doman. They were always at in the focus of everyone looking for real insidious, dangerous, insurgent kind of an infiltration force. Very dangerous. Especially their special boat service.
And they have a navy landlocked. They have a large navy at that. They have to do something with it. Carry on, Bionade, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to quickly propose the idea of the referendums. We can alternatively call them also referendums. Yeah, so referendums is also a term I think we could use.
I'm also thought that actually it's not the Illuminati, it's the Innuminati. They were replaced in 1963 by the Illuminati. That's more corrections. Excellent.
Is that a more adenoid? Is that a more adenoidally compliant title, or why is that Illuminati?
I think it's because people caught up to the Illuminati, and then they had to rebrand to go back into incognito. I don't know. Someone else can explain this. I don't follow conspiracy theories. Right. Let's go to Chris, and then I will ask then John what the chatter is up there in the
Please,
high north
before we
of
go to
England.
Den John, please, before we go to Den John, can I just highlight one thing? And it's a testament to the resilience, the commitment, and the absolutely wonderful work which the whole community of MriyaReport has actually invested in all of this. Because I have to report to you that the chief editor of the German right-wing toilet paper Junge Freiheit, Mr. Dieter Stein, the guy who came up with this shit, has 22,700 and some followers. MriyaReport. And he had to work for this a lot because he joined in April 2009. MriyaReport, which created its own presence, having started with this crew working since February 23rd, but having started its own presence in that format in July 2022, MriyaReport currently has 25,700 organically grown, unpaid, committed, dedicated followers who challenge us every day, who listen to us, who work with us, who help us understand this better and get better information out there. So, exactly, Alex. Nice. Thank you to all of you. And hey, this is how you beat fascists on the right and communists and authoritarians on the left. Simply by speaking truth to power. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Axel. Doman, no, yeah, I actually had a agreeable view on this whole pipeline scenario that I think everyone else agrees on. I don't disagree with any of the comments. I think the Russians were making an attempt to try to get natural gas prices to stay higher, given that they can't cut the gas off anymore, they could try to sabotage the pipes in the hopes that, the market would spook, or between the fear or the risk of long-term infrastructure damage might do some damage to the market. Quite frankly, these guys don't perfectly understand markets, especially when things are shaky. And they've already pulled the trigger of not sending gas to Europe anymore. So this is sort of the only shot they have left. So it seems to me that would be one of the reasons. Now, the Russians try to do lots of things at once. So just because one thing is a reason does not preclude any other reasons. It would just be another reason they did something. That's sort of my take on their motivations behind this. So it's probably sort of yes to all of the above, that, it happened on a date that they find important. This matters a whole lot more to Russians than like almost any other culture in Europe. If not any other culture in Europe, I do not know all of them. I would defer to Domin. Domin, if you have anyone else you can think of that cares about random dates and historical dates more than the Russians, by all means, let me know. But yeah, I found that
finance. I know exactly who you mean. Astrologists.
Aren't the Russians into that too?
Yeah, but Sorry, Chris.
You know what I'm going to say, don't you, Doman?
I don't know
Twitter
what you're
has.
Going to say, but I hope that your Malamute says "ow."
Oh yeah, as usual, sleeping. Yeah, we've got 5, by the way, just so you know. Anyway, Well, Twitter's obviously decided exactly who the culprit of Nord Stream is. You've seen that.
Can I just say, sorry, Chris? You have 5 Malamutes who live indoors. I know what you have. You have parquet floors, and yet somehow a 3-inch carpet.
Well, there's a right old mix actually. Yeah, we have a lot of tiled floors. I'll say that to you. Yeah, and we don't have much furniture left, nor doors, nor anything else. Yeah, but we don't care. And they don't all live inside. We rotate them. But not enough so that they only molt once a year. We've already been there. Are you okay now on the Malamute front?
Yeah. Sorry, carry on with the non-Malamute stuff. Sorry, I love Malamutes. Carry on.
Yeah, I know. Well, we obviously love them too much, and that because we namby-pamby them. They should be out there in the cold all day, every day, shouldn't they? Really, but anyway, yeah. So obviously, according to Twitter, it's definitely Joe Biden.
Yeah, they've never been wrong. A lot of tankies and various Russian genocide cheerleaders are taking the sarcasm of Radek Sikorski, who said "Thank you USA" next to the picture of the methane jacuzzi, and forgot to turn on the sarcasm detector. And Radek forgot that sarcasm doesn't translate to text well, so that's gonna be big all over tanky Twitter. Well, there you go. Thank you, Chris. Then John.
Yes, sir. So I heard you wanted to hear what's brewing up here. So I watched the press conference. Thank you you were talking about it before. I didn't know it was on, and then I realized it must be one of the Nordics. So I checked the Swedish and then the Danish. So yeah, I watched it, the Danish press conference. So basically, I don't know if you already talked about it, Dom, and then I can shut up. Please tell me.
No, please go, because I tried to watch it, but the auto subtitles didn't work, and it's difficult, and it's too late in the day for my brain to work properly. So the combination of all of that, yeah.
Who needs subtitles? Anyway, so basically what they said is that they are 100% sure it's not an accident, or it's not it's not an accident or natural disaster or something. It's it's done on purpose. And of course, they being a government, they can't blame anyone before they have proof. So, but they're looking into that as we speak. And also, they said that they have raised the alert to DEFCON 4 when it comes to security around critical infrastructure. I don't know what they were on before, but I assume Sweden has done the same. So it's one from the highest security level. So probably a lot of armed military personnel around the countries. And that's basically it. What they said, they couldn't say much more than that. It's a serious matter, and it's being treated as such. And I haven't heard anything from the Swedish government yet. So, but I'm watching to see if they come with something. Mic check.
Doman is currently in the wine cellar and trying to select the right wine pairing for the next dish.
I'm trying to wash a pan, actually. Sorry, then John. I had a thought, but I forgot what it was now.
So what is the wine pairing for Fairy Ultra then?
Sorry, my Twitter started glitching from being overused. I didn't hear. I heard pairing and then not anything after that. Sorry, Axel.
I was asking, so that what is the wine pairing for Fairy Ultra?
Oh my!
I apologize. This is the Ministry of Silly. This is the Ministry of Silly Talks. Don't forget.
Oh my! Yes, clearly it is. No, but I was gonna say clearly, today has to be something sparkling, right? Okay, as a more general point, then John, Slovakia ratified Finnish and Swedish accession to NATO. Any thoughts? It's number 28. Now it's just the two left at the back of the class, Turkey and Hungary.
Yeah, partly satisfied with that. Just I saw that Finland got a few more votes. We need to figure out. We need to go to the bottom of that. But otherwise, yes, very happy. Good job.
Yeah. Finland got to be one fewer parliamentary member present for the Finnish vote. So, yeah, it's bad. I have no idea why. I guess we'd have to look at, who was present in the whole voting rolls. But I guess it doesn't really matter. So, yeah.
No,
Shaggy.
I'm very happy. That's good.
Hello. Right, I'm in trouble. Me, Termafella, and K9 fella went and dropped some Semtex over the side of a boat yesterday to stop some blood gas getting to anybody from Russia, and it's all apparently bad. So can somebody explain to me why it's bad that this pipeline has been blown up? Because I thought it was a really good idea. Apart from the environmental things and the fishies, and apart from a little global warming, maybe. I didn't realise it was methane that was going to be in it, to tell you the truth. And I can't really see much of a downside from that. If you want to stop blood gas being sold, then you want to blow up pipelines, don't you? Mic check.
Yeah, no. Doman, you want to go this? I know absolutely nothing as far as the environmental stuff goes, other than to know that it's bad. You can turn off or get rid of infrastructure without messing up the environment.
Here we go.
That said, I probably
finance. I had wet hands. I had to open my mic with my nose. Here we go.
All right, Doman, you're up.
Forget about.
I'm not bothered about the. I'm not bothered about the environmental concerns. I'm not bothered about the.
I'll run through everything. just let me go systematically from least to most important. Environmental, not a big thing.
That means you have a warm nose, Doman. You're not a dog. You have a warm nose. I'm just highlighting.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, unlike Shaggy and Denjon and Bionade, I am not a dog.
Warm
where were we?
noses are typically a continuation and a direct result of the playfulness with certain CO groups, typically combined into liquid and then resulting into vinification, and often resulting in very good red wine, right?
Actually, if only.
If only. I'm so sorry. Apologies. So you did drink the Ferry Ultra. You should really not do that.
No, usually not. The desperate times, desperate measures.
Okay, please go on with Denjon and serious matters. I apologize. I was just trying to find somewhat common ground with the Russian propaganda as to the pipeline issue and who has been diving there.
Hurry up, chaps. I'm going to get somebody there cornflakes, so I've only got like a couple of minutes.
Yeah, let me run through this quickly. Environmental doesn't really matter. It's natural gas, not crude oil. It's nothing like Deep Sea Horizon or whatever it was, Deepwater Horizon. It's a minor issue. The greenhouse gas emissions from it are a pain because it's methane, because it's quite strong. But whatever. Moving on. I think it's going to be equal to roughly 1 day of U.S. greenhouse gas emissions, roughly. So it's not the end of the world exactly. What else? It's just a waste, really, is what it is. Okay, the real thing is that Russia is flexing its muscle, saying, "Look, we can do this. We can blow stuff up." And the real issue, this is the number one top line issue, is the threat to other undersea infrastructure, such as telecommunications cables, electricity cables, and other gas pipelines. That's what we can do without you noticing it, right?
I just said kind of me and Termafella, a couple of partisans on Ukraine side, blew it up. So why was that a bad idea? Hypothetically.
Okay, because everybody thinks that Russia did it, and Russia's really and people are really worried about how they're going to secure all the other infrastructure now. That's why. Beyond that, it's all right. It provides quite a lot of maybe incentive for countries to stop thinking, who might have been thinking thus far that, oh, but maybe someday we can get gas from Russia again, and we don't need to do all these complicated things and make hard decisions in life. Decisions that shouldn't be hard, but we decided that we should make them hard, right? It's that. So that's definitely a good consequence. So you and Termafella, well done.
That's what we thought of. We thought we're going to get Germany on side. We're going to screw this pipeline. There's no way they're going to be able to make any money from any of this gas if they turn it on again. And yeah, let's drop a little bit of Semtex over the side of the boat. Brilliant.
So it was a lot. It was about 100 kilos worth in each case. Apparently,
yeah,
that's quite a bit.
That was TNT. We use Semtex. It's only a little bit. It's a lot less. Easier.
It's not a lot less. It's about 30% less. So it's not that much of a difference. Anyway, let's deal with what Russia actually wants to achieve with this. It wants to achieve division and fear in Western publics. It wants to stoke conspiracy theories, especially with regards to the US having been behind it. How do we know this? Because they already had, immediately as this happened, even before Russia was discussed as a culprit in major news outlets, they were already pushing America did it to screw Europe over and such nonsense, right? Very similar rhetoric to what Russian paid protests and Russian organized protests that are upcoming in places like Bucharest and Sofia are saying and are advertising. Very similar to the Russian paid Kremlin organized protest in Prague a few weeks ago. Shamarenda, Russians also organized Shamrotests. Yeah, that doesn't work in English, but Shamarenda, where they basically decide what the issue is going to be. They pay people to go there. They advertise it in politically oblique terms so different people can project their own stuff on it. And basically, they try to sow division in Western countries. So that's what they're up to there.
Yeah, but nobody believes Russia anyway, so it doesn't matter what they say. So discounting that, I can only see two positives. One, it might get Germany on side and push Germany on side. Two, because I'm not going to get any gas now, so the escalation thing there is rubbish. And two, Russia doesn't get a load of potential money if they do turn it back on again. Plus, the pipeline's gone out for quite a long time now. So I can't think of, I mean, Russia, who believes them, environmental per, fishies per, and I can't think of anything else.
Strategic defense issues, right? Because we know that it wasn't you in terms of El Shaggy. We know that it was the Russians, and they have capacity to do more of this, and this will require a whole lot of resources dedicated to now patrolling the seas and other stuff. That's why. Anyway, let's jump to Denjon, then Betty, and then George. Denjon.
Yes, again, thank you. So my take on this is that I've been saying this for some time, that for some countries to step up, something spectacular needs to happen, and maybe this is the spectacular thing that will make it happen. If it can be proven, it's Russia. So let's hope it is. And one theory I have how Russia did it. They now have. Well, I guess Ghani has been counting all the subs they had, right? And we've been tracking them and so on. But not the new sub, the Moskva. Maybe it slipped through the Bosporus and did it for us. Thank you.
I mean, the missile cruiser air defense submarine is exactly what I would have prescribed were I planning such a sabotage operation. So, yeah, makes perfect sense to me, Denjon. Damn Russians in the 4D chess. They wanted, like they said, they wanted to sink it. They wanted to convert it from a cruiser to a submarine. They said so themselves. This was why. Perfect for such jobs. There we go. Betty.
Oh yeah, hi guys. I actually was going to say something about this earlier, but I missed hitting the button right. This is great propaganda and PR for him, even though they did it. The sabotage of the pipelines, because Friday he's announcing this, and then he's going to announce, see, look what they did. They cut us off. You know, I don't know. I'm like, this seems silly in so many ways. Why would you do this to yourself? But then isn't he just picking up his toys and taking them home? You know? So I don't know. I'm really curious about why he did this. Because, I mean, it seems like something to get Russians on board for the mobilization, since nobody seems to be on board with it.
I mean, a majority of Russians are just walking obediently to the recruitment stations. So Putin's on board with it. His army generals in the Siloviki are on board with it. And the majority of Russians are just walking to the mobilization station. So for the people that matter, they are, I guess, for lack of a better term, on board with it.
I don't know. It just seems to me like, yeah, they're on board with it, but they're also on board with it because they're, at the end of a gun. It's just, I don't know.
Very little of Russia looks like Dagestan, where straight up protests broke out over mobilization, right? And you're seeing riots, and you're seeing Chechnya started to become problematic, and then just they canceled the mobilization there. So we've seen what it looks like when Russians all band together and actually protest something. We saw this in 1991. So it's not like it's never happened well, at least in my lifetime, ma'am. I don't know how old you are, but it's never happened in many of our lifetimes that the Russians have, mobilized as a group against something. But we're quite clearly seeing, even at the risk of a gun, right? This was Soviet Russia they were protesting against. Like, the KGB was, killing people up until like 2 or 3 days before they let free, say, here in the Baltic state of Estonia, before Estonian independence. 2 days before was the last person I think they killed in the KGB dungeons. So, the idea that people don't protest in Russia is one, wrong, and obviously when you do that, you're risking your life. But it has happened before, and most Russians aren't doing that. They're walking to their recruitment offices, one might argue to their graves, but they're doing it. So I don't really feel sympathy towards their plight. This is the country they've been living in, supporting, and helped create for their entire lives. They could have left any time before now. There was a whole lot of Russia being Russia long before now, and there's been a whole long amount of war where they were committing genocide during now, and instead they stayed, and now they're walking to the mobilization offices. So
but also he's got them believing that Ukraine started this, and Ukraine never started this. And as somebody who comes from Ukrainian Russian Jews, it's like it's nuts, because they were still waiting for true communism. They still want this pure communism, and it's strange. It's strange for us who don't understand it.
Right? So it's not that they're waiting for some sort of tanky glamour. Some of them clearly are. There is a communist party that is the only allowed opposition party by those in power, and it's not particularly communist in many ways, because it's all major opposition has to sit under it, because anyone else is killed basically, or exiled. So I would say to your comment that I'm about as shaykh to that. I'm about as okay with that idea as I am to the idea that the Nazis killed all the Jews because they were made to believe that we did it and we were all the terrible things their propaganda said. I'm sorry, at some point, you know the deal. They know the deal. And it's been their entire lives. These people grew up under the Soviet Union. They know doublespeak if they want to see it, right? They understand what they're looking at. No, they're in this for the cultural genocide. That is what motivates them. There's enough Russian Z warrior zealots out there who are very clearly putting on all of their major, I don't know if you call it, Telegram channels and V-Contact, etc. Their purpose for doing all these things and the war at the start is to remove Ukraine as an independent state, because they do not like that Ukrainians are acting as an independent nation. Like, that's their goal. That's how they started it. And that is broadly supported in Russia, as far as we can tell. And it is very clear in Russia that there is broad support for whatever the government wants to do. Regardless, that is the way the Russians go about things. People who want something else have left, and they've left a long time ago. So yeah, I'm not okay with. I know they're doing this because they believe their government, when their government is this full of shit, and when what they're doing is genocide. There's plenty of historical precedent for that. I didn't believe it for them. I don't believe it for the Russians now, and I won't ever believe it for somebody in the future. If you're this far gone, you're part of the problem. We have a bunch of hands up. George is first, then Glasnick, then Anatoly. George.
Yeah, finance. You hit the nail on the head, and I think what people don't understand is, like, you're not talking about 40 years ago. You're not talking about 30 years ago. And in 30 years ago, right, the Russians came out in Moscow like in masses when they saw that their armies were just shooting like innocent Estonians and running them over with tanks. I mean, that's the last time they came out in droves. And that was before social media, internet. I mean, we're all sitting there acting like, it's 1938, and all you get is the Völkische Beobachter, and the Frankfurter Zeitung, the printed news media. I mean, they have VPNs. They have the way to get news. They have family outside of Russia. And let's face it, it's the damn Russians outside of Russia that are 1,000% behind Putin. Look at their pro-Putin demonstrations. Acting like they're like, oh, they don't know what's going on because they've been brainwashed with propaganda. That's bullshit. Sorry. It is 100,000%. And that's the line that you get from these fence sitters and these, oh, we have to come to some agreement with Russia. We have to have a future with. No, we don't have to have a future with genocidal.
George, you are breaking up, sir. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more, George, that we do not need to have a future with genocidal maniacs. Russia can stop with the genocidal bullshit. They can stop with the ethnic supremacy mixed with militarism, or they can go become North Korea. If they want to act like North Korea, they should live like North Korea. Glasnick. Or Glasenov.
Glasenkopf. Yeah. Yeah, I will heading back to the Nord Stream 1 and 2 and the attack against the pipelines. Actually, I totally agree with Doman. It's the underwater cables and the underwater infrastructure in the Baltic Sea that actually is a little bit threatened. It's a show from the Russians probably to show the rest of the Baltic nation that see what we can do, and we have really important sea cables to especially the Baltic states from Sweden that are electricity cables. That's really important, especially now when the gas has been reduced to the Baltic states. And there are some interesting things that happened just for some days ago. There have been some ASW just outside Kaliningrad on international waters. I think it was some American ships and some Navy helicopters that did exercises there. And as well, there was a Russian spy ship that is called Professor Logachev that actually went from outside Denmark and then went through Bornholm and then further north, just south of the island of Öland in Sweden, south of Sweden, and then south of Gotland as well. And this was around the 1st and 3rd of September. So perhaps they can actually map the sea bottom, and they have a lot of sensors on the hull. So yeah, it's interesting times, and as a former sonar operator, it's really nice to see some ASW that could happen soon. And I'm sure a lot of these Baltic navies are heading closer to the border of the territorial sea to have some exercises and such. Okay, thanks for that. And I wish you all a happy year.
Thank you, Glassenoff. Shout out to you as well. Doman is out to respond directly. He messaged me that he's getting dinner or something, so he can't directly respond. George, if your hand is up for that, you're up. If not, I'm going to move on. George, your hand to respond to Glassenoff?
Yeah, no, actually, I would like to see, with his idea, I would like to see the United States send an aircraft carrier group through the Denmark Strait and just park it there in the Baltic Sea.
Too small a lake for a carrier.
We'll make it fit, Axel. Don't worry about it. We'll make it fit.
2 Arleybugs, Kearsarge, and a couple of minesweepers.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, it's too big a boat to be effective in the Baltic Sea. It's better with the Kearsarge, the amphibious larger ship is much better.
And it's already down.
Kearsarge.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Kearsarge. It's already down.
Yeah, exactly. So
no, I just want the aircraft.
Yeah, and we have some bases in Poland that you could use and go by the ASW flights. And when Sweden joins NATO, Gotland is a perfect carrier.
The unsinkable.
Exactly.
Well, we also have two F-35 already at Amari Air Base in Estonia, and I think there's more than enough capacity to fly AirCap from the various nations, if that is any issue. I don't think that Königsberg is any problem. We can take Königsberg quickly if need be.
Can we rename it Königsberg after?
It has never been renamed into any other form. This has never been acknowledged. This is the should we say, a prize of war, which the Soviet Union took illegally. And whilst it has been tolerated, it doesn't have to be this way.
How about St. Petersburg?
I couldn't care less whether this stuff sinks into the morass.
Or at least return Viborg to Finland. It's a good part of Finland, you know. While we're returning Viborg to Finland, Anatoly, you've been waiting a while, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to say there were previous comments about, majority of Russians being okay with mobilization and with everything that's been happening. I think some of the stuff that has been underreported, and certainly in the Western media, certainly in my opinion, I haven't seen a lot of it, is you mentioned that the ethnic supremacy that Russians believe that they have towards Ukrainians, right? There is a plethora of ethnic slurs that they have in Russian for what a Ukrainian is, and they're not shy to use it. They use it the whole time. They use it on national TV. They use it everywhere. And if some people want to blame the last 8 years of war against Ukraine or the last 20 years of Putin's regime, it's been like that forever. If you, for example, refer to interviews with Russian soldiers in the first Chechen war in the early 90s, mid 90s, they say, yeah, once we finish here, we'll move on to Ukraine. So the hatred towards Ukraine and their ethnic supremacy belief is pervasive throughout Russian society. So, that's the issue. Why it's happened that way and why it is that way, no, we can theorize, we can talk about that at length. Some people would say that it's because after the Soviet Union fell apart, nobody has asked Russians to repent for, everything that the Soviet Union would have done, all the repressions, all the crimes. They haven't gone through that whole process of, redemption. We can theorize about that, but the fact remains that they do believe they're ethnically superior. They do hate Ukrainians, and they have been denying Ukrainian identity for a very long time.
Yep. No. Can't argue. And it's not just the Ukrainians. They think they're ethnically superior to, well, pretty much everybody.
Yep, a lot of people. But somehow it is underreported. And I'm not sure why, but I believe that it is underreported in the media, certainly in the Western press.
No, for sure. Our press is absolutely awful. I would encourage people to add Euromaidan and the Kyiv Independent and the Kyiv Post as possible reading sources to consider. Trying some Ukrainian news out would be good for everybody because, not surprisingly, they have a lot of experience with what we're looking at, how to talk to them. Oh, Yehuda is up as co-host. Yehuda, do you have a military update as well?
Oh yeah, here I am. Just use me. I'd like to get settled. Just kidding.
All right. Well, we'll let Yehuda get settled. We'll finish up this. Yeah. But yes, no. One of the things we can all do to help us actually know what we're looking at is listen to the people who know what the hell they're looking at. And one excellent people who posts in English often is the Ukrainians. So Euromaidan Press, the Kyiv Independent, the Kyiv Post, all produce stuff in English, and it is very easy to go to Google and have them translate from Ukrainian to English for you. If, like me, you don't speak any Ukrainian or very, very limited amounts of Ukrainian. After about talk, I'm done. So
exactly. Those are great sources of news. I think finance cut off. Do look at the Nest for a quick second to our faithful fans. We have from the Twitter nerds a Twitter handle called Space Dashboard. No one knows what it really means.
Yehuda, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Axel?
I don't think Axel's here right now. Yehuda, you good? Oh boy.
I can hear you, Finance. Just if you're
Can anyone else hear Yehuda?
I don't hear Yehuda at all.
All right. Hopefully we can figure out what's going on with Yehuda. I will let him know that he is not being heard. A thing called Space Dashboard has noticed that we are one of the top 3 hosts on all Twitter Spaces. Quite frankly, if you're going by people throughout the day in over a week, we have to be number 1 because there is nobody who's running 24/7 besides us, especially, and if they are, they don't have anything like our audience for us to notice them. So we're going to see what's going on with Yehuda, and I'm going to kick it to Denjon while I go message Yehuda.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I didn't have much to say, but so how is that measured? the space whatever rating? Do you know?
I would guess it's traffic, Denjon. I don't know. Yehuda didn't say anything about how it's being measured.
Yeah. Either way, it's amazing. It's really good.
Yeah, when you're talking about the millions of people that use Twitter, for us to be number 3 overall is pretty good.
Yeah, it's good, but it should be number 1. I mean, this is the most important thing that's going on. So more people should realize that, I guess.
I think the only time it stops is when Twitter crashes or something like that, and we kind of get kicked off. But was up within like a minute or 2. So Denjon, do you see Waypoint's got his hand up?
Yep.
All right, I'm back to run things. I've sent the messages to Yehuda to let him know by every channel I've got. So hopefully Yehuda can restart or get out of his phone funk and join us again. I'm really excited to hear the military update he's got for us. And we're gonna go to Waypoint. And thank you, Denjon and George, for keeping it going for a couple minutes while I try to sort out the tech issues. I would like to say the tech issues are a rarity here, but no, I'd be lying. This is the Twitter run space, and Twitter gives us all sorts of fun and problems. If they'd ever let us help fix it, we'd probably have enough volunteers here who could. We have lots of great tech people who like to listen to our show, and they could just call us up. We could probably get a whole team to go fix their stuff. Anyways, with that, Waypoint, then Sojo. Waypoint.
Just a quick one for you. I was looking at German news just a couple of minutes ago, and they're posting that the CIA supposedly in the summer warned the German government that the possibility of a strike on Nord Stream, both 1 and 2, was very, very likely. So it's not something that the German government didn't know, and it's nothing that the German government didn't say to anybody. We didn't know anything about it. I mean, I suspected myself personally. I spoke to my wife about it. I think it would have been must be the end of May. I turned around and said, well, I wouldn't be surprised if they were to, the Russians were to do something with both Nord Stream. But now it's actually come out. It's now that something's happened, it's come out, and a little bit late, really, because they could have preempted it and said it, and then everybody expected it. That's it.
I could barely understand that because I think it was in Scottish or Irish or something.
Okay, I'll try to slow it down a bit. I was listening to or reading the German news earlier on and on the radio as well, and they were saying that the German news is reporting that the CIA contacted the German government and warned them of strikes on or attacks on Nord Stream 1 and 2. So it's something, and this was in the summer, so it's not something new that something was going to happen. They were actually warned in the summer. The German government, they didn't let anybody know, They, I didn't hear anything here, but I did expect myself. I did say to my wife, I think it must be the end of May, that I turned around to my wife and said I wouldn't be surprised if an attack actually took place on the Nord Stream when Putin started to lose the war, and the Ukrainians were getting on the better side of things. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, absolutely not surprising, right? The Russians aren't able to win in any conventional sense, and they've been resorting to terror every time. Though, to be fair, for some of their weapons, you sort of wonder if they ever plan to use them in any kind of military way, since, as we've seen, they've used 95% of their tactical precision missiles on civilian and infrastructure targets and not the key military ones, which is just shocking. Sojo, where'd Sojo go? Well, we lost Sojo, but we got Yehuda back. So Sojo's up whenever she reappears. And Yehuda, are you back, sir?
Just getting situated, yeah.
All right. While I wait for Yehuda to get situated, Chris, your hand is up.
Yeah, thanks, Finance. Just a couple things. I guess the obvious question to Yehuda's news about being number 3 is who's number 1 and 2. And then the other thing with this attack on Nord Stream, has anybody talked about, or we brought up the idea that this could be a false flag event? So if Russia has done this, and then they're going to turn around today or in a couple days and suggest that this is attack on their blah 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 and blah blah blah, and try to escalate, or try to give some kind of reason to cause more panic that way. Thanks.
I mean, any way that the Russians can find to cause more panic, they're going to do. So exactly which path they're going to take, I don't know. Go ask someone in their Ministry of Propaganda or wherever the hell they call it now. They're going to try to create more chaos, and they're going to try to create more fear because, water is wet and the Pope is Catholic. But whether it will be effective and exactly how they do it, I don't know. Ask me when it happens. Maybe one day they'll act like a normal country and just try to be effective at doing things like, providing better living standards for their people. For all the money they've spent on this war, they could have done really, really important things like, put toilets in people's houses, because a bunch of Russians don't have that amazing innovation of the 1800s. So I don't know. Maybe they'll get to Roman era tech one of these days. But until then, I got nothing. I can't tell you when they're going to choose to take a certain propaganda path, except, none of us here are Russian propaganda ministers that I know of, unless they're listeners. And if you are, hi guys, can you cut it out and quit being an asshole? Yeah, no. So I got nothing. Sorry. Yehuda, do we have an excitable military update ready yet? All right, Waypoint. I see your hand is up, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Finance. The other thing, when the attack actually happened on Nord Stream 1 and 2, my first reaction then was, how is Scholz going to react to it? Because, we know how he's been so far, and it's one of the points that it was the thing that I think he was trying to protect the most, with every motion that he did with of denial, saying no, no, no. Now that it's been damaged beyond repair in the near future, he's got no comment really where he can try to protect that. He's going to have to use his position in a different way. His hands have, I think, personally been tied behind his back, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what he is or how he now is going to react, because every single time they did Drosselada turning the tap down where less gas was going through the first I think they went down to something like 60% for 40% reduction, no, 20% reduction, 40% reduction to only 60, and then right down to about 20, and then completely stopping it. And every time there's been a warning. Russian and well, Scholz was obviously very frightened. He was frightened of every single word. Turning around saying, "Yeah, I had a 1.5 hour chat with Scholz, and he was really, really nice and really, really kind, and everything's tickety boo." And well, we can definitely see that it isn't the case, because he has been turning the screws on Scholz's thumbs, and yeah, we've got to see what he's going to be doing now. I'm really interested to see that.
Yeah, I do not know what to tell you as far as what Olaf will do. As far as I can tell, the only thing he cares about is protecting his favorite bootlicking buddy Vlad. I really don't have any other explanations for what he actually does, and I certainly am not in his head or in his party or able to speak for him. We do run contests here. Unfortunately, the winner would have to go to Moscow to win them. As far as finding
Can you hear me?
Mr. Scholz. Yes, we
Okay,
can hear
good.
you.
All right. Just tone it down a bit here. Got some news to report. All right. My mic's been all kooky. Maybe I need to do an update. I don't know. If you could...
An update was passed over Rosh Hashanah, buddy.
All right. Give me a minute here. You're throwing me off. First things first. We do have some news from the Twitter people there that we're on the top of whatever of Twitter Spaces. I made a post. Let people know we're here. We've obviously been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for over 8 months, and that's a big deal. The other people in the group that we're in here are not, and so it's very important that we announce to the world on such a big platform there from the owner of Twitter Spaces, whoever that is. I have no idea. Andrew, his name's Andrew. He talks about the top Twitter hosts. It's a little biased because, again, we've been doing it all day, every day. Do give us some attention and love if you can, please. And what we do here, as you know, is we always speak truth to power, talk about what's going on in Ukraine, and do our best to support Ukraine and its the Russian invasion thereof, and the genocide brought down by the Russians on the Ukrainian people. Super important. And also, as you know, top in the news, Nord Stream is gone. RIP, BDE, sorry about that. Most people think it's Russia with some type of weapon. One Polish MEP said, "Thank you, USA." I don't know if he got the memo. I think he thinks the USA did it. False flag. No, Russia did this. They know that we know that they know that we know. But a lot of stuff to discuss. I have the request for co-host. I'm afraid to press it. Every time I press it, I shut off. So I'm going to wait a bit until my connection stabilizes. All right. Welcome to everyone. So please do comment on it. Also, we have some other interesting posts. Some very naughty people who I don't know about just sent to me on the internet there, who's saying, "Not a penny more to Ukraine." A guy named Tim. Don't know him. Doesn't seem like a nice guy. Or not very bright, rather, at least. But hopefully he'll come around. And I sent him a note, too. If you could look at my timeline or my tweeters, or replies, or whatever it's called, I sent some funny ones out there. What else is going on? Lots of news is going on. Edward Snowden is now going to the front line as a Russian citizen, apparently. Russia's falling apart. All good news. Doesn't mean we feel sorry for good Russians. We just say, good job, do your job, keep resenting, keep resisting, keep saying no, flee the country, make Russia the 1800s again, as finance indicated. We're going to do a military update, talking about Liman, talk about the new advances that are going through, which are pretty high. A lot of stuff coming up, and it's very important to keep to hold this torch up high with us at MriyaReport. We will have more and more news, especially in the coming days. I expect big changes on the ground again, and we're going to see that over and over and over. So I just want to let our friends know that change is in the air, and we're going to help what we can do. We're going to do all we can online to help Ukraine get there. So on that note, do come up. I'm going to press this scary co-host button of finance. If I cut off, just carry on. The show must go on.
Not my first rodeo, Yehuda. I'll do what I got to do.
Looks like it.
So the two are back in the saddle.
We're gonna start playing Aerosmith, baby. Yehuda, let's hear the military stuff.
I don't have all that yet. Just hold your horses there, finance. Let's go name on the trophy, and then our new friend Abdullah, who I think is from Germany. Go ahead, nameless.
Hi, thanks, Yehuda. Yeah, just back to the topic of what Finance mentioned a moment ago about how the Russians are going to spin the Nord Stream incident for propaganda, and it's all the ways you can think of, and probably some more after that. And that was just my short comment there. Thanks.
Good point. Russia bad. The West. Everyone else pretty much good. There's not much more. I mean, it's never been more clear the fight between good and evil. There's no rational explanation in which to do this. This is Russia lashing out like a petulant little child, and it's time to spank that child and put him to bed.
Well said.
Abdullah.
Hi. I just wanted to talk about what Anatoly was talking about in terms of the Russians thinking that they're much superior to the Ukrainians. I have a colleague of mine. He's a highly educated guy. I never thought he would say something like this. He really believes that the Ukrainians do not deserve a land. There's no such thing as a Ukrainian ethnic group. And the other thing he was saying was when it comes to MriyaReport and the destruction that Putin did to that city, he actually wanted me to believe that the Ukrainians, the Azov battalion, were the ones who actually destroyed the city, and then in order to blame the Russians, he actually wanted me to believe that. So now we're not in. He's not talking to me just because I have a Ukrainian flag in my office. But if someone like this, who's highly educated, I was just wondering what the normal Russian person is like. If someone who spent a long time in the West still believes this Putin, Sergei Lavrov propaganda, I don't know what's going on in Russia, to be honest, and I don't know how the Ukrainians are gonna get along with the Russians. They're still neighbors. They'll have to work with each other in the future, but I don't know how. I think that's just gonna take a long time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, listen, after Truth and Reconciliation, when all the Russian leadership is in jail at The Hague, or in the dock at least, and Russia has a bit of an eye-opening experience where they realize they're just the world's biggest bullies who can't even match their bully behavior with strength, then that's when things change. In the meantime, let's go to Anatoly.
Abdullah, there's a joke that Ukrainians have that nobody's more pro-Putin and pro-Russian than a Russian living somewhere in the West where they're safe from Putin's regime and anything that might happen to them in Russia. And the answer to your question as to what's going on in, hypothetically, less educated people in Russia, less well-off people that don't have access to other sorts of information, it gets exponentially worse. It does, unfortunately. It's a phenomenon that I think academically could be studied for decades. Like, for example, Russians in Germany queuing up to vote for Putin at the embassies after Russia threatened nuclear attack on Europe. Like, how do you rationalize that? How do you explain that? How are those people voting for potentially their own demise? We don't know. It's hard to explain. It is very hard to explain. And like I said, it will be, I'd say, a very interesting subject for decades to come.
Yes, thank you. And I was just wondering, the EU Council President he was saying that we should welcome some of these people who are fleeing the mobilization, Putin's mobilization. I don't think that's a good idea at the moment. I think they're just fleeing. They just don't want to fight. But I think they still believe in Putin's agenda. They just don't want to go to Ukraine and do the heavy lifting. I
Yeah,
think it's just, yeah, I don't think it's a good time to let them in at the moment. And also a lot of them could be spies trying to destabilize the West.
yeah, I'd agree. You know, they tacitly support the war. You know, they support or are, you know, at worst support, at best indifferent to everything that happens in Ukraine, if it doesn't affect their quality of life. You know.
Look, Abdullah, I think you know, all of the points you just made, I have heard and seen other very bright people making, and I'm on board with everything you're putting down. I'd like to say welcome up to Rosalie. Thank you very much for coming up. So she's our disinformation expert. So if anyone has a disinformation question, you can kick that to her. A military question, kick that to Yehuda or many other panelists. I'm here for financial questions, quite obviously, and for any question involving how to best. No, actually, you know what? That's just send me financial questions. I'm not going to pretend to do other stuff. Michelle, you're up.
Hi, this is great, actually, the disinformation thing. The reason I popped up was I've just gotten tangled with a really bizarre new kind of disinformation narrative. There seems to be like a new thing developing, or a new kind of, I don't know what to call it, like stream of weirdness, where now there are some people saying that Germany is under threat of genocide because everyone's criticizing Germany. They must, like, Schultz is really clever and really smart, because giving weapons to Ukraine means that some radicals, their words, not mine, radicals in the East will get hold of the weapons at some point, and then they're going to turn them around, and they're going to, because now all of this so-called hate is being generated against Germans, and they're going to come and genocide Germans. What do you think of that weirdness?
I have not specifically heard this narrative. I think it's really, really outlandish and absurd. But it is kind of, it plays into some of the narratives that we had earlier in the invasion, and those were, oh, we can't give them weapons because they're really extremists, which is false. So I mean, that's similar, but I think that one is just wild.
Completely insane. Yeah, as I said, I just ran into it where, but it started with one guy, and then another one joined him, and then another one, and the third one that joined in on this little pack of weirdness was someone whose name I recognized previously as a disinformation person, but their whole profile was different. Maybe they got like sort of banned early and got a new profile, but it was like, and they seriously spinning this thing out and out and out and out, and they're now saying that the Nord Stream sabotage is actually sabotage because it's against a German pipeline. So this is German hate, and it's an attack on Germans, and it's like sort of all of this leading up to this, oh my God, we're going to get genocided. Just crazy.
Well, I think it really plays into, so during times of uncertainty, what happens is everybody's baseline level of suspiciousness is really up. A lot of people noticed, for instance, in 2020 during the pandemic, a lot more people got into conspiracy theories than is typical. There were a lot of reasons for that, but one of it, I suspect, is that prolonged uncertainty. I think for Germany, there's a lot of uncertainty in what's going to happen. And so I think that's, if there's a place where they can prod, that would be, let's see, something that they may be vulnerable to. I can't say, I'm not very familiar with their population, but I was wondering if you wouldn't mind sending me the messages that you were talking about, especially since there seemed to be kind of a gaggle of them. I would like to see that.
Cool. Do you want me to screenshot, or should I message you with the link to it?
Yeah, just DM me the links. That'd be great.
Okay, cool. Do that. Thanks. And I'll drop down now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Rosalie gets very happy when she hears about new disinfo narratives and you send them to her. This actually makes her day. This is what Rosalie does for fun. Also, we're having multiple people trying to get up, and we have a limited number of slots. So if your hand is not up, you are not Yehuda, because I can't drop him as my co-host. You are possible. Oh, there we go. Now we have a full panel. But if more people request to come in, please put your hand up. If your hand is not up, I may have to drop you down. It is not personal. You're more than welcome to come back up at a later time when you have something to say specifically to the conversation, but I had to get everybody in. This is a full panel. There's everybody we can have in. So if more people try to get in, we have to drop somebody down to let them in. All right.
100%. All right. Also, have we talked about the Shamaranda there yet?
The Shamaranda was mentioned before you came on, but we can talk about the Shamaranda again.
Well, did you know that 98% of everyone in the world voted to join Russia? Can you believe that?
I mean,
wow.
Actually, my grandmother joined Russia, and she actually just died 6 months ago, but I heard she voted for them too.
Well, the real, totally not fake governor of Kherson Oblast has announced that the 98% of Khersonites have voted to join Russia. He's very happy. Oh, well, I guess a grand opening, grand closing, because Ukraine's going to take their land back, and that's just too bad for you.
I mean, were they counting all the dead Russians? Like, is that how they got that number?
You know what? It doesn't matter. In Russia, vote find you. And they make it up. They make it up. Go away, Mr. Putin. You're a clown. No one believes you. And Russia's definitely in its descendancy. It's time to get your all things Russian memorabilia, maybe like 8 trillion rubles notes, and put it in like some kind of collector edition for your grandkids, and they can talk about what the Russian Federation used to be. So that's where it's going. Let's go, Chris, Wei, and Nick. Chris is fumbling for the mute button.
Yeah. I'm here. Sorry, Yehuda. Can you hear me?
Yep.
When Yehuda, you're about to do a military update. Is that correct?
No, that's just finance jumping the gun. Thank you, finance. See what happens when you don't ask? You see?
Oh,
that's the reason why. It's why linens and things went out of business in the United States. They should have been. They should have.
Okay. So
I'm not done the punchline. Linens and things went out of business. They should have been more specific. So I'm not. It's a joke.
Okay. Okay. So when are you doing it roughly?
You're not the boss of me, Chris. No, I don't know. Give it a couple hours.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, there's too many updates going on.
Yeah. No. So fair enough. One thing, I haven't really got a really good like topographical map, Yehuda, but I was just looking. Obviously, I've been watching this Lehman, Svatova, if you like, area and that, and somebody made a comment to me about how important the topography was in that area, and then so I've seen it. I've looked at a couple of maps and that, and I've sort of seen like what they mean. I haven't managed to find a good one and that, but there's quite a lot of like hills and valleys and rivers around that area. Is that correct?
Yehuda, it's about geography. All you. Yehuda, are you still with us?
You didn't like that question, right?
Yeah, apparently he didn't hear us. But while he can't hear us, I would like everybody to remember that Yehuda is currently doing our excellent, perfect military updates. So if you feel like you haven't had a military update recently enough, by all means, PM Yehuda and ask him for a military update or when it's coming next. Because there's nothing he loves more than flooded by requests for a military update. Since apparently he's not here to stop me.
Yeah. All right. I was writing a tweet. Okay, that's why I can't do both once you're in it. And sorry, I apologize. Yes, the terrain is, it's not in this case. It is terrain specific. The fight in Kharkiv and in Donbass. So the Ukrainians are making use of the terrain to their advantage, obviously, and denying the same to their enemy. But we'll talk more about it when I start doing the Lehman update there, especially because it's a very important part of this whole unraveling. The Unraveling. It'll be a new movie on Netflix. The Unraveling. Will star Mr. Putin, and the cast will be all of Russia. All right, Chris. We lost Chris.
That's cool. No, I got you. I shall wait. Thank you.
All right.
Cheers.
Thank you, sir. Let's go to Waypoint, then Nick, and then Brian.
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda. I just wanted to speak a little bit about a work colleague of mine here in northern Germany, and he's Kazakh German. His second name is Weber or Weber, and Sergei. He didn't actually serve himself. He came over. I think he was something like 12 years old when he came to Germany. He had to run from Kazakhstan because they were being hunted down a little bit. The Kazakhs didn't like it that these native Germans were in their country, and they didn't when the Soviet Union broke down. They had to do a runner. And anyway, he was speaking to me recently, and he was telling me about the story of his father and his grandfather. And obviously they were in Kazakhstan. I couldn't tell you where in Kazakhstan, but they were in Kazakhstan, and but they were both in the military. And his grandfather had to go, obviously do service, and he was sent to Siberia. And I think he was only had to do like 2 or 3 years at that stage. But he went out to Siberia and he was there, and his grandmother didn't even know that he was alive, because he was actually there for something like 8 years, because they just wouldn't let him go. All of the people from that area were all sent to Siberia, way away. They were given no money, no food when they were told they could then leave. And his grandmother didn't even know he was alive until he turned up like 8 years later. And that was the first shock. And then with his son, obviously my work with his father. His father, it was very, very similar situation, but he only had to serve 2 years. But he was sent to Siberia as well, because they didn't trust these the Kazakhs that had a German background. They just didn't trust them being anywhere in the Soviet Union towards Moscow. They just kept them completely away from the area. I just wanted to let you know that. It was quite an interesting story. He was telling me that these German natives just weren't even trusted, even generations afterwards.
Yeah, it's pretty much situation normal. Definitely, if you're an ethnic minority, it's well known that, especially in the Soviet times, you were kept away from anything. I know ethnic minorities from Russia who I couldn't even believe it. One family said, one girl and her husband I know said that their father was picked up by the police every single day, stopped and put in a car or brought to the station every single day to check his papers. And I thought to myself, it's got to be the same police doing it. Why on earth are they doing it? And it's just simply a matter of harassment and making them feel uncomfortable and letting them know that they're being watched. Welcome to Russia, right? Second most powerful country in the world, apparently. Silly.
All right, welcome up Sergei Koshman, who appears to be Ukrainian, who used to work for possibly not this president, but one of the presidents of Ukraine. So it looks like we have a new Ukrainian voice that I've not heard before in the space. So welcome up, Sergei.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
All right, if you want to add to the conversation, we use the little hand system here. So press the heart button, go to the hand on your right. You're more than welcome to hop in line. We'd love to hear what you have to say. All right, I think our order next is Dr. Brain, then Nick. So Dr. Brain. Dr. Brain going once.
It's Brian. Oh, Brain, never mind.
Dr. Brain going twice. Dr. Brain's hand went down. Nick.
Hi, my my next door neighbours just got back from a week-long tour of the Baltics. They are broadly sympathetic to Ukraine. They been donating, helping out with some a charity that's trying to organize land and gardens and allotments for the Ukrainian refugees here. They reported that they flew to Tallinn, drove down through Latvia, Lithuania, flew back today via Frankfurt. From Vilnius, reported there were about 25 Russian men on the plane, a little bit animated, spending a lot of time on their phones. But the gist of what they got is that they were running away. So there are some Russians getting away through Lithuania, and I'm not quite certain how, but they are crossing into Lithuania and then getting on Schengen internal flights. So I shall be. I only have.
I can help with that. Right? Yeah, I'm currently in Estonia. Just literally at synagogue saw a guy who was Russian who just left a Russian city who was Jewish. Hence why I was at synagogue. He came into Estonia who is not particularly letting Russians through. But the only way you can get out of Russia now is you have to have more than a Russian passport. So the way guys can get into the Baltics who are never on Russia's side, basically, their experience with Russia was really bad and they know Russia for what it is. So the way that they can get out, if you can get from Russia to the Baltics right now, it's because you either have another passport, like you have a Russian and a Eurozone passport, not a visa, like a passport, or you have like a permanent residency kind of thing where you can go to another Eurozone country. But without that, they're not letting you in.
That was my understanding. So perhaps these people had some kind of. I mean, one possibility is that they have parents living out in Europe and that they have some kind of Schengen card that they sometimes use. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. And the other thing that I would like to recommend is because our good friend John S., who is here from time to time, came up with a cracking joke, which I retweeted, which I turned into a joke, which is that Yehuda alluded to it just now. In the various oblasts, Russia has just organized what we would call a referendum, which is a referendum that you can shove up your ass.
Sir, this is a family program.
That's a good one.
I find that
I would like to propose. I would like to propose that become the Chandler Spaces official description for these referenda for the next week or so.
For those who are asking, it's a referendum and rectum contracted into one word. It's quite clever. Not on my level of clever, I'm afraid, Nick. But it's progress of a kind.
Well, apologies, Bertrand Russell.
All right.
Let's go to G. Raphael, and then Sergey, and I'll take that one. Finance. Go ahead, G.
Yeah, thanks, Yuda. No, I just saw everyone was telling a few stories, anecdotal stuff about Russians, and I actually spoke to a friend of mine over the weekend whose wife's Russian originally. They live in the UK now, but her mum's just been diagnosed with cancer and hasn't been told that she's got long to live, and they live in Russia, so she's flown back to Russia, where she's there now. And actually, my friend was thinking about going out there to meet her. And this was only a couple of weeks ago, and I was telling him, don't do it. Anyway, he's not going now. But the reason that I found this interesting is because I spoke to him the other day and I asked him what about her brother, because I had previously heard that her brother had been in the military and he did his whatever it was, 2 years as a conscript, and with everything that's going on now. And he told me that her brother is actually, he's switched his SIM card, got rid of all his social media, and he's gone to live in a flat which is registered under their grandmother's name. I think it's in St. Petersburg, to hide from the draft.
Good thing they have friends like you to tell everyone on the internet about it. Jeez Louise.
Well, actually, she, my friend's wife, has always been a very proud Russian, I don't care about politics kind of girl. And I have mentioned it to her a few times. I've brought it up, and every time you mention Putin, her eyes would light up as if, this god of a man has appeared himself. You're just mentioning him. And I asked my friend, I said to him, I know her family are also very pro-Putin, let's call it. They love him. And I asked them if their views have changed and he told me that, oh no, they don't care about Putin anymore. They just don't want to get drafted. Which I found quite interesting, because all they really care about is not getting drafted, which is in itself quite telling.
So not so moral, not against genocide.
Exactly,
Ukrainians, against
exactly
mobilization.
Yeah,
It's
all
our
very
hearts go out.
self-centered, really, isn't it? It's all about,
Our
oh, well,
hearts
I
go
don't
out
feel
to
like
them.
my life.
Yeah. I mean, right now there's cueing the largest orchestra of small, tiny violins. That's how they sound. All right, Sergey, Koshman, and then Waypoint.
Yeah, I just wanted to share my stories. You mentioned the minorities, and I just remembered my father was he's now deceased, but he was in Soviet Union. He was high-ranking officer in nuclear ballistics missiles division, which was stationed in on the border between Kazakhstan and Russia. And I obviously lived there and grew up. I was born in Ukraine, and then we moved there, and then returned after the breakup of the Soviet Union. But sometimes my mother, she was quite successful Soviet chess player. She would go to some tournaments, and there was no one in this military town or military base, no one to live with. And my father would bring me to his duties.
Missile silo.
Yes. So I would sit on the ground, like 30 meters on the ground, in front of this map showing the schedule of NATO satellites passing by. So this was my childhood. And what interesting, you mentioned the minorities. It's of course like a barren land. There's nothing. It's just steppes, and hundreds of kilometers around there is nothing except of nuclear missile silos
And potash deposits. Don't forget the potash. Kazakhstan is #1 potash.
Yeah, but it was not Kazakhstan. It was actually Ural region, if you know. It's
Okay.
Orenburg region.
I've played Risk before. I know Urals. Go ahead.
Yeah, and there were. Could you imagine how surreal the situation? We were actually in the same classroom as the children of Soviet officers, high-ranking of elite officers, in the same classroom with the children of deported Germans, forcibly, deported to this region. Germans, people of German region, and Caucasus region, and some other places. And we were sitting in the same classroom, and we were actually learning how great the Soviet Union is. And I remember after, of course, we returned to Ukraine, we understand this. But at that time, at that moment, just before the breakup of the Soviet Union, it was a mood of gloom and doom that this whole division of nuclear ballistic missiles, which is one of the biggest in the world at that time, would be closed, and everything decommissioned. And but after some time, when the Putin came to power, he decided to not just to decommission, but to reinforce and develop this division. And of course, after this gloomy mood of 90s, everyone was euphoric and happy that finally somebody came with a strong hand and decided to modernize this nuclear division. And I understand, as a Ukrainian now, I understand the sentiments of Russians who are very proud, and they are so itchy to use this, nuclear power, to nuclear weapons, to reassert the right to exist. And it's very surreal now. I understand from both sides, since I grew up and spent half of my life in Russia and Soviet Union, and now back in Kiev, and very nationalistic Ukrainian now. So this is my story. Maybe it's of interest to you. But
what about the minority part? How's that minority part? You didn't tell us that part.
Yeah, this is what I was telling you, that at certain moment when the Soviet Union was breaking up, those people that I grew up with, who were children of deported Germans and minorities from Caucasus and other regions. They started to move back, obviously, like people from Uzbekistan, from Crimean Tatars. They started to move back to Crimea, Germans to Germany, some other places. And I thought that it's a new era of happiness. But at certain moment, which is very paradoxical, those Germans that moved back to Germany from this exile in Soviet Union, almost like Jews in this Egypt, they started to support Putin and his propaganda. They were watching Russian TV, and almost all my friends who are now in Europe for, I don't know, 15 years, they still, for some reason, support Putin, his without any rational explanation. It's like a strange attachment to the past and this period of their lives when they were in. It's like almost like a Stockholm syndrome, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Yeah, it's very my point is it's full ambiguities and very paradoxical. It's difficult to explain with rational arguments who sees facts, who sees what. It is very complex and
well, whatever it is, Stockholm syndrome or not, the fact that the Russian political culture seems to love a strong man, doesn't seem to care that he's a murderous psychopath. I mean, in Chechnya too, they're blowing up apartment buildings to make up excuses. Most Russians aren't stupid; they know, but I think they figure, well, Putin will give us that prosperity, so what's a few genocides here and there? And now the roosters come home to roost, so kind of sucks to be Russian. I don't know if Slava wanted to jump in there. If not, we'll go to Waypoint. Slava, you want to reply to Sergey?
Slava Ukraine, героям слава. There is nothing to reply. Interesting story. I have just another story about how people from Russia just running to the Kazakhstan, and simple questions like, what are you doing? Why are you running to the Kazakhstan? They saying, oh, we against the war, we don't want to fight it. Oh, we so good people, good Russians. But then Kazakhstan person saying, Crimea is whose? They, oh, Crimea is Crimean. Okay, east of the Ukraine, Donetsk and Luhansk, which is? It's the people. This is like a real Russian. Just wanted to highlight it because it's like a today video and like showing that all these Russians that like pretending they against the war, but still like they don't want to admit that all this territory occupied are Ukrainians. So this is like just wanted to share it. So and thank you for the story, Sergey. Thank you.
Yeah, no, great story. Let's go to Waypoint.
Yeah, with what Sergey said, and I can understand that from the people I speak to, because there's quite a few Kazakh Russians that I actually speak to, friends and obviously my work colleague, and he says basically exactly the same thing. However, it has slightly changed a bit, and that's himself and his father, who used to watch obviously a lot of RT and stuff like television, and now I turned around to him only a couple of weeks ago. I said, you know, you're watching TV. He said, no, we can't watch it anymore. He said, but my father hasn't been watching it since early summer because he couldn't hear the bullshit anymore, because he could see for himself, obviously from Western TV, what was going on, and he just didn't believe the Russians anymore because of the amount of bullshit that was being said. I just wanted to say that to add to it.
Thanks for that. Let's go to Der Setzer, and then we'll go to Don.
Hello. Okay, cool. Thanks for having me here. I think there's a lot of stuff going on, and if you're looking globally, and you're looking at different countries and states and continents and stuff that's going on there, we're seeing right now an initial thing going on in a little area around the world. This little area is bordering a huge state against a way smaller state, which is bordering some other conglomerate of other states. Looking at the whole world, this is just like a local issue. It is a local issue. This is what the Europeans, what the northern Western world will hear if we are talking to, let's say, Southern American people. We are talking to African people. We are talking to Indonesian people, Southern Asian people. It's a local issue. But what we shall not forget, it's not a local issue. It's something where an expansion by any means, by any government, is running over a certain stance we thought, at least we thought, we established with some UN charters and some resolutions where we are all safe within. We are not. That's what we are figuring out right now. So some people are more attached to this issue because they're living next door, or more or less, or close to, or they're kind of kicked off by the situation that is running down to the Iron Curtain we had like 40 years ago or something. But still, I think what we as humans all around the world, Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, Eastern, Western Hemisphere, what we need to do is we need to find a way, a mean to live with each other. And we cannot do this with a scam thing that's going on right now in some parts of Ukraine, or supposed to be former Ukraine and then be Russia, and then going back and forth, and then we're gonna fight for that one, which is now new Russia, and we're gonna atomic bomb the whole shit. Because what I think this is not the approach. This is not the thing. People in the world should think about what exactly is happening right here, and this is just, for sure, it's a local shit. For sure, it's a local shit. But we have a global shit that's going on, and this is happening right now down in Havana. We have shit going down in the Philippines. We have shit going down in. There's another thing going up to southeast coast of Asia. We have global interests. Basically, as humans, we should have global interests. And what 100%. We're seeing right now is just it's a tiny bit, but that tiny bit needs to be, well, nobody can run around and slap other people on the hand and say, hey guys, what are you doing there? This is fucking wrong. Nobody can do this. But on the other hand, if the intelligence in the people all around the world is at the same space, it's at the same sentiment, it's at the same situation, and we are talking not north only, we're talking north and south, we're talking developed countries and so-called undeveloped countries or intermediate countries. We need to bring all these people together, because this is just fucking one globe. All right, okay, leave out the flat earthers, but still, even for the flat earthers, it's just one thing. That's right. We need to fix that. We need to fix that right now. If we don't do this, we're ending up this century, we're ending up in another, I don't know, I have no word for that one.
World War III is the answer.
There's no word for that one, but you know what I mean. All right.
Yeah, that's good points, man. Thank you. Done. Yeah, no, Russia needs to be defeated now, and it's everyone's responsibility. That's a take-home message. I like it. Let's go to Dawn. Mm-hmm. We're gonna pop some people down. There's a few speakers that want to come up. Go ahead, Dawn.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you very much that you pushed me up that I can speak now. So, first of all, I want to introduce myself. I'm talking from Germany, and I'm married to a Ukrainian wife, and the Ukrainian girls are now in Germany. They are refugees, and the male parts of the family are in combat now, especially in Donbass, but they're still alive. Thank God. Thank God. I want to support what Sergey says about the
Sorry, my mistake. Was trying to bring somebody up and accidentally muted everyone.
Okay, I start again. I want to point I want to support Sergei what he said about the German people from Kazakhstan and Russia who moved to Germany in the 90s. We call them Spätaussiedler in German. And Sergei wondered whether they still support Putin. So that there are several reasons. One reason is, like I guess, that they are conservative and very religious, and they are were shocked about the very woke and Western culture and liberal culture in Germany. So they found them in a sort of reserve to that very open culture. And Putin stands for so-called old traditions and classic traditions, an old-fashioned way of thinking. That's one reason. And they there was a and the people who searched that's a word missing, looking for the elections, they found out that the most Spätaussiedler from Russia are voting for the conservative parties and the AfD, the right-wing party here in Germany. And I'm very disappointed that the Russian propaganda succeeds in Germany's culture and civilization, because around about 30% of the German population, they are afraid about the economic disaster in Germany, about high energy prices and about inflation. And they say, we have to support Putin. They have to stop the war now. And we want gas through Nord Stream 2. And this amount of people increases in Germany. There are big demonstrations, especially in Leipzig, Dresden, East Germany. And so I think there's no European country which is so divided and the sort of inner people war like in Germany. It's horrible at the present time.
Thank you for that. Let's see if we can get Axel up. He's our resident German on the panel. In the meantime, let's go to Tom.
I just wanted to ask Don Leone, why do you think Germany has got this division of attitudes? It just seems so out of step with the rest of Europe. Like, everyone else seems to be far more willing to help Ukraine, even though there is a cost.
So I think this started in history in the end of the 1960s and 70s, when the Social Democratic Party under Chancellor Willy Brandt, they started to get more in touch with the Soviet Union and to get some more peace and some more friendship and some more understanding, because the Soviet Union was the former enemy of war in the 40s. And there was a Cold War, and they wanted to override the Iron Curtain between East and West, especially because Germany was divided between GDR and FRG. And so this attitude, we have to make friendship with our former war enemies, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and especially Soviet Union. They tried to get in contact, and the former German government called it Wandel durch Annäherung. I can't translate it. That means sort of
butterfly. I'm just kidding. Doesn't mean butterfly.
And when Putin became a ruler, so first Chancellor Schröder and then Chancellor Merkel, they tried to continue this sort of politics toward Russia and Putin. And of course, there were a lot of economic interests because of very cheap energy from Russia. And the Germans dependent on that very cheap energy of Russia. And now this cheap energy is gone, totally gone. out of two reasons. First of all, Putin stopped to delivering gas to Germany, and the other thing is Germany is full with sanctions, and they don't want to buy any gas from Russia. Now the Green government especially, and so the people are very afraid and thinking of themselves, and they are so afraid to break down our economy, and they're getting poor. So nobody can afford now paying his gas bills. And so the people are now bashing the German government for the sanctions and for the supporting of Ukraine. And the German society is divided with the supporters on the one hand and the critics of the other hand. I can't explain it.
All
It's
right.
just in the mind of the people.
It's confusing. We got enough Germans up in this panel. I'm sure we could drag it out for several hours. You guys aren't known for brevity, so let's go to Yomi, or what says Erna Stingelklinker.
Bionade.
No, I got this. Yomi. I brought him up because he wanted to chat with the colorful J. Go ahead.
Is everybody German?
Yeah, it's basically everyone. Confusing a bunch of Germans. What could go wrong? Go ahead, Yomi.
It always depends on how much you rile up the people. So we might come out and defend or I don't know, debunk the ideas that have come before us. I don't see it as severe as has been depicted by my predecessor. So I'm totally sure, or I'm totally okay that there are people coming out, and we just had people demonstrating for opening up Nord Stream 2 or restarting the gas imports without any reasons, because there's no reason, because Putin is not going to start the import of gas, and I think there is a major issue that this is overblown in the discussion in Germany, and lots of people are having weird fears that Russia is going to do something, and depending on what part of society you are looking into, everybody has his own slice. What is either a problem or a carrot, and then all of a sudden you have a very wide spectrum of people, how do you say that? A cacophony of wild ideas, and then this is exactly what Russia tries to do. There is division, and everybody talks about their own special interest, and nobody has a focus on what's the real problem, and so everybody's running around like chickens, and has their own special problem, special interest, but nobody talks about the real issue at hand, and which is about, in my point of view, it is about defending our ideas, our values, and supporting those people who do the same and who do the hard work. And we are all in special interest groups, divided, and
for example, supporting the Ukraine. For example, supporting the Ukrainians in their defense of freedom and democracy. It sounds like what you're saying is the Germans are divided on how to get there because of self and special interest. Good points. We're going to try to get some more hands up there, Yomi. Just wait out. We have a new hand up, Yasser. Do you have anything to add to that, Yasser?
Sorry, I was the last one. Last
Okay. That's what you get when you're the poll monitor. So I get to pick who goes next. Go ahead.
Want me to run some hands, Yehuda? Sounds like you've got your hands
I
full.
got it. I'm good. But Yasser, did you want to speak up? You raised your hand at that point. Do you have something to add to that?
I mean, people was before me, but
Jeez Louise, go ahead.
I'm okay. Okay. So, can I talk like for a little bit? Is it okay for you guys?
No, what do you want to talk about? Go ahead.
So, if we say in war, we have war, we warred a lot, and this is the game that we use for making more resources. And then yes, we know the game will continue, but in different ways. So if this now happened, because in humanity we need every type of humans, because everyone is different, and yes, we have people who don't understand, and we always try to find a ways to let them understand, and even they have the ways to try. But we actually are trying to tape it, how we, as we say, because this will bring a bigger problem. Yes.
So just curious, yes. Are you talking about Germany and Ukraine? I've lost you.
Yeah. It's everything is included, because we all have names, and we all have countries. Everyone want to show his numbers and feel different and with the country name. But yeah, in Zoo, we all the same, because no one have the ability, or no one have superpowers. We all born the same. Yes, it's true. If and for example, countries learn from mistakes, and they sell. Yes, of course, if you sell oil, it will help if you know how to use the amount that you sold and you got. Because as you see in Dubai and different places, they become from zero to the top. So
yeah.
in
So then, what can we just land the plane here? Let's talk about Ukraine. You're not saying that Russia's like Ukraine? Like, you recognize you're talking about Russia's genocide against Ukraine? There's no question about that, correct?
Actually, Russia was forced, because the United States and the Ukrainians had many secrets with them.
Okay.
They worked with that. So
All
they were
right.
forced. Yes, it's true, and it's
So
a
wait,
mistake.
so
We make millions. We make millions.
I often commit genocide against another country. I just do it. I did it last week. Yes, sir. You're getting a little loopy for me. So, are you telling me that there might have been some NATO scam and plan to attack Russia through Ukraine, and Ukraine had it coming? Probably. Do you think Ukraine's a bit at fault? Is that what you're saying?
As I said, there is a different type of mistakes, and this mistake is a little bit bigger, because we are far from that, but
okay, I'm not understanding you. So I'm going to ask you one time more plainly. Are you somehow blaming Ukraine or appropriating responsibility on Ukraine for being attacked by Russia? Just a simple yes or no.
I'm blaming the how we use evil.
Okay.
In different times.
Okay, well,
So,
thank you very much. We're going to take that as a
yes,
comment.
thank you.
I think it's not the comment I thought was coming. Now let's get back to the topic at hand. Definitely, this is not about mistakes and about apportioning blame, and it's not a big philosophical debate. Russia is a murderous regime who made it clear that they want to destroy. They want to destroy Ukraine, and as a result, they're heading into a bit of a mess. All right. On that note, let's go over to Florian and Bioned.
Yeah, I go back to this discussion on Germany and the Ukraine. I think
I apologize. I thought the other speaker was he jolted when he heard the other things. I thought he wanted to add, and I'd like to get some diversity and talk, not just have a German hour. And I made a mistake. My apologies. Go on.
And by the way, I'm Swiss and German, so I have not lived my adult life in Germany. I've never worked and lived in Germany since I was 18. So I have a very outside perspective on Germany. Even though I understand the language. And
go ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead.
I think there is the West Germany has 20% of its population who are weirdos, believe in whatever strange stuff, and the East has around 50% who vote against system parties, but they get an outsized media attention. I think the majority of Germans is in favor of helping the Ukraine. The majority is also in favor of arming the Ukraine, especially the younger ones. The under 40 people, around 65% are in favor of sending tanks. And I think this part of the left, part of the extreme right, are vocally fighting against helping the Ukraine under many pretexts. There's many disinformation from Russia, but I don't think it's the majority. But it's a sizable minority that captures this discussion. And luckily, there's enough people who are sane enough who see that Ukraine needs to win for ourselves, for Western Europe. And I think the problem is really Mr. Scholz. If we would have a different chancellor, the whole discussion could go completely differently. I think because he is historically from the very left of the SPD. And that's the problem. I don't think the majority of the Germans are in favor of Russia or anything. None of the poll results show that. And there's enough sane people.
Yeah. So basically you're saying Schultz is a weenie. You heard it here live from Florian. All right. Florian, let's go to Bionade and then lunchtime and back to Yomi.
Yeah, just wanted to add just wanted to add to this topic. I saw the people demonstrating 2014 and something like this, not related to Ukraine, 2014 with the Pegida movement in Dresden, here in Magdeburg. I'm East German, so I know what kind of weirdos and people we are talking about. And it's still the same people. The core demographic hasn't changed since then. It's still the same people. You look at these pictures, it's all the people who think, oh, in the DDR everything was better. You only paid 5 cents for bread or something like this. And just a friend from Ukraine told me about this. There's a Ukrainian joke that you get sausages or meat for 2 ruble 50. That's some kind of inside joke, because in the good old times you got in Russia meat for 2 rubles 50. Yeah, and this is the kind of people you see at these demonstrations, and the core demographic hasn't changed. It's still the same. Yeah, there is a division between East and West historically, absolutely. But I had a conversation with Louis because he was telling about the demonstrants he saw in Bonn with the Russian flags and everything, and he thought that would be all Russians who are living in Germany. But these are the same people we saw with the COVID protests, which were mainly focused in southwestern Germany. They were really big in some areas which don't have such kind of financial problems we still have in the East, for example. So it's some kind of, I think these people aren't used to the propaganda the people in Eastern Europe and the kind of attacks in Eastern Germany we are used to for like over 40 years DDR times in East Germany. We know how this works. So, and now you see also in Western Germany people which are infected by this because they don't know these tactics. It's new for them, and they learned in the last 20 years with social media, in the last 10 years, how to get disinformated. And they always say, yeah, you have to inform yourself, and yeah, they're actually disinforming themselves. It's really a pity.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I think it was lunchtime, then Tom, then Yomi. Go ahead.
Thanks, Yehuda. I have to say, the airtime given to this discussion, I find slightly risible, to be honest. At a time where in Iran, women are ripping off hijabs and going up against the incredibly oppressive government at huge personal cost and being gunned down in their droves. where are these similar demonstrations in Germany if their leader does not represent what they want to happen in Ukraine? If there, I mean, you know, I believe that there is widespread support for Ukraine in Germany. Certainly, a lot of my friends who are, I suppose, in the younger demographic have this support, but I also hear a lot of complacency. Right at the beginning of this conflict, war, not conflict, but initially it was termed as a conflict, right? But at the beginning of this war, I remember having a conversation where basically I wasn't exactly assured of this, but it was almost a fait accompli waiting to happen that Olaf Scholz there would be a vote of no confidence and he would be turfed out in lickety split because his position was so off kilter with regards to German public opinion. That hasn't happened. I mean, you know, we're 200 plus days in. Nothing's changed. We still get appeasement after appeasement. We still get, I mean, like recently, what was this statement? They were just going to blanketly accept thousands and thousands of people who wanted to come to Germany from Russia, right? I mean, sorry, I'm fed up of hearing this, like this sort of calm, polite discussion of the ins and outs of German politics. It's not good enough. People are being tortured. People are dying now. It's not good enough. That's what I have to say.
No, I guess if there's any wondering about German politics, I think from our friends here, we've learned that they can talk a lot about it, but will they do anything? And that's not an insult, our German friends. It just seems that there's a lot of people that say, you know, that there's special interests involved and Schultz did this or didn't do that. But if this is any indication of how German discussion debate goes, that could be why. They seem to be paralyzed with bureaucracy right now. That's the feeling I get. I don't mean it as an insult, just an observation. I think Bernard agrees. So in the meantime, let's go to Tom and Yomi and the Tackums. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess just because we've got a few Germans in the room, it would be interesting. What I can't understand about Scholz is not so much that he's really weak and indecisive and not wanting to send weapons to Ukraine out of some fear of provoking Russia, whatever the motivation is there. What I struggle to understand is that right after the invasion, he actually came out with a really, really strong statement of support and pledged to increase German defense spending and seemed to be part of the EU being quite unified in setting sanctions. And what I find so strange is, well, if he wasn't going to support Ukraine very strongly anyway, why did he come out with such a strong statement of support in the first place? Why did he change his mind? Just a general question to any of the Germans in the room, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I take this?
Sure.
Yeah, and so this is the point about German politics. You also to the point before, you can demonstrate, but it doesn't usually have big impact. Yeah. Also, I was at demonstrations at the beginning of the war, but the point is, if you don't organize it yourself, nobody will do it. And the German people are not like the French who like to go for demonstrations at their twice a week as a free time things. So this is kind of a mentality, sadly. Yeah, the other thing, Tom, is German politicians are not measured in things they do, but in things they say. So you can give a great speech, a great statement, and if there doesn't follow anything substantial after this doesn't matter because you at least have said your position. And yeah, we don't have any good politicians here anymore. Sadly, it's really sad.
Leonardo, it's called window dressing in English. I think that's the correct term. We have been about window dressing basically for the last 10 to 15 years. That's my opinion. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Can I quickly interject very quickly? It's just that when it comes to this forum requiring sort of insurrection from Russians or whatever, right? The Russian population, we're all for that, right? We're all like, yes, that you get the government you deserve and you should rise up if they don't represent you, and so on and so forth. We should have the same logic for Germany. It's only fair.
Agreed. And listen, it's all valid points. I mean, obviously, we don't understand how German politics work. Or for those of us who aren't from there, let's go to Attackums and then Florian and George.
I just wanted to defend the USA. We have the most weirdos on the earth, so just wanted to let you guys know.
All right. Thank you for that public service announcement. Tactum says the most weirdos per capita in the United States of America. Okay. Fair enough. Let's go to Florian and George.
Just on Tom's point, and then shortly on German protest and so on. I think Mr. Scholz recognized abstractly what's going on, and that was already 3 or 4 days after the invasion started. But then the left part of his party got into it, blocked him, stopped him administratively. I think he moved too fast, and he sort of managed to caught the left part of the SPD unaware of what's going on. And ever since, they're fighting back. They're really fighting back. If you see what Wolfgang Merkel is publishing, Mr. Münzing is publishing and saying, they're fighting back. And now he has to hold his party together. And in the end, I'm not sure if he's a man of big conviction. He's a type of administrator. To that point. To the second point, why there's not more protest in Germany? I think that Germans hardly protest to anything. They like total stability. And that's why the coalition keeps also together. I think they value stability and their quiet life and everything much higher than any values or anything. That's why Germany is also so very little entrepreneurial. Germany is an administrative place that nothing moves anymore. And here's my bad opinion from the outside.
Yeah.
And that's why it's a society that fears any change. The Germans are so frightful of any change. So that's why maybe they're theoretically in favor of it, but doing something is
right.
Would really disturb the way of doing.
You know what's really funny though, Florian? When it comes to big billion-dollar gas deals and energy deals, they seem to lay those pipes down pretty fast. Record speed. So I think this whole, I think the bureaucracy, for as an outsider, I think the bureaucracy that Germany has is something that they hide behind when they don't want to move. But yeah, when they do want to move, you see them move heaven and earth when they want to. And I think that's what some people are calling out. Maybe even Lunchtime was calling that out. Listen,
but there's no leadership. There's no leadership. There would be political leadership that says we have to do this. There's none of that. And then the Germans as a population are very passive guys. So
yeah,
I'm very critical on my other passive.
Got it. Let's go to George. Let's spice it up here. And we're going to go to George, Dan, and Miko, and he's going to not have his mic hot so we can hear other people. Go ahead, George.
Hey, for Yehuda, earlier I was talking about forensic seismology, so I posted a link to something at the Nest, and it's a Swedish seismologist from the university, and
from Sweden,
and yeah, and he's describing what the sound was and what probably busted open one of the pipelines. He's as you can see, it's at least 100 kilograms of explosive. So I think it was a Gandhi that said it might be a mine, and that's what it's pointing to. I just wanted to point that out.
All right. So sorry, I missed the last part. What did you say that they confirmed it was or didn't confirm?
It looks like it was at least 100 kilograms of explosive. He says probably a lot more. So it's probably a mine.
All right. Yeah, I know we were looking at that. For those just listening, please retweet the MriyaReport. Twitter itself says we're one of the top spaces in humanity, and that's awesome. But the difference is the people who edged us out there aren't on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So please do get a chance, retweet it. It's in the nest and let people know we're talking. Right now, Nord Stream, what happened? Who done it? It's was it the Colonel in the salon with a candlestick, or was it Vladimir Putin? I think it was Vladimir Putin. I don't know. What about you, finance?
I mean, it wouldn't be anyone else. It couldn't be anyone. I mean, it could be everyone in the world, right? Like theoretically, the entire world could have done that. But I'm going with the only person who, the only nation that would do this, that would be motivated to do this, that would find it to be useful to do this is Russia. So,
Russia's it.
It's Russia.
Russia's it. And Peter Doran, for those who don't know, big wig think tank guy, he said he knows certainly 100% it was Vladimir Putin with a torpedo. That's from Peter. No, I'm just kidding. Peter Doran did not say that. He said the exact opposite. I don't know, but we'll wait and find out. Let's go to Dan, then Miko.
Yeah, I do have a strong theory about Schultz's speech right after the invasion. He thought he was just giving an appropriate funeral oration for Ukraine. And he could claim he'd been appropriately whatever when he sat down to renegotiate things with Russia. He thought it was free. He could say the nicest possible things about Ukraine because they'd all be dead in a week, or at least all of the government that mattered. And then lo and behold, the Ukrainians stood up and said no. And he's been scrambling ever since. Not impressed with the man.
Agreed. A lot of people aren't. Thanks for that. And we'll go to Miko. Also, we're going to bring up some other speakers who are trying to talk. It's our pleasure to have you here at MriyaReport. We're going to do a military update later on. That's after I get it done. And then you can also check out our Spotify. We have a bunch of awesome interviews. Let your friends know. A bunch of generals, a bunch of politicians, Ukrainian aid workers. Oh, also, look forward. We're having the Ukrainian Minister for Veterans Affairs. She will be on apparently this week. And we also have the former head of the Ukrainian Nafta gas, or I don't know what it's called, but something to do with gas and oil. And that's pretty interesting. He was just the past CEO, and we're going to have him on the space to talk about energy. It's kind of apropos, especially with the Nord Stream thing going down. And in addition, Ukrainian Minister for Veterans Affairs will be on here. We work with some of her staff in promoting Veterans Affairs issues, because as you know, Ukrainians are becoming more and more in need of Veterans Affairs services as more and more people are injured and made disabled because of Russian aggression. So as a result, their boss said she'd like to come on, and we'd like to have her. So keep a lookout for that. And now we'll go to Miko.
Thanks, Yehuda. Actually, I'm probably only one in the space who just flew past that gas line leakage, from Germany to Finland, and it just happened like 1 hour ago, so just landed. And I just want to address my German friends and colleagues. You're pretty much going into awakening, and I think so. What do you guys think about Markus Söder running your government instead of Olaf Scholz? That would be very interesting kind of thing to hear from you, because when I'm seeing some of your comments already. Don't laugh about it, but Markus Söder, just for everybody, so he's a kind of prime minister of Bayern. Bayern is the capital of the Bayern is in München, where actually I flew from. And I really like to actually look for the German awakening.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Speaking of which, you know what? I've only been asking for him for about 43 minutes. I was stuck here with 5 Germans and no Axel, so I'll have to. Axel's going to get extras.
Axel?
Why don't you direct that to Axel? You direct that right to that man.
Guten Abend, Terrortus.
Listen, actually, you weren't paying attention. We've got Yomi. We've got a bunch of Germans in here. Help us out.
Guten Abend für Axel und alle Gäste.
Grüß dich, grüß dich.
Grüß dich. Tästä hat Finland gelandet etwa. Ja. Anyways.
So, I hope that my German and Finnish friends have been discussing how to help Ukraine win.
I think they were caught behind a veil of bureaucratic paralysis when asked about what they could do more or better. And I think all of our German friends, I don't know where Don Leon is, but we had about 3 or 4 of them, and they were very, very interested in Schulz's problems at home with his own party. And then I think lunchtime came up and said, I'd like to know where all the Germans are protesting. And no one really, a lot of opining going on, and just simple Canadian Yehuda here, lost in the wilderness without Axel, as he had his 4th steak of the day and sipped on a Chardonnay or hopefully a red wine. Go ahead.
No, it's duck and a Chateau Timbale, but it's fine. But having said this, obviously the domestic problems and the domestic issues overlaying this are just an utter shambolic excuse. If we are complaining currently about the shamaranda of the Russian Empire in its current reincarnation, we can equally disdain, disparage, and humor with sardonic vicissitude the absolutely, completely bereft of any sense excuses made by Mr. Scholz. Because there's not a single word, not a single statement which makes sense. The excuse that one would have to coordinate, collaborate, and therefore defer to the allies in the coalition of the willing, meaning closely connect and coordinate, when at the same time the White House has already stated 3 times, respectively, twice the White House, once the DoD, that there is no need whatsoever for coordination, that there's absolutely no need to wait, that Germany could easily release, because it's not about what Germany can deliver, but Germany could release the export or the third-party export approvals which are required. So when Mr. Scholz constantly harps about the fact that nobody is delivering tanks, he should be told in public, and unfortunately this requires people in North America to do so, he should be told in public that 19 nations could and would and are willing to do so if he only were to relinquish his resistance. And I think this is the key aspect, and there's no dithering, there's no excuses, no apologies. So Mr. Scholz's argument is a complete and utter strawman projection, a shambolic excuse, amoral, and a shame in itself. A mark on the soul of Germany.
Mic drop. Now I think go to Beyond and Yomi, because they need to hear that from you.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to go back to the point that Miko raised about Markus Söder. Please not. It's he's interested in politics about Bavaria, but I don't think he would have something good here in Germany for the federal country. That wouldn't work out clearly.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Markus Söder is definitely not necessarily the one who should run the German government, but with Friedrich Merz, there is no alternative, and that man would probably do significantly more collaboratively good work with the allies.
All right, what about Yomi?
I can only agree with everything Axel said, 100%. Totally agree. There's no doubt about it. And what you asked before, the German constellation, it reminded me a little bit of a very German peculiarity. We have been discussing German problems now for such a long time, and it's a little bit emblematic of Germany as well, because they call it we discuss for hours and hours and hours. So they call it here we are doing a Stuhlkreis. So we all gather around and we discuss and there is no outcome,
no conclusion,
and exactly no
As if you
conclusion in
notice,
the end.
I said with respect that this whole conversation with all the German panelists seems to very much demonstrate the German political system. A whole lot of talking and very little doing.
Exactly. And so that's why actually just even without having heard the hour before has brought home basically. And I don't know what else I can say to the Finnish guy before. Markus Söder, he's like a flag in the wind. He was the guy who was trying to get Russian vaccines for COVID about a year and a half produced in Germany, and he was proposing these. So he's an idiot. he's just trying to stay in power and get elected, and he's basically using whatever leverage or solution he gets. So he's local. He's trying to project, but basically for the international scenery, he's not really interesting. And the problem with German politics, in my personal opinion now, is just like there is no one of stature, neither in the government nor in the opposition, and this is the real tragedy. That can really forcefully affect change in any way, because today Friedrich Merz, he had this is the leader of the opposition party, the Conservatives. He made some really unfortunate remarks, and he basically shoots himself in the foot every time he gets an opening to kill the government and affect change. And so basically Germany is paralyzed by now, and this is very, very sad. And the people are happy as long as doesn't rock the boat too much. That's the problem.
Got it. All right, listen, we've been on the Germany bend for a little bit. I don't know if Axel came in at the end. I don't know if you have any other points to add, Axel, or if we can go to Miko, but we're going to want to head back to Nord Stream and tell everyone else about the new news, but I'll leave it in your hands.
No, let's go to Nord Stream. I think it's very important that we highlight the fact how devastating the Russian self-disassembly of the pipeline is.
Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, it was very academic. I learned very little about German politics as a result, but a lot of talking. I get it, but in the meantime, no. Let's pipelines, mines, specialized Russian boats that deal with blowing things like this up. Gunny told us about a certain Russian ship that's been spying on transatlantic cables for different types of things. Maybe it looks like we found the suspect. Who knows? Let's go to Jens.
Oh, Miko had his hand up first. Oh, okay.
Miko.
Yes, I had my hand up, but Yehuda was ignoring me. So I just want to say to my German friends, we had actually member of parliament from Finland, Jukka Kopra, like a couple of months ago here in the space, and we addressed like the need for armored person carriers, and then something happened. If you saw one of my tweets, was that Ukraine actually got them, and now we've been discussing about CV90s, and that's a Swedish platform. Actually, Sweden have over 500 of those. We have about 100 in Finland, and a couple of other countries have about 350 of those. So this is not for nothing. When I said, for German awakening, and just kind of raising up the spirit, for the talking. You always say, "Hey, this is fucking just the politics." This is not the politics. This is about Ukraine. I'm only here for Ukraine, to be honest. And we actually be able to send those sizzles for Ukraine already. I have if you haven't seen my tweet, it's there. It's a very good APC carrier already. So they need lethal aid immediately. So this is no joke, when I say, Markus Söder might be better. Yeah, I know that, but to be honest, space speaking about these things is good, You Germans always say, let's talk. I live in Germany, to be honest, and I speak about that, and we need to do something about this. USA, this is now Canadian host space. Think about it. Canadians host this fucking space, and we Europeans are not doing anything about it. Now we are worried. Empty. Pipes of the Nord Stream are blowing up. I'm not fucking doing it. I want thanks for Ukraine.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, agreed. Europe has to do more, 100%. Yes.
Yeah. Now that the Nord Stream has blown up and Germany has been released their energy dependencies from an authoritarian regime, I thought I would go and check out what Scholz had said about this good news. But apparently he is in UAE cutting new energy deals.
Yeah,
but
I almost don't want to
he
hear the name
himself-
Schultz anymore for a long time. I just, poop or get off the pot, Mr. Schultz, right? Just send the leopards. Do what you have one job, Mr. Schultz, and that's send leopards and get your gas from UAE or wherever you need to get it. I don't know. I think Jens agrees, and Craig's had his hand up. I think he wants to talk about Nord Stream. Let's go to Craig.
Yeah, so I actually had a question about Nord Stream, but I guess larger German imports of energy. If this is, some might say, like the first step towards Russia trying to interfere with energy prices and then influence kind of domestic conversations, right, to make things more domestically unstable, right, with rising energy prices, this just makes it worse, theoretically speaking. What is the kind of the plan, I guess, if Germany has one? Because I know it had seized some refineries and it seized some assets of Russia. What does it look like long term, or excuse me, short term, if this does happen, that Russia just kind of cuts, say, 50% of its oil going into Germany?
Russia's oil is not necessary for Germany. Oil is a global product. It can be purchased. It's a matter of price. The issue is the gas provisioning, and Germany needs to make a decision strategically as to whether it wants to force its industry to its knees, which seems to be currently the policy of Mr. Scholz and Mr. Habeck, by constantly increasing energy prices. And in recent days, a significant significant grouping of German industry, Deutscher Industrie- und Handelstag, as well as BDI, and that's the German, so to say, board of industry, have already highlighted that they'd be receiving constantly requests from companies to actually migrate out of Germany. Now, if you lose the industrial manufacturing capacity in Germany, that triggers a significant movement away from Europe, which in itself has strategic consequences. It has consequences for the overall economy in Germany, but also all its supply chain in Europe. It also has impact on the strategic outlook as to where Europe will be in 2 decades or 1.5 generations from now, in terms of its industrial capacity, its innovation capacity, its ability to keep itself quite literally together. So what Mr. Scholz and Mr. Habeck and their government are doing at the moment is risking the future of Germany and Europe. Higher energy prices in Germany are a boon for every dictatorship. And what they are doing at the moment, by having just simply conceded that 2 nuclear power plants have to be operated for a little while longer, it's just absolutely, it's not even a band-aid, it's painful to watch and to listen to. So Germany does have the capacity to fund itself through the next 2 winters. That is not a problem. Germany currently has the highest ratio, the highest level of gas provisioning and storage. Rosneft's refineries, yes, they have been now seized and they will be nationalized and then they'll be used by someone else. And I hope it will be people who know what they're doing. And I'm quite sure that the Dutch will do something about it. But it doesn't really matter. The strategic decision making is wrong. They are hell-bent on deindustrialization of Europe. And that means selling out to the Chinese. And that's the worst thing a German government could do for Europe and Germany in itself. It's indelible. It cannot be walked back when it's done.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? But I guess the next logical step is then, why is Russia doing this? And that could be 2 factors, right? And I'll make this short and sweet. The first factor I would assume would be something along the lines of imposing pain on European domestic economies sooner rather than later, rather than leading towards winter, ratcheting that pressure up, right, as much as they can, at least to a reasonable extent, and then let the winter add on top of that, so they get a little bit of a dividend if they do it sooner rather than later, because the amount that goes up in the winter will be on top of what they can do in between, right? And I guess the second part to that is, if you're going to do that, then is it logical to say that Russia doesn't care about costs anymore, right, to its domestic economy? It's more or less, I don't want to say going for broke, but I kind of get the feeling that this is Russia's attempt to really try to maximize everything that it can for this one last effort, right? But that's just something I've been kicking around.
Great. Yesterday, the French government decided internally and published it thereafter that they will build new nuclear power plants. The Belgian government, which has been hell-bent on phasing out most of it, and they will still do so. They are doing they are creating an abysmal setup and dependency on France. But it's a complete and utter shambolic move. It is a strategic misalignment. The good thing is Estonia will build a nuclear power plant, if not 2. Estonia does not have the population capacity, but it has the need for it. But that's not changing. We need to drop primary energy cost for industry to be competitive and to be in alignment with our friends and colleagues in North America. That's absolutely imperative. Everything else is completely, utterly tosh.
Tosh from Max. Let's go to Peter.
Alrighty. Hey, Craig, I just wanted to perhaps echo something that Axel said and address the core of your question. I'm getting a lot of similar variations of that question myself. I think the simple answer is this is a burning of the ships on the beach. Russia is saying there will be no going back. Obviously, we're rational actors. We can think through logical problem sets, and we would look at this move and say, that's bonkers. That doesn't make any sense. You're really hurting yourself here, Russia. But that is what Putin has done. Axel, I wanted to ask you, if we consider this a burning of the ships, if we don't, how would you assess the long-term impact on German policy orientation? And I ask this because earlier in May, we continued to hear many in German policy circles saying, well, eventually this war in Ukraine is going to end, and eventually we're going to have to get back to business as normal, business as usual with the Russians. With this act here, I don't see any way for Germany to go back to business as usual, to go back to the status quo ante prior to February 24 with Russia. Do you see any daylight at all where Germany would revert back, or is this truly a breaking point here?
Let me answer this by reverting back to a moment in time which you and I enjoyed. Miss Annalena Baerbock, currently in charge of the German Außenministerium, on the day of the Russian invasion, was quoted as, well, I have to paraphrase this into English, of course. He lied to me. And she was surprised. The fact that not all measures have been taken in order to prevent that strategic deadlock or this strategic dead end they're creating now for themselves with the combination of their indecision, procrastination, deferral of of reverting back to nuclear power for ideological reasons, and their focus on a long-term deindustrialization agenda, all combined into one. Today was definitely discovered as I lied to myself. Unfortunately, I can't quote Miss Baerbock because she hasn't said it. At least she hasn't said it loud or to anyone other than probably herself, if she's actually smart enough.
If February 24th was the "he lied to me" moment for German leaders, perhaps today, the 27th of September, is the "I lied to myself" moment for many Germans. I think that's insightful.
That's exactly why we agree on this all the time. Sober, unshrouded analysis of what actually happens rather than what people tell you. The problem with the Russian narrative is always that it's so nicely configured, that it's so multifaceted, that there's so much dirt flying that something ever always sticks. Whereas the German narrative is always so Hegelian, Fichte, romanticist, and completely utopian, and therefore navel-gazing, narcissistic, and completely unreal. And as my British friends always say, why can you be so impractical if you know how to build things?
Well, Craig, hey, I really liked your comments on energy prices, and I would just contextualize this in the bigger frame. We have a G7 policy now, looks to be set in place by December 5th. That's going to set a cap on the price of Russian oil, which will effectively allow Russia to continue to sell oil in tankers after December 5th. If you buy it under a cap, etc. I think we're going to see more and more focus on the energy dimensions here. And as an American, I see opportunities for Germany to obviously increase its relationships with the United States, particularly when it comes to natural gas, but other producers as well, obviously.
Yeah, and that kind of gets to my broader point that you actually made at the outset, what you mentioned, that Russia's kind of proverbially burning their ships, right, and going for broke because they need to inflict some sort of, let's just have an honest conversation here, right? What is really their alternative, right? What is the real option here for them except to do something like this, right? This was always probably a part of the quote unquote escalation ladder as a phase that I'm sure was drawn up. So I'm sure that there was somebody that was thinking about this back in, say, March, right? But I think that what it's important to recognize, putting aside the European part of this question and diving more into the Russian one, I think this is maybe one of the first rumblings that you might hear, right, of Russia's economy, pseudo society starting to rumble a little bit, right? And we're just now kind of feeling those tremors of what it's like to mobilize 1.2 million people, right? That's not a small task. And I feel this more as a symptom of a disease of mobilization than necessarily also probably on top of a strategic objective vis-a-vis Europe.
Well, I'd obviously want to see maybe some submarine video. Let's wait to see how big these holes are, multiple holes. If the seismology is correct, it looks like these are going to be some pretty big holes. How can these pipelines be repaired? Question mark. Don't know. Again, I would stress there are many things that we don't know. But Craig, I'd step back with you a bit. Let's imagine that you and I are in the Kremlin and we're looking at this from Russia's point of view, and it's a week ago. We were in a good position. All we had to do was sit tight. The war in Ukraine, in our view, maybe it would grind on, and winter would come and go. Europe would deplete its natural gas reserves that it had built up over this summer. Yeah, it would have been hard for Europe. Yeah, they would have had to ration, but in the spring, we would be in a position of extreme leverage because Europe's natural gas storage would be empty. And now we could negotiate, and we could use extreme pressure. We could use the weaponization of energy that us as Russians, again, this is a thought experiment, had created, and we could force Germany into accepting our terms. Russia was in a really good position to do that. It still had Nord Stream 1 operational. That was a week ago. It doesn't anymore. That's why I say burning the ships, because they're declaring they're moving in a different direction that maybe we wouldn't have anticipated. They're moving in a direction that apparently looks to be against their own economic interests. They're moving in a direction that undercuts the leverage that they would have had next spring. These are interesting moves on the part of Putin, and I definitely get the sense that we're in uncharted territory here.
So you're saying,
Perhaps.
just really quick, Yehuda, just real quick. So you're saying that you have two circles of the Venn diagram, and the overlay here is right of the two concurrent sides. Because in my mind, yes, you're talking about an economic policy shift, but then also simultaneously, we forget there's a war on, right? There's a front line to hold. There are supplies that need to get there, and there's 1.2 million new guys that you got to worry about, right? And so, while yes, I agree with you in terms of your statement regarding how time was working for Russia, etc., I feel that clock is appropriate if you don't overlay that with dire military necessity, right? I see this more as again, if you overlay those circles, as a joint effort of both political and military mobilization in terms of severing ties, going the other way, but also having a possible strategic issue of what is really our option, because we're losing on the battlefield, right? We don't have a choice. We have to do something to somehow get the initiative back and try and make it as bad as we possibly can. But yeah, with that, I'll step back.
Yehuda, correct. And Yehuda, I'll defer to you here, but Craig, I will put a sort of line under my thought on this. The war has now come to Europe in a big way. Russia, I would read this move as an expansion of the war on a new front, on an energy front directed at Europe, and so I would look at it in terms of this is an expansion of Russia's war against Ukraine, and now they're opening up a new energy front against Europe.
May I ask a very quick question?
Yeah, and over to Finette after. Go ahead.
Yeah, ask
Go
your
right
question, Axel. I'm still here.
This was Florian. I tried to ask one question very quickly.
Oh, sorry, Florian. All Germans sound alike.
What prevents Russia from attacking now the Norwegian pipelines to Europe? Because then we are in a real bind, energy-wise.
Well, let's go two things. One, Russia blatantly attacking a pipeline, like actually blowing one up, especially if it's, say, the Baltic one, would be Russia attacking.
Oh, the Norway-German one.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's an act of war.
Yeah, it's an act of war, right? So one, them attacking a NATO thing is probably really stupid because they don't want to be in war with NATO. They're getting their asses handed to them by Ukraine right now, and Finland would be in a race with Poland, Estonia, and Lithuania for who would take St. Petersburg first. So that's probably not a good idea for them strategically. I would also note on all the gas things. Yeah, they please mute your mic. You come up, word, doggy fella. Thank you. This gas pipeline is just pure short-sightedness, right? They're not thinking after the war. Putin isn't caring about what happens after the war because I don't know if he's going to have access to anyone who can rebuild infrastructure. If he does, like, if they get a critical hit, if they actually shot TNT at the damn thing instead of just mess with the valves.
It's a mine. We
Right.
suspect it's a mine.
Right, but the more successful they were with it, right, the worse it is for them. Like, they may not have the ability to repair major infrastructure after the war because, well, they just lost their access to most Western firms that have that kind of skill and ability, and their in-house talent is really limited. So
I think the question is saying if there was first of all, I think we need to be clear that if it was proven that the Russians attacked our Norwegian pipeline, I think that's Article 5 territory. In fact, I think
I agreed. I moved on. I completely agreed. I just
and I'll even say this: I don't see why this wouldn't be an Article 5 issue. It's a German, something goes to Germany. It's affecting Denmark. So, who knows? I mean, maybe people like Peter or Axel can shed more light on that. We'll get to the bottom of it, and that's why I think people are being very cautious to accuse Russia just as yet, because it's not about just uncharted territory for screwing up their own position, in the spring. It could be worse than that, and I think, and maybe it was a Russian response to the Americans saying there'll be catastrophic problems for you. You could have an underwater Black Sea fleet pretty quickly, so keep it up, right? Who knows? I don't put it past the Germans. What about you, the Russians? What about Axel? I'm curious his take on that, or Peter even.
Yeah, well, yeah. I was waiting for
Peter. Yeah, Peter,
yeah, I was waiting
Axel.
for Axel to jump in as well, but I think you're right, Yehuda, and that's why, because we are in uncharted territory. That's why I just continue to stress we need to be very clear about what we know and what we don't know, and wait for the facts to come in. We're getting a lot of information right now. What we do have is deeply troubling, and it does look like Russia has made a decision to move in a direction that goes against their interests. And I think Craig was trying to raise that point, that this is a move that would seem to indicate they're really doubling down on the war. I see it as a clear escalation in the economic front against Europe. That's why I said, I see this as an expansion of the war in Ukraine, and now that they've opened up a new front against Europe on the energy front.
All right, and we're waiting for Axel come back, please, in and out, because you're stuck in the loop. In the meantime, why don't we just go to lunchtime? He had his hand up.
Oh, thanks, Yehuda. So on the subject of these sort of accidents, shall we say, with the pipelines, I heard a lot of the discussion this morning with Dorman and Axel, actually. And so first of all, the one thing that rang true to me was someone called Rebecca, who made the point that this was about decisively sending the message that there would be no return to normality, in quotes, in the event of Putin being deposed in some way, or after the end of the war, if that is a sort of pipe dream that anyone is hanging on to in Russia. This move disabuses them of that. But as with anything, Russian moves are not necessarily unidimensional. Something I didn't really hear discussed much was that there's been a sort of general sort of flavor of escalation since Putin met with the heads of state of China and India. And at the time, the reportage was along the lines of both of those leaders being somewhat unimpressed with Putin's conduct, right, and Putin's progress in this, in quotes, special military operation. So the thinking is, amongst some people, that this sort of ramp up is intended as much to sort of for their benefit as well, to sort of impress them that he's got the situation in hand, and he can sort of cope with it, cope with the path that he's taken. So I mean, I haven't really heard that sort of bit of it discussed much, actually. So I would wonder what the panel would think of that. Yeah, and also just finally, final thing is, like, there's still some talk of of these things being accidental, and if you look at a map of where these things happened, where these explosions happened, they're just outside territorial waters, and it's a bit much to expect that to be for anyone to believe that's accidental. Two so-called accidents happening 75 kilometers apart at the very borders of Danish territorial waters. It seems a bit fishy, but there we go.
Lunchtime, I think you had a good point there, and I just think the evidence is clearly mounting that this is not an accident. You pointed out the location of these events. we see the strategic implications of these events. I think I'm seeing some unsourced reporting on social media referencing German officials who were saying we can't find any scenario where we can see this as anything other than a deliberate act. So I think we can set, maybe this morning, earlier in the day, there could have been some questions that this could have been an accident, but I think we're rapidly ruling that out. This was a human act. It had an intention, and I believe all signs point to Russia at this point.
Here. Sorry, Finance. What do you think of the idea that this is at least partly done to try and sort of gain favor from China and India?
I don't think he gains any favor from China and India. If anything, this kind of brinksmanship isn't something. India wants everyone to go back to peace, and so they can not have to worry about diplomatic problems while they try to trade. China generally thinks that, quite frankly, China would kind of prefer something similar. Like they don't care about the human rights aspects. I'm not saying this on they want peace for peace's sake. China likes stability, and Russia, being the war that Russia has clearly started for genocide, has causing destabilizing factors that China is not a fan of. So while the extra added tension, they're like, cool, that can draw attention away from us, they being just China. On the other hand, they are not, they don't like brinksmanship that would either cause Russia to get destroyed by NATO. And the one thing that China has been useful to the rest of the world on in this entire mess has been that they have been very clear, at least according to China, that they're not in favor of nuclear anything, and they're not in favor of the brinksmanship around nuclear anything. So I don't see them preferring this either. And I don't know if they care that much. Like, I'm not saying this is a top issue for them, but insofar as this is just increasing the tension, they're like, cool. But insofar as it's actually risking war between Russia and NATO, they're not going to be a fan. The other side of this, we're going to talk China and Russia. The most useful thing to talk about, if I'm going to transfer to anything, would be how much they are or are not sending them supplies, because the Russian mobilization is, as Craig and I regularly discuss here, a logistical challenge. And anything where they send them light trucks, some mortars, some basic AK-47 stuff, any of that is highly useful for Russia. So anything that would see them go back to sending nothing, or not, or go back, or just send less than they were sending before, would all be useful news if we're trying to read China a little bit. They also, as noted, have all their own domestic issues, which are extreme right now, not to get really off target. I have no idea the order of hands. Yehuda? All right. Apparently we lost Yehuda. That makes for an interesting moment. I'm just going by guessing then. I think it is Leonard, War Doggo Fella, and Maiko, followed by Clyde and Craig. Leonard.
Thank you, Finance, and good to see you back in the saddle here. I hope things are fine and sunny in Estonia today. But I just had a spin-off comment from the analysis in terms of what has happened to the two pipelines and the extensive considerations that we've gone through in terms of the economic analysis and what the advantages and pros and cons might be, et cetera, et cetera. I was trying to follow through it on Craig's reasoning in terms of how this may equate to some form of an economic advantage or a military advantage, and I don't quite follow that thread, so I'm open to a little further elucidation on that point. But I would just mention that there's an alternative possibility is simply the poisonous spiders in a jar theorem, which is that there is all kinds of upset, clearly, in the Russian domestic theater right now, in the Kremlin particularly, and that the issue of the pipelines per se are probably the largest single capital infrastructure existent in Russia to this date, and also in terms of long-term and longevity of any future economic prospects for Russia, certainly midterm. So it just might be worth contemplating that perhaps it has been determined in this jar of spiders that in case someone had gotten the idea that following up on what seems to be the entire board of directors of Gazprom, all of a sudden falling off their boardroom table and right out the window into the street 20 stories below, that perhaps if anybody had any foolish thoughts about saying having Putin go on an extended vacation of some sort and then trying to all of a sudden do a reversal that may be accepted or more acceptable in European theaters, that this pretty much eliminates the possibility of any replacement cabal trying to capitalize in an absence of Putin on the number one Russian infrastructural asset, period. So there may be some significant political advantage to the Putinites, if you will, or certain segments of the Russian cabal, that this future plum no longer exists. So kind of an equivalent to burning the ships, or even more recently, laying waste to the lands surrounding Moscow, as either Napoleon or Hitler or some other foreign potentate encroaches upon.
Yeah, it's funny. They're doing it to themselves. And Craig, get in here.
Yeah. So let me kind of summarize what I'm talking about, like where my theorem kind of begins, right? And the equation has to be, if you're Russia, is to win, right? That's your end goal. That's your equals, right? In the equation that adds up to the win, right? Russia has to do two things. It has to do, however stupid or foolhardy it might seem, they have to give it a shot by causing disruption in domestic European economies and conversations and all kinds of stuff, right? But the maximum leverage point is at wintertime, right? That's when you have the most leverage, right? When people are screaming, quote unquote, uncle, right? But then you also have the battlefield side of the equation too, right? That you have to affect a win in both the political and on the battlefield. And so you can't have it, you have to have both, in other words, right? And so if you do that, what do? Well, you start by causing that conversation to turn up the heat now in Europe, and then you mobilize your forces, your reserves, or whatever you can use, right? Guys with tin hats and bolt action rifles, right? That is to draw into this culmination moment where hopefully in the wintertime, Russia can effect a battlefield win while simultaneously they have maximum, quote unquote, maximum pressure on European domestic conversations about trying to end the war. And this is a stalemate. This is never going to work out. We just that is the win. That's how you get there, right? That's the kind of basis of my theorem, is that you have to force two events to coincide over each other to have a maximum effect. And
okay, but how does this enhance the state of confusion or dilapidation in Europe? Any far beyond what it's already at in terms of their energy supply? I mean, this doesn't do anything.
That right, but it also affects us talking about it, doesn't it? It causes people to have this conversation again, right? That will go through the newspapers, that will go through society, that'll go through the markets, et cetera, et cetera. And here's the other thing too, Leonard. What if they don't care about costs anymore? Right? What if this is, whether it's a go for broke or burn the ships or whatever, what have you, right? What other option do you have except to keep the energy flowing, let the domestic conversation, those European markets subside and kind of trickle in? And yes, there'll be rationing, but it won't be as bad. Or do you try to activate that lever now because there's that cost increase, or those costs are going to go, you can maybe add 10% now, right? By doing various things, but then that 10% is added on to whatever the winner is going to do, right, in terms of energy costs. And so you get that extra 10, 15, 20% if you start sooner rather than later. So that's the timeline side of it. But the actual, what they're trying to affect is, again, going back to that theorem of winning. How do you get there? By breaking apart the alliance and by achieving some sort of stalemate on the battlefield. What other option do they have except through energy, right? This is them showing their hand, quite literally, right? This is them being like, this is all we got. And we got to play this card now, because if we wait 3 months, it's not going to have as much effect as, at least we hope it won't have as much of effect as if it otherwise had been.
Yeah,
right. But that's spiders in the
hold on.
jar again.
Leonard, to point out also that I agree with Craig that they probably actually thought that this might raise gas prices more, but they barely moved. The basic problem, I think, being that they already cut off the actual gas supplies, and gas prices tend to be short-term activities. So the market just sort of was volatile, but didn't. I mean, we're not looking at the kind of movements that make you go, huh, this is going to add 10% to gas prices, because they've already shut the gas prices. And the market assumption appeared to be
Did we lose
gas
finance?
prices shut for the winter. I'm still here. Can you hear me?
100%.
All right. All good.
That's what I thought. Finance, if you can hear
Let's
us,
keep
please.
moving on with hands. Yeah, everyone but me can hear.
I
Definite
hear
loss.
I hear
Craig, carry on.
Everyone but me could hear you. Axel, come on back. Everyone but you're the only person who couldn't hear me, Axel. So I bumped you down. So if you come on back, you are more than welcome to get in here, Axel. Welcome to the joy of Twitter. All right, now that I'm throwing Axel out, it's that kind of evening. We have a ton of hands up. I have no idea who's next. I think it is War Dog Ofella. Has been waiting forever, so I'm going with
Yeah. Thanks, guys. My name is Dan. Simple Ukrainian with some geopolitical background, and for me, supporting also the what Craig was mentioning, the good point and interesting question is, did that the Nord Stream pipes are not the only pipes that pipe gas to Russia. And for instance, if we don't forget that there are also pipes located on Ukrainian territory that also, from certain standpoint, could be an easier target as they are located in the area of the military action. So the question is why those Nordic Nord Stream pipes, and practically one of the feedback would be that it is part of the informational warfare combined with the military actions, because what we have, as you rightly mentioned, people are talking about it, and those who want a disruption got the leverage on the one who is saying that is economically making the direction in Europe. So that's also kind of the message.
Yeah, no, look, thank you, War Dog Ofella. A Ukrainian fella. That's I'm used to so many of us fellas being from outside Ukraine, but excellent to see that the excellent Shiba Inu's are all over. You must have come from the secret CIA lab there. How is the secret CIA lab that makes fellas in Ukraine?
Just doing fine.
All right, henceforth, War Dog fellows, who we always ask about that. So if you ever need to know about secret CIA labs that are pumping out fellows in Ukraine, War Dog fellow will be our local expert on that. Clyde was, I believe, the next long-term waiter, followed by Shaggy Jens.
Thanks. Question for you, finance or anybody else. What if there's something? What could she have given Putin that would make this much less of a much less of a downer for him? I mean, what could he have promised him in natural gas?
Yeah,
price,
you're trying to assume sanity. Yeah, no, I hear where you're going with this. You are assuming sanity from and you're assuming long-term planning. Take Fang, you got to mute your mic when you come up. You're not welcome. There we go.
I mean, it's
Clyde,
just something. I mean, I know I'm assuming sanity, but I mean, I know he's crazy, but I don't know. But maybe she talked some sense into him. Maybe he said, okay, if you're going to do this, we'll promise you we'll build 500 natural gas power plants in the next 2 years, which they can do easily.
Yeah,
And
so they can't. It does take some time and effort. And if you haven't noticed, China's in the middle of a massive economic downturn and a huge banking crisis.
Right.
All right.
yeah, but economic downturns are a great time to do public works, right?
Yeah, but not when you have to roll tanks to keep your people from revolting, which is what they're like. Yes, but when you have to roll tanks to stop a property bubble banking crisis, it's not exactly the perfect time for public works unless you want to try to fix your housing issues first. A. B, more importantly, even if he builds a bunch of natural gas power plants, he would have to pipe the gas to those power plants, and they would have to pipe all that across. He would have to pipe all of that across, Russia, which is very far. Much of that is not the easiest terrain to pipe stuff over, and Halliburton refuses to work there anymore or invest there anymore. So China also needs a lot of those experts to get their oil and gas infrastructure built, and they're not going to Russia. So yeah, you're like asking questions that a sane corporation with long-term interests would ask. I hear you. That is not how this decision was made. So that's just, and I'm going to have to hold the line there because it's just so clear there. I think Peter has something to respond here, so we're going to go to him before we get back to our hand list.
Thanks, Finance. I just wanted to address 3 points that have come up on the questions, starting with Craig. We were discussing, could this be a move? Could this be a move by Russia to perhaps increase oil energy prices? Maybe they're trying to make more money. The answer there is highly likely not. Recall the majority of energy sales that Russia makes to Europe are indexed to the price of oil. Europe has a mix of what we would call hub-based pricing versus indexed pricing. Hub-based pricing is what we have here in the United States. There's a market for the energy, and the market determines what the price is. That's hub-based pricing. Index pricing is basically what is the price of oil? Okay, that's going to be the price of natural gas, a variant of that. The majority of Gazprom's contracts with European states are indexed to the price of oil. So if the price of oil goes up, you can assume Russia's making more money off of natural gas and vice versa. So I would just sort of throw some water on the idea that this was an operation to increase energy prices. I would also stress there's a lot of chatter out online right now. Radek Sikorsky had some cryptic tweet. Lots of people are pointing to the possibility that maybe this is a false flag operation, that the United States is behind this. I would say absolutely not. Let's use our facts. Let's use our reason. Let's use our logic. Let's work through this problem. But this is not the time to be speculating wildly. And I can tell you, this was not a U.S. op. Finally, there was this question: what can China do to help Russia? China's doing everything it can right now to help Russia. China is transferring truckloads of cash, hard currency, into the Russian economy in exchange for Russian oil payments, Russian natural gas shipments, etc. So I would say, China's really facilitating Putin's war.
Peter, while we're talking about China to helping Russia, cash doesn't help them anywhere near as much as machines. Where are they on like sending things like light trucks, train parts, etc.?
I'll refer to some of the other experts in the field, but I would say that hard currency payments into the Russian economy achieve 3 goals. First, they buoy the current account. This allows Russia to not have to print as much money to maintain the ruble. So having a viable current account finance, as you understand very well, is important. Secondly, a viable current account and foreign currency coming into your economy does help take some, not all, but some of the sting off of the Western sanctions regime. And thirdly, it does indirectly help Russia sustain its war against Ukraine. I would point out the checks that Russian soldiers receive in payment for their work in the military are now being cut by Gazprom Bank. So Gazprom Bank is the bank that is paying Russian soldiers right now. This also identifies an opportunity for us. If we wanted to increase the pressure on Russia, Gazprom Bank should be put under sanctions. So I see a direct through line between foreign currency going into the Russian economy and Putin's ability to sustain his war.
I just gotta add on something there, because Peter, you just touched on something that I think is really underestimated here. And I saw a document that one of our contributors, one of our panelists, sent over, where it says you will be expected to pay 1.7% for the cost of the soldier, for the cost of their salary, right? Which means that's essentially what Russia's doing, is that it's no longer using its domestic reserves, it's using companies' bank accounts to facilitate the funding of the war effort, right? Some people might call that a tax, right? But it's not exactly a tax, because it's just basically, here, cut a check for X amount of dollars for this, and we'll take that. Thank you so much for your contribution to the war effort. That is absolutely stunning, to be quite frank.
But it also underscores how Putin has structured his economy. So with many of these big quasi-owned or directly state-owned banks, many of these big state-owned companies, Gazprom being one of them, obviously, the Kremlin views these as warehouses of cash. So they can store cash in these companies, and then when they need the cash for whatever reason, they can draw upon those cash reserves. So if you're Putin, you view these companies as warehouses of your money, and when you need your money, you take your money. And I think that's what's being reflected in that note you referenced, Craig.
You guys both saw the movement of, I believe it was, 2-3 months ago, might have been 4 or 5 months ago, I'm losing track of months at this point, when they had special one-time tax on, might have even been Gazprom, was one of their major oil companies, for the war itself, where they basically said, oh, thanks for those profits, we're going to borrow those. And I think that, yes, absolutely, Peter. And, when people ask me about, like, the Russian stock market, why are the Russians selling, right? Like, the insiders have mostly sold, we're down to sort of this. I'm like, look, this is a market kind of working at this point. Like, after all the sleaze has happened, a lot of it has, how much is a stock worth when the government's just going to take its profits to fund a war effort? They're doing this to all their companies. That's the way all their stuff's going to be run henceforth, until their government changes in a drastic fashion, preferably along with them stopping killing Ukrainians in short order. But I'm not, sadly, holding my breath, because they're trying to mobilize 1 million more of their guys to be turned into sawdust before that all happens. But no, this happened. This isn't even the first time. So absolutely, Craig and Peter, that they're asking companies to pick up some of the tab. But these super low Russian tax rates that we've been talking about, Craig, I think since I first hopped on the space, I can remember us discussing that. And I brought up, yeah, it might look low, but when you look at the corruption, and then you look at all the other fees and taxes that Russia finds a way to hit their big companies with, I don't think it's a low tax rate overall. And I think this is just yet another example of it, where, hey, this money isn't your money. This money is Russia's money. This money is Putin and his buddies' money to go do their war effort. All right.
Chornak, also finance. I see we have a lot of hands.
I was going to say, can you kill the topic so we can move back to hands?
Yep. All I would say is there have been questions on this space over several days referencing the oligarchs who have mysteriously committed suicide or killed their families and then committed suicide. The oligarchs were also warehouses of cash. So there were a lot of wealthy individuals who were essentially holding Putin's money for him. And then when the FSB needed this money, the term in Russian is a черная касса. It's a sort of a black box, essentially. We can draw from this money without fingerprints. So when we look at the Russian economy, when we look at Russia's oligarchs, many of whom have now turned up dead, we have to see this as Putin spreading his money around, and when he needs it, he can draw on it for his own purposes. And I think that's what we're seeing now.
Yeah, all right. Agreed. All right, I think our next hand is Shaggy then Nick, is I think our order here. And Nina, I keep trying to bring you up. You got stuck twice, so I'm going to try again.
Okay, I've been trying to work through this, and I'm still kind of not confused, but I'm getting more decided that it was either Putin under Putin's order, or it was a bunch of partisans, either Russian or Western supporting, that want Putin screwed. My reasoning on this is, I mean, it could be some other extreme faction other than Putin in Russia in the military, but it's discounted that. It could be Ukraine armed forces, discounted that. Could be a Western state, discounted that. So to me, it's either Putin or some kind of partisans. Now, I heard that it's only 70 meters down, not that far. Oil divers get down to 200 meters, so 70 meters is not much. 100 kilos of TNT, not an awful lot. It's a large man. 30 kilos of Semtex, not difficult to source. So I'm like, how do they do it? Sorry, regarding that. So let's look at the results of what's happened. So there's a lot of finger pointing going on. The West is pointing at Putin only, and Putin's pointing at the West. There's people pointing at the American Anglo Alliance. There's people pointing at Poland. There's people pointing at Finland. So it's either Putin or, well, I kind of discount that. It's all fluff. Yeah, it's just finger pointing going on. So then I kind of look down and go, okay, so what are the kind of motives that could be happening? Why? Well, it takes out a big piece of strategic war infrastructure, big pipelines. It takes out a possibility of gas revenues for a very long time going to Putin. It puts pressure on Germany in a way to get more on side with the West. Yeah, and it creates a load of propaganda and finger pointing and confusion as well. So then I'm kind of left with the notion that it's either then Putin under Putin's order, as most people here think it is, or it's a bunch of partisans, either Russian or Western, that have decided just to blow it up. It's not that far down, just to stop any chance of any gas revenue and create a little bit of confusion and blah blah blah, and get Germany on board.
Let's hear. Does anybody want to attack the partisan angle before I say something? We've heard Shaggy. Gurney.
Finance. Only that Carl Bildt came out and pointed out there's no way this is an amateur operation.
I didn't say amateur. I said well organized.
Right, but right. I'm going with what Peter said. You can't have some guys other than professional military doing this thing. So
okay, I'm not talking a bunch of paddy divers with a paddy license. Yeah, I'm saying it's possible that divers could have done it. On NPR, it says divers could have done it. So everyone's discounting that now. Right. So I'm looking at the article now from NPR.
We heard you. Let's hear Gurney. Gurney really is excited to speak on this. We're gonna go to him.
Hey, thanks. Can you hear me? Let me. I've got some
loud and clear, Gurney, or medium and clear. So, really, you can be louder if you really try.
Okay. So the first thing, let's put this to bed. Whoever, I've been hearing this going back and forth all day, and I want to get to a larger point. But to answer the immediate part of this question here, everybody wants to know how and why and who. And I'm just going to say it's irrelevant. But let me just answer because you called on me to speak to this sort of this notion about partisans. The only people in the world that could do this are state actors, and it would be sanctioned by a state. There's very few state actors that would blow up a gas pipeline at 70 meters, which people think is shallow, but for diving is absolutely not shallow, followed by the fact that this is encased in concrete. So I just want to put that to bed. But here's why most of this is irrelevant. And let's just talk about other distractions we've heard here. It doesn't matter which side of the conspiracy camp you fall on here. Russia is losing. Russia is mobilizing. I'm going to liken this to sort of Russia has already taken hostage this pipeline months ago, and the reaction has already occurred. So at this point, it's akin to a bus that has dead bodies on it. The pipeline's not flowing. The market has shifted. Sure, it shuts the door for it for good, but most people assumed that was very well likely. So why this is irrelevant in my mind is you can't keep giving the same propaganda and information warfare value to something that's already been taken hostage once. So it's irrelevant who actually sanctioned this. It's most likely Russia, but I would like to say this. The timing is everything that matters. Russia is losing. And if Russia wants to escalate and involve NATO, everybody has taken the bait. And we shouldn't care about this as much because honestly, the pipeline was not flowing. And if we care about this as an attack on sovereignty, we give Russia the escalation and distraction it's looking for. We give Russia, during its failing and flailing mobilization, we give them a boogeyman to fight, and that's NATO. And Russia is already losing without NATO. So there's really nothing to get alarmist about, in my mind, about this event, because anything that happened today is very irrelevant. It's almost like holding the nuclear card, about nuclear power plants hostage. If they're going to do it, they were going to do it. The who, the why, and the how of what happened today, completely irrelevant, and it just gives a huge information value and coercion value to Russia. So I'd like to move on from it completely, because the only downside is it tries to, whoever did this, it tries to involve NATO in some way. Up to this point, NATO is successfully uninvolved and Russia is losing. That's the only thing that matters at that point. So that's my 2 cents on this.
Thank you, Gurney. I'd say that actually covers it for me pretty well. Shaggy, I'm going to move on to the topic because we've been murdering this thing all day. All right. Next hand is Nick, then Jens, but it has to be on something other than the friggin' pipeline in Denmark, preferably closer to Ukraine.
Damn.
I'm only accepting hands that include a topic about Ukraine directly. Only Ukraine topics accepted right now. No offense, Nick. I've had to talk about this friggin' pipeline for 2.5 hours, and I'm ready to blow it up myself. Okay.
The question was going to be, how long will it take to fix the hole? Do we know?
I'm going to blow the pipeline up myself. There will be no more questions. I'm going to blow up the pipeline if people ask me more questions about it. I'm only accepting questions that directly include the word Ukraine in them. So if your hand is up, it has a question involving Ukraine. Jens, I hope your question involves Ukraine.
How can I phrase it? Well,
Finance, I'm going to drop out. Finance, if you guys are going to talk about Ukraine, I was staying up here to reference questions on Nord Stream 2. So
You're kidding me, Peter. We have our amazing Eastern European expert here trying because I want to talk about Ukraine.
Cheers, guys.
Have a good one, Peter. All right, Jens.
Yeah, I'll just say the pipeline is dead on arrival. They killed it twice. The question is not if Europe is going to freeze this winter.
All right, Jens said pipeline, didn't say Ukraine. Next up, Spring.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, right on. So, I had a question about the topic of discussion that I will not name since Peter is gone now. So I'm going to move on. So there's been reports of mobilization for conscripts in Crimea, and there's been there's just been so many reports of from the Russian side that they're completely unprepared and having to buy their own things, their own basic equipment like tourniquets and tampons and pads to plug into bullet wounds and whatnot like that. And so essentially what my question is with in regards to the counteroffensives and Ukrainian armed forces pushing back is my question is, because it's a question that's definitely, I already kind of know that it's gonna invoke responses of speculation, but I just kind of wanted to know what people's thoughts and ideas are on it.
All right, you said it. Can you be far more specific? What aspect of this are you asking about?
I'm asking about in the future, in the coming days and coming weeks, what is could we expect to see more people surrendering and exchange them for Ukrainian POWs that are being held by Russian occupiers? And I say that because there's still 616 women and some are pregnant, and to to get them released, and so with these completely unequipped, Russian soldiers that are just wholly untrained. And what's people's thoughts on them surrendering or just going to fight because they're completely brainwashed, basically?
All right. Ukraine was included in the question, so you're not being thrown down. So, Ukrainian hostages. The only thing that Russians will trade for, as far as we can tell, during a war, which is crazy, normally do not see mid-war prisoner exchanges, would be what normally would be considered high-value targets. But for Russia, that just means really senior bastards. So Ukraine would have to get their hands on guys like Medvedchuk, a general, maybe a colonel. I don't even know if a colonel's high enough for them to trade at this point. But really senior people, and then they will actually trade a bunch of Ukrainians for a really senior person, as we saw with Medvedchuk. That said, I don't think Russia gives a rip about trading for thousands of their untrained, ill-equipped guys who surrendered and or got captured. So that's sort of off the table. And yeah, I completely understand your concerns about Ukrainian POWs. We can just take it as a given that they are probably being tortured and kept in inhumane conditions. And that's what we've seen from everywhere that the Russians have liberated. But that is also a good question. So now, quite frankly, Russia may well see it as a benefit to force Ukraine to hold POWs. Like, I don't think they just do not care about their people. So that won't motivate them unless they're super senior. Answer your questions.
Can I also just to kind of piggyback off what you're saying is that a lot of the generals and the senior peoples have been definitely liquidated and killed oftentimes, especially in the beginning of the war and nowadays. And so moving on from that, like as the days go by and we're seeing these sham referendums, and the governor of what is it, Donetsk or Luhansk? I forget, but perhaps the Russians' versions of like senior military officials could be these so-called governors or mayors or whatever holding these referendums. So if they do get captured, they're not really that senior, they're not really military. However, if they do get captured as POWs in the hands of Ukrainian armed forces, they could definitely be used as high value targets because they're the ones that are essentially holding these sham referendums. And so that's another angle to kind of look at it too. They're not that important, but they're important for this fucking war crime. I'm sorry. Ooh, I said the F word. My bad. These horrible war crimes that's been taking place regarding sham referendums. So maybe that could be a different angle to kind of look at.
Finance, can I tackle this really quick?
Go for it.
Okay, so first of all, the governors and mayors, they've already been sentenced to death in absentia. I'm being facetious here, but they're not going to be captured. The Ukrainian military and SBU has already made that decision. They are not going to be captured. They're going to be liquidated as the traitors they are. When it comes to POWs, and this is factual now, the Ukrainian government has made the decision, and you've heard they've made they're putting out numbers. They're pressing the these new knuckleheads to surrender, and they're coercing them or trying to get them to surrender by guaranteeing that they will not be harmed and nothing's going to be bad's going to happen to them. So training them to the Russians, which would be a moot point because the Russians have already declared that anybody surrendering would be jailed for 10 years or whatever. That's not going to happen. The Ukrainians will be trading for their guys any high value target, well, right now, as the Russians are running out of generals and anybody with any type of experience, even a major might get them some Ukrainian POWs. But the new guys getting captured and being traded back to Russia, that's probably not going to happen. That would be that would go against what the Ukrainians have been promising these guys now. Remember, they're saying, "Hey, as soon as you get to Ukraine, give us a call. We'll set up for you to be picked up to surrender. We know you don't want to be here." So training them and then turning them back, and 2 weeks later, a week later, trading them back to the Russians would be horrible.
George, while we're here, quick, originally, when they said they were announcing the mobilization, Yehuda was suggesting they would give 2 to 4 weeks of training. I'm like, maybe, if that. They haven't been doing as much. Apparently, there's some guys that haven't even been trained. They just shoved them on a bus and sent them to Ukraine with the life expectancy you'd expect of somebody with no military training, given maybe a weapon that might be from World War One, shoved on a bunch and sent to the front lines of Ukraine. Do you expect this person's going to live long enough to be traded, or do they just getting killed on sight or wounded on sight too quickly?
I can actually kind of answer that question a little bit if George doesn't want to. I suspect that many of them will be wounded and killed on site before they even have the chance to surrender. War zones are very loud, and if you don't come correct and you don't say that you're surrendering and you're not waving a white flag, your ass is grass, basically.
I think you actually said it absolutely perfectly. Come correct is not what they're doing. All right, we're back to our hands. Nina and Battle Moose are next. Nina and Battle Moose have been waiting forever. You just remember, everyone, if you ask a question about the pipeline, you will be shut down. I'm done talking about the pipeline. If I'm forced to talk about the pipeline, I will blow the pipeline personally.
No.
I'm gonna go there myself. From the ball, I'm gonna swim there. I'm gonna swim to the pipeline.
Finance, please. There's a major development, and there are many people in the United States on the Pacific coast who have not had the privilege yet to listening to something. So if somebody has an honest question, we're happy to address it, okay? I do understand that we've been talking about this for a long time, but let's be patient. Let's be open in that regard. There may be questions coming. So let's hope that we can say convivially and collaboratively address it. All right?
All right.
I can literally see Finance's eyes twitching from here.
I will convivially and collaboratively swim with Axel to blow up the pipeline. That's how I'll solve the problem.
I thought we did this already. Please, why did you Finance? You were not supposed to tell people.
Anyways, now that we let the cat out of the bag, Nina, please ask your question.
Thank you. I'm not gonna mention the P word. We had Peter here, and he opened he talked about the like what Russia is getting money from China, selling the oil, and as the Western world is sanctioning Russia for doing this genocide and this war in Ukraine, I just wonder at what point are they going to start sanctioning China for helping Russia now?
So for me, while our friend Peter Duran is big on the cash for oil that they're absolutely doing, as there are other people doing, lots of people are willing to give them cash for their petrol products. For me, I am really looking more closely to any info I can get about industrial products. So that would be things like semiconductors. And I'm especially at this point, this late in the game, looking super closely if they're setting them things like, obviously military equipment's what everyone's talking about, but I'm just as concerned about non-military transportation equipment. So light trucks, like if they start sending them a bunch of truck beds that they could say move equipment and people on, given Russia's massive infrastructure constraints, that would be every bit as helpful as actually sending them the weapons themselves, just because their logistics are so hosed right now that, literally like tractors and major earth moving equipment too. Like really prosaic stuff. If China starts upping the amount of that stuff they send, that would really infuriate me significantly, because that could help their war effort where they're weakest, which is their logistics. So that's what I'm watching, and that's what I'm trying to get information on. Sadly, I'm using the words trying and watching because I don't have good information to update everyone on, but that's where I'm trying to keep my eyes peeled. Hopefully if I do hear anything along these lines, I will be reporting it to the space. I'll be probably writing about it, but that's what I'm looking at first, because China would probably assume that they could sell that kind of crap to Russia without having the same kind of blowback as if they sold a weapon. And if Russia was a sane country, they would actually want that to occur. But Russia being, caring about the really boring parts of war, like logistics, hasn't really been their MO so far. So not really expecting too much there, but that's what I'm watching the most. Does that answer your question, Nina?
Thank you. Quite, yes. A short follow-up. Could they be seen on satellite images if they would start transporting something like that to Russia?
Yeah, that's not going to be too hidden. But since I don't buy satellite images to see exactly what goes over the bridges, it's not something you can do hidden, right? Like, I'm talking about big, heavy, boring equipment. So if they send that stuff to Russia, we're going to see it. Everyone's going to see it. Hell, they'll probably report that they sold it, because especially if they sell the total non-military stuff, that's not. They're going to say that's not even part of a military embargo, and just leave it at that. Yes, it will be seen. It will be known if it happens, but that's what I'm most worried about. Sergey might want to speak to this directly, so we can go to him before moving to Mr. Moose. Sergey.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to add, since I'm in Ukraine and closely with my friends who are on the front line, just to a couple of points about the POWs and how different it is compared to Ukraine, the whole Russian setup. The guy from Azov, my friend, told me that after the battle, they negotiated with Russians over the radio to pick up kind of ceasefire, to pick up the wounded, and Russians said actually we're not interested because those guys who were wounded, they are not from our unit, and not from our unit means not from our minority. As you know, that there are different kind of minorities. Chechens has their own status. For example, Wagner private army, they have their own status. Regular army its own. National Guards another. People from Moscow, they have kind of one story. Buryats or Yakuts have another. So it's a hell of a mess from Russian side, and they have their own rivalries, and it's not like the solid Russian front line. They are have their own stories, but we are from Ukrainian side. We are all Ukrainians, and we are whatever the possibility, we are trying to find our killed, wounded, our prisoners. So this is, I think, also the point that we have to take into account while we're discussing how valuable the prisoners exchanges are, what is the value of human life, what are the values behind our fighting, and what are the how we respect the dignity of those having our nationality. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sergey. Sergey, can I ask a question? It says on your profile you were ex-office of the president of Ukraine. Which Ukrainian president did you have the pleasure of working for?
For Zelensky, I was almost 2 years, 1.5 something years. Yes, it was just before I resigned, just before the war, to start my own civil society initiative, because I was interested in the third sector. You know, some people believe in politics, some people believe in business. I believe in vibrant civil society. So I decided to start my own story. And I think this is where we are much stronger than Russia. We in Ukraine have much stronger grassroots movements, horizontal networks, civil society. And this is why we are so fast in terms of volunteering efforts and those logistical supports. So this is.
In all seriousness, Sergey, if you would like to schedule with us, you could send a message to me or Axel. We'd actually probably love to hear about civil society from your perspective, especially as someone who also worked in Zelensky's office. So if you want to have an interview here on the space hour, we could ask you some questions. Our audience will come up and pepper you as well. We'd just love to hear sort of about civil society in Ukraine and your experience in Zelensky's office as well. I'm sure that'd be very well received. So if you ever have an hour you can grant us of your time, we'd actually love to have you back just for an hour so we can hear about that all in and of itself. So yeah,
Okay, okay. Thanks for invitation. I think, why not?
Excellent. Yeah, send me or Axel, or any of our other co-hosts a message, and we'll be happy to work with you on the back end to set that up. And I'm going to get back to my long list of hands. Mr. Moose has been waiting super patiently.
I don't know about patiently. You can't see me cursing and cussing in the background. But I want to bring up a couple points. One, Sergey kind of touched on it there. If you want to judge the professionalism of a military organization, look at the way they treat their prisoners. Okay, and like we've had indications for quite some time that Ukraine, on their dime, was sending Russian POWs to other countries for medical treatment that they couldn't render in Ukraine at the time. That is going above and beyond, even what the Geneva Convention requires you to do. So good on them. They're showing time and time again that they're an ultra professional military. They are such that maybe when this is all over, they don't join NATO. NATO joins Ukraine. I had another point there, and I kind of forgot what it is. It kind of drifts in and out the old coconut here. But I heard somebody made an ecological disaster in the NATO Sea. See what I did there?
Yeah. We heard. By the way, Sergey, I was just about to greet you earlier with Dobro ranko, Missy Ukraini, because you posted this perfect image of Mayor Kim right in front and with feet on the table.
Yes.
A symbol of resilience, resistance, and utter charm. And I love the fact what you did there.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And for those people who haven't seen it yet, I will try to post this in this very quickly because, the pleasure of putting this out. If people remember the Samarkand Hotel, where the current midget Tsar later on thanked the staff of the hotel so vividly, and with this buffet where everybody sat. Let me just send you this so you can enjoy it just as well. In the meantime, please, Finance, take it away. I'll put it up in the nest in a sec.
Yeah, so my answer to Mr. Moose is that it's a huge fart. It's a massive release of methane gas has occurred. So basically, there's just a massive fart coming out of Sweden and Denmark, and it smells like that. And that's my desire to talk about this any further. So after we're discussing about the horrific smell coming out of the Danish Sea, we're going to move on to, I believe it is, I can't pronounce the name, Speed Jarhead. Speed Jarhead?
Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to everybody around the world. My big point question deals with the HTV, prisoner swaps and whatnot. How many Russian pilots does Ukraine have? I know they've increasingly over the last week have shot down quite a number of Russian aircraft. I knew one day it was almost $500 million worth of aircraft. And I'm wondering how close the Russians are to a situation where the Japanese were at the end of World War II, where they had the planes, they just didn't have anybody to fly them.
I can actually answer that real quick, and then I'll put my hand back up. How many Russian pilots do Ukrainians have? It's very few, because oftentimes they die when they get shot down and they crash. So it is very, very few.
Yeah, the problem is that the Russian pilots appear to suck. They don't get any training time, as the military gentlemen have informed us over and over again in this space. And apparently, if you're a pilot, you need lots of time up in air to become, for lack of a better term, Tom Cruise and Top Gun. And if you don't get lots of training time, you become a Russian soldier mobilized and sent to the front, except the airplane pilot version of that. And the result is, well, you suck. And then your plane sucks and it doesn't do all the good, useful things that a plane can do, which is why pretty much the similar planes in the Ukrainian hands seem to work just fine, kind of like Russian tank. Well, let me phrase that. The newer Russian tanks that actually have armor instead of cardboard seem to work fine in Ukrainian hands, even when they don't work so well in Russian hands. But this has to do with the fact that the Ukrainians do things like train their soldiers, care about whether they live or die. The things that a sane modern army would do, as opposed to whatever the hell it is we call what Russia does. All right. Excellent question, though. Sergio, you've been waiting a long time, sir.
Excuse me, may I add just about the pilots?
Oh, please.
They are in special category because especially if you remember the beginning of war, when they were bombing the cities, and if a certain plane was shot down, and then if he was safely catapulted and landed somewhere in Ukrainian village, normally the local population there, they how to say, they do not like them to survive because of what they did. And this is a special type of relationship between the Ukrainians and the local population, and those very professional, experienced pilots who time and time again, day after day, were bombing mainly the residential areas. I think you understand this relationship very well. Thank you.
So in other words, the Ukrainian farmers are asking when the armed forces show up, they say, "What pilot?" And they just have more fertilizer for the field.
I don't know what anyone's talking about. I didn't hear any of this discussion. We're just moving on. Sergio.
I wonder if the special arrangement the Russian pilots have, includes them, extra passes at the meal line, because some of these chunky monkeys that are showing up ejecting out of their aircraft, it looks like they're going to have to rebalance the aircraft to get these fat arses in there.
Are you saying that General Pavel has become a pilot?
The last Su-24 pilot that they captured, that the Ukrainians found on the ground, looked like the Pillsbury Doughboy. And contrary to,
how have I not seen this?
For the listeners, yes, the Air Force does do PT. You can ask Axel. I'm sure he's done a push-up or two in his time. But there is a fitness requirement for them, but it definitely doesn't. It looks like they're scraping, and it's indications of what's going on within their military. Are they diving deeper and deeper in their reserves? We already know they're diving into their instructor cadre and sending them out to fight. So now all these new knuckleheads, there's nobody there like me with knife hand to train them, because all the Russian me's are dead.
So
can I sorry.
Drop down and give me 50.
Can I cut in a bit on that with the from Battle News, with the training with regards to Russian training as well. We all understand that the length of time that they've been.
Spring, I got a lot of hands, so I'm gonna have to politely ask you to just sit in line, so otherwise I'm never get to everybody. We're close to
Sorry,
getting to the
I
end.
just
I'm
I'm so
so
sorry.
close. I'm so close. I want to get to the end. All right. Absolutely get to you when I get to you. War Doggo Fella. I believe this is the Ukrainian who watches the CIA, the special CIA branch of
Yeah.
the
Just
fellowship.
straight from the BLab. And the question is, we about following out the point of Russian army professionalism. We noticed already that calling themselves second army, they are second even in Ukraine, and mentioning that mobilization, even if we see the untrained guy with the oversized uniform, is still the guy with the rust. Even if rusty, it's still okay. That Ukraine needs to address properly, and the counterpart. It could be the case that, for instance, they would be trying to build up something on the north from Belarusia, as they cannot engage Belarusia directly in the land operation, trying before, but still they would probably might need to cut the inland supplies from the west. How fast we could notice that build up from their side in Belarus, just in case?
Do what from Belarusia? Because Belarusia itself isn't getting involved, but Russia does crap from Belarusia.
Yeah. I mean, if they try to build up in Belarusia and trying steal from north to cut Ukraine supplies from the west, how fast we might notice that build up on the Belarusian side?
Immediately. So two things. One, they'd have to move everyone there, and if you haven't noticed, there's some minor logistical problems that the Russians are having right now, and I'm being really sarcastic when I say minor. And it wouldn't take much for the Belarusian trains that are actually near Ukraine for them to move all those things on to go meet Mr. HIMARS for a little quick Belarusian tour. And as we know, it doesn't take a lot of HIMARS actions. Probably one HIMARS with a bunch of Gimlers would just take out the trains needed. So then they'd have a whole bunch of untrained, grumpy, poorly fed, ill-equipped Russian soldiers stuck in Belarusia, which is exactly the kind of thing Lukashenko doesn't want to have happen, and he will probably be doing everything he can to avoid that fate. As much as he is a bastard who really should take a long walk off the short pier, he also knows that joining this war could easily be the death of him and his little dictatorship fiefdom he's got set up there, and has done everything in his power, including making sure that he is a bankrupt country with a crappy army. Just ignore the 120 to 160,000 Siloviki he has working for him to make sure that doesn't happen. So Belarus wouldn't be a fan of it. And if Putin tries to force it through, I mean, I'll let the military guys actually talk about it if it happens, but they have to get there. There's a long way of getting there. And they've got train lines, as far as I know, within 100 miles of the border. So that's HIMARS land, or 100 clicks, whatever it is. So my understanding is they have exposed rail to get from A to B. If I'm wrong, a military man can correct me, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Ben, do you know on this one specifically?
No, absolutely not. I was just re-raising my hand.
Okay. Sergio accidentally got cut off, so I'm going to go back to Sergio Tavares, and then on to Ben, then Skykiss, then back to Spring. Sergio Tavares, sorry for cutting you off, sir.
No problem. Hi, everyone. Couple of points, a few points actually. First one, following up from Spring on the POWs. The thing I'm tracking with most interest is what's happening in Crimea with the Tatars. And because apparently 90% of the mobilization is targeting them specifically. And I, for one, would prefer if they were taken as POWs instead of eliminated and then kept away. The rest, I don't care. But for them specifically, I think it would be counterproductive, let's put it this way, to eliminate them. The other point I wanted to make in terms of China supporting Russia, I think there's been a few government-linked R&D centers that were actually blacklisted already in terms of tech to Russia. But I think, any support is piecemeal, primarily because the Chinese companies are afraid of being sanctioned and losing access to Western customers. So I don't think I'm very worried in that sense from them. On the someone was mentioning money going from China to Russia. That's happening, especially because, as with India, they are getting oil from Russia that was going to be sold to Europe instead beforehand, but at a much discounted rate compared to the European ones. So the money that they're getting is nothing compared to what they would get if they were selling it to Europe. So in terms of arms support, I think apart from Iran, I don't think anyone else is actually supporting them. So I'm not sure about trucks. That's an interesting one.
North Korea. Don't forget the incredible.
I
arms
think even
production of
North Korea. I think even North Korea backed off. So I think even them backed off. So apart from Iran with the drones and all that stuff, I don't think there's much else in terms of support for Russia, in terms of armament. And that's me.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case at present. There have been some OSINT things suggesting that maybe some Chinese equipment has ended up in Russian hands. It's not been a huge part of the reporting yet, so I'm not pounding a drum there. But that there has been some discussion I have seen on that. That isn't total BS. So it's definitely not big enough. People are talking about it left, right, and center. All right, we're gonna go Ben, then Skykiss, then Spring, and when Spring comes back, because I'm told that unlike myself, everybody else wants to talk about this friggin' pipeline that I'm gonna personally blow up. When Spring goes up, I will reopen the floor to terrible pipeline questions, and we can redescend back into the hell of the pipeline. But until I have 3 questions, at least 2 questions that do not include the pipeline. Ben, then Skykiss.
Good evening, friends. I hope you're doing well. I've got 2 things to cover. The first one, if you allow me, the first one is that we're very glad Chuck is coming to speak. You know, he's the sort of guy who does a lot of diving in the sea to blow stuff up. So if people are interested in this,
yes, I want help to blow up a pipeline.
He's actually, that's what he does, but he's coming here for a writing masterclass. He's very good at Hollywood. He's doing very well. So writing masterclass. But if people do happen to want to speak to ask him questions about diving and blowing stuff up, I think he's willing to answer as well. So that was the first thing. The second one, I do want to speak about a pipeline, just on that one. A pipeline located in Ukraine called Naftogaz. Very smart. So Naftogaz is apparently the last of main pipelines that is running from Russia to Europe that is still functioning at the moment, albeit in a fairly limited way. And it is a pipeline that goes through Ukraine. And apparently Gazprom, for whatever reason that doesn't really matter, is saying that they're going to close it. So that's all. That's all, folks. That's over. Russia won't be exporting gas through pipelines anymore into Europe from probably from today onwards. It's very kind of them to have waited for us to have our reserves full, but now we can do without them. And well, so long. Have fun. It was nice playing with you, and burn in hell. That's it.
I particularly appreciated the end of that one, Ben. I second that suggestion. Skykiss.
Yeah, I third that. Burn in hell. Okay, briefly, mechanics. The pilots of the Russian forces were asked to become their own mechanics, for God's sake. Because the mechanics who had been available were sent into the meat grinder. So whatever pilots hadn't been killed, and as pointed out, some of those were the trainers, the upper echelon of their forces, were asked to repair, do their own maintenance before they set off on their mission. Also, retrofitting the Russian captured tanks, they're not doing anything. They get all these really old machines. But the Ukrainians actually have an awesome tank shop, and they bring their captures that are worthy of the battle. They bring them in, they totally renew, check out, all 90 points or whatever it is, do the repairs, and off they go to the battlefield. So, that's a comparison of their forces and the Ukrainian forces. It's just really kind of a awesome comparison, sure. But it's
I'll grab that there, finance. Yeah, so I don't know how much credence there is into the whole pilot becoming mechanics and whatnot on their own aircraft. Yeah, sure, they go out there and they do their daily inspections and their pre-flight inspections. But having worked on an Air Force base most of my career, if an officer ever came out and started mucking about with the engine and whatnot, we'd beat him with torque wrenches.
Sure.
You just stay away from the aircraft, sir. You're allowed to like wiggle things and wiggle the ordnance. You'll make it look like you're doing something and make yourself look all cool, and we'll take pictures of you. That'll be great. But if Axel ever touches an engine on one of my aircraft and then wants me to fly it, I don't think I would get into that aircraft.
You mean when I caress an engine?
Oh, when you caress an engine. No, but the whole point is
planes. Those commercial planes.
Oh, the commercial planes. That's even worse. It's not like you're going out there and you're changing the serpentine belt on your car. You go watch a YouTube video and then go do it. It's like these things are infinitely complex machines, and I dare say, like even like go to the airport and talk to a pilot that maintains his own Cessna 172. There's a lot more going on, and the bigger the aircraft, the more complex it is, the more involved you get with that. Now you're talking about like flight engineers, and flight mechanics and stuff like that. So I don't know about that. I do see, they probably sent a bunch of them to, maybe they fell asleep at the mess and they all gathered up and sent to the front. Who knows? That probably does happen, but maybe it's a reflection on why we haven't seen the Russian Air Force that much up to this point. Peter, what do you think?
Moose, I don't think I would ever go near a aircraft that you were servicing and try and tell you how to do your job.
I think that sentence went on too long.
Sorry, which I didn't quite catch that. So we all trust Moose to attend to an aircraft because he's an aircraft aficionado.
Whoa, what? No, we don't. No.
I do.
Okay, you can.
Do. Yeah, well, I would have to fly it, and I can pack you in the passenger compartment. If you're unruly, you'll go into the baggage lot. So, but
baggage lot shoulder then for me.
I will try to make it worth your while by putting a very decent case, wood casket kind of rye in there too.
I can get back to this works.
See, there you go. Nina, good morning.
Good morning, terve. What morning? finance, I promise I will take myself down after this. But after you said that we have talked about this pipeline until
we're reopening for pipeline.
yes,
You and Spring were up, and you were both
yes.
allowed to ask about the godforsaken pipeline that I'm going to blow up myself.
Finance, you said if we are talking about pipelines, you are not taking it. But after that, I heard you at least 5 times say pipeline word to other people. So
he was just teasing. He was just teasing. He was exhausted because
okay.
it's so close to where he currently is that the pipeline really matters. So please go on, Nina.
Okay.
Tell us. What's your question?
Well, I don't have a question. I just wanted to say that I heard pipeline so many times that I'm taking myself down now. And good night, everybody, and have a good one.
We shall put this in our pipe and smoke it.
Nina, it's like when you see a crazy person walking down the street and they're kind of mumbling to themselves. Imagine finance like that. Pipeline, 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 pipeline.
You know, but Axel, that's why we want you back in the space, Moose. We miss you, my friend. Axel, I think the deeper point here is that we're seeing something that has never happened before, certainly not in this context. We're seeing an event today unfold that is without precedent, and this is why the MriyaReport exists. I can think back to the sinking of the Moskva. I can think back to many different events in the course of this war, and the MriyaReport has been the place that I've gone to learn things that I didn't know about and to share things that I did know about. And I think this is a validation of why this community is so powerful. We are leading the news cycle by and large. And I wanted to thank you, Axel, Finance, and all of the moderators who have just been working so hard through high intensity, high news cycle moments like now.
Hear, hear.
Number 3 in the world, baby.
It's 2 to go.
All right. Spring, you're up, and you're allowed to ask about that forsaken pipeline that I want to blow up.
Right on, right on.
Spring, can you hear the already softening resignation in that intro? Please go.
Oh, 100%, absolutely. And I thank Axel, our pipeline Lord and Savior, for just saying that, we can talk about that. But I wanted to make 2 points before we get too far off subject, and then I'm going to end with my my discourse about the pipeline. So I want to start off with the readiness of the Russian military and the mobilization and things like that. And I want to, I don't have a question about that. I'm just going to speak on it. So with that being said, the lack of preparedness with the recently mobilized people, whether it be ethnic minorities coming from the Russian Federations deep inside Siberia or Crimea. Here's the thing, is that when you conscript soldiers and you send them to the front so quickly, with whether it be 1 day of training, 3 days, or 2 weeks, we already know and understand that this is a recipe for disaster. And I haven't heard anyone really speak on it enough that it's not just about learning how to shoot a gun, learning how to drive a tank, learning how to fly a plane. I have really never heard or read anyone speak on the hierarchy of being in one of the strictest forms of how should I word this? The military is not something you just get thrown into and they just do it willy-nilly, basically. It is, you can train someone how to shoot a gun and marksmanship, but if there's
Spring, are you a vet yourself?
Am I a veteran?
Yeah, or active. Either is possible.
No, I took the ASVAB. I wanted to join the Navy. I was in ROTC when I was a youngin, I decided against it right out of high school because I wanted to get some college under my belt so I could, bypass being an E1. And then somewhere along the lines, my interests took me somewhere else, and then I'm not even in my 30s. I'm in my mid late 20s. So that's still an option for me to do, but no, I'm not currently an active member or a veteran. If that answers your question.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Hey, look. If you're curious, we have many military veterans who show up on our panel who can absolutely tell you all about what training entails. You're right; it's not something that they do briefly. Moose and Axel.
No,
I
know that. I definitely know that. That's not my question. I don't need anyone to tell me about that specifically. But I'm just saying, it's just like they're throwing these real human beings and straight to the front, and I want to emphasize that even if they're briefly trained on the equipment that they're going to be used, that's not going to be enough, even if it's just brief. And we already all know that, but I'm speaking to the grand scheme, the bigger picture of whom do they refer to, whether it be and when I say chain of command, I mean the bigger picture of chain of command. So like when shit hits the fan, who do you go to? And because they've been so poorly trained and so quickly trained and efficiently, it's you have to follow the chain of command to get, excuse my language, shit done. And that's just non-existent. So I haven't really heard people speak on the nuances and the essence of, if you need backup, where do you go? Where are the medics at? And I could speak on this forever. I just wanted to make 2 points, but now I'm sorry, because you asked me that question, and now I'm thinking about the more larger details about it that are just essentially missing. It's gross, negligent incompetence is what it is. And
okay, let me answer that for you. And we have to stop putting Western values on Russia and their military. You can't think like that. And Peter, you can jump in here anytime, buddy. Let me make this succinct for you. They don't care. They don't care about these people that are going to the front. They don't care about the amount of training. All it is to them is optics. They're putting on a show. And it's like the grand the grand parades in Red Square where the same T-14 tank goes around and around 13 times, so it looks like they have an entire regiment, but they only have 4 ever built. They don't care. They don't care about these people. They don't care about improving their training. They don't care about the chain of command. And with the chain of command, it's a self-deprecating system. Like the commanders, so the officer corps only cares about making themselves look good. So they'll get stuff done if it best suits them. If they have a quota to meet or something like that, okay. And the perfect thing is those caliber missiles. Just fire them anywhere. We are allocated to fire 15 caliber missiles between this date and this date. Just fire them. Get them out of the tubes. They don't care.
Yeah, I already know that they don't care. You don't need to tell me that, because I don't have any pity in my bones regarding this particular subject that you just mentioned, Battle Moose. I just wanted to take the time to explain to listeners that are not aware of just they don't have tourniquets or first aid, because it really does go deper than that. It could. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I make my second point? I want to get to my pipeline thing. I wasn't trying to say that nobody knows that okay. Go ahead, Finance, I guess.
Oh, I was gonna say, it's really easy if they cared about their people, they could just not try to kill Ukrainians, and then their people wouldn't die out. It'd be really easy, right? Like that's like the super easy answer, and it seems so simple, but because that's clearly not the MO, like we can just throw out the window and go back what Moose said. They don't care. They don't care about their people, and they care about the Ukrainians less than they don't care about their own people. But what's the
Right,
pipeline question?
and right, and I get
came
that.
to talk to us about pipelines. He just wants to talk pipelines. He's right here. I can stare at him with his little check mark to make them all special because he wants to hear about pipelines. So what's the pipeline question?
Right on, and I get that they don't care, and I already knew that. I didn't need to be told that. I just wanted to kind of dive into the nuances of the fuck ups and the mishaps. Sorry for my language. About and to explain to certain listeners that it goes beyond just not being physically prepared with the essential tools and aid, because there's going to be a lot of people thrown in straight to the front line that have not undergone a sense and haven't had it drilled into them, and then they don't value a sense of hierarchy and moving as a unit. And yeah, so moving on to the pipeline and things like that. I guess I can bring that question up later because it is very important for people to understand that to scratch away the onions layers, if you will, because it goes a little bit deeper than what Badamoose was saying about the inefficiencies and the incompetencies. But okay, so getting on to the pipeline question. So, Peter, thanks for being here. And and if anyone wants to come up and answer my question, I greatly appreciate it as well. So,
what's the question?
Just
Spring, I've been dying to hear.
I'm gonna ask the question. And so. There have been, just a little recap, there have been many pipeline oil spills and things like that. This is not an oil spill. This is a natural gas spill, and it's encased in concrete. And someone earlier, I don't remember whom it was, but they were talking about like, they mentioned something about like welding it shut. And I just thought that's so fucking stupid in my mind. I'm sorry to use the F word again. I apologize. I'm really trying to cut down on my swearing. I apologize. But it's definitely something that needs to be talked about because time is of the essence regarding like nature and the sea life in the area. So my question is essentially, because Russia has essentially funded this pipeline, it has now been destroyed. We can point fingers all day. That's irrelevant. Whom is going to be responsible for making sure that this pipeline blowout in multiple areas it gets fixed and rectified, and whom which country is that financially going to fall on?
Thank you, Spring. Again, I'd stress we're in a fast-moving environment, and we should only speak about the things we know and be clear about the things we don't. You're identifying one of those important questions to which the answer we don't have right now. It doesn't make much sense for Russia to continue to pump natural gas into Nord Stream 1, which was operational until this morning. They'd be wasting their natural gas. Your bigger issue, and I do think it was an important point you raised, Spring. Russia has two finite resources. They're powerful ones. One is manpower, and the other is hydrocarbons, oil and natural gas. Putin is wasting both of those resources right now in this war against Ukraine. He's throwing hundreds of thousands of men into the Ukrainian meat grinder where they will die, and he's overpumping his oil fields. And now, in the case of the Baltic Sea, he's blown up his two main energy links to Europe. This is interesting because this now means he must rely upon overland transport through Ukraine in order to meet his supply contracts to Europe. That's why I said earlier that this move, and let's be clear, this was Russia. This wasn't the United States. This was Russia. And what he's done now is burned the ships. He is declaring to the world he is moving in a new direction. It is an escalation. It widens the war. And that's why today is one of those rare days that will live in history. We're seeing the end of 20 years of Russian energy policy live on our screens.
There we go. Couldn't agree more. And I think the solution, the best one, is if we just don't fix the pipeline, we don't have to deal with Russia and bull stuff that comes out of the bull, not the front end, the back end. Y'all understand what I mean. All right. More pipeline questions. Sergey is Ukrainian, so he gets to jump to the front. Then it's Gurney, Nick, and Ben.
So I just wanted to follow up on Battle Moses. They don't care motto. Let's presume that Russians care and that they are clever. Let's presume. And for me, I have like conspiracy theory that this whole meat grinder story is the pretext for the nuclear weapons. And in order to create a right, as you know, this whole propaganda story is extremely important. Maybe the most important thing in the whole modern Russian architecture of evil. So they need a pretext. And those untrained soldiers, prisoners of war, killed, mutilated, is a great footage for the Russian propaganda. And since they assumed the stance recently that actually they are fighting not Ukrainians in Ukraine, they are fighting the whole NATO machinery with mercenaries, instructors, units of Afro-Americans. They are saying this frankly, and if they want to show it as like we tried to defend ourselves with the manpower, but since the NATO is throwing all its resources from tens of countries into Ukraine, we couldn't do anything on the field, and we need, with our manpower, with our sons and our brothers, but we need to defend ourselves, and it would be the next logical steps would be obviously the whole Russian population will be crying and begging for Putin to use nuclear power. So this is one of conspiracy theories that I have, but maybe if we do assume that Russians are clever and they're preparing this propaganda footage, maybe this is the case, and they're using this untrained soldiers for the final showdown in the media and then in the nuclear war.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know what the Russian. I mean, we have a very strong view of what the Russian nuclear escalation is, and this isn't it. Nukes on Russian soil. Ukraine's not doing that, and taking over Moscow basically by conventional forces, maybe St. Petersburg. Haven't heard anyone in Ukraine talking about doing that, so that's not on the table. So they're not going to nuke anything. Yeah, that's just where it is. All right.
Just let me add that we're in Kiev, my friends, we're not concerned at all about Russian mobilization, Russian forces. We don't care, really. We are confident that we could defend ourselves. We are confident that our partners will support us. But what really matters, what we're really discussing, is possibility for escalation, for tactical nukes, for strategic is another story. But we're, as our friends in the West say, extremely concerned about nuclear escalation. Really, this is not a joke for us. But mobilization in Russia is like a joke. We are not frightened. We're not concerned. We know that we will resist them.
Yeah, no,
Do we lose him?
No, Sergey, you still there? You dropped off at the end.
I was just going to, Sergey, if you can still hear us, I was just going to point you to the, on ABC yesterday, the National Security Advisor made a comment on the escalation and possible use of nuclear weapons. I highly recommend that you go take a look at that, because they said in no uncertain terms, U.S. and NATO will respond massively.
Yeah, that's fine. but first we will suffer, and we have to survive the first strike and first strikes. And this is what my friends. It's a really existential issue. This rhetoric of diplomats and national security advisors is fine, but we are concerned about the very first moment realization that we are in the new era of nuclear war. It's very kind of frightening perspective. Thank you.
I can understand that. All right. Nick, Gurney, and Ben were the next three up, but I don't remember the order. So Nick, go first.
So I was going to ask a question about what I was going to call the pipeline, so as not to annoy you, finance. But quickly before I do, just in response to Sergey, if Putin was going to use nuclear weapons because he thought there wouldn't be a devastating response, he would have done it by now. And I also don't think we can construct these narratives whereby, oh, well, he's going to do this and that'll then justify his use of nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons are such a different dimension. They're not a dimension in which you play these silly, childish games that the Russians and fascists generally do of, oh, this happens, so we are obliged to respond. They don't, this kind of, oh, we have to create the conditions, the referendums, the referendums, as John beautifully called them earlier. Oh, we have to annex them because look, 97% of people approve them. Well, that's some little dance they're doing in the Kremlin, but nobody believes it. Nobody's impressed by it. There are 193, I think, members of the United Nations, and a total of one has a president who believes in these referendums. In fact, not even one. So I wouldn't worry too much about, oh, this and then this and then this is a pretext to nuclear war. In the end, we were told about, in fact, all the false flags that were going to be used to justify the invasion on the 24th of February, and even they didn't happen. There wasn't even a false flag attack on Minsk or something. They just said, screw this, we're going to denazify Ukraine. Woof. So I don't think that the Russians will do that all that much. And to imagine that they're going to construct some complex narrative arc at the end of which they're going to go, well, it's a shame, but we're forced to use nuclear weapons. I just don't see it. I don't see the logic, even the Russian logic. I don't see that there. That wasn't what I put my hand up for. My question was about the pipeline. Can anyone say let's all assume that Russia did it. Is this an Article 5 matter? Will NATO be talking about this?
No.
I think that covers it, Nick. Nope.
Because feels like an Article 5 matter to me.
Can I elaborate?
Jens, please elaborate.
Well, I think the Danish Prime Minister said it best, and she was very tight-lipped. First, she said this was not an accident, this was deliberate. She said, we are not going to talk about who did it. When she was pressed on that, she said, this was deliberate. I guess this says it all. We're going to cooperate with our security partners. And then she said, this was not an act of war. This happened in international waters. So in a way, I thought in very few sentences, she kind of shut it down. In a sense, what I take from this is this reminds me of Russia's nuclear threats, where they are free to send Medvedev out and say, we're going to bomb you, we're going to nuke you, we're going to drown you in a nuclear tsunami. And with these gas pipes, well, they kind of destroyed something that was already abandoned and shut down. So in a way, it was kind of a hollow gesture that we can all be afraid of and speculate on. But I kind of lean towards the Danish Prime Minister that said, this is what happened. We're going to look into it with our NATO partners, and then we'll go from there.
And also, Ben, to your point on Article 5, and Nick, thank you for that, because I think your insight is very, very useful. Yeah, Article 5 requires a unanimous vote. Right now, we have the German government saying we don't want to send tanks into Ukraine because that could incite Russia to attack NATO. So when you are dealing with a coalition, coalitions are tough. But unless you have unanimous support within NATO, that means one country can say no, and there is no invocation of Article 5. It's one of the strengths, also one of the weaknesses of NATO, and I don't see this happening precisely because of what Nick pointed out. This was in international waters. The locations of these explosions, I believe, were chosen to be. They were chosen for a reason. So that they wouldn't be in someone's international or national waters, etc. So I don't see this. You and I might think this is an act of war. This is something that should be Article 5 worthy. But the Russians, I believe, are being very careful about this. And without a unanimous vote by every single nation inside the alliance, there will not be an Article 5 move over this development.
So I was going to say, it'll be interesting to see what happens if the next thing that blows up is a pipeline halfway between Norway and the UK. But if Article 5 requires unanimity, does that not mean that basically Orban can just sit there and go, fuck you guys, I'm with Putin?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
So what would happen in the event that the Soviets send an armored brigade over into Resov Air Base?
Well, that's a scenario, that's a hypothetical, but I can simply say, yes, it does. Hungary can say no at all times, and NATO cannot move. That is one of the weaknesses of having a coalition, but having friends in time of need is a strength. So we need to think through some of these problems that we face within our alliance. It's a bigger question, but this event in the Baltic Sea has revealed one of those weaknesses, and you're right to point that out.
That strikes me as moderately terrifying. I presume the other 29 members of NATO could form an ad hoc military alliance.
I think that's what would happen. I mean, again, we're talking in scenarios, and I want to be very clear. Scenarios are useful. Thought experiments are very useful to think through problem sets. And in the event that something happened and one member of the alliance said, no, we're not doing anything, and we're going to veto any move by the alliance to act, there would obviously be leadership that would be required. I would hope to see the United States, along with leading European countries, just say, all right, well, NATO can sit on its hands. We're going to act anyway. That is what we need right now.
Well, I hope the United States continues to elect leaders who will do that.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Nick. So I think that I remember Brad being next. Please, Brad, go ahead.
Oh, well, just real quick. I posted in the thread, not in the nest, but in the thread down on the bottom right-hand corner for those who are listening. Just a real quick thing. So I use this little earthquake tracking app just to track local earthquakes. And I was just curious when this whole thing went down today to see if this attack showed up on the app, and it did. In fact, there were two measurements that were in the appropriate place. So anyway, I've got 4 maps down there. One of the readings was measured 3.0 on the Richter scale. Another one was like 2.2. And I guess my question would be, what was my question? Now that I think of it.
No pressure. If
Gosh,
you want to,
you know
can...
what? I got sidetracked because I wasn't expecting to be called on because there was a few other hands up, and I completely
Take
my
5.
question. I'll
Brad,
take 5.
take 5. Yeah. Jens, I think you wanted to make a follow-up.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, this is not considered an act of war, but if you attacked an oil pipeline, it would be considered an act of war, probably. But because, well, Nord Stream 2 was stillborn or, dead on arrival, and Nord Stream 1 has already been proven to be, Germany can simply not ever trust Russia again, because Russia has proven they will turn on and off the switch. So in a way, this was just it was like North Korea firing a rocket into the water. It's clearly a provocation that we have to respond to, and it's a good reason to supply Ukraine with more weapons and sanction Russia more. But as long as we don't, I mean, Cyprus could say we consider this an act of war, but as long as Sweden and Poland and Denmark doesn't consider this an actual act of war, I think that's where we distinguish.
Thank you, Jens. Okay, with great pleasure, I introduce to all of you, well, to no one because everyone knows him, Gurney, please go ahead.
Thanks, Ben. I was just going to back up Jens's point here. Stillborn, dead on arrival, everything, right? That pipeline, those two pipelines, are one dead on arrival, and the other has been held ransom already. And the effects have been the effects to the European Union and Germany and to others have already been suffered. So, on the technical definition, is this an escalation? Only if we view it as such, right? In international waters, unattributable for most purposes, for most intents and purposes, on an asset that nobody is using, and people have already suffered the consequences and have changed course and have diversified their energy partners. So, I mean, look, if we want to get down to the technicalities of this, we only lose in the grand strategy if we view this provocation and escalation and try to turn it into a reason for NATO involvement. And I say this again, I said this earlier, Russia is losing, Russia is mobilizing massive amounts of untrained conscripts, which is only going to make the situation worse for Russia. They are losing. At this point, the only person who gains from NATO involvement at this point would be Russia. So to Jens's point, absolutely, how do we respond to this? We simply respond to it like we have been. We continue to arm Ukraine. We can make a statement that we will arm them because of this, if it becomes attributable. But again, we shouldn't be losing sleep over this. Sure, we can debate the semantics of how it occurred. I'm sure there's some curiosity involved by people. But as a grand strategy, this is merely but a distraction, and a distraction that really serves no purpose, because the end purpose being trying to draw people into a wider engagement, of which the harms have already been suffered, and that is the pipeline has already been shut off. So, I mean, look, if we want to debate the technicalities of this, it meets a definition of sort of an escalation. But should NATO become involved in this? And to Nick's question here, again, it gets us talking about NATO and Article 5. And again, this is where we sort of get distracted between our own arguments here. Nick, you asked a good question. What would happen if Putin put troops into Rezau? Well, the simplest answer is the one that nobody answered it with. Poland would simply crush them. Okay, no NATO involvement needed for that. No Hungarian decision to veto. It does not require a NATO response to confront Russia. We're seeing that with Ukraine. And so the simplest answer is Russia would never do that to Poland. And nobody needs to, and this wasn't implied by you, Nick, but I'm just saying is nobody needs to be scared of a NATO veto by Hungary, which may or may not be existent. It does not matter. Poland has sovereignty. So what I'm just saying is, so the distraction here being the pipeline, which was not only stillborn, but which Europe has already suffered the consequences for, and now it's blown up. So we only shoot ourselves in the foot if we want to look at this as some sort of provocation and drawing a wider entanglement, when at this very exact moment in time, Russia is losing very badly, especially before winter, when things will get worse for those conscripts on all factors. It'll be a compounding cascade of events. We're already witnessing it from August through now. So don't add any fuel to the fire when they're already losing. Just get out of the way. And so the best thing we can do is get out of the way of this distraction for the pipeline. There's other things that are happening in my book. Sure, the curios and the curiosities, and it'll be interesting to have Chuck talk about how, a concrete in case how hard it is to attack a target like that. But in terms of
Or
response,
David
in
can
my
do it as
book,
well.
yeah, just in my book, it's a nothing burger in terms of NATO and or escalation. There's been much more that has happened that merits any sort of additional sanctions or additional weapons armaments. And again, it gets us talking about this today
Gurney,
as opposed to talking
Ben,
about.
Ben, can you give me a second here? Because Gurney, all afternoon, I've been listening carefully to your interventions here, and I've been trying to understand where we're coming from this. Russia blew up $40 billion today. So they did it in a very spectacular way. Blowing up $40 billion in assets, that's how much this cost. When you calculate 2 decades of how much money they put into the bottom of the Baltic Sea, that is not an insignificant act. And I can understand how you're trying to point out we shouldn't over obsess about this. This is not a trigger for war. I would agree on that. But, this was not an insignificant act to destroy billions and billions and billions of your own assets. And at the same time, foreclose on 2 decades of your energy policy. So I've been all afternoon, I've been trying to understand why you're minimizing this event, because I respect your opinion so much.
So I'm not minimizing the event. I think the event is taken on proportions of distractions. But to your point here about actual costs, some of those are sunk costs. So I would tell you, actually dating today as a date and time in which those assets were lost or sunk is a bit of a misnomer here. $40 billion didn't just go up. I mean, I could have put a date on that and said, when turbines weren't working, when the pipeline was not flowing, when equipment was being taken off of it, we could also date that and say, costs were accrued or whatever. So I'm sure a lot of money was put into the pipeline, but we can say for all intents and purposes that pipeline definitely was not currently being used, and there was a very small likelihood that it would ever be used in the future. And if anything, the pipeline was beginning to incur more maintenance costs than were being put into it. So whether you date that today, whether you date that 2 years from now or 4 years from now, I just don't see the effort of putting a very fine point on this. Sure, an action occurred in international waters, definitely did so because it's not attributable. So I'm not minimizing that. I'm just trying to say there seems to be this disproportionate call for action or response to an event, and we should look at the proportionality of that, and we should also look at what's happening in Ukraine right now, and that's simply the fact that Russia is losing badly, and that any proportional response has to help that goal. If we were to give Russia some sort of a grand enemy, some boogeyman to finally give them the Western powers that be involvement during this mobilization, so that the mobilized Russians the good Russians can fight the bad West. I mean, let's think about that. Does that seem like a proportional response to an asset that has no future? In my book, no. So I'm not minimizing. I mean, something did occur, but I would disagree on the technicalities about the 40 billion and the actual date and time which it occurred. I could argue that that Putin himself torpedoed most of that asset when he stopped the gas line flows himself, and that was a personal and attributable decision to Russia.
Okay, I understand the point. Ben, over to you.
I was going to say I probably shouldn't have said sending an armored brigade into Poland. Perhaps a better example would have been making a grab for Riga and then holding a referendum where the population of Riga, where there's a fairly substantial Russian-speaking minority, decides that it wants to vote itself to be part of Russia. And that could be done in 3 weeks. And that really would need substantial NATO involvement in a hurry. So that may have been a better example. But I take the rest of your point, again.
Yeah, and even that example is of course wrong because there's no such thing going on in Riga, and none of the Russian minorities in Latvia are on the verge of doing so. And whatever the Russian side says is complete and utter tosh. So let's not go to these extreme examples because that is really completely beyond the pale.
I was just saying that I wasn't
Yeah,
suggesting the Russians.
I'm just saying, please, let's not go there. That's the wrong example at this point in time, given the fact that today yet another 21 people in Latvia were actually put in front of judges to be expedited back to Russia.
Okay.
So
on
next.
This, yeah.
And yes, I disagree with Gurney. I think it was none of this is a huge event today, Gurney, a huge event, but it does not denigrate or take the eye off the ball at the same time. I think we can all walk and chew gum. Just because the New York Times can't do it, I grant you that we can. That's why we're here. That's why you are here. And we're in agreement. Let's move on. Next.
Thank you. So Brad apparently has found his question.
Sorry about that. So, well, one quick question and one point. So on the data that I posted in the thread, one thing that I found very, very interesting was not only were there two earthquake style measurements taken, on Nord Stream 1. I didn't see one, by the way, for Nord Stream 2, but there's two of them that correspond with the positions of the leaks for Nord Stream 1. What's interesting about them, if you look down at the bottom of those pictures of the detail of the individual measurements, they happen 1 second apart from each other, right? Which I find, if that isn't sabotage, I don't know what is. The second part was a quick question. When we say that, that these $40 billion in assets were destroyed, now certainly the relationship's destroyed. And, will these assets ever be used again is way, way up in the air. Likely not, but who's to say? My question is, are they really destroyed or do they just need repair? That's it.
Well, certainly the pipelines need to be, there is a need to stop the release of all of this methane. I really struggle to convey to individuals the significance of putting all of this raw methane into the atmosphere. That is significant, especially in a global warming context. So we have to, triage the immediate problem. Like I said earlier, I'd be interested to see some underwater video from a drone or a submarine that actually shows us the scale of these events. I will reiterate, I believe Russia is responsible for this. And I think your point about the seismology is important. It's hard to actually create an explosion that's so big that registers on a Richter scale at these levels. These were significant events. The Russians really added a lot of explosives and blew something up in a big way, and did so intentionally. When it comes to the longer term consequences of this, yeah, you're right. Putin has foreclosed on his Nord Stream 2 gambit. 20 years of Russian energy policy, 20 years of German and European energy policy has ended today. The weird thing is that Putin must now rely upon his overland pipelines through parts of Ukraine in order to maintain his contracts with his existing supplier, consumers in Europe. So, we're seeing a lot of we're seeing a lot of developments happen that don't have very clear answers to them right now. And that's why I find this issue so interesting. And I would echo what Axel said. Today was a big day. Today was a historic day. And I think we're all here in this space sharing information, sharing insights, because the events of today are so meaningful.
Okay. Yeah, you make, I would say, a convincing point, to me at least. Bobby has dropped, but Leonard is back. So, Leonard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ben. I would like to
extend the analogy a little bit, and I was going to weigh in on Gurney's behalf, but I think we've really covered that entire pipeline issue extensively. What we've kind of sidelined a little bit were the comments that Sergey brought forward with reference to sort of posing an arcane kind of back channel theology, if you will, in terms of what might be going on in the Kremlin with regard to mobilization and some of the arcane strategies behind mobilization, et cetera, et cetera. And after considerable mental gymnastics, arriving at some sort of a conclusion with regard to, well, maybe Putin is trying to get some justification for use of nuclear weapons. I think we should just put that right to bed. And Nick made an excellent analysis on that subject. And I've also reviewed those considerations extensively with both Royal Marines, Coldstream Guards, and with the references that even our Royal Marine or Royal Navy commentator has made extensively, Gunny, in terms of the overall impact of the nuclear threat. And it should be put to bed in the sense that that is a factor only so long as it is able to be used as a propaganda device by the Kremlin and by Putin. And it should be just noted in conclusion that the nuclear stance, the use of nuclear force and nuclear doctrine underwent a complete revision in the United States military in 2006, and it clearly left open the full panoply of options to the U.S. in the case of any foreign or enemy exercise of a nuclear nature whatsoever. And that is very clearly a matter that is foremost in the mind of anyone in the Kremlin, any of the planners. And in addition to that, the Royal Navy has 3 Vanguard class nuclear submarines at large at all times. And the defense minister of the United Kingdom has been exceptionally clear. He's indicated that any nuclear threat posed by Russia would be certainly met in kind. And one thing we know about Putin is that he does not have a death wish. And the clear assumption could go right down the Kremlin through all the Sovietniki, and none of them want to die any more than Putin. And the conclusion that that would be inevitable is that's precisely where they would end up. So I have just a kind of a question at the tail end of this, if Sergey has cares to respond. And it seems to me that Sergey, I don't know the entire background that you've been through, but it seems to me that your thinking is reflecting a rather dark, arcane, somewhat convoluted assessment of some very dark thinking that has prevailed in even the pre-Russian Federation iteration of Russia, and it harkens directly back to Soviet days and the Soviet era. But I would just pose with the kind of the rhetorical question: what would there be to gain? What does Putin gain by losing everything? And that perhaps that may have some resonance with you. I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, quickly, my telephone is acting out, but I don't see Sergey on the panel. So if you want to come up, I will try to bring you up. But again, my telephone is acting up. I need to do a bit of cleaning. If you all don't mind, first of all, is Sergey here or not? Or is it an artifact from my phone? Sergey? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no, he's not here. If and when you come back up, I'm sure you'll be able to answer Leonard's excellent question. In the meantime, Peter, if I may be so bold as to bring back the subject to something that I broached on this afternoon in front of you, and you totally let it slip, and I was very surprised. Someone mentioned that, is it today or tomorrow, a new pipeline is opening, and this one is going from Norway to Poland. And that person was pointing out the fact that surely it's not entirely by chance that the Russians are blowing up a pipeline when another very important pipeline for Europe's energy safety is opening within 24 hours. Do you see a relationship here or not?
You know, Ben, all day long I've been trying to think about what the timing means. We have two major events that have occurred right now, and a third being the mobilization. So the first event is obviously the fake referendums that are going on in Ukraine, where Russia is preparing to illegally annex parts of Ukrainian territory, much like they did with Crimea. And we have the inauguration of the Baltic Pipe. So for a lot of folks in the audience, the Baltic Pipe is an underwater natural gas pipeline, much like Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. It runs from Norway to Poland, and it crosses over both Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 under the Baltic Sea, very close to Danish waters. So this has been a multilateral effort. This is Poland's effort to diversify its dependence away from Russia so that they can buy natural gas from Norway instead of Russia. And it's been billions of dollars in the making, many years in the making. So on the very day that Poland is inaugurating the Baltic Pipe, it is opening up its own independent future away from Russia. This major event happens on Nord Stream 1 and 2. Again, I can't make a direct link right now. There are these other events that are happening that could be relevant to Russian thinking, but we should point out this is what needs to happen. Countries must diversify away from their dependence on Russia on the very day that Poland inaugurates its major play to diversify away from Russia, in the case of natural gas, through this undersea pipeline to Norway. Russia blows up Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. Wow. I mean, the coincidence, the timing, it's significant.
Thank you. Okay, significant. Please come back up if and when you find an answer and share it with us, because I thought that is fascinating. However, if you know this better than anyone, it's never always one cause leading to one consequence. It's possible that there are several things, exactly as Gurney has pointed out. This could be a bit of a cover-up. They're delighted that the attention is taken away from the fact that they're probably about to lose a few hundred, maybe even a few thousand men in the Liman region, that they're about to lose an important city in Liman, that the situation in Kherson is what's worse than dreadful for the Russians, and that they're about to suffer their greatest defeat since probably 1943. So that's there. It must be very happy to handle that, but at the same time, it may have other implications. That being said, before we return to Jens and Gurney, I think Luca has his hand up for a while. Ciao Luca, grazie per la tua pazienza. Luca, can you hear me? Luca 1, Luca 2, Luca 3. Okay, let's move on to
Hello,
Gurney.
hello.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just got out of patch here. Yeah, bonjour. Good evening. Yeah, okay. So here's what I think. So I think my opinion is the following. It's a little bit like the Mad Men strategy, right? First of all, it's like, okay, you don't need my gas. I'm gonna cut the ties. and look, I blow big things up, and then yes, the referendums, and knowing that he's getting his ass kicked in the south and really everywhere. You know, the madman strategy is kind of like, look, you know, you think I'm bluffing? Look, I blow up pipelines, so I'm gonna use nukes unless, you know, you get out of like, you know, Nova Russia there in the south where 99% of the people votes to join, you know, my great empire, which means, trust me, I will use the nukes. It's kind of like, I think, how he's setting up this narrative now. Very escalatory act. We should call out his bluff. We know he has nukes. We knew it for like 50 years. We still don't care. And well, we need to be prepared. Military need to be prepared. Societies need to be prepared. But the reality is that, like we said, you know, that wouldn't work anyway. So, but I think that's kind of like how he's setting up this escalation, in a sense, in the narrative at least. So I feel that this next week or 2 weeks, everybody feels the same, right? Are going to be, you know, very crucial, to say the least. Thank you.
Yeah, the madman. One quick PSA. I'm having a few problems with my buttons. Axel, if you hear me, please come to the rescue. In the meantime, Gurney, you can answer to all the awful things we said about you in your back.
Oh, Gurney, they were not awful. Come on,
No,
Ben.
no, no, Peter, we were
No,
terrible.
they
We were nasty, nasty.
Well, so I had spoken once or twice earlier today for 2 or 3 minutes, and I should retract. I said nothing, Burger, because it seems like from my listening of this, and not to anyone who's speaking up here, it just seems that there is at times a disproportionate response to events. And I use the term nothing burger, not to I used it incorrectly. I was trying to tamp something down, not trying to imply nothing happened today. But let me make this analogy here. Germany or anyone doing business with Gazprom in 2008, that was the original sin. The threat, the coercion, whether it's economic, whether it's implied, whether it's through blowing something up, whether it's through Russia disconnecting on their territory or blowing up on their territory, this was always the risk. So the original sin was there. The original sin was committed. Today just memorializes the date of no return, really, for that pipeline. And I just wanted to say, therefore, the response should be proportionate. And the reason I say proportionate, it's because that pipeline has already been ransomed and caused economic damage. We should not allow it. We should not allow today's events, though significant, to derail both the events in Ukraine and to derail our focus and the fact that we have moved on from Nord Stream 1. It only seeks to take us back. And in my mind, the original sin was greater when Germany went to business with Gazprom and Russia. We are only receiving the dividends of that on today's date. So yes, something did occur. And to Peter, I agree with you here. We agree that I think we both agree that pipeline was a mistake, and that Russia most likely did this. So I don't want to minimize that it did something. It's just that when seeking to understand and attribute things, I always want to look at it and say the response should be not just proportionate to the activity, but it should be proportionate to the goals. And in this case, Putler has already effectively ransomed that. By over escalating around this event, we only seek to keep going back and re-injure ourselves. And by ourselves, I mean Europe or the NATO alliance or individual countries. So not that nothing happened. So just to clarify that and add there, it's just that, something like this was bound to happen in some form or another, whether the gas flows were turned off, whether it's industrial sabotage, whether it happens on Russian soil. That is the deal that you make with the devil when you deal with autocrats and you deal with Russian mafia businesses. And it wasn't like the world was asleep. There were many critiques of the Nord Stream pipeline for much of the 2000s. It's just that today is one of those dates in which we can memorialize it and say this event happened. And yes, it is a large event. I just think that on the proportion and the response side, the response to something that has already occurred is at this point, it almost becomes a moot issue in some sense. Not really a moot issue, but to over focus on it and to figure out what the response should be. Clearly, Jens was onto something here when the Danish prime minister talked about it in sort of a quiet way. Look, it will be dealt with perhaps in an attributable way or perhaps in a non-attributable way. But I don't want to make it too big. I don't want to minimize it, but I also don't want to make it too big. In terms of methane emissions, sure. But agriculture on a daily basis puts out more methane than this gas leak would put out in several months of time. Oil and gas industry has methane leaks all the time. The seafloor has natural methane
Gani,
leaks.
I agree with you. Can I interrupt briefly because I need to correct something before I go to bed? I apologize. You're completely right on the methane issue. It's completely irrelevant. Nobody cares. It's completely useless. But the key aspect is it has nothing to do with 2008. This pipeline was planned, yet under a different name, from 1997 onwards. Under the first Schröder government, it was moved through the ranks in 2001 and was concluded before the German parliamentary election, which was due to sweep in Ms. Merkel, that happened before she came into office under the Schröder government as an outgoing president so that he could take the reins thereafter in September 2005. Everything
And
thereafter
Axel,
is
the
a
October meeting.
continuation.
Axel, the October meeting. So what
I
you're
know.
saying is absolutely correct. So for the audience, you have to remember there was an election and Schroeder was about to lose. His coalition was about to fall apart. At one point in time, Chancellor Schroeder was one of the most powerful politicians in all of Europe. He's watching his political future dim. The sun is setting. It's time for a new retirement. And so in October, before the coalition, before the election and the party jostling was determined, Gerhard Schroeder had a meeting. We don't know what occurred at that meeting, but Gerhard Schroeder in October had a meeting with Russian officials. And then in November, Gerhard Schroeder conceded the election. He had this big speech at the Social Democratic Party Congress. He came out, they cheered him. And then right afterwards, as his final act in office, he put the full faith and credit of the German people on the line, and he co-signed. He co-signed the loans that would eventually pay for Nord Stream 2. That is a significant moment. 30 days later, Gerhard Schroeder becomes the chairman of the shareholders committee of, wait for it, Nord Stream 2. This was the beginning of a process of corruption that we now call Schroederization, where the Russians would use the toxic influence, the corrupting influence of energy, money, and power in order to slowly wrest control away from the German people and take it to themselves. So for the next, what do we call it, 20 years, give or take? For the next 20 years, Russia has been wielding a hand behind the scenes using influence, strategic corruption, direct corruption, payments to political parties in Germany in order to achieve their strategic goals. What happened today is significant because we're watching 20 years of Russian foreign and energy policy literally blow up in front of our eyes. And the question we're asking ourselves is, why? Why would Putin do such a thing? Why would he shoot himself in the foot? Why would he foreclose on that plan, which was working so well up until it didn't? That is the unanswered question. I think we're trying to hash that out. Perhaps so. This was a spectacular event, Axel. I mean, we can't underscore it. This was spectacular, what he did.
Yeah, it was symbolism from my point of view. Nothing. A provocation signal because he can. Don't forget, from a Russian perspective, they tick differently than most people here. They like to put things in your face, even if they hurt themselves.
Axel, if you're a little tired, I don't have co-host abilities right now, but I'm happy to maybe just ask John to speak, and then we'll go to lunchtime, if that's possible.
Sure.
Yeah, just one thing. We've got Tom, who's from Texas, and he's apparently collecting oil and gas for a business. And if Ryan could come up, we could have a real oil and gas discussion and how things are being laid out. Just letting you know. But Peter, please, by all means, go ahead.
Let's go take some hands.
All right, thank you, Peter. Just listening to this for the last few minutes, and I mean, in my assessment, I think what we're seeing is Putin trying to regain the initiative on the strategic and the operational level, because I think he's a man who has now come to the understanding that he's looking defeat in the face in Ukraine. And I think at the strategic level, he's forcing through these referenda, and along with that, then trying to extend the threat of Russia's nuclear umbrella being put over these oblasts to try and deter Ukrainian counterattacks, or if that's not possible, at least try and shift political opinion in the softer parts of the Western alliance. With regards to trying to restrain Ukraine, because they fear that. I think the pipelines add to that sense of intimidation, and again, trying to regain the initiative and show that he's the man in control. And at the operational level, you're getting allegedly, from what we're seeing today on Twitter, there are guys who've been mobilized in the last few days who are already appearing at the front. So he's foregoing the opportunity to build, an operationally more capable force in the medium term by levying and then training troops and putting, potentially useful formations into the field. And instead, he is literally throwing men into the breach to try and shore up the line, because he fears rather at the operational level that there's a good chance that his front line is going to fall over and that his army's not going to be able to recover from that. So I think this is, although I absolutely agree with you that this is literally a seismic event in terms of blowing up these pipelines and what that means, I do think this is all about him, a man who is used to being in control, trying to regain a measure of control. And that's my take on it for what it's worth.
Thank you, John. All very good points. Peter, who do you want to go for next?
Let's go to lunchtime. Lunchtime, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm all right, thanks, Peter. How are you? You all right?
Doing well.
Good stuff. Okay, so we've been talking a lot about the potential reasons for the whole Pipelina, if we're still calling it that, fiasco. I just want to sort of recap what was slightly explored before. The one thing, because I've been following this discussion like all day today, and the one thing that made real sense to me, there's a couple of things that made sense to me. One was this is an attempt by Putin to demonstrate to people in Russia, to people that are noticing or that are interested in Russia, that there will be no business as usual, right? Even if he's deposed, even if he's kicked out of office, even if he's whatever, there will be no turning back on the magic money pipe and getting back the sort of the petrodollars or the petrorubles, whatever, that they had become accustomed to. It's another doubling down from Putin to try, as he starts to, seriously lose on the battlefield, to try and shore up his position domestically. It's his way or nothing, right? And even if that means taking down the future of the country. And in terms of looking at it from that perspective, analysts that look at the future, the economic future of the nation, are missing the fact that really everything in this war has just been about Putin and his attempt to survive. That's basically, even when you look at sort of inexplicable sort of military maneuvers and stuff, it only becomes vaguely understandable if you look at it through the lens of this is purely for Putin's self-interest. It's not to do with some grand plan. It's not to do with something that reaches into the future and has any forward-looking merit. It's just about the immediate benefit to him and his circle, and that circle is getting slower as it becomes smaller as it becomes, well, steadily meets with a series of unhappy accidents, shall we say. The other thing is that he recently, I kind of wanted to ask what Jingu's opinion on this was, but I don't think he's a speaker. But anyway, he recently met with Xi and Modi, and both meetings were sort of tepid affairs where they didn't really, they didn't give him full throated sort of support, right? Clearly, they were disappointed by his 3-day special military operation and how it's gone. And so this is probably part of an attempt, along with other actions such as mobilization and other sort of insanities, to try and ramp up activity and to show them that he's still got what it takes to take the West on. Anyway, that's kind of what I wanted to say about the pipeline.
Lunchtime. I love your line about the magic money pipe. That's brilliant. I think that really describes Nord Stream 1 and 2. This was the magic money pipe. Putin has clearly demonstrated an act of will. He's demonstrated an act of power. And, Lunchtime, you and I know Tom, one of the frequent contributors to our community and our space here. And Tom was talking about how sometimes psychopathic individuals who are high functioning will do things that are entirely against their own interests. And rational people will watch them and say, why did you do that? It doesn't make sense to us. But when you're dealing with individuals of Putin's nature, sometimes they will act in a way that makes no sense to us, but it's because they are psychopaths. But at the end of the day, we can't control Putin's actions. We can control our responses to him. And I think this is more reason than ever for resolve and solidarity in our Western world.
Peter, I would totally agree with you, except for one little wrinkle, which is that I believe this was in Putin's interest, just not in Russia's interest. Do you know what I mean? So if you look at, that's why it's confusing some people, because they are asking quite rightly, how on earth is this in Russia's long-term economic interest? And the answer is it's not, but it is in Putin's interest to shore up his position and to demonstrate to anyone wavering at home that he's still the man, as it were, and a force to be reckoned with. So yes, I agree with you, just, with that little wrinkle. Anyway, thanks so much.
That's a good point. Lunchtime. Very, very good point.
Thanks, Peter. Okay, I'll drop down. Thanks.
Okay, I don't have, Ben, are you here? I don't have you on my screen, but shall we go to some more hands?
Right.
We're having a great conversation, right?
Peter, I'm right here. What do you say we go around a little bit the Baltic Sea, and then we talk oil more directly?
Let's do it, my friend.
Okay, so our favorite Norwegian fan of La Roma is next.
Oh, good evening. And I was trying to get up earlier during the discussion about the Nord Stream, but I had the Twitter virus, so I had to go offline for a while. The last two speakers, I totally agree with, and I think this is a goodbye relations between Russia and Europe. Definitive answer from Putin that or a message like we are now officially never going back towards Europe. That's in his crazy mind, I believe, and also definitely not in the best interests of Russia. But I think this is also a desperate move against Europe in order to escalate as he wants. And he knows that he cannot use nuclear weapons without disastrous consequences for him and Russia. It would be, in my opinion, suicidal. And we should be very, very careful about this, because I believe that there's a double message here. It is goodbye to Europe, and it is also, we can definitely do this against your gas pipes and oil pipes and electrical lines going from Norway to Europe, which now is, the last month, I think, has been the biggest energy exporter to the European continent. And this is, I'm alarmed by the lack of alarmness in amongst our politicians. They're probably talking a lot behind the scenes, but they are trying to be very grown up about all this. But there should be some panic, because we definitely do not have the capabilities to hit back or uh, oversee all of our installation at the same time. So I hope that NATO will show some force and definitely do what the British once did, and say, we're gonna sink you if you try something like that again, because that would be very, very dangerous for Europe. And I think that he is also a bully in his mind. So, and bullies, they don't say that they are bullying you; they just do it, with actions. And his mind is the mind of a big bully with a nuclear button that he is unable to use, so he uses all other means. And it's also, I think, a definite defeat of his military strategical mind, because he definitely is running out of any tricks in the book. But it's still dangerous, and we should be aware that the Russian Navy actually has some capabilities that we hardly can fight. They are difficult to fight, but we should fight them.
Thank you. We should fight them. Do you agree, Jens? Jens?
Yeah. I had to find the. What I would say is that if they had to use a pun, if this is a seismic event, I think it's on the lower end of the Richter scale, in the sense that if this had been a hit on the Baltic line, it would have been an attack on Norway, Denmark, and Poland, and Duda could probably have entered Ukraine in a heartbeat. However, this is an attack on Nord Stream, which means that it's, in a sense, it's Germany that is the wrong part. And I haven't really noticed any huge reaction from Germany. I don't even know if Scholz have said anything. So my question is, have there been a reaction from Germany?
That's an excellent question.
Aren't
What
they
Germany
still
doing?
aren't they still talking about if this is an accident or not?
No, I think they said something
No,
along the
yeah.
lines of, oh, please, Peter. Go ahead. Peter?
Ben, can you hear me okay?
Fantastically.
Great. So in answer to that question, we are now seeing reports from German officials. They're unsourced at this point, but they're bubbling up to the surface, so to speak. And German officials are coming to the conclusion that we have all made. This was not an accident. This was an intentional act. And they understand very clearly the Russians are to blame for this. So we're starting to see this. We don't have any official statements at this point, but we're going to, again, this is a fast moving, developing story. We're going to be watching how Scholz responds to this. It will make his comments from over the weekend saying, we don't want to do anything because doing nothing won't invite Russia to declare war on us or escalate against us. Well, by doing nothing, Russia has escalated against Germany. So we're going to see how Scholz threads this needle. I'm sure he'll do a fine job in threading that needle with rhetoric and words. The question is, what comes on the policy side? What are the actions? That's what I'm going to be watching right now. How does Germany respond with actions and not words?
I think my point is, if we has to declare this as seismic events, I'm just curious about the absence of Scholz having apparently to address this tomorrow or whenever he feel it's convenient.
Well, remember, after Hitler broke the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, Stalin went into his room and just basically cried into his pillow for several days and was not seen in public. So, we're watching the breakdown of the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop pipeline. We shall see how long it takes Scholz to respond. Maybe he'll be faster than Stalin in coming to terms with the new world that he's now living in.
The Ribbentrop pipeline. Okay, that's a good one. Thank you very much. And bad evening. Okay, we're going to give Ryan another minute to arrive and ask all about Ben to take it away in the meantime, and then we'll ask Tom to share with us the latest news from Texas. All about Ben.
Hey, thanks. I think this conversation is going in the right direction about this. The notions that it could be about nuclear or further escalation or all that. I think it's a little bit simpler. For me, and I'm just kind of getting up to speed, but if you just look at what they hit their own pipe. They didn't hit the other pipe, and I think that was the key thing that Jens said is by doing that they're taking. I think it's about two things, right? One is there's leverage there. That pipeline has been leverage against Putin. At first it was working for him, but now he's got people on his side probably saying, "Hey, we'd really like this going. There's money there. The magic money pipe. We'd really like to get this thing cranking again." And on the other side, you have Germany. No doubt back-channeling, saying, "Hey, if you guys pull back to Crimea, we'll negotiate. We'll do all this, and just leave, go back to 2014, and we'll turn on the pipes again. It'll be all good." And so in one fell stroke, he's able to disarm, take away that leverage from both sides, which supports his position, cements his, status as the boss, I guess, so to speak. But I do think it's a card now that he, obviously can't play again. And on the other, it has a side benefit, I think, of just intimidating Europe a bit, right? Like you have a new leader coming in Italy, and everyone's kind of getting, formulating their opinions on how to move forward, especially in the winter, a lot of uncertainty. And so it does have that side benefit of kind of doing that intimidation tactic. So usually I think it's just simpler is best when viewing this. That's my opinion. But thanks for listening.
Peter, you want to comment on the burning of the ships on the beach?
Oh.
Okay. Well, thank you all about the ban. I really enjoyed your intervention. And let's go to Texas. Tom, what are they saying in Texas about
Hey,
just why
Ben.
not?
We've been following this since it happened. I got a phone call about 10 minutes after it happened. It was first being reported on the wire on the Bloomberg terminal, and then I got a report from the Financial Times. And part of the Financial Times report this morning says that reports that 2 of the damaged lines are a part of Nord Stream 1 system, with the third part of the unapproved Nord Stream 2 is what they officially say in the Financial Times. That's what's being reported. From an oil and gas standpoint, and I'm an oil and gas guy, and everyone in my universe down here is, and we talk about everything is linked whenever anything like this happens. We don't see why Russia would want to do this, because they control the valve to the pipeline and they can turn off the flow to these pipelines. So if ultimately all the gas is coming in from Russia, really make a lot of to do this. And so, that's kind of like makes it kind of interesting. But there's something else that really blew my mind, and that was some reporting about the minefield. I don't know if y'all discussed this, but these pipelines, this pipeline corridor, sits in the middle of a old minefield that's been there since World War I and was actually grown in World War II. And every 10 years or so, one of these mines goes off. And at one point, I think back in the early 2000s, one of these mines killed two guys from, I think it was from the Netherlands, one of the, local countries right there, and a fisher in a boat. They were fishing. And not too long ago, I think it was the Swedes registered some. So there's a history of these small explosions. And so really it introduces all this plausible deniability almost to a certain extent. What I don't really quite understand yet is how they were able to decide so quickly that it was sabotage without actually getting the flow turned off and sending what we call ROVs, remote operated vehicles, down to inspect and to see. So I didn't read anything in the report about why they knew it was sabotage. As an oil and gas expert, I would love to know what the reasons are why they believe that that's actually the fact. But as far as the history goes, I don't know if many people in this room are aware, but Ronald Reagan himself blew up a Russian pipeline.
Okay. Tom.
There's a history with that.
Tom,
Yeah.
you're conflating a lot of things. So
I'm
first
just
of all,
explaining some history. That's all.
yeah, not really.
Yeah, really. I mean, Ronald Reagan did blow up a pipeline.
Well, I'm pretty sure he was a real cowboy, but I'm pretty certain he did not blow up a pipeline.
Yeah, he did. He did. In fact, I'll go pull the news story.
No.
Hold on.
No, the story here. Plans.
I wouldn't lie to you about this.
No, I know. The thing is, the story has been doing the rounds. We're talking about the plans, not about an actual attack, but that's beside the
It was
point.
in 1982.
But as a professional, would you say that it's very likely that a mine explodes at one point of the pipeline, and then another one several hours later, several kilometers away, and then a third one? Would you say that is remotely likely, or that there's absolutely no chance for this sort of events to occur at the same time?
If it was three separate explosions within a certain amount of time, and it wasn't one explosion, then I would say there's that point. That's the case.
Okay, my check.
Yeah, obviously, somebody's responsible for this, and it likely wasn't natural, unless there was a massive seismic event that occurred. But if there's actually evidence of blown a piece pipe, which you can expect with ROV, you can go down there and you can look at this. You can tell if a bomb destroyed this or if something else happened, as long as you get a robot on there with a camera. You can look at this. They can inspect this. They can know for a fact whether or not this was sabotage. I just wonder if they've actually gotten to that step yet, because that's the steps they should be taking right now. But if it was three different explosions, I'd say that kind of points towards sabotage. Definitely so. It's probably not a maintenance issue that's going to cause something like that to happen in the middle of the seafloor. But unless there was some kind of seismic shift underneath the seafloor that caused the earth to move, the seafloor to move and disrupt those pipelines, causing them all to leak in three different places, apparently, and then thus having a problem. So, I would look at what the seismologists around the area are reporting, and then also, basically interpret that data along with a inspection video of ROVs looking at the actual pipelines. And once you have all of that, you can determine for fact what happened.
Peter, can you chime in, or are you still connecting?
Peter was having connection issues.
Yeah, it looks like he's still connecting.
Okay, Tom, I'm sure they're sending stuff, skiffs to check it out, and I know of no seismic event that lasts 7 hours. That's not possible. That, I mean, you could have two, but yeah, it would have showed up. If I'm not mistaken, someone, I don't remember whom, was precisely checking the seismic charts and saying that you could see something happening exactly at that moment, but exactly at that place and not elsewhere. So this is not the sort of event that would explain what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I was hoping that you'd have an approach more as a tube man who knows
This
how
is
things
an
explode. And
unbiased opinion looking at it from from the perspective of somebody that's worked in oil and gas their entire life. I've seen gas pipelines explode in the Gulf of Mexico and catch fire before. Stuff like this does actually happen. This isn't like something that never happens. And so if you check my tweet threads, you can see I'm going to start posting some more news and some history of what's happened before in the past, just to put this in context so people have some kind of point of reference as to the history of oil and gas. But like I said, upon further inspection, upon further analysis, I'm sure we'll be able to find out the root cause of this, what we call a root cause analysis, and it'll be done.
okay, so we'll wait, I guess. In the meantime, we're very, very lucky to be joined by Michelle. How do you do tonight?
Hi, everyone. Hey, Ben. I'm doing really well. I hope everyone else is doing well, too. And it's nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you. I've been trying to find out which OK team to support. I haven't settled yet. That being said, Peter, now your communication is restored. Can you speak?
Yeah, it turns out when you're on this space for too long, Twitter doesn't like that, so it gets grumpy. Can you hear me okay, Ben?
Fantastically.
Great. Hey, Tom made a good point, and I think it is important for all of us to think about. Right now, at the meta level, we are witnessing a transition from great power competition to great power conflict. Russia is showing through its actions today, and obviously over the last several months, that it is now in the mindset of great power conflict. Our national security documents, our policies, our doctrines are not geared for that. So Tom was pointing out back in the day, it wasn't that Ronald Reagan told the CIA to blow up a pipeline with explosives. What Tom was referring to is what we now know through some recently declassified documents, that back in the 1980s, the CIA created an entire economy dedicated to one purpose: manufacturing failure. And their sole customer was the KGB. Thanks to a very well-placed spy inside the Kremlin, we had the Soviet Union's shopping list for all of the technology and science and information they wanted to steal from the West. So the CIA said, why don't we help them with their shopping list? And so they began to manufacture parts, software, plans for a petrochemical plant that would all work for a little while and then blow up. So what Tom was referring to was a piece of software that managed the high pressure valves on a gas pipeline. And in the summer of, I believe, 1983, this pipeline blew up because the CIA's package worked. The big point here is that there was a time in which we were conducting large-scale economic warfare operations against the Soviet Union. Fast forward to today. What Russia's actions of today have shown is that they are now prepared to conduct the same kind of significant and history-making economic warfare operations against us. We are not prepared for that, And that is a challenge to every leader and policymaker right now, because you need to get up to speed. We are behind, but we can catch up.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying on that, Peter. It's been a tussle. It's been a fight. We've kind of been there and watched this movie already to some degree. And now it's playing out once again, just slightly differently.
All right,
Tom,
I got to
few
interrupt
people
real
know about
quick.
that gas pipe.
Sorry. I would just want to let everyone know we have Chuck Fair coming up in 2 minutes, so that's just a 2-minute warning. Go ahead, Peter.
Oh, thank you, Yehuda. Tom, few people know about that gas pipeline. It is one of the most amazing stories of the Cold War. So I'm looking forward to having Chuck here, but I really appreciated your contribution, my friend.
Thanks, Peter.
Nice to meet you, Tom. Sorry we couldn't chat a little more, but we have our one of our scheduled guests. His name's Chuck Fair. He's a Navy SEAL, squadron leader. You might have heard of him. Really nice guy, so stick around. And I'm going to try to look. Why does everyone have a question? Were you and Peter hogging the floor here? Okay, let's try to bump through some questions real quick. All right, let's try to get some yes or no's, and then there's a bunch of people. So let's go War Pigeon, Carl, Troy. Okay, let's go Carl and then Troy.
Hey, two quick questions. So with this pipeline, who actually owns it, and is where the place that it was actually hit, what jurisdiction is that in?
I think it's in Danish territorial waters. I'm not sure. I think it's a joint Russian and German, maybe European conglomerate thing. Peter would know.
It's operated by Gazprom, right, Peter?
Correct.
There's your answer then, Carl.
But apparently it was right outside of their territorial waters, just outside in international waters. Is that correct?
Isn't there an exclusive economic zone, though? Peter?
Yep, it was right in the spot you would want to blow it up if you didn't want to create a war.
How convenient. Must have been luck. All right, Troy real quick, then Leon, and then we're going to go to Chuck. Go ahead, Troy.
All right, real quick. Why did Russia blow up their own pipeline they were working so hard on? Well, if you recall, the beginning of September, the G7 got together and decided to put a cap on the price of Russian oil. In response to that, Russia shut down Nord Stream completely, their flows to Europe. And I remember mentioning at the time, it's a shame that the Russians beat the Germans to the punch, because they could have done it themselves, but now they have no principles and no gas supply. But I think, Putin read Putin himself and Russia, read the writing on the wall. It's not going to happen. It's not going back. And instead of being boycotted, it's much more Grozny to blow it up. Well, that's it. That's all I had.
Putin's showing off like it, Troy. All right, Leon, quick. I don't know if that's possible, but we'll try. Leon, then Erlen, LA, Andre, and then Chuck. Go ahead, Leon.
Oh yeah, it's very possible, Yehuda. I just wanted to mention in terms of Tom's example, there was a certain different frame of mind, obviously dictating U.S. policy towards Russia in the 80s, but Reagan also got wrapped up in things like the Iran-Contra and so on, and so that really bears little resemblance to the landscape that we're dealing with today. And it would seem that the conjunction of events, the probability of this being a concerted or a conscious outcome as opposed to some kind of seismic event or happenstance with Battle of Jutland minefields, I'd suggest that's a very peripheral possibility in the scheme of things. Thank you.
We're going to have to park it, Leon. Good one. Listen, I want to introduce Chuck, everyone, because we've got some news coming up, and I think everyone needs to hear it. And hopefully not my 2-year-old that's not listening. Everyone, welcome to Chuck. Chuck's a good friend of the show. And he, one second. We got some updates about Liman. A bit of a thing or two going on. I was about to retweet a tweet from earlier, and it's apropos because it was what was on the in the offing 2 weeks ago. I think it was September 12th. They wrote it. Got a lot of flack for saying it didn't happen. I said, not yet. Chuck, what can we talk about that not yet?
Well, it looks like not yet has finally come. I'm sure everyone has heard this already. And thanks, Yehuda, for having me once again. The Russian position at Liman is their sort of their anchoring position east of the Oskil River. Many people have maybe been lulled into sleep, but Liman has not fallen, and it hasn't fallen. In front of Liman, directly to the southwest, the terrain is marshy, forested. There are swampy areas. There are oxbow lakes. There are lots of places that make it easy to defend Liman. But behind it now, if you imagine Liman as sort of a clenched fist and a little wiener wrist like I have, the wrist is being closed in on right now from two directions. There is a thrust going to the northwest from Yampil. This was another thing I think Yehuda and I were lone voices in the wilderness there for a while, saying that the Ukrainians had crossed the Severodonetsk River in several places. We caught a lot of flack for that. Apparently, we might have been right. The forces are moving to link with another Ukrainian force heading to the southeast. The latest map I have say that they are in the town of Koldazai. Sun's coming up right now in Ukraine, and this may be the day we see a large encirclement of the forces in Liman. The Russians have not been very good at tactical adjustment. They've got only one speed in reverse, and that appears to be throw down your rep and run like hell. But I think we're going to see the fall of Liman, maybe in the coming day.
Yeah, I would say so too. It's one of those things that when the first look, things were flying so fast 2-3 weeks ago with the Kharkiv counteroffensive, and we knew that they'd probably gone further than they should have, but they did reach out and touch a whole bunch of places, and that's a great way to also gain some knowledge of the terrain and see what's going on. It doesn't mean they weren't coming back. It doesn't mean they didn't make it there. Like, we actually have documentary evidence, video, pictures of people in certain places, but it looks like they withdrew to safer areas that they could defend themselves, and now they're pushing back up, which is pretty awesome. What do you think of that there, Chuck? Would that explain why there's a bit of an ebb and flow and who held what when?
Yeah, absolutely. There were I've been reporting Ukrainian positions to the east of the Oskil River for the last week or so. We do know that some Russian units withdrew all the way to Starbalisk, which is, I don't know, that's 60 kilometers to the east of the river. That is a long way. We do know that they came back, and there has been confused reporting. Again, I'm not trying to justify myself if I was wrong, but I will point out that the Ukrainians, they don't always report their successes. They underreport a lot of things, and just given the places that the Ukrainians are now, it tells me the places that they have to have been to make these attacks work. I mean, Yehuda, you know that. I mean, it's just, even if it's a company-sized attack, it takes a lot of support in place.
I think what so when we say there are reports, I mean, I don't say that I know Ukrainian forces somewhere unless I have a particular reason to. So what I should be clarifying or qualifying is I don't know if they're staying there. So just because they've made it to a place, they could easily have been, exploited a Russian weakness and then got 15 kilometers ahead of their flanks and were told, get back, we're not with you, get back over here, and then you scoot on back, but not before they took a bunch of pictures standing outside the town. So in many regards, there are people that they get a little mad. You said they were at Lim. Well, they were, and then they have to consolidate their lines. They can't have people scattered willy nilly wherever they got to, right? So they have to have that continuity. But either way, it's a very, very permeable line. You have forces going in, kind of wherever they can and coming out, and they're doing their recce's and but all that good stuff. Either way, as Chuck was saying, we're looking at something a little unique in and around that area. The noose is tightening. It's getting a little tighter. And I guess we can do a military update in a bit, but if there are any questions first here in this space, we've got Erlen and LA Times. Ian just says LA on my side. Let's grab those, and then maybe we can pop off and start talking about Liman. What does it mean? Gateway to Severodonetsk. I've heard it been called the Chuck gateway to Lysychansk, and what's hanging out in the Bakhmut pocket there? Something like 20,000 Russians. So a lot of important points, right, Chuck?
Absolutely. They're right now. There's one major road out for them, and it's being flanked from the north and the south, and that's a road that doesn't even have a H or a P number. It's just the O.
Zero.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the 0528. It's a county road. Good luck.
Thoughts and prayers. All right, let's go. Erlen, Ian, and Andreas.
Thank you, Yuda, and thank you very much for your insights, Chuck. They are absolutely amazing, sir. And my question is, I'm going to twist it towards you, Chuck. How difficult is it to place undetected 100 kilos of TNT on a pipeline 110 meters below the level of the sea as a diver? Undetected is the question here, of course.
Who would be
Wow.
detecting them out, Chuck?
Well, no, nobody really.
No dolphins with tanks on their back.
Well, but that's pretty much. It's a great question, and that's pretty much the meat and potatoes of a large portion of the Russian Navy. The Russians have a considerable naval presence in the Baltic. It does not come up to the standard or the numbers of the NATO navies that now, thanks to Mr. Putin's brilliant strategy, the Baltic is pretty much a NATO lake. However, at Leningrad, there is the 123rd Submarine Brigade, an odd term, you would say a squadron. But over the last 10 years or so, a lot of naval special warfare analysts, including myself, believe there has been traditionally so much Russian submarine activity on the coasts of Sweden, less so on the coast of Denmark, but definitely in Finnish and Swedish territorial waters. It appears to be some sort of naval graduation exercise for Russian naval special warfare operators. There have been repeated sightings of frogmen in the territorial waters on beaches in Sweden. These are reports from credible people, foresters, law enforcement officers, constables, fishermen, people who are responsible who've seen this. As we all know, a Russian nuclear-armed submarine, Whiskey submarine, turned up in the 80s on a rock in broad daylight not just in Swedish territorial waters, but pretty much close enough for a good guy to throw a baseball to hit it. Regarding the attacks on these on the Nord Stream pipelines, it wouldn't be difficult at all. The Russians have Kilo-class submarines. These are modern diesel-electric. They're quiet submarines. They would operate on electric motors to do an operation like this. The water is not specifically that deep. 300 feet is a little deeper than most combat swimmers would operate. However, a saturation diver and combat swimmers trained in saturation diving can easily and absolutely lock in and out of the submarine. It's
So it's an easy dive, Chuck. So I
it's
did my dive license in same parts. I could probably it was like 50 meters. No, it was probably 5 meters, but it when you're down there on 5 meters, it can be a little intimidating with all those clownfish.
All those clownfish. Well,
I
exactly,
made that up.
but
There was no clownfish. But how hard of a dive is that for someone?
well, it wouldn't be that hard. In fact, this is, like I said, this is a meat and potatoes kind of operation. Interestingly enough, it turns out that the United States has been warning European countries. Apparently, the CIA briefed NATO nations in this summer about possible threats to Nord Stream, Russian threats. And again, in another one of the great coincidences of the Ukraine war, Norway last week warned its petroleum and offshore oil platforms, production platforms, that unknown drones operated by unknown parties had been sighted reconnoitering the platforms. And again, like maritime sabotage is a straight up and down mission that combat swimmers of every Navy that has naval special warfare train for. Short answer is absolutely, they could have done this. And interestingly enough, they're gonna go down and patch these things. There are certain characteristics of metal that has been blown up by high explosives. Some of those are microscopic. Some of them you can look at with your eye. And I expect to hear in the next 48 hours that these pipelines were attacked with high explosives, which means high brisance charges, C4, RDX. So it's going to be very obvious that, look, this was no accident, and short list
What
of
does that mean,
suspects.
Chuck? Sorry, we're not all. I mean, not all of our listeners are divers like you and me, with all the experience.
That's
why are you
right.
laughing? I mean, I almost saw a shark.
You did.
And I loved. I mean, I would never want to do the other one. But listen, what are they doing? They're going to go down there, pick up shards of metal blown away from the pipe, take it up for some microscopic analysis, see if they can find fused fused compounds of the explosives in it. Is that what they do, Chuck?
Absolutely. There'll be a speckled pattern into the metal. There'll be little pits. Some of them can be pretty big. In many cases, you can just see it with your naked eye. And there's only one thing that does that, and that's C4 tile. We call that kind of explosive high brisance, and brisance is the speed at which it's detonates. What happens when the blast wave goes into the metal, it actually turns little pockets of it into molten, literally molten steel. And in addition to the residue that would be on it, again, though, you're underwater, you've got compressed gas, all sorts of other things. But
Somehow,
if high explosives,
Chuck,
yeah.
we got Michelle here co-hosting. She's one of our Canadian co-hosts out from the West Coast. And I just want to say hi to Michelle. Thanks for joining me. And if you could retweet the space, it was a great panel. Obviously, as usual, we have Chuck Farrer, Navy SEAL, author, Hollywood hero. Check him out. You can't make this stuff up. I had to read his Wikipedia like 4 times. I was looking for like fake quotes or something. This guy's done it all. It's abnormal, but he's a very normal guy. A very good guy. Thanks for being
So
here, Chuck.
say you.
Well,
Sorry, can I follow up quickly on that?
1 second, you can. And then, so if you could retweet the space and let everyone know. I don't know, Chuck, if you heard the word. Twitter President Andrew, whatever he is, he said that our space is the top 3, one in the top 3 global something or other Twitter spaces, blah blah blah. But basically, it's like superstars. So that's a great thing. That means
wow,
and we've been doing it. Yeah,
that's great. I'm impressed.
Yeah. And it's obviously because of our great audience and our guests, and sometimes because of our moderators. So I want to thank everyone. Please do retweet the space. Let people know we're here talking Chuck. We're going to be hosted by myself and Michelle and Erland. Wanted to follow up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So the reason why I asked is that the Norwegian Defense College had two different experts coming out today on national TV saying that basically stating that this was sabotage and giving some of the reasons Chuck gave, and that definitely there will be forensics checking this out, and that they possibly might even be possible that it might be even possible to see where the explosives have been produced. And the reason why I said 100 kilos of TNT is because that's what the Swedish seismology says that it has been used because of the determining the length of the distance from the sensors.
Waves and
all this stuff.
jazz. Amazing. All right, so hopefully we get saved with the next questioner, and they called him Emmanuel. That's a bit of a gospel joke. Emmanuel.
Yeah, hello. Thank you so much for bringing me up. This not a question per se, but as someone who has been in uniform and seen what's going on in America here, I think it's high time we also try as much as possible to remind the audience here that the Kremlin propaganda campaign is currently going on in America as well. So Fox News right now, Tucker Carlson is saying that could it be that the Biden administration hired somebody or conducted the sabotage? And I'm sitting here thinking like, how can you even say something like that, right?
Why
And
is it?
I don't want
Lock him up, Emmanuel. Lock him
I
up.
don't
No?
I wish I could lock him up. I don't want to sound political because I don't like politics first of all, but like for somebody to somebody on national television to say such a dumb stuff and people are just listening and like cheering him on, and I'm like, what is wrong
Yeah.
with people? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, Emmanuel, I'll
it's
be
like,
honest with you. We don't like using the name Tucker on this space. He attacks one of our good friends, John Spencer, who's also a fixture here at MriyaReport. I think he attacked him personally. I'm not sure. Chuck,
yep,
didn't he go
I know
after
that.
John personally?
Well, I don't think Tucker would dare to say anything to John's face. I don't know what led Tucker out of the barn and far afield, but he certainly is there. And I
Yeah.
agree with you, Emmanuel. It's look, it is fundamentally preposterous that the United States had anything at all to do with this. The other thing is the people who did it, and let's all pretend we know who did. By using 200 pounds of C4, they were sending a message. This job could have been done with 3 ounces of C4. If you know what you're doing, you could have put a sort of charge on there that would have punctured this pipeline and done everything that 200 pounds of explosives did. By putting
Chuck,
200 pounds.
Explain that for the audience, because again, so you're saying, are you saying that 3 ounces could have made an initial hole that would have expanded, and that's why you didn't need to go big?
Exactly. You could have used an off-the-shelf piece of linear shape charge, which is it's a cast C4. It looks like a bit of molding you'd put around a corner guard on the corner of something in your house. A piece 3 or 4 inches long could have blown that pipeline open. That would have made it slightly more difficult to triangulate exactly where the breaks were. So they were sending a message, and the message was, "We're here and we did this." So look, they did it. We know they've done it. They've operated special warfare missions in the Baltic. They've been doing that throughout the Cold War, and they've continued to do it after the fall of the Soviet Union. They have the capabilities. They have done it, and they've done it with so much frequency. Remember, folks, people like me who are in the business suspect that penetrating Sweden is what you do at the end of your combat swimmer training. You go on a real, no kidding, into enemy waters, lock out of the submarine, swim ashore, and steal mail out of some Swedish guy's mailbox and bring it back. That's your graduation exercise. They've done it. They're still doing it. And again, this is going to blow back. This is going to blow back on them. We might see when this is hung on the Russians conclusively, there might be a step. Would it be unreasonable to close the Baltic to all Russian shipping now? Would that be an unreasonable step after this? I don't know.
I don't think so. Seems reasonable to me. All right, let's
Hey,
go to
Yehuda, I think it was, yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was just going to say, the
easy
last
there,
one to have
yeah. I knew you were there.
No,
Go
I was
ahead.
just going to. So this has been a burning question of mine before Chuck came up, and I was hoping maybe Peter had something to say about it. You know, I just came into the space about an hour ago. I have not been part of the discussion all day about this, but one of the burning questions I have in my mind is why now, and why would Putin not have waited until the middle of winter when Europe was cold and desperately wanted the gas to heat their house and either blow it up then or hold out for leverage. I'm
Okay.
just dying to know
I'll
that.
answer that for you. All right, so it's simply facts on the ground. He's losing. He's losing hard. He knows he just lost Kharkiv, the best part of the Kharkiv Oblast, overnight. It's going to happen in Kherson. It's going to happen in Donbass, and he's scared out of his mind. They canceled the referenda. Now everyone's a Latin scholar. Yes, it is referenda. They canceled them a couple of months ago because they didn't think they needed to. And then they just sped them up and decided they're going to have them in 3 days. And he's doing it because he's trying to up the stakes. He's trying to say, well, if you now try to go after sovereign Russian soil, I can use my nukes because that's our strategy, and you guys already knew that. So it's not about waiting to piss off Europe in the winter. He's losing the war incredibly, and he knows he has to pull some kind of trigger now. So the more confusion he sows, the more threats he levies against Europe. That's in his mind him politically consolidating his position. He has to act now because, as you can see, as Chuck was just referring to, things are changing in Donbass. They get Liman. They got a straight road into Severodonetsk. They can cut off 20, 30. There could be another 10,000 in that Bakhmut pocket. They could cut off 30,000 troops. Countries and armies don't survive that kind of punishment. So he's pulling out all the stops. I suspect in relation, and his birthday's coming up, his 70th birthday. He's very keen on, the Russians are very keen on these numbers. You will get this by May Day. You will get this by the great leader's birthday. It sounds silly to you. It's not silly to Russians. So he's under pressure. He's losing more and more territory that he stole. So he's very, very interested in probably trying to wrap this up. He thinks he's going to, I think personally, I don't know if Chuck agrees, that he thinks he's going to sneak into this. He's going to, do the referendum. Haha, you can't touch me now because I won it. Haha, it's mine. And then think that some kind of settlement will come out of this and he'll be able to sell that he got the Donbass, Kharkiv and Kherson and Zaporizhia in addition to the Donbass. It's a dumb idea. It's not going to work, but that's his plan. So that's the long and the short of it. Chuck, am I missing anything?
No, I agree with you. Why now is a good question, but we can't get inside this guy's head. I am always proud to own up to the fact that I was one of the people that thought this invasion was not going to happen because there was too much to lose strategically. Even if he had rolled into Kyiv and been successful in biting off even more of Donbass, I didn't see the consequences being worth it, which was, and I did predict this, that Finland would join NATO and so would Sweden. and the Baltic, therefore, would become a NATO lake. If I do have to try to guess why now, and I agree with Yehuda, because everything else is going wrong. Everything else. I think Putin will be happy to release information about this pipeline malfunction to the Russian people. And he is hoping that they will listen and smile and think we have a great and capable Navy. Regarding doing it in the winter, in the Baltic, there is tremendous underwater talent. The Norwegians, in particular, are incredible underwater engineers. Remember that it was the Norwegians who helped the Russians salvage the Kursk. I think that this pipeline could be repaired rather quickly should it be decided that that is the thing to do. And I'd also point out in the middle of winter, Putin was unlikely to be selling gas to Europe anyway. So I think blowing up this pipeline that he wasn't planning to use, he's hoping to score some points at home. I think, look, I can do something. But
yep, I agree. Okay, next up, I don't know. I think we lost Michelle. She might have to come up again. It looks like we lost a few people too. There are some connection issues here. We're going to go to John. Sorry, let's go to Andreas, then John, then Steve. Andreas. Andreas.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I was listening to you, but I was a bit on the side, really. I wanted to go to a little different direction. If you're there. Putin wanted or wants to really to mobilize 300,000 people in his army, 300,000 Okay, we know now that 200K have left Russia. Young men have left Russia. 200K. We all have seen the planes departing from Moscow, from St. Petersburg, from Yekaterinburg, and elsewhere to Turkey primarily, to maybe Dubai. So what is going on? That is my question. What is going on in Russia, really? We have a country of 150 million people, right? That's what we know. We say 40 million people are more or less eligible to fight in a war in general, from 18 or let's say 16 or let's say 14 to let's say 50, 60, 65, whatever. And 200,000 people have left within a week this country not to fight. And 300,000 he wanted to bring in the Ukraine. So what is going on? What is going on in this country? How sustainable is this? What Russia is doing here?
All right, then we'll get that question from Chuck if you want to answer that. Because I've just got something on here, Chuck.
Well, great question. So let's put the number of people who have voted with their feet to leave Russia. 250 is being kicked around, but I think the number actually is a little closer to 400,000, maybe 500,000, because this is an exodus that's been going on months before the mobilization, which many Russian citizens have known or greatly suspected was going to come. It's not just that, let's call it 400,000 people. It's not just that 400,000 people left. the people who left were exactly the demographic that Putin needs. They were male. They were mostly in their 20s previously. As the mobilization loomed, you had men of all ages, 16 to 65, leaving the country. So the number actually hurts more than you would think by comparing it to the population values of Russia. The other thing that we've seen is this mobilization has been an absolute catastrophe. We've seen the riots, the fights, the Oman riot police killed a woman last night in Moscow, striking her in the head with a baton. There's Russian force modulation for you, right? Big brave cop in his pads and baton and gas mask and helmet, and the only target that he wants to hit is a blonde woman. She was killed. These occurrences, they are communicated to the Russian people. They see what's going to happen. There is dissent now, but there isn't really resistance. And you can't exactly hope for resistance at this point. Most of the people in Russia are going to submit to this conscription. They're going to figure that they're going to do their patriotic duty, just like you and I might do. That's what's going to happen. But 400,000 of the key people have left. I saw a picture of a mobilized company just today. The squad sergeant was probably 65, 70 years old. The people in the squad, their mean age was 45. It's a fact that people with perhaps 3 days of training, and by training I mean mustering them at a recruiting station, putting them on a bus for 2 days, and then handing them a sea bag full of kit, that's not training. And these guys are being delivered right into the front line. The Ukrainian signals intelligence have recorded telephone calls, a Russian soldier calling home, saying that their commanders were being tough on them because they had to be mobilized, meaning that they'd lost so many men that they were being punished because they had to be reinforced by people who don't know one end of a rifle from the other. Guys, the military utility of these people is zero. It's zero. They barely know how to work their weapons. They've never been in combat. They've never heard shots being fired, let alone hostile shots. And these people are being integrated into units that already have low morale, that have already suffered defeat, that are going without much needed supplies, food, water, in some cases, ammunition constantly. And I can tell you what'll happen on a psychological basis with that. You've got a group of guys. There were 100 guys in this company. Right now, there's 30 left, maybe 20. And they don't care about these new guys who are arriving. No one is going to take them under their wings. They're all going to be like the guy in the war movie that takes out a picture of his girlfriend, right? There is going to be no melding of these guys. And the first time they get contact, they're going to go to pieces. And it shows how desperate the Russian commanders are to even think about deploying these guys.
No, 100%. Sorry about that. My Chuck, remember I told you my neighbors are Ukrainian surgeons. They're from Canada. Well, he saw me talking to you guys, and he just started chatting to let us know that he had donated to MriyaReport, and I thought that was nice of him. So I didn't want to fluff him off there. So that's why I wasn't really dialed into that question. But just as you were saying that, we got our good friend John Spencer popping in, and it looks like a full house. If you can't get up other gentleman. Oh, Constantine, you are cycling in. You might have to just close the app and come back. I've Constantine is in. I'm waiting for John to get in. Let's go ahead and just quickly, let's go to John. We'll go to John Howarth, then we're going to the Brads and the War Pigeon, then Leon. Go ahead, John.
Thanks, Yehuda. Quick one for Chuck. Just back to the pipelines, if you don't mind. Obviously, we're aware that these are Russian explosive devices of some form that have blown these pipes up. Will those sites of the breaches and the pipes now need to be swept for secondaries before a proper inspection can take place? And if so, how much would that slow any inspection down? Thanks.
Wow. You know what? That's so evil, even though I normally am always looking out for secondaries. And I have a hunch you probably have looked for some too. That would be so incredibly evil that they might just do it. And the short answer is absolutely. I think any prudent underwater survey of this would be using remotely operated vehicles to start with, because anyone who's crazy enough to blow this pipeline up would certainly be crazy enough to leave a secondary device. And I can tell you that there are clocks for underwater explosives that you can set for days. You can set it for 20 minutes. You can set it for 5 minutes. You can set it for 5 days. So I'm glad you brought that up, because that's just rotten enough that they might do it.
Sorry, just inviting John Spencer back in the room. Yeah, no, I did think of that too, being a diver and such, in the dangerous seas of St. Bart. All right.
I like St. Bart though. I really do. It's getting a little crowded, but nice place. I expected a guy like you to be there.
There you go. Oh, stop. All right, John's coming up. Let's go. Brad squared. They're here together. Let's go to Bradford, and then we're going to go to Constantine, then John. Go ahead, Brad.
Okay, as Yehuda knows, I'm a big supporter of the space. Given mid 4 figures to Maria Aid, and got a friend to match that. I want to ask about what Biden said on February 7th. He said, if Russia invades, and then he clarified, tanks and men on the ground, he said, then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it. Reporter, but how will you do that exactly? Since the project is in Germany's control, Biden, I promise you, we will be able to do that. So like, my question is, like, Russia, they could just not send any gas. Like, why would Russia do it? I feel like it's a demonstration by the US to show Russia that if they do tactical nukes, that they'll fuck Russia's shit up. Curious what you think.
PG. Let's keep it PG. No, so I think that comment was referring to, personally, I think that comment was clearly referring to political pressure, meaning we can make Germany shut it down. I don't think the Americans aren't going to blow up a pipeline to cause an environmental disaster in the friend's backyard. That's Russia's game book, not America's. Maybe John or Chuck want to tackle that.
I mean, I agree with you 100%. We don't need to do that. Russia's massacring itself, its world views, everything on its own. And I actually agree with Chuck that it's just another act of desperation because they can't win militarily. So they are in the business of creating instability. And I think that I wouldn't put it past them. And it doesn't make any rational thought, even in U.S. covert actions, to do it.
Hi, John. I absolutely agree with you. It would have no, it would be politically disastrous. But Yehuda hit it right on the head. No one's speaking about the fact that, look, these are environmental disasters right All this gas is spewing into the Baltic. It's not doing the fishing any good. The other thing is, look, they've issued notice to mariners and notice to airmen. These things are also menaces to navigation because you've got this natural gas coming up to the surface. If you are foolish enough or stupid enough or unaware enough to sail your vessel into this 2-mile wide gas plume, you're going to sink. I'm not a naval architect, but there is no buoyancy in water carbonated by natural gas. That the ships will sink. So I don't see that. I can't see this operation passing the president's desk where he says, well, this is a great idea. It isn't going to happen. But I can see this idea passing Putin's desk and him saying, well, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, it is an environmental disaster, and I don't know how they deal with it, but like they need to like.
There are also ferries nearby that would sink it. I mean, not going to happen. Not going to happen. It's not just environmental; it's a safety issue.
They need to flame, if they can. They need to off gas or flame that methane until they can deal with it at the surface.
Yeah, or the Russians just shut it off, right? That's the other alternative. All right, let's go to Constantine. Go ahead, Constantine.
Hi. So I don't really like this talk about the the pipeline. I think it was talked about so much. So I wanted to touch the point that Chuck was talking about the mobilization, and wanted to ask him Russian mobilization and the worth of those troops. So Chuck and Colonel Spencer. So one first question is when you mobilize, like mobilizing 3,000, 300,000 or 1 million is one part. Like you said, training is another part. But where do you get instructors to train so many people? Where becoming an instructor is a like a really long process. Probably you need not only know so many things, but also have skills to teach people in addition to having those skills. And also you have to have a program for someone who is not physically fit, because as we have seen, there are a lot of people who are 45 or 50. You need a special separate program for those as well. And also, had any of you seen recently posted videos of Russian, I don't know, it's not even a barrack, it's like a sports hall with like a battalion worth of people stationed on the bunk beds in it, around 6,000 or 7,000. And I just wonder, sorry, 600 or 700. Just wondering how would you rate this? How would you rate the rate ability to train those troops? Just in general, when you have such a huge pile up in one, and their normal life, because they will need to live there for 1, 3, 5 days. And how is it going to impact their morale? Are they going to go back home? How are they going to charge their phones? I mean, 600 people in the same room trying to charge phones is only the problem. If they want to boil the water, it's just not that easy to have I don't know, 100 electric kettles that will be boiling water, and etc. etc. How is it going to impact the morale? So there are two questions. Thank you.
I'll start with, that's kind of my wheelhouse, the battle school side. So the short answer is you don't get instructors to do that. So the level of instructor you require is commensurate to the type of training. So you might, in a normal setting, I'm sure Chuck and well, John and I would know Chuck's too elite, so he doesn't count. But if you just, that's true. You might, yeah, that's a fact. But so if you're about, let's say you're a course officer on a basic training, chances are the most junior rank you're going to have is going to be a master corporal, and the master corporals are going to be teaching the raw recruit, how to put on their boots, how to properly wear their uniform, weapons drills. You're going to have sergeants teaching section attacks. You're going to have sergeant majors doing other things. You might have a corporal as a CQ admin person running around. That's a normal basic military qualification. I'm sure it's similar in the States, John. But that kind of training schedule or regimen is pretty standard across NATO countries. Constantine, we're hearing from Telegram, we're hearing from Russians themselves, they're not getting any training. That they're coming in for 2 days, getting their uniforms, getting a weapon. Apparently, some of them aren't even being trained on how to disassemble the weapon, how to conduct IAs, immediate actions. Do you guys call it immediate actions? Immediate actions, John, on stoppages and stuff like that.
Sure. I mean, that's
okay.
Basic skills: shoot, move, communicate. Okay. We have battle drills. But yeah, immediate actions. Okay. Yeah, we have immediate actions. Okay. Stoppages and stuff like that.
Yeah, like, so I'm just trying to think of whenever I'm kind of walking around Parade Square watching when I was in battle school watching troops, being trained. These are the basics, and you'd cover that off in probably a couple weeks before you'd really let people walk around with a rifle. That's the standard. Anything above that, which is what they need to learn how to do, maneuver, going up the ladder in terms of training. It's no longer individual, but it's collective training. You need all sorts of expertise. They don't have it, and they're not going to get it. I don't know what they're doing. Morale is obviously garbage. Forget 100 kettles. Probably 3-4 kettles would blow the fuse on that circuit in that room. That's my take on it. But John, please, where I've missed, or Chuck.
I mean, I know Constantine knows the answers to the question. It just doesn't work that way. Let alone just the sanitation of having that many people, respiratory issues. There's a science to basic training, even mobilization, and it's possible to do it. But we've all highlighted in the space, you need time. The more time, the better. You need instructors. They don't have them. You need all of the infrastructure on top of the instructors to support logistics, food, all this stuff. Just giving them the gear. What we're seeing is they're being just sent to the front. And I think I might have heard Chuck earlier talking about what that does to the individual soldier when you treat them that way. This isn't like you have cohesive units downrange and you might throw 1 or 2 soldiers at them, and good NCOs who take that person underneath their wing and build that trust with, like, hey, look, we understand you don't know anything. We're going to take care of you. That's actually not what we're seeing. We're literally seeing them grabbing men off the streets of Russia, kicking and screaming, putting them on a bus, and then sending them to Ukraine. The unit, the individual aspect, one of the parts of basic training is, one, to turn a civilian into a soldier, but also to make them identify as a part of the group, do their role, to teach them the basics of doing their role and fit into the group. The Russians aren't fighting with any military common sense about the way they treat their people, which means that they can't just add people to the system. It won't work.
And John knows, and Yehuda as well, there's a time-honored way that you train soldiers. And if you've all seen the guys arriving on the quarterdeck at Marine Recruit Depot, and the drill instructors are on them and yelling and screaming and taking away all your stuff, that's all done for a reason. And that is to get these people, it's a human trait that people will pull together and bond under stress. But that under stress at boot camp and initial training, these are all controlled situations. As much as possible, these recruits are never given anything that could hurt themselves or others. And I remember Officer Candidate School, it was essentially high pressure janitorial training. We were hunting dust bunnies under bunks there in King Hall. But that is teaching you that the tiniest things are attention to detail, the tiny things that you have to pay attention to in the military to make sure your gee-whiz weapons work, or even your rifle functions as it's supposed to. It takes a year to train a sailor to be of any use to anybody. It takes that long to train a Marine. It takes that long to train a soldier. That's basically boot camp and one school. Then you show up then you show up to the fleet, or you show up to your platoon, or you show up to your outfit, and you don't have any real world experience. So, I mean, John can tell you, John started at the bottom and went to 06. You are constantly learning in the military. There's so much to learn, and it's all so important. It's incredible to take civilians off a bus and put them in harm's way. The situation must be incredibly desperate.
So,
I wanted to add one thing about the suffering. There is times when you're in a military system when suffering can create bonding, not trauma, but actually like the exercise, the details, the cleaning of stuff, and the guys yelling at you. That creates a bond, like Chuck said, with people going through a hardship together. But the soldiers are also, they're not dumb. They know when suffering is just that. It is just suffering, not being provided with the basics of life. There's no bonding in that experience. It's only hatred, resentment, and individuality. When they understand, like, nobody cares about you, they're sending you to Ukraine to die.
There's a couple of videos, John, that came out where a couple of Russian soldiers, apparently LNR, DNR types, and they were just complaining. They said they just left us out here without food or water. And they were very close to the Ukrainian lines, and they're like, what is it? And they just start calling out all these generals, like, what are they doing? Why are we here?
And that's just a population of men ripe for surrendering. You can just get to them like, look, that's psychological warfare. Your people don't care about you. You don't have to convince them that. They know that. I even saw the video today with the regimental commander complaining about his medical injuries, won't care about any of his soldiers' medical injuries because he was pulled from vacation. Like Chuck says, like we all know, they're in chaos mode. And all they're going to do, because they don't care, is get a lot more people, not soldiers, a lot more men killed for nothing. They're not dying for a cause, which is the other just terrible part of this. Even if they were in chaos for survival and defending something, but they're not. They're just following an evil man's agenda.
Yeah, there's no hope for those ones. I mean, if the Ukrainians have their act together and they do, the psyops, a portion of that offensive is going to be strong. They're going to be pinging cell phones with instructions, with pictures of memes that say, do this. I've seen a few of them that show soldier with the mag out and weapon held over the head. Specific instructions to make it known that they've read them, and the Ukrainians are probably going to grab a lot of those guys, pick them up, and just be like they're not interested. And now that we're hearing reports of, I think there was just one Telegram post I saw. A guy had been conscripted 5 days ago. He was in the field 3 days ago, so he had 2 days of training. And he surrendered on the 5th day. I mean, that's nuts.
Great. I like that model. I like that better than I think I saw Chuck. I think I saw you post about the reinstatement of Soviet blocking units that'll shoot anybody that's regressing back of the lines.
Right. That's when you know you joined the wrong army.
Yeah. And then there was recently a Kadyrov. A letter issued by some mothers in LNR complaining to the Russian high command or whoever is in charge of God knows what, complaining that the Chechens are raping their men soldiers, the men folk, and demanding justice. I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up. It's crazy, right? Who knew that Kadyrovites aren't just TikTokers; they're OnlyFansers too. I shouldn't say that. That's actually not funny. Never mind. But they're gross. I shouldn't make light of it. It's insane. It's definitely a bizarre world. I mean, I almost don't want to believe it's true. Maybe that's why I'm joking about it, because how the comments they made, they said the Chechens are humiliating the LNR, soldiers saying you're garbage or livestock, you will serve us. I mean, it almost sounds too strange, but I guess nothing's too weird for these for Putin and his psychopaths. You heard about this?
Well, we've already had red on red engagements. There's already enough internal friction in these units that they've turned on each other. And look, a dark night with tracers flying all around, scores get evened, right? Officers get fragged. We're going to see that happen.
But how do whole battalions of Chechens rape other, like, it just, I just don't understand. They're on their side. It doesn't, I don't know. I mean, I know usually the sexual violence component of warfare is to the enemy, not to your allies, right, John? Like, am I losing my mind here?
Oh, we may have lost John.
Maybe. Yeah, it's unheard of. I've never. I mean, this is Vlad the Impaler style, like murdering your own troops and putting them on stakes. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's so barbaric. All right, Constantine, a follow up, or can we go to Brad?
Yeah, so I am sorry that my question took so much time, and I will follow up probably with another one. So, like when this happening, you said that there are in the United States, for example, and I'm sure it's about the same in other militaries as well. You have drill sergeants, yelling at you when the new recruits come in. But the key difference here is that those are recruits. Here these are not recruits, these are 45 or 35-year old men that actually had their lives established. Probably they lived somewhere, I don't know, poor, as poorly or rich, or as rich people, but they had their life established. They probably had kids, they had their wives, they controlled themselves, had complete liberty. And now imagine that you have a bus of 50 people and 10 buses like that coming in, and each one of them is adult man that does not want to be here. And now you're ordering, you try to yell at him. Like, I've been mobilized in 2014. We had a somewhat similar situation. It was not as, like, this is totally different scale from what we had, but I remember our sergeants, and those sergeants were not very not very well trained. Obviously, 2014 Ukrainian army was not much better than right now Russian army, and we had, they did not know what to do with us, because I mean, if you're adult 35-year-old male, who has lived his life and enjoyed it, and now someone is yelling at you, trying to tell you what to do, you tell him, how about you fire me, and I'm not gonna do what you're saying. You go ahead and do whatever you want with me. And they don't have any means to do anything. I mean, if they will tell you, okay, we'll put you to jail, but there are 500, or like out of 500, 200 will say that if you try to do that. So how do you control them? In 2014, it ended up for us, we basically lived on our own. We only did the, how you call this, battle orders. Everything else we just ignored, and and this resulted. But we knew what we were fighting for. Right now, for them, I don't think they know what they're fighting for. And what this can result, what we had, like, special units where we would put everyone who does not know what they're fighting for, so they don't interfere with us. And those units would just, they would get drunk constantly. They would fight. They would set things on fire accidentally. That's why I asked about kettles. They did not know basic, I don't know, fire safety stuff, that you cannot simply put 3 kettles into single outlet. And there were so many things that that were made, I don't know, probably probably 40% or that of mobilized force absolutely incapable of doing anything. And with Russians, when they don't have, it's totally different scale, and it's absolutely low morale. It's gonna make them like 90% incapable, and it can be worse. I mean, if you've seen that video, I just like my first idea was, is it gonna like they're gonna set themselves on fire probably first before they're gonna go to any to any fight, and they all just gonna burn their life probably.
Yeah. No, there's no debate there. There's no morale there. What they're doing with these troops, I don't understand. I still don't know the military significance of putting 300,000 untrained troops to literally not only die but also be a liability to the ones that have even a bit more training. Constantine, let's grab Brad's hand, then Leon will go through the list. Let's answer some questions.
Cool. So real quick on the rapes that you're referring to, it's likely more of a dominance behavior rather than an overtly sexual behavior. And the purpose is to answer the question, who's going to die first, right? You guys are underneath us. You're going to be out there getting shot at first. Okay, that's the first thing. Now I've got a little bit of a lead in, then a question for Chuck. And so I think with regards to the Nord Stream incident, the question, why now, is a good question. And as we try to answer that, we have to remember that everything Putin does is very propaganda forward. In other words, the Russians are setting their military tactics and within the context of their propaganda strategy and objectives, rather than setting their propaganda tactics within the context of their military strategy and objectives, right? So the question is, who's the audience of that propaganda? It's either an external audience or an internal audience, or both. And as we think about Russia's internal audience, like the mill blogger, right-wing hyper-nationalists that are just demanding action and more violence and more escalation, I mean, they are Putin's most dangerous constituency and their most demanding, his most demanding constituency. And if you think about, as kind of a little sidebar, when you get emails constantly, you sign up for a service and they're sending you an email like once a week, that's called drip marketing. And in the context of what's going on with Putin and the mill bloggers, like they want fresh meat on a regular basis, almost like at a certain cadence. And so Putin has to provide that. And so he has to provide a certain provocation or atrocity frequency, right? And the purpose of it is, for the most part, it's entertainment of this particular audience, and it has to be very creative type trolling. And so the question that I have is, if that is the case, and if this incident is as much for that internal audience, or maybe even more so, what kind of a cadence is going to satisfy that audience, and what kinds of things do we expect him to do next?
Wow, well, that's interesting. And to answer the immediate question, what can be next? Well, it's going to have to be military success, right? I don't see that coming. I don't see that on the horizon, even for Russian land forces now engaged in Ukraine. Hitting this pipeline on a dark and stormy night at the bottom of the Baltic, that was a soft target. It is essentially impossible for NATO, even the sovereign nations in whom in the waters that this took care of, Sweden and Denmark, no Navy could patrol that entire pipeline. That being said, I do think that I think it was right on what you said about this possibly being staged to feed exactly those ravening wolves who want to see Russia fight to the last Ukrainian. I will say this: those guys banging on those typewriters in their little Moscow apartments Like all chicken hawks, they're not gonna put their butt where it matters. Mill bloggers all over the world tend to be either old guys like me or guys who really like the military but don't see why they should go through 26 weeks of recruit training in Paris Island. This was an easy win for Putin. It's something that's probably not going to happen again to Nord Stream because it's been done once. And look, right now, someone has reported in the Pentagon when this submarine sortied, when it left, when it submerged, its likely path, course made good into this target. Many times, and especially at deep depth, if you're operating swimmers out of your trunk, escape trunk is how you deploy your swimmers back and forth. That makes noise. The explosions weren't the only thing that were picked up on the seismographs. Remember, there are oil technology seismic readers all over the Baltic. So they know a lot more about this attack right now than we know. So they know who did it. And again, it's going to become very difficult now for Russian naval units to operate in the Baltic at all, and especially their submarines. And the bad thing about the Baltic is, look, it's kind of shallow. And the bad thing about being a submariner in a garden pond of an operational area is that you're going to find NATO fixed-wing ASW aircraft hassling you all day long. They're going to start dropping sonobuoys on this guy. There's an escalating a little series of things that you can do to a submerged submarine. One of them, of course, and the Russians have diesel submarines primarily in the Baltic. There was one Oscar-class submarine that came in August, but it broke down on its way in. So, but the next time they go to operate a diesel submarine, there's a thing in the Navy called holding the submarine down. The submarine doesn't want to surface. That's sort of like crying uncle. With a diesel submarine, it has to surface eventually. It has to either surface or put its snorkel up because it has diesel engines and they make the energy that charges the batteries. They can run very quietly on electrical power, but they can't do it forever unless they've got air independent technology, and not very many of the kilos are modified to do that. So we may see in the coming weeks NATO forces forcing these submarines to surface. I think that's going to happen, and that is one more click in the military retaliation for Putin for doing this. Because in any other period, you just wouldn't go to force one of their submarines to the surface. It's a provocative act. It's a hostile act. But I think you're going to see it happen now.
So thank you for that. So some of these things that they're doing, they're kind of silver bullets. They can only be fired once, and then they've got to find something else to fit into their propaganda strategy.
Yeah, exactly. But given that the Norwegians have already reported, look, if you're in the middle of the North Sea where there's 40-foot seas, and you look out on your oil platform and you see 3 or 4 drones circling around you, look, it's only a sovereign power that can do that. There are very likely reconnaissance drones that can be fired from a submarine. They're essentially disposable. They make it to the surface, they start their engines, and they take off and do this. Look, the Norwegians detected these drones. They've been flown so frequently that they've managed to warn all their offshore platforms that this was happening. That also telegraphs possibly intent. Maybe it's an offshore oil platform that is sabotaged next. That's another meat and potatoes target for any combat swimmer. Every SEAL practices on blowing up oil rigs, taking them over, doing all these sorts of things. But I agree with you. It's going to have to be something else. But at least in terms of naval special warfare, it's going to be another soft target, I think.
Cool. Thanks, Chuck.
All right, let's get some other questions in the hopper there. Let's go to War Pigeon and Leon.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so I kind of have an alternative interpretation of what happened with the pipe to the one that was presented by the previous speaker.
All right, go for it.
I'm kind of surprised by just thinking about it as a kind of content thing. You know, Vladimir Putin is not a content creator; he's a dictator, and he thinks like a dictator. So I love the question which was asked a lot today is why did Russia do it? And maybe that's a wrong question to ask. Maybe perhaps it would be more helpful to ask the question why did Vladimir Putin do it? And if there's if there's one thing that we know about dictators is that probably all of them in history is that they're paranoid. They're really frightened. And you know, all the interpretations I've heard until now are kind of interpreting this as an act of strength. You know, I'll show you. You know, he wants to prove something. Maybe he's just afraid because you know, what are dictators afraid of? They're afraid of, if they know their history, mostly of the people that are closest to them. You know, Vladimir Putin is probably afraid of the people who are in his vicinity and entourage more than of the United States at this time.
So how is blowing up a pipeline have anything to do with making his colleagues afraid of him?
Well, when I was thinking who exactly he might be afraid of, you know, I always just thought his generals and the FSB and the secret services. But who's been jumping out of windows in Russia lately?
Yeah, but War Pigeon, I think maybe murdering Ukrainian children might scare his generals more than blowing up a pipeline, right? So
I don't think so. I think they're devoid of humanity to the point where Putin scares them more than committing war crimes and the heinous acts that they
I
are
think if
doing.
he wants to, I mean, constantly jump in. I think if he wants to send a message that he's a psychopath, having his troops rape children and kill them is a little more significant than blowing up a pipeline. And really, I'll be honest with you, I wanted to let you finish. I don't think it's really germane to the conversation as to if it's Putin or Russia. It's Russia, it's Putin. They're one and the same for all intents and purposes at the moment.
Sure.
But at any rate, he why did he do it as opposed to someone else mentioned as later in the game when it can be more of an energy tool? I actually don't see anyone. I don't know where you saw people saying that this is a sign of strength. I think this is actually a sign of weakness. I think Chuck, we all
No,
agree
to a normal person, of course. To a normal person, of course.
to anyone who there's no military. This is a sign that this is desperation. This is not him showing he's strong. This is him showing that he's weak. So that's my take on it.
Can I just have one last sentence?
Quick
So
follow because we're gonna go through a bunch of
yeah,
questions.
I think he's actually trying to close a door to anyone in his nearest surroundings who he thinks might betray him and try to strike a deal with the West and continue selling gas to the West, because that's in his.
Now I see what you're saying. Okay, so you're saying it's his way of shutting off any chance at reconciliation. Okay, that's fair. It's a position. I don't necessarily agree with it, but we don't all have to agree. But thank you, War Pigeon. Stick around. Let's go to Leon, then Steve, then Lunchtime. Go ahead, Leon.
Thank you, Yehuda. You almost left me speechless with your rendition of Chechnya battle tactics, but you're opening up a whole new parallax view of military affairs here. I guess it was Brad or one of them indicated he thought that might be a device to determine who's going to die first. I think if those devices were used in the Canadian forces, we know exactly who would die first.
Yeah.
But I have a
Well,
question.
I think the key was not that I don't understand the use of hazing the Russians do, but these weren't hazing recruits. This was after they're in the field deployed that they were doing it to their comrades. They're supposed to guard their flanks. That's the part I don't understand very well. I understand what the hazing and the sexual violence they conduct with one another, but this is just a different level of weird. But anyways, let's go to
Yeah.
your point.
Yeah. I had a question for either Colonel Spencer, if he's up, I'm not sure, or Chuck may be able to answer this. And it concerns urban warfare. So if there's a Canadian expert in the audience, that might be of assistance also. But the question is this. We started with just a general description of what's going on in Limon today. And I just wondered if there's any specific information in terms of, do we know if there's a pitched urban battle taking place within Limon, or is it more a strangulation and suffocation kind of an approach on the exterior? And also, beyond that, we sense that the next targets will be Lysychansk and Severodonetsk. And I'm just wondering if our panel has the military guys specifically have any insight as to what kind of problems that may pose and specific considerations in terms of the urban warfare involved. Because we're seeing it going back, the pendulum is swinging back towards Severodonetsk now, and we saw how it swung out. So yeah, thanks.
All right, let's grab it from Chuck. Liman, Severodonetsk. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, I can jump for this one as well. Again, the terrain in front of Liman has never been conducive to a frontal assault. The Ukrainians did not fall for it. They're using maneuver warfare right now to cut off Liman from behind. Sun's coming up here shortly, if it's not up right now in Ukraine. Latest battle maps I've seen is the Ukrainian forces are attacking through the town of Kolodzai, which is 6 or 7 kilometers in the rear of Liman. They're also striking across the number of bridges that they have across the Severodonetsk River, which is south essentially, but it meanders south of Liman. They're attacking towards a little town called Torsky. If they get south of Koldazai, and I think they will, momentum's on their side, there is only one road out of Liman, and that is a little county road, the O0528, that little 2-lane road with ditches on the side of it. You can bet that every battery commander within range of that road has got that road completely bracketed right now, ready to go, pre-computed firing solutions. So when the order comes, if it does, to evacuate from Liman, tomorrow, possibly. I would expect, should Liman fall.
I mean, if that is the case, firstly, is there a more compact device, obviously without breaking any kind of confidentiality or secrets that could be used, or is it plausible that level of explosives could be used, or else could it possibly be that they literally used these pig devices, which are used for inspection and cleaning of the pipelines themselves, or something like that, such that the explosion happened from within the pipeline itself? Over to you.
Well, that is a PhD question from a very well-informed guy. So my hat is off to you. A pig, folks, is a capsule that is slightly smaller than the diameter of the pipeline, and they are periodically, as pipelines can transfer different sorts of material. You put a pig in the pipeline at the end of whatever you're sending, and it's essentially a movable plug that moves along the pipeline. It's entirely possible that a special pig could have been manufactured, and that is what transferred the explosive, not to the place of detonation, but literally traveling along the pipeline and through. Absolutely could have been done. Could have delivered a couple 100 pounds of C4, just what we're looking at. There are a lot of let's talk about the submarine and frogman situation just for a minute. The way that would look is a submarine would come into the vicinity of the pipeline as close as possible, generally, because you don't want your swimmers. Yeah, generally, you don't want your swimmers to fight the current. The submarine would probably bottom out, which is something that a diesel submarine can do, but most nuclear submarines cannot. Although the Russians, their submarines generally can bottom out. The Russians have a variety of vehicles that they can deploy from submarines, not necessarily from Kilo-class submarines, but some of these are literally underwater tractors that can move along the bottom, literally like underwater tanks. If one of those were used, and I don't think right now one was, but they leave tracks on the bottom. I know that the Norwegian, some of my Norwegian colleagues have shown me photographs of the actual tracks on the bottom of fjords from Russian visits. But I think it's more likely combat swimmers were locked out of the submarine. They transferred X amount of explosives, let's say a couple 100 pounds of explosives. That's not necessarily as big and unwieldy as you might think. When you're going to deploy underwater explosives, we work beforehand to make sure that when the explosives are underwater, they are completely neutrally buoyant, meaning they're essentially weightless. There are limpet mine assemblies. These are generally 5 or 10 pounds explosive each. They have a magnetic ring around the base so you can clink them onto metal objects. You could have used a couple dozen of these things rigged together with detonation cord, which is essentially rope made out of C4 plastic explosive. If you link these charges together, not a very hard thing to do. You set them off. All of these would go off at one time, however many you put. There are other weapons in the possession of the United States. They're called LAMs, Limpet Module Assemblies. I won't go into a lot of details, but they are essentially a modular system of donuts you can hook together. You can make one of these charges big enough to sink an aircraft carrier. And that's not science fiction or maybe some hypothetical thing possibly at the extreme end of what this weapon can do. I personally have maneuvered these charges under aircraft carriers. Those things might fit the bill. They're they can be upwards of 1,000 pounds, let alone 500. And again, you could have 2 or 3 guys moving this through the water, 1,000 pound or 500 pounds of explosives, because they're made neutrally buoyant. So they displace as much water as they weigh. So therefore, they're weightless underwater. I think something like that is probably what happened. I'm not sure that the Russians would have used remotely operated vehicles on this job, simply because I think right now the likely suspect is a diesel kilo class submarine. I might be wrong, but I can tell you right now the U.S. Navy knows exactly what submarine sortied and which submarine carried out this operation. And I think information, everything's an information war. I think Washington and the NATO partners will be releasing that information soon.
Well, there you go. And just for the record, I thought that it might have been, I didn't know it was called the Pig, but I thought one of them, if anyone remembers 007 GoldenEye from Super Nintendo, they had those mines you could timer, like they're timer mines. And I thought maybe someone threw one in at the top of the pipe there and could just blow up somewhere in the middle. That's a bit of a joke, but not entirely untrue.
No, that's right on.
Kind of, I said, hey, there's 2 ways to do this. One, because I don't trust the Russians to do anything properly, especially even their navy. So I'm thinking they might end up like sinking a submarine, trying to send someone out the back to bomb that pipeline. They might have just done it from the inside. But anyways, I don't know either way. I think the point is it was blown up, and I'm not sure if we're getting pipeline fatigue. So I know you're only here for a certain amount of time. I think we want to switch gears and start focusing on Liman, what it means. And I liked how you touched on the other point there that who says they have to, when we say take Serodonetsk, they can isolate it. They don't have to go right through it. Why risk the manpower, right? So let's try to see if there's a bunch of people coming up to speak. Michelle, why don't you control who's coming up? I trust you. And in the meantime, I guess we'll go to Gunny. Gunny's had his hand up for a long time. Let's go to Gunny, and then we'll go to Leonard. So go ahead, Gunny.
Yeah, morning all. Actually, I won't, because I just had a question to Chuck about the pipeline thing, and just an overview of tracking submarines. So if we're moving on, that's fine, buddy.
No,
you had your hand up. Go for it.
I'll field a quick one, get her, Gunny. Absolutely.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. So the problem, it's not so much of a problem protecting all our other pipelines as people think, because what we do know is there's a lot of NATO submarine activity in the Norwegian Sea and probably almost definitely the Barents Sea. If you have a look at what's been coming in and out of Faslane Naval Base in northern Scotland, there's a lot of activity. A lot of Royal Navy boats are in and out. A French submarine called the Rubis, some US Virginias and 688s have been in and out as well. So it's not so much about protecting the pipelines as in patrolling them. It's more about tracking the things that can attack them. What's obvious is the boats are doing quite a lot of patrols. We can tell that because Rubis came in. The US submarines have been coming in, and they've been doing sort of short stops, probably a fast bit of maintenance, but mainly restocking on fuel, because obviously they've got unlimited durance because they're nuclear, but you're going to need food for the boys and girls. So tracking the boats is clearly happening. The Norwegian oil fields, the North Sea oil fields in general, the platforms, as Chuck will no doubt be very well aware, they're a little bit harder to protect, because even though we patrol them, we tend to patrol them with vessels from the Fishery Protection Squadron, which don't have any real anti-submarine capability. So they can have a look at suspicious trawlers and merchant vessels hanging around, but detecting submarines, they're no good at that. So it's going to need some other options. We've already seen, anyone who's been tracking movements has seen an increase in maritime patrol aircraft activity over the North Sea, and we will probably see some more surface traffic knocking around, as well as the increased submarine patrols. I don't know, Chuck, if you saw the USS Georgia is knocking around our part of the world, and she's got the lockout capsule on board. I don't know if you'd agree that probably this isn't a first, and maybe the US has been detecting attempts at sabotage, and Georgia's been involved in thwarting that, because carrying that lockout capsule on the back makes a bit of noise. It means that she's not ideal for hunting other submarines. It's a special forces attachment, and therefore that tells me that we're already ahead of the game on this, and probably are checking out suspicious movements around some of the gas and oil pipelines. And also, Chuck, in terms of getting in and out the boat, they will have used a kilo. We know that their special ops boat is nowhere near the area, so they would have used a kilo. Parking it off and then getting the blokes out the boat, either using the escape trunking or swim out through a tube. Do you think maybe they've used some kind of ROV with optronics on board to lay a charge? So something about the size of a torpedo, like a powered sea mine, something that's wire guided, and then you could kind of stand off half a mile, motor it in, locate the gas pipeline, drop the mine, motor off, go and do the other one, and then you've kind of got an increased safety margin on it. I know it would be a little bit difficult. You would have to get precise fix, so you'd have to get like a GPS fix, well, a GLONASS fix. But they could do that, stick the mast up, get their exact position, drop down, launch the ROV, drop the mine, and then do it that way. Would that seem a safer way of doing it? Because I'm just thinking, trying to keep a kilo in the hover, getting the blokes out, getting them to the pipeline. I don't know what the visibility is like in 70 meters, and then managing to get them back on board and re-enter the submarine. It sounds like it's a little bit of a professional job to me, and not something that I think the Russians would be able to do as well as we would.
Well, that's an excellent question, and that would be the great way to do it. Again, an ROV that is essentially in the shape of a torpedo, put into the water through the torpedo tube, operated by wires, and then the ROV navigated to the target. Absolutely. One of the things to me that is still militating for possibility that this was carried out by combat swimmers is that Russia.
Did we lose Chuck?
Yeah, I was just wondering that. So you guys can't hear him either, right?
I can't hear him.
Okay.
No, he's gone.
Chuck, if you can hear us, we can't hear you right now. You might have to come back.
Co-host Chuck, and it's gonna be Chuck and Michelle. I gotta step off for a second.
Chuck's gone. Chuck, you might have. Oh, are you still there?
No, this was.
Oh, sorry, Leonard. Chuck, you might have to leave and come back in. I know Twitter's been really glitchy for most of us today. Sorry, go ahead, Leonard. We'll let you speak before, or if you have a comment before Chuck comes back.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. I just had a short question for Gunny, if he's still on, and it related to one of the Texas theories that came up a little earlier with reference to unexploded World War II mine ordnance as a possible explanation for this mishap at the bottom of the sea. And I would suspect you probably can put that one to rest fairly quickly, Gunny. Is that fair to say? Thanks.
Yeah, morning, mate. There's been some insane stuff from dropping anchors on it to unexploded mines. So obviously when they built Nord Stream 1 and 2, they carried out an extensive sonar survey of it, because you don't lay pipelines next to unexploded World War II mines. There will be no drifting World War II ghost mines knocking around. That's a complete load of nonsense. Nobody dragged an anchor and accidentally on purpose managed to drag the anchor. An anchor so big that it went through the concrete and steel and then dragged the anchor all the way along to the next pipeline. I've checked, there is no such thing as the Kraken, despite what people might think and what you've met in a nightclub at 2:00 in the morning, as I have. So yes, mate. For me, the one thing I did look at out of interest is the pig thing. Apparently, because there's control rooms either side, which are still manned, because obviously the pipelines are under pressure. Apparently, the control room west side would see indications of the transit of this, and we can pretty safely assume there are a lot of acoustic sensors around the Baltic at the moment, as well as other choke points globally, and they're not exactly quiet things. So the transit of a pig from a station on the pipeline in the east through to this point would probably very easily be detected. I think we're not seeing any evidence of what happened, because I think the evidence will need to be laundered a little bit, simply because we can't just say, well, HMS Astute tracked the kilo from 20 miles from St. Petersburg, followed her at 600 yards, listened to 2 divers, exit the submarine, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? It gives away a little bit too much of our capabilities if we had an asset following them, which personally I think that we did. They were tracked. I think it's just going to be a case of laundering the evidence a little bit so that we don't give too much away. And as I say, I don't think this is a first diver. I think the presence of USS Georgia in the North Sea, Barents Sea, and possibly the Baltic Sea screams to me that there's been a bit of an underwater scrap going on, and probably this has been tried before. The only other theory is that these charges were placed a long time ago, probably at the start of this, and they've just decided to set them off now, which I suppose that would be plausible. It would certainly make it easier for them, because obviously the Baltic is a real NATO lake at the moment. If they dropped these charges about 7-8 months ago, before all the NATO naval activity started, yeah, I could maybe see that. They just did it as an insurance policy.
Right. Thanks, Kenny.
Thanks, Kenny. Anything else to add, Leonard?
No, that pretty well takes care of it for that part. Thank you. Thanks, Michelle.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'd like to remind everybody to please retweet this space. We really appreciate all of you being here, and would love it if you could share this space with your friends and family. I know for myself, when I was looking to get more information with what was going on in Ukraine, I found this space, and it was a huge company, exactly the same thing that I was, and it really helped me to find out more information about what was going on. And so if you could retweet it, that would be great. And also, I'm sure most of you know this already, but MriyaReport is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we've been on since before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and we'll continue to do so for as long as we can. When you get a chance, please check out MriyaAid.org and see some of the really cool things that they're doing. 100% of their proceeds go to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and those include things like tourniquets, bandages, night vision, and so on. So if you get a chance to support such a great cause, please feel free to do so. Also, if you do have a question, please press the microphone button, which is on the bottom left-hand corner, and we'd love to hear from you. In the meantime, we will be waiting for Chuck to come back up. And we do have Ryan and Craig who are in the audience as well. So feel free to ask some questions. I do have, I think the next person was going to be lunchtime. So I don't know if any of you want to wait for Chuck. You might be able to ask your question, and there might be someone in the audience that could answer it for you. Bear in mind, I have no military background, but I am okay with passing on information or questions to other people. So do you want to go lunchtime?
Oh, thanks, Michelle. It's actually a quick question for Gunny. I don't know if you remember, but I think just before the war started, there was like a lot of hoopla about I can't remember if it was Russian submarines or something. Anyway, basically the idea was that Russia was about to cut underwater cables, including the sort of transatlantic data cable, and there was. I can't quite recall. I mean, I did some Googling and I couldn't really find anything definitive, but there was some talk of them having cut a cable, possibly, and a lot of rather worried articles about them cutting that transatlantic data cable, because that would obviously have quite a profound effect on things like financial markets. I just wondered if you remember this, and if you recall what the concern was triggered by.
Yeah, so they've done it since this all kicked off as well. They've got a dedicated surface vessel that operates ROVs called the Yangtin or something like that. I'll find it. We've been tracking her on AIS, which is like a shipping tracker, and that says that she's way up north. I don't believe that. I think she probably is knocking around somewhere else, and she's probably gone dark at the moment. So vessels have been hanging around this little area off Ireland, kind of just north of Western Approaches, and it's a bit of a hub for a lot of data cables. It's a real snake's wedding around there. Now, the problem is there's not an awful lot you can do about it, because they're exercising freedom of navigation, and they'll say, well, we just sat here and we're just doing an exercise and it's really none of your business. Are we exactly aware of what's going on? Yeah, there would have been a NATO boat tracking them. If a Russian warship goes somewhere, a NATO asset does track them. If they send ROVs down to have a look at any of the data cabling or anything like that, NATO knows, because it's kind of obvious. You have to go into the hover, and things like ROVs make noise. Noise travels very far in the sea, and we would have monitored it and we'd have seen what they are doing. As I understand it, it's a nuclear option for them. And it's not something that they could do plausible deniability of if one of their warships was sat over the cables and things started being cut. But they have done it. They did it up to Svalbard.
Someone's got a hot mic there.
Chuck, no, welcome back, Chuck. You were just hot mic'd very briefly.
Yeah, so they've cut one cable already to Svalbard. But as with all things, it's kind of a catch-22. They'll put warships somewhere. You might find that they put a couple of warships in and around the Norwegian oil fields or the UK oil fields now on the gas platforms. We can't run around sinking them just on the basis of we know that they're nasty buggers and they're up to no good. But we can let them know, as Chuck said, that we're very much aware. Holding down a boat, yeah, you don't put swimmers into a sea where a warship's lashing you with active sonar. It will give the swimmers a bit of a headache, and you just hassle the boats. Not so much the surface vessels, you don't want to do that, but you hassle the submarines and you really interfere with whatever they're up to. Personally, I think the unmanned aerial vehicles came off trawler, maybe a small merchantman, something like that. I'm wondering if they're trialing the Iranian UAVs that we've seen that carry a small charge. Would they fly one into a platform? You know, it'd be ballsy, wouldn't it? They're noisy. Someone will see it. It will be very obvious. And I think that would just be inviting some kind of response. It's got to be plausible deniability, and the Russians don't seem to understand that plausible deniability is the ability to put an alternative explanation that some people will buy. A oil platform in the North Sea suddenly randomly exploding after something that sounds like a motorbike flying into it, that's not plausible deniability. So it would be a bit of a ballsy move.
Thanks, Gunny. Just a quick follow-up, right? Which is that effectively, right? This Russia is on a war footing, and doesn't that change anything in terms of where they're allowed to maneuver in the sea? Because surely that changes the that means that we can change the character of our response to their presence, doesn't it? Or does it?
In terms of submarines, they've been on a war footing since 1950, mate. There are hair-raising stories that you hear in the Navy about what both sides' submarines have been getting up to over the past few decades. But in terms of how we both operate, I think both sides, the Russian Navy and NATO, understand that there are certain rules still in place. It's going to be a bit of an underwater knife fight. We'll probably hear in about 10 years' time of the odd collision or close call or ships being hassled by other ships. But in terms of how we respond to them, as in every day, it still remains primarily, first of all, intelligence gathering. You follow a Russian submarine because you want to build up an acoustical profile. You want to see how they operate. You want to you want to try and gain from the acoustic information come in maybe the state of maintenance on there. Are there any defects on there? What's their discipline like? Slamming hatches, dropping spanners, all that kind of thing. It's all very Red October, but it's all very true. And you keep quiet because you don't want them to detect you. You don't want counter detection. And therefore, a lot of what the Russian submarine force, for instance, will be doing will be observed, but they won't know that they're being observed, if that makes sense. What we do know is Russia's submarine activity has been up for years, mate. Flag officer submarines came out 3-4 years ago and said Russian Navy submarine activity around the UK was back up to Cold War levels. They hang around off Faz Lane a lot, trying to track our bombers deploying and returning. We hassle them when they try and do it. We sanitize routes in and out. So I don't think anything's going to change in that respect. I still think the USS Georgia being caught going into Faz Lane is indicative of something very interesting in the special forces world. I think the increased number of NATO submarines calling into UK ports and US surface ships calling indicates that it's probably very busy underwater. It's just a shame that we probably won't find out for 5 or 10 years until a submarine commander or someone or ex-special forces gets permission and then bangs out a book on Amazon. And then suddenly, for those of us who've been really tracking this, lights will go off in our head and we'll go, yeah, that's what was happening. But all the indications are it's very busy under there and up top.
Thanks, Gunny. You've, as always, managed to make me feel better and worse about what's going on. Thanks again. I'll cycle down. Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks so much, Lunchtime. Thank you, Gunny, so much for that in-depth answer. And I'd like to welcome back Chuck. And I'd also like to welcome Joseph, who's going to be co-hosting with me for the rest of the evening. I also wanted to remind everybody, or let everyone know, that we have Language Learner who's going to be doing his update at around 7:30 Pacific time, 10:30 Eastern time. So it's going to be in about 40 minutes or so. So please feel free to listen to Language's update. So thank you so much for being here again, Chuck. We do have a few more questions for you. How are you on time? You might not be able to hear me. Okay, so we'll go to the hands and then.
Well, I think I've been hearing a lot, but I haven't been able to say anything. I'm sorry. I'm back.
That's okay. Welcome back. Are you good to take a few more hands?
Yes, I absolutely can. I'll wrap it up soon, and I just want to compliment the expert commentary that I've been hearing. Spot on, a very well informed submariner giving us the straight dope. So that was great.
I wasn't a submariner, mate. I was a skimmer. I used to hunt them with considerable lack of success, unfortunately. They're very, very difficult to find submarines, as you know. So, but the reason the oil platform thing interests me is because in '91 we cleared platforms in the Northern Arabian Gulf after some of your good friends had dealt with this stay behind teams. So even for us getting on an old disused oil platform, it wasn't that difficult. And we were big fat sailors climbing up with rifles. So absolutely, Chuck. I think the North Sea oil and gas platforms are going to need a lot more security now. How we go about that, I know you'll be aware SBS are kind of this falls into one of their purviews. They tend to specialize in that kind of thing. So I would expect to see a little bit more of a NATO obvious presence, just deterrence. But as we said, tracking submarines is what we do anyway. We'll be tracking them, and you might find that one or two get the warning order. If they get too close, we stay away. But we'll see.
Right. I mean, this was also just you got to, when you're losing, you want people to pay attention to something else, and now the navies are going to have something to do. So interesting. Well put. Thanks for bringing us up to speed, because that was pretty good.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we have a few hands. So we're going to Jens, Dan, and then Rosalie.
I'll try to make it short. I just want to give Chuck and Rosalie a heads up. You may be asked about Biden and about the speech and he gave early February. And I think the answer is that Biden and Scholz actually put a sanction on Nord Stream 2 as right at the February 23rd. So Biden and Scholz already sanctioned Nord Stream 2. That's just the answer if you get asked if Biden could have somehow attacked Denmark. That was just my little help.
Well, and I agree. And the word false flag gets waved around a lot by people who don't know what a false flag is or can't seem to think it beyond beyond the obvious. And as you know, there is no way that the United States is going to attack the long-term great ally of Denmark and cause an environmental catastrophe. There's no way that the United States is going to attack Sweden, cause an environmental catastrophe in her home waters as she's getting ready to join NATO. So it'll also be interesting. You're going to hear more of this stuff coming up. Always remember, if you get a little nugget of information, especially online, always think two things: who is saying this, and what do they want me to know? So if the source is sort of I don't know, here's a couple of red flags. If you see someone who joined Twitter on March 1st of this year and who has 0 followers and 10,000 tweets, you can be pretty sure that that's a sovereign entity operating that information vector. But always remember, who's telling me this and what do they want me to know? We just heard that Chechens are raping Russian conscripts. Okay, that may or may not be happening. But remember, who said this and what do they want me to know? Then you can ask yourself the question, why? Okay, well, it makes the Chechens look bad. They're animals. They're this, they're that. Okay, so could that have been an information operation? Yeah, maybe it can. And I just want, be smart out there. Don't fall for everything, even if it's something you want to believe in. But again, so watch the information channels here. In the next week, you're going to see Russia trying to, throw everyone off the scent. But this has been a pretty obvious attack and an obvious message.
Rosalie, any thoughts?
Yeah, something that has been kind of crossing my mind as this has happened. I wasn't able to look into the information environment like immediately following it, but one of the things that we have seen in the past, for example, when Boris Nemtsov was assassinated, the operations that were to cast doubt on who did it and that sort of thing began, minutes after he was attacked. And that tells you that they were ready. And so I kind of want to understand what we're seeing in terms of how quickly did it start, because it's already started. Zero Hedge has kind of conspiratorial articles out. I'm seeing a lot of like anonymous content. There's kind of these smaller websites that are networked to kind of game search engines, and they're publishing, Biden saying that he definitely would put a stop to Nord Stream 2 if XYZ. And it's so silly. It's the dumbest thing ever. But, that I do worry that that seems like that'll probably be like a very sticky narrative.
Well, I tweeted the link that said he basically did that, but at 23 as the first really sanction against Russia. So I posted the White House document.
He took action. So essentially, yeah. And it's just sort of going to be decontextualized, which is really common with disinformation. We actually just saw that with the China coup hashtag. There was an explosion. It was in Tianjin. I'm not sure, but it was getting passed around as today. So that's something that is just very, very common, that decontextualization. I actually have a question for Chuck, or is somebody else before me? I can't.
No, go ahead.
So, Chuck, I am curious, how does it work in terms of what would be considered an act of war with, okay, let's say we can say with like a high degree of certainty that this was Russia. Like, who owns the pipeline? Is that an attack on whoever owns it? And if not, I guess why not? Because I'm kind of thinking, if they're threatening their source of energy, Russia has used that in the past to kill people in other countries. So I'm just sort of wondering around this, what the implications are.
Well, that's a terrific question too, and false flag is getting all spun around. Let's everyone who says false flag, let's take a deep breath and let's try to information game this a little bit. What if the headline tomorrow in Moscow Pravda reads unprovoked attack on Nord Stream pipeline? Because although it's an international consortium that owns Nord Stream, it is mostly owned by Oskos, which is Russia's energy giant. And when you say, high caliber industry in Russia, you're really talking about Putin ownership. He essentially hands these ownership plums to people he likes, and he basically takes things back whenever he wants to. So we don't know yet what Russia's going to do with this bit of information. How is it going to sell this to the guy on the street in Russia? Is this an unprovoked NATO attack on Russia? We all, hopefully, most of us can see through this, maybe with the exception of Zero Hedge, who's probably just trying to get web traffic. This looks like a Russian attack. It sounds like a Russian attack. It's within the capabilities, demonstrated capabilities that the Russians have in the Baltic. It's within their technological means. For me, they did it. And again, the U.S. military and NATO and our partners, look, they've put together a lot more about this crime. Like I said, they know exactly the hull number of the submarine that did this. If it was a kilo boat, look, it had to stick its snorkel up within 12 hours of this attack, and that was tracked. Snorkeling submarine makes a lot of noise. Let's see what the Russians do with this information. Are they going to try to? I can certainly see Putin saying, "Look, this was an attack on us, not an attack on you." So, if you want to confound your false flagging friends tomorrow at the water cooler, just hit them with that. I think Russia did it. There's no doubt about it. It was extremely provocative. We've talked earlier about things that happen with submarines and things that happen underwater during the Cold War. This was also a message to NATO that your underwater facilities are vulnerable. That's the message that Putin wanted to send with this as well. And again, they are up in the White Sea Fleet, but the Russians have specifically designed submarines. Again, I think I got cut off when I was saying this before. They have a specially designed submarines. They're actually two submarines that fit together. They are specially designed to interdict deep water cable networks, and I'm talking thousands of feet down. The target in the Baltic was merely hundreds of feet down, an order of magnitude easier. So again, it's going to be more Cold War underwater effery, and again, that works to Moscow's benefit and not to NATO's benefit.
Great, thank you. So we'll go to Dan next.
Yeah, talking about the pipeline, and in addition to several things that have been discussed, there are pieces of that pipeline on the bottom of the Baltic. And it will be extraordinarily clear whether that explosion happened inside the pipe or outside of the pipe, because that's going to create a completely different damage pattern. And unless I really misunderstand something, this is not like all melted into a pool of molten iron the way it would if it was a pipeline break on the surface that's on fire.
No, you're absolutely right. We spoke a little earlier about the possibility of sending a pig, which is basically a movable plug. The Russians could have put that in and sent it down the pipeline. That's not off the table as a possibility, but you're absolutely right. The damage at the scene of this break, it's going to be completely obvious exactly how this happened, and if high explosives were used, you're going to be able to tell on the metal, and there is absolutely no way to conceal that. High explosives make a specific damage pattern, both microscopically and quite visibly. You can pick this stuff up in your hand and see it. It's called spatter. And it is characteristic of every time high explosive is used in the vicinity of metal, and that's impossible to hide. So forensically, it's going to be, there's going to be scientific evidence behind who did this. Impossible to hide. But again, let's see what Russia does with the information. What it is that they tell their own people, and what it is they're trying to tell you. So be on the lookout for that.
And then one other thing I'll throw out there, just mostly for fun, there is a scene involving one of these pipeline plugs in a James Bond movie, and it gives you a very good idea of exactly how it would work to put anything in one of these plugs and move it along. They were using it to smuggle people, but smuggling, putting an explosive in one to work exactly the same way. Although I find the fact that they would have to communicate with the German end to send the plug quite convincing myself. But anyway,
Yeah,
random
it's
thought. I
all,
can't.
oh, it's not random. That's you're right on. I actually think that that James Bond movie was a little closer to the truth than most people actually realize, and I'll leave it there.
I can't remember which movie, but thank you very much.
Sure, good question.
Thanks, Chuck. I know that Leonard, you had your hand up, but I don't know if Ryan or Gurney had a comment. Or was it a question for Chuck?
I was just going to remark that Nord Stream 2, as far as I understand it, never established flow. They just had pressure in the line. And if you're going to move a pipe pig through a pipe, you either need differential pressure on the front and back side of that plug to move it like a squeegee through the line, or you need a tractored pig, which would have I'll send a few people a picture, but basically you'd need a power source and some little set of rubber wheels or tractor, similar to like you'd see on a tank, a little set of tracks that could push something through the line. And like Gunny mentioned earlier, they were monitoring pressure on this pipeline at both ends. That's why it was noticed on the German side that pressure had gone from up over 150 bar down to 7 in a real rapid fashion. So I would think if they were monitoring it that closely, they would have maybe noticed if somebody moved or inserted something into the pipeline, and it would have to have been tractored in. If there's no flow in the line, you can't move a plug through a pipe without some sort of energy supply.
Yeah, that's a completely excellent point. My money's still on naval special warfare interdiction.
External application.
Right, external application. But it wasn't something that I thought. Again, I'm not a petroleum engineer, but I spent a little time around oil rigs trying to blow them up. I just couldn't remove the possibility that it could be a pig. But as you've said, they were monitoring the pressure that closely, and what cinches it for me? Look, the seismographs picked up the detonation of the explosions. So,
Well, and as you've mentioned, once they get something down there with a camera on it and take a look at the after effects, people who know pipelines and explosive detonations and the aftermath from them can detect pretty quickly whether it came from inside or outside. Whatever the case, the pipeline is no more good. Bad phrasing intended. What
right.
pipeline defense doing?
Right, right. But there's another thing that, and I want everyone to remember this. Okay, so you've got this. We have this incident now with the pipeline. It's going to be fascinating to watch what official and unofficial sources watch the sort of things that
The
both
spin
sides
doctors.
right, the spin doctors, both East and West, are going to try to put on this. I expect literally next week in Time Magazine, you're going to see pictures of this pipeline blown up on the bottom, and somebody's going to be explaining to you just what we're talking about tonight, what this spatter pattern means, and how the pipeline is either bent in or out, and what this means. But this is a belligerent act that occurred outside of the war zone. It has all sorts of implications for war at sea, international relations, et cetera, et cetera. So always remember who's telling me this and what do you want me to think. And it'll be interesting for both sides. Hold yourself to both sides on that.
There's people in the oil and gas industry who specialize in this type of thing. Normally, if they get a drill string stuck in a well that they're actively drilling, they have to go down. If they can't recover all the stuff on the bottom of the drill pipe, which is the most expensive portion of it, the bottom hole assembly, they have to sever pipe and pull out. And they have people that are former demolitions experts, usually with military experience, who send in a charge on a wire and
explode the bottom of the pipe off, and they pull out what they can recover, and then have to go in and do a whole operation sidelining the well and drilling around whatever they had to leave in the bottom. So it's people can look at this and pretty quickly determine how things went sideways.
Right, and for me, what's going to be interesting for me right now, because we're operating in the information space right now. Let's see who spins this in what direction. But again, this will be just another example. You have a dictatorial regime here. Dictators tend to call these shots, and they tend to call crazy shots like this. And this again doesn't seem to be something that was very well thought out by the Kremlin. Again, there is no plausible deniability here. There is no way in which this could have been an accident. This was an act of aggression. Let's see how the Russians spin it. That's the only mystery left for me right now, is how are they going to
Couldn't
spin
agree
it.
more. I'm intensely curious to see what the pictures come back looking like, but regardless of how it happened, what's done is done, and I want to see how it's tried, how it's attempted to be parlayed for political gain.
Well, and I'll just remind everybody, when the Kursk sank because one of its torpedoes cooked off in a tube, one of the first things the Russian Navy came up with was there was a collision with an American nuclear submarine. It was a mine laid by an American submarine. You heard 4 or 5 other provocative, ridiculous things. Don't forget that. I don't think the people in the Kremlin who came up with this, they probably weren't thinking down the information stream from this. But again, it's going to be fascinating, and I expect you're going to be seeing pictures of this damage here soon. Maybe 48, 72 hours. Then we're going to know.
Craig, did you want to add something in here?
I want to hear from my friend Gurney.
Yeah, I mean, if Gurney wants to go ahead, his hand was up, by all means.
Yeah, go ahead, Gurney.
So I was just going to make an analogy here to sort of doing business with the mob. And the reason I'm going to say this is because there's different discussions here, and I appreciate all of them. One of them, talks about, well, what do we do? How do we respond? In part of me just having conversations, just going around this issue, I think I'm sort of getting closer to where my thought process, and it's what is the desired learning outcome from this? I'm gonna go back here a step to, someone takes a loan from a mobster, right? You don't ask the hard questions about where the money's coming from, right? You take a business loan and get you through, you mix it with some other money, people are doing business, things seem good, everything seems fine. And then when they come back to take part of your business or more of your business or more than you think they deserve, I mean, you can't sort of at the same time be like, okay, well, my exit strategy is just I'll take them to court. I'll get some kind of equitable recompense from them. You sort of can't stand on both sides of it. And I just say that as an analogy, kind of like, look, people looked the other way, right? The money from the pipeline when it was in operation, make no mistake about it. I mean, that money was going to the oligarchs in Russia and to Putin himself. And those are exactly the people who are supporting the atrocities in Ukraine. The best thing that ever happened was when Russia finally used all its coercive leverage to turn off the pipeline. At that point, Europe had to pick a path forward, and that was without Russia. So sort of trying to deal with attribution here and figure out, how to deal with this and how to respond to Russia for doing this. They sort of have that mobster strategy. What are you going to do? Call the cops on us? I mean, it's not exactly like you can sort of stand on this perfect moral, holier than thou like ground and say, no, you took our asset, that was our money and our territory. They're sort of playing this by the book. It's gray, it's murky, it's not attributable, it's in international waters, it's 80% theirs. Who is it? I mean, so when you go into business, this is the lesson I'm saying from this. The bigger thing should be that democratic countries should not do business with autocrats, especially when it comes to energy or energy independence, because the only people that lose are the public, not those investors who got in the deal or whatever. So I appreciate the conversations about what we should respond, but part of this is sort of a tough learning lesson, and we sort of have to look inward and say, well, we were participative in a way. Sure, somebody did something by force in the sea today. And that's what we're discussing. And I get that. That is wrong. But if we look too much at how to respond to them, we sort of overlook some of our own sins in terms of how we got involved with this energy deal and how this pipeline came to be held over the head of Europe, not just once, but now twice. And now sort of forcing NATO or others to sort of, pick this public information space about how to respond. Do they do it publicly? Do they do it non-publicly? To Chuck, is it non-attributable? What is this? But that's the classic mobster pinch. What are you going to do? If you don't do anything, you're weak. You're not doing anything, right? We called your bluff there. You didn't do anything to us. And if you do something, right, it's like, what are you going to do? It was ours to begin with, and we can take it from you. And we just did. We showed you that, right? We really, in my view, don't gain much from the response if we don't look to ourselves to say, we simply shouldn't do business like that going forward, because we can prevent these mistakes from happening. We can prevent funding autocrats. We can prevent funding a Russian dictator who is committing atrocities in Ukraine. And that's my takeaway from today's events.
I wish I said that, because that is perfectly well said, and it's exactly what's going on. I mean, I always try to avoid getting on the strategic thought level, but Angela Merkel felt that commerce with Russia would draw them into the into the community of nations. All know that was a grievous mistake now. There was a time where some people actually thought Putin might lead his nation into the light. I wasn't one of those people, but again, needs must. And unfortunately, a lot of the oil in the world seems to be under the feet of autocrats. We've seen it in the Middle East. We've seen it in Latin America. I'll add one other thing. The Russians have always funded otherwise noble efforts, environmental groups, anti-nuclear power groups that on paper you might actually agree with. You might, you might question exactly what the Earth gains by exploiting these fuels and spills, etc. But it's been a strategic effort on the part of the Russians to make these arguments more vehement and to lean on the schisms, as Che Guevara used to say. It's one of the reasons, incredibly, with this winter of disconnection from Nord Stream, Belgium actually closed a nuclear power plant last week. Leave you scratching your head a bit, wondering what's going to happen in Belgium this winter when electricity and heating is impacted. I'm going to have to leave it there right now, since I've actually gone way above my pay grade with that comment. But Michelle, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for all the great questions, everybody. And I hope to be on again real soon.
Oh, thanks so much for coming, Chuck. We really appreciate you being here. And I know I always learn so much every time you're here. So thank you so much. And you're welcome anytime to come into this space.
Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Thanks, Chuck.
So we have a few more minutes before Language Learner gets here. I know, Leonard, you've had your hand up for a little bit. So go ahead.
Thank you, Michelle. Yes, I was just going to follow up, and in terms of what Gurney has laid out for us, yes, very important considerations. And this is kind of the end result, you're right, at the end of a long road of dealing exclusively in energy issues with dictators and potentates. And I was also going to just comment on the Boris Nemtsov matter that Rosalie had raised and how important that is. Because yes, Rosalie, you mentioned that Boris Nemtsov was assassinated literally in the Kremlin on the streets outside the Duma. But it's critically important to, and gives us a clear indication of what we're dealing with the Kremlin, with Putin, and with his Salvasnikis. The Nemtsov was actually assassinated February 27th, 2015. And that was in the direct fallout, the aftermath of the original Crimea invasion and the Crimea sham, if you will, where the little green men effectively took over the entire nation on behalf of Putin. And Nemtsov, it should be noted, was the only significant leader of political opposition in the Russian Federation. And he had been an opponent, a significant opponent of Putin's, literally right up until that point. In fact, immediately prior to Putin assuming the mantle from Boris Yeltsin, Nemtsov had been targeted and pretty much almost anointed as the next president of the Russian Federation. But through various shell games and immediate maneuverings, Putin was chosen overnight and put in his place. And Nemtsov was a nuclear scientist, a man dedicated to liberal concepts of justice, democracy, and the entire liberal heritage of the West, if you will. And he had a bullet unceremoniously put in his head, literally right outside the streets, right outside the doors of the actual Duma. And at the time when the voting was taking place to have all the sheeples in the Duma endorse Putin's egregious Crimea policy, and to put tie the ribbon on the boat, on the package, if you will, in terms of delivering Crimea to the Kremlin as their prize. So it should not be it shouldn't be overlooked in terms of how significant the steps are that Putin will go to ensure his position, and specifically to ensure his objectives in Ukraine. And he's already shown us that in spades with reference to Crimea. So yeah, that was an important reference you made, Rosalie. So thank you for that.
Yeah, everything you said, and I think the degree to which what we saw in the information environment after Nemtsov was killed, I think that speaks to how long they thought about it and a lot of other things. And so I am throwing my nets out, and I hope to have something very interesting shortly.
Thanks so much, Rosalie. Stephen, I know you have your hand up. Language is now here, but let's take your question or comment, and then I'll pass it over to Language. And welcome, Language.
Appreciated. Apologies. Appreciated. Thank you. A very, very quick comment, really. Just actually kind of a follow-up on Leonard's comment there, and with regard to the question that's probably lingering in people's minds about. For the record, I don't particularly think that the pig idea is likely. I just think it's possible, and I wanted to have Chuck's comment on that. But one thing that people might be thinking is, well, and it's a follow-up on a couple of comments just recently, correctly saying that, well, it would be obvious if it was an internal explosion. Yeah, that's certainly true. But we have to remember that this regime has made these sorts of things obvious at the same time as denying them on several occasions. And I'm talking about the Skripals in Salisbury. I'm talking about the polonium incident. When they do things, they often quite deliberately make it clear that it's them at the same time as saying it isn't. Really, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you so much for making your comments. shared with us. And the last 2 hours or so were really informative, and we had a lot of really great guests. So thank you so much to all of the listeners who were here listening, and of course the speakers as well, Rosalie, Leonard, Ryan, Stephen, and so on. We really appreciate all of your comments and just your insight, and it really helps all of us. So thank you so much. So I'm going to pass it over to Language, and thanks for being here, Language.
Thank you, and absolutely, it's always phenomenal to hear Chuck Fair and Yehud and some of the other folk talk in detail, especially some of the more naval-minded folks telling me things that I, frankly, had never even heard of regarding all the intricacies of international pipelines. So that's really phenomenal. So for tonight, we'll be using the live map again. For those who are just joining us, in an effort to make it easier to find out exactly what we're talking about, there is now a free app. It's on the Apple Store and Android Store. If you scroll up to the pinned tweet up above, or the last tweet that I've put out, it'll take you to the website. That's lvmp.us. It is free. Quite literally, it just copies the coordinates of the map that I'm looking at. It's a Google map with an overlay, and then sends it to you. I can't see your data. You can't see my data. And I only take, $200 out of your credit card account. So it's all very nice and kosher. But if you guys want to try downloading that, you should be able to click the link there. Otherwise, if it asks for a code, the code for tonight is all lowercase, U as in uniform, B as in Bravo, G as in George, 69. That's UBG 69. If you are able to pop into it, you should be looking at a map showing Kiev.
And real quick, Language, I'll jump in and say, please do retweet the space and let people know Language is giving his update. So yeah, we can get as many people in here listening as we can. Thanks. Back to you, Language.
Thank you. And we're going to use Andrew Perpetua's map again. He's done a really phenomenal job with it. It is a little bit busy, something that you can do because you can control the map yourself. Zoom in. If you see icons on the map and you don't necessarily know what they mean, for instance, it's not a joke. A resident in Kiev swears up and down that as of just about 2 weeks ago, he saw a UFO. So kind of jokingly, that got put on the map. If you click an icon, you're not sure what it means, it should pop up with a description of what that icon represents on the left side of your screen. There is a bit of a delay between when I speak and when you hear. However, there is only a 5-second delay or so when I move the map, so they may be just a little bit out of sync. I apologize, and then I'll record the audio and throw it in afterwards too. With that, if we're all about ready to go, we'll jump into it. As usual, start in Belarus, proceeding clockwise, and ending with some general statements. So without further ado, let's begin. This is the military update for September 27th, 2022, day 216 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Starting in Belarus, proceeding clockwise, there are rumors continuing that Russia will attempt to conduct mobilization of Belarusian citizens in order to support the Russian armed forces, and has threatened Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, with replacement with a more amenable leader to Russian interests if he refuses. And there continues to be allegations of Russian false flag attacks planned for the south of Belarus in the coming days and weeks. There are reports that following recent repairs to Belarusian rail infrastructure that had been targeted by Belarusian partisans earlier in the war, that there is an increased movement of Russian military equipment through the country towards the south of Belarus near the Ukrainian border. Moving towards Kiev and talking about some of the politics of the day. The U.S. stated that they will hand over the first NASAMS, modern NATO anti-aircraft missile system, to Ukraine within the next 2 months. This comes after the Ukrainian government walked back reports made that the systems were already in country. The Ukrainian government has stated today that if Moscow proceeds with declaring annexation over the territories involved in illegal referendums, that there will be no further negotiations with Moscow. The Ukrainian government also said that the large-scale gas leak on the Nord Stream pipeline is a terrorist act planned by Russia to destabilize European economies and cause panic before the winter. Last night, sudden simultaneous leaks to both Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 pipelines in the Baltic Sea were recorded. Reportedly, the American CIA notified some European countries regarding possible sabotage operations several months ago. It's announced by Ukraine that Russia holds 616 women captive from the armed forces, including a number of pregnant women, and Ukraine is working on their release. After the prisoner of war exchange on September 21st, the likelihood of further exchanges has apparently grown significantly. There is also reportedly a tentative agreement to exchange all Ukrainian wounded prisoners of war for Russian wounded prisoners of war. According to official data, there are a total of at least 7,000 Ukrainian prisoners of war. Ukraine has passed a law prohibiting the export of goods to Russia until after martial law ends and the Russian government ceases hostile action. While there's been effectively no exports de facto since the invasion began, this now ensures it at a legal level and also ensures penalties for people who try and smuggle things. Men with children who have disabilities will now be allowed to freely cross the border out of Ukraine, as opposed to before when they were limited to a single departure. The Ukrainian government stated they will publicly release instructions for civilians in the case of tactical nuclear weapon usage by Russia. At the same time, the Ukrainian government has noted that nuclear powers have taken steps to prevent the use of nuclear weapons by Russia, and failing that, the Ukrainian military has stated it will not be stopped by threats or usage of nuclear weaponry. We're going to move east to the Sumy and Chernihiv regions and the other areas bordering Russia. Harassing strikes continued across the day with no other major changes in the region. In territories directly adjacent to the combat zones and the Russian border here, firewood will be provided free of charge to residents who are living there for the duration of the winter as a way to try and keep anybody from freezing. Moving further east towards Kharkiv city and the area to the due north of it. Russia continues to shell the border regions north of Kharkiv city, although in a very diminished way compared to several weeks ago, when shelling was recorded near Kazachalopan, the former Russian base near the border, and Volchansk, another major Russian former base. Russian missile strikes on Kharkiv late in the evening damaged some electrical infrastructure in the city, rendering a couple districts out of power. With that, we'll move east over to Kharkiv and the Kupiansk region, where there are ongoing offensives. Ukraine has crossed the Oskil River in at least two locations at Dvorchne and Kupiansk, and is now working to consolidate its holdings up and down the east bank of the river from both of these positions. In the north, across from Dvorchne, Russian forces are trying to limit Ukrainian gains with heavy shelling from both sides. Ukraine does appear to be broadly making pushes to the south so they can link up with their forces coming north from Kupiansk, and Russia is trying to stay back and use heavy artillery fire here. We haven't seen a tremendous amount of Russian assaults in this specific area. However, further south towards Kupiansk, where Ukrainian troops continue to maneuver south along the east side of the river and have done so rather successfully, taking a number of Russian logistical hubs, rail yards, and one formerly major Russian base, Russia has been just throwing people into the meat grinder here. Statements from Ukrainian forces are that the Russians are, we've heard the word bonsai charge, frankly, more than once now, indicating that the Russians are very poorly supplied and are trying to motivate their troops forward to, I don't know what, confuse or stall the Ukrainian troops from continuing to push to the south, and it's resulting in tremendously high Russian casualties. There is evidence of Russian troops that have mobilized since mobilization was declared in Russia on the 21st, already in Ukraine, with one Russian soldier who had been mobilized on the 21st in Moscow was captured and recorded as a prisoner of war today on film in this area. With that, we'll move on down to the Izium and Liman fronts, where Ukrainian troops continue to make progress. Ukrainian forces continue to push north from their breakthrough towards the Borova-Svatov highway, threatening Russian supply lines and logistics hubs here. It's been said numerous times by Russian telegram channels that should this highway be consolidated and captured by Ukrainian troops, any choice or any hope of people in Liman to really continue to get things like food and water and bullets, it disappears overnight. Ukrainian troops have broadly continued to push towards an encirclement of Liman and its supply lines, with movement from the south, from Nove, towards the suburb of Kolodzaki, along the western bank of the Zerabets River, which is where Russian forces are believed to be assembling their secondary defensive positions. This would place Ukrainian troops approximately 7 or 8 kilometers away from the final and main Russian supply line feeding into Liman via the town of Zarishny. Should Ukrainian troops manage to successfully occupy or block Zarishny, it would completely cut off whatever Russian forces remain in Liman, estimated to be about 4,000 at max. Ukrainian troops have also pushed south at other locations, taking the small village of Shandyholov, with the apparent intent to clear all Russian positions to the northwest of Liman. Ukrainian artillery continues to pound towards the Russian backlines and supply routes feeding Liman, and Russian artillery has broadly returned the favor across the front lines here, although with less munitions fired. It appears the Russian forces in Liman are increasingly tenuous, and given the historical precedent of Russian troops withdrawing in advance of anticipated encirclements, we may see a mass withdrawal from Liman in the near future. There are believed to be up to 5 battalion tactical groups, up to 4,000 troops here. We know that this is the major concentration of Russian troops. Russian troops, however, nonetheless are apparently continuing to try and entrench themselves in Liman, and Ukrainian forces are continuing to focus on taking the northwestern suburb of Drobyshev and using artillery on Russian positions. At this point, it does not appear that Ukraine wants to engage in urban warfare unnecessarily, and the battle lines around the city extend broadly out to the lakes on its northwest approach at the closest. Further to the east, near Yampil, Ukrainian troops to the east of Yampil on the far side of the river, closer to Russian positions, are reportedly engaged in combat with Russian troops near Torsk, which, if successfully taken, along with Zarichny, they are both essentially right next to each other, would fully cut off both Yampil and Liman from any further Russian reinforcements to the east and allow for Ukraine to set conditions to attack up the east side of the Zerabets River, where Russian forces had previously hoped to use the river itself as a natural barrier against anything to the west. It remains to be seen if they have the necessary defenses should the Ukrainians swing around on the far side. That will move down to Seversk towards Lysychansk. Ukrainian troops continue to press their control further east from Seversk along the northeastern and southeastern routes from Bilhorivka and Spern, with Russians shelling both locations. Russia has tried to launch a couple spoiling attacks towards the southeast of Seversk. These have been broadly unsuccessful. It seems like it's an attempt to draw attention away from other locations on the front. Moving down to Soledar, Bakhmut, and the highways around them. Russia has attempted a number of attacks across the highway today, the vast majority of them being repelled. A couple more were ongoing. Ukraine does continue to hold control over Soledar city itself, with Russian forces being broadly restricted to one industrial neighborhood and continuing to be attacked by Ukrainian forces. And the Ukrainian artillery in the region has been putting a real dampener on the Russian troops, who have to cross a large open field if they want to try and get into the city itself. On the outskirts of Bakhmut city, Russia continues to run itself into the Ukrainian defenses in the eastern industrial area, and they're all still believed to be intact despite heavy Russian shelling, mostly of logistics bridges in the city itself. Wagner Group, PMCs, mercenaries from Russia, have reportedly been deploying conscripts recently recruited from Russian prisons into the battlefield here, trying to push them through heavy defensive Ukrainian artillery barrages, resulting in massive casualties. Otherwise, Russia does continue to attempt assaults from the southeast, trying to get onto the southern highway and find a way to run around these heavy Ukrainian defenses in the east of the city. However, they still have to contend with the Ukrainian strongpoint of Zaitsev, which thus far has held quite strong. Moving further south towards Donetsk and Luhansk. Russian shelling continues on the outskirts of Avdiivka and Pisky, with Ukrainian troops having broadly withdrawn from the latter. Russian statements regarding annexation of their DPR-LPR puppets will likely cause some tensions with the proxy governments there, as they've already expressed anger when Russian officials were formally brought in to take their jobs. The DPR and LPR militias have already expressed serious anger and desertion at fighting outside the bounds of their, quote, territories. And it remains to be seen that if Russia now says, oh, congrats, you're all part of the Russian Empire, we're sending you everywhere, how many of these folks will actually follow said orders? In Luhansk, officials are trying to now conscript doctors for combat medicine-related specialties up to the age of 60. This likely indicates dramatic casualties, either both ongoing or expected in the future, especially if they continue to send poorly trained and under-equipped people into artillery barrages. Moving down to Mariupol. Russia is reportedly closing movement in and out of the city of Mariupol for men who want to leave, with the intent of trying to mobilize some 10,000 Ukrainian citizens into the fight. Previously, about 150 to 200 people were able to go in and out through the very tightly controlled border checkpoints around the city. As of yesterday, that number fell to 8. along Zaporizhia and the southern axis. Ukrainian forces continue to shell along the front lines with no major offensives reported. Ukrainian troops continue to amass at several points, and Russia continues to express concerns of potential assaults towards Mariupol, Berdyansk, or Melitopol. Russian occupiers have stated that Kherson and Zaporizhia oblasts have overwhelmingly voted to join the Russian Federation, recording polls of greater than 90% with 100% turnout in the sham referendum. Aside from Russia, no country in the world has stated they will recognize the results of the illegal referendums. Ukrainian forces heavily shelled Russian positions across the front in Tokmak today, destroying a Russian S-300 anti-air system and leveling the base it was attached to. There are also reports of strikes further south in and around Melitopol, an occupied city by Russia in the region, destroying a large quantity of equipment and troops. It's unclear whether these were rocket attacks or partisans. Moving west to Kherson. Russia utilized a number of its Su-35 fighter jets to attempt cruise missile strikes on the cities of Mykolaiv and Kryvyi Rih today, where both incoming missiles, one on each, were successfully intercepted. There unfortunately continues to be long-range rockets and rocket artillery strikes on citizens in Mykolaiv. Russia concluded its referendum in Kherson today, reporting 93% yes votes with 100% of the total votes counted. It is broadly reported that these stats were already decided on by early in the month, and there's some alleged screenshots of people with the exact scripts from early in September. Across this region, there were 4 Russian airstrikes and 10 Ukrainian airstrikes today, which along with over 250 artillery strikes were responsible for eliminating 58 Russian soldiers, 1 tank, 7 armored vehicles, 5 artillery guns, 3 surface-to-air missiles, 1 UAV, and 1 plane. Today passed relatively without change on the ground in Kherson, although there continues to be targeting and destruction of Russian ammo depots and the barges they keep trying to send across the Dnipro River. To the northwest of Kherson, there appears to be continued Ukrainian movement from the northwest near Pravny, given the fact that Ukrainian artillery fire is now reaching into the southern outskirts of the town, indicating that Ukrainian troops are pushing forward, or at the very least, Russian troops are pulling back. There also continues to be strikes on the Russian airport or Russian-controlled airport at Chornobyka for the upteenth time. We know that this is where Russia is trying to entrench a number of its troops, as well as historically was bringing in helicopters once the bridges across the river went down. For up to the north, Ukrainian forces continue to shell in and around Snihorivka, the major Russian base on the west side of the Inhulets River, as other forces from the Ukrainian side continue to progress on the east side of the river, where if they are able, in time, to get all the way down to the far side of the bank from Snihorivka, then the Russian troops there really have nowhere to go except hopefully surrender. Around the leading edge of the Ukrainian breakthrough, there continues to be fighting with very heavy Russian shelling in this region on both sides of the river. Several Russian tank units have been seen deployed here, although one Russian armored offensive ended prematurely after the commander's tank took the lead and then promptly ran over a minefield and blew up. In the northeast, Ukrainian troops continue to engage in deep artillery strikes against Russian positions, but the front lines themselves have remained relatively stagnant. And then Ukraine continues to target Russian positions in downtown Kherson, as well as exerting control over the bridges at Novokakhovka, where Russia is continuing to try and fix them in a Hail Mary attempt to get more things across. Moving to Odessa, the Black Sea, and Crimea. Reportedly in the Black Sea, there are 3 combat ships with about 24 missiles available for use deployed just off the coast of Crimea. Storms continue in the region. 2 Russian Su-35 fighters fired cruise missiles towards Odessa, which were both thankfully intercepted by Ukrainian air defenses. Reportedly, 11 Russian drones were shot down over Odessa Oblast today, including both recon and suicide drones. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated 550 Russian soldiers for a total of 57,750, 24 armored vehicles, 16 tanks, 10 artillery systems, one of which was rocket artillery, 19 cars and trucks, 1 plane, 3 air defenses, and 7 UAVs, with the greatest losses being around Liman and Kupiansk. Russia continues to deal with unrest caused by its mobilization orders, and newly mobilized Russian forces are apparently not even getting basic weapons or movement training before being deployed. It is highly unlikely they will be affected in any way on the battlefield as a result and will likely take massive losses. Several members of the Russian national soccer team today refused to return to Russia after a game in Kyrgyzstan, following reports that several of the team had received mobilization orders. Per the UK's Ministry of Defence, on September 30th, Putin may announce the official legal annexation of the occupied regions of Ukraine. This is not believed to be accepted by anyone except Russia, and it's not going to change things on the world stage except continuing to further put Russia in the diplomatic doghouse. The Bulgarian and Czech republics have urged their citizens to leave Russia as soon as possible, stating that the ability to freely exit Russia may be restricted in coming days and weeks. Facebook did something good for once, taking down a complex network of over 60 pro-Russian propaganda sites that were faking credentials and faking appearances as legitimate news sites such as The Guardian or Spiegel, except with planted articles to promote Russian propaganda talking points. These were specifically targeted to audiences in Germany, France, Italy, and the UK. Israel approved the transfer of anti-drone weaponry to Ukraine today for use against the Iranian-provided UAVs. Almost 66,000 Russian citizens have entered the European Union from September 19th to 28th, which is a 30% increase over the prior week. The majority of Russians have entered the EU through border points in Finland and Estonia. In Georgia, this country, not the state, an average of 5,000 to 6,000 Russians have doubled to 10,000 over the last week. The Georgian authorities do not see a threat of military force from Russian troops, despite the fact the number of Russian troops and several armored vehicles were seen moving to border checkpoints on the Russian side, with Georgia saying, quote, "This is an internal Russian issue," unquote. Russia is allegedly trying to set up a mobilization office right there at the border in order to catch people trying to leave, and Georgia stated they will reopen the borders to Russian citizens who are trying to flee the country and mobilization. And then Kazakhstan refuted allegations today that they would be extraditing Russian citizens who are evading mobilization and opening up the country broadly to those who are trying to leave Russia. With that, should be about it. Thank you so much. Glad to be here.
Thank you very much, Language. If anyone does have any questions for Language after his update, please do feel free. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and that'll bring you up here, and Language will do his best to answer your question. Language, you just mentioned something that kind of interested me, and I just lost my train of thought on what it was. Does anyone have any questions for Language on the panel? Leonard, go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. Yes, Language, just a little bit a question pertaining to a little bit further detail on Liman and exactly what the disposition is there right now. Did you get any indication, specifically in terms of the losses, whether equipment, personnel, or any kind of a disposition in that regard, as to what's unfolded in Liman today, or today and yesterday, say, or is that still to be reported, basically? Thanks.
So the latest update we've heard is that the Russian troops are still broadly in Liman. Zooming in on the map, the greatest skirmishes we've seen are actually outside of the city itself, to these two small lakes just to the northwest. It does not appear, aside from spurious reports of Ukraine special forces and other spooky people entering into areas on the outskirts of the city, that Ukraine is trying to rush in, as some of the urban warfare experts here, Colonel Spencer, Major Giroux will tell you. It takes a lot to take a city, especially when there's people in there who don't want you to. It appears that Ukraine is broadly trying to commit to fights in the outskirts and consolidate territory. So the exact number of Russian troops is believed to be higher in the city than the outskirts itself, especially in these villages. The higher bound of estimates ranges up to 4,000 troops.
Thank you, Language.
Thank you.
Thanks, Language. Sorry, I remember my question. So yeah, conscription offices at the Georgian border. I mean, is there any? Can you elaborate on that at all? If you can, please go ahead.
So the Georgian border, a little bit of background here. All Russian nationals are very overrepresented in parts of Georgia. Up until now, Russia has had a little bit more economic power than the country of Georgia. and Russian citizens have treated it as something of a vacation destination, causing a lot of anger among local Georgians who have seen their housing prices shoot up, among other things, inflation, and then just general ethnic tensions from Russian nationalists. The Georgian government had previously said, hey, we're closing the border, we're not letting Russian men in. There's been a huge lines along the border regions itself. And then the other day, Russian troops were seen moving in troops and their actual armored vehicles to a specific border checkpoint whose name I can't pronounce. However, today, Georgia said, maybe we'll start letting people in. And as a response to these very long lines, tens of kilometers at this point, I believe. But then Russia said, we're going to be moving. Apparently, there's some orders floating around of a mobilization office being sent there. So quite literally to be, you guys are trying to leave? Well, we're going to bring the mobilization office to you, and we're just going to go down the line and pick whoever we want out of it. This is really demonstrating, this isn't necessarily an official statement, it's just Russia going, you seem like you have 2 legs and 2 arms. Don't worry about a medical checkup. Here's a gun. You're going to Ukraine in 2 days. I think it's hard to describe it as anything other than state-sanctioned kidnapping or impressing of soldiers.
Thanks, Language. So, yes. So real quick, I know we got a lot of new listeners tonight as a result of the whole pipeline business. So I just want to let new listeners know who come up. You can press the little heart icon on your center screen there. And on the far right, you can raise your hand. And that way we know you have a question. It helps us keep the order and everything. So if everyone could please raise your hand. So for now, Scott, since you're ready to go, we're going to go to you. But if everyone else who's on the panel could please raise your hand to let us know you have a question. That way we can call on you. Thanks so much. Go ahead, Scott.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I was a little confused on that. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. We know a lot of new people are here tonight. Go ahead.
So clearly this regime is not exactly thinking things through, and they have a complete disregard for mankind. So what is the end game? And I'll take your answers off the air, so to speak. And then, so the other one is, who in Russia is really in charge? It can't solely be Putin. I mean, there's got to be some kind of attempt to overthrow him. He's driving the country into a hole that it will never recover from. And now that the third question, now that Russia continues to back themselves into a smaller and smaller corner, it's only a matter of time until they completely fold or panic and do something drastic. So I'm interested in your response to that.
As far as who's running Russia at this point, it's important to recognize that Putin has consolidated an authoritarian regime around himself and his cronies very effectively over the last 2 decades. Unfortunately, they do still possess a fairly strong security state, although we are seeing, in particular, some of the ethnic minority regions, murmurings of, resistance against them, and in Dagestan, outright physical force. But unfortunately, the likelihood of some grand sweeping revolution taking out Putin is unlikely. Something in his inner circle, perhaps, but Putin is notoriously paranoid to the point of absurdity and has spent literal decades in this paranoid mindset, cultivating people around him, cultivating security forces around him, and he's not going to make it easy. I'm not going to quite just compare it to North Korea, but that's sort of the end game if Putin could have his way. I mean, he's the richest man in the world by most estimates because he's essentially hoarding his country's wealth. And he does have, I think that's all he wants at the end of it. He wants power. He wanted to reclaim the glory of the Soviet Union, if it ever existed. And at this point, he feels an emotional compulsion to prosecute this war. I don't think he's being bound by, my citizens are dying, I must stop. Evidently, that's not the case. They're sending people with less than a week of training to go die in artillery barrages. Where does this end? Who knows? Hopefully with some kind of palace coup in Russia. I think that's probably the easiest and safest way for this to end the war. But beyond that, my crystal ball is very cloudy. Hopefully it ends sooner rather than later. Michelle, Joseph, Ryan, what do you guys think?
It's something that comes up quite a bit. It's tough to say. It's obviously speculation. I personally think that, there won't be any kind of a grand, theatrical escalation from Russia to end this or to escalate to de-escalate, all that kind of language. It just doesn't seem like it's likely to me, because the consequences for Russia would be so extreme. And yeah, I just don't see the people involved, going through with it. I think that basically the likelihood is low. There obviously it's a reasonable thing to prepare for. People who get paid to stay up at night worrying about it a lot more than me, worry about it, and I don't know. That's kind of that to me. Brian, but any thoughts? Any thoughts?
Give me a minute. I'm preoccupied at the second.
Yeah, no worries, Ryan. Just curious. Yeah, I don't know. Scott, go ahead.
Ultimately, if he's the one in charge and he's backed into a corner, I mean, what does he have left to live for? That's got to be the ultimate concern. And I'm sure that the powers that be are looking at that possibility, but it just seems inevitable that this guy is either going to be overthrown or lash out like we've never seen.
So maybe we can kind of get to the crux of the matter. If I'm understanding you correctly, the idea is that Putin, in selfish rage, decides to end the world. Now, I am not a psychologist. I will not pretend to be. We've had several psychologists on here. There are a lot of people in that chain. Even if Putin's, ideation becomes, I'm going to, burn down the sandbox if you won't let me play in it. I don't envision that being the case, because you don't spend all your time hoarding wealth like a dragon and power just to throw it away in, some sort of jealous rage. Because then what? You have nothing, right? If your whole goal is to amass things, burning everything rather than saying, okay, well, my end goal is now to be, the second Kim Jong-un. I'm going to rule over, a hermit kingdom. I mean, as far as Kim Jong-un goes, that's pretty well for him, right? And if you don't care about your citizens, that's not a terribly undesirable outcome, but it's a better outcome than ending the world in nuclear fire. Now, while it's something that has increasingly taken over the news headlines, and I suspect with, Russia's imminent announcement that these are part of Russia and the murmurings that they're going to try and threaten, use of nuclear force, it will reappear in the headlines. I've stood forward in the back, and I've stood quite strongly that there's an escalation pathway and that Russia has other alternatives before resorting to nuclear weapons for the first time in war since 1945. That's a great way to turn yourself into an international pariah overnight, even more so. And so I hope that with pressure from other NATO countries, other nuclear armed states, and a number of them have already come out and said we've been having discussions with Russia in the back channels, warning them against such acts, that Russia does not try and continue to pursue these threats, especially as Ukraine has explicitly come out and said, not bring it on, but that we will not be deterred by mere threats. And if for whatever reason Russia does use nuclear forces, we will not be deterred by that. We will still reclaim our territory. So, it's one thing to say, I'll nuke you. It's another thing to actually be the first country to do so since the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Going back to the psychologist point of view, I'm not a psychologist either, but I can only imagine the God complex that he has after ruling Russia unabated for multiple decades. And when you feel like you own everything and you control everything, and now you are losing it all, I can only imagine what he would try to do. That's all. Thank you guys for listening to me.
It's a bit more like a Beetlejuice complex than a God complex. That would probably be a little bit more accurate.
As long as you don't say it 3 times, right? Gunther, were you up next? I don't know the order of hands. I'm sorry, Michelle. To you. I apologize.
It was Leonard and then Gunther, but I don't know if Leonard had a question or a
Yes.
comment.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Michelle. I'm just going to maybe just follow up a bit on the question from the last commentator, and it seemed to be going towards what do we think the end game is here? In other words, what does Putin have to gain, firstly, and then second question being, what does he have to lose if he pushes this right to the gun whales? Well, the simple reality is that, as I think Joseph had mentioned, that really Putin is he might be the decider, if you will, to quote quote George W. Putin may be the decider in chief, but he's certainly not the only skin in the game in the Kremlin, and they all know. Believe me, and everybody is aware that if Putin pushes this to the max, that they're all toast. Not just Putin and not just a couple of Solzhenitsyn, but the whole ball of wax goes up in flames. And you might have noticed just very recently, one of his oligarchs, if you will, Abramovich, who has been shuttling back and forth. He's the gentleman who moved to England and bought the Chelsea Football Club, one of the top 3 football clubs in the UK, and was really resplendent in his splashing his vast Russian ill-gotten wealth all over the UK, if not all over the world. But lately, Abramovich has been running around furiously, almost as a courier for Putin, and currying favor by carting. He took some of the British survivors of the Avestal prisoner exchange, took them back to London in his private jet, etc. Various ostentatious displays for the media being carried on. But he's also been a messenger boy for Putin. And you can rest assured, Putin is not just totally tone deaf to the pleas, the bleatings, if you will, of his host of oligarchs that have really had their wings clipped around the world. Their various yachts are all up on dry dock. They're being auctioned off by the crown in any of the Commonwealth countries. The wealth is gone in terms of their spread ill-gotten gains. It has dissipated. So some of these individuals still have visions of carrying out their lives. They haven't, like for example, Abramovich has not resigned himself that, oh, I'm just going to give up the ghost. Putin has decided I'm going to end my life, and that could be seen across the board in the Kremlin, and not just amongst the oligarchs, because it's not just the oligarchs who perish if Putin's ultimate threats are even attempted to be carried through. It has been made just crystal clear what the British Defense Ministry will do, courtesy of Ben Wallace in England, and the Russians know there's Royal Navy Vanguard submarines in uncharted waters. Nobody knows where they are. The Russians don't know where they are, but you can bet that they're all within striking distance of Moscow. So there would not be one Dasha left in Russia unincinerated if they push this to the max. And you will not find one single Russian oligarch who's prepared to go along with that as the last word on the subject matter. So Putin has all kinds of domestic considerations to deal with before he ever pushes or he gets anywhere near that final resolution, if you will. So that should be taken into account. Now, also, something not to be discounted is how much of this is a kabuki play put on for kabuki theater, put on for the benefit of the American public. And every time that kind of a threat is raised, and now I don't have any, I've lost count. I think it's about 25 times now that those him and his Solzhenitsyn have raised this threat to the West. And it's to the point where in England, they just laugh at it. Ben Wallace just laughs at it. He says, essentially, the British position is bring it on. And that really is the stone wall that the whole Russian strategy has run into. But in the American marketplace, unfortunately, you still have your Tucker Carlsons, and you still have a vast segment of the population that can have the wind put up their kilts instantly by the very mention of nuclear weapons. And the Russians are still playing this game. And as long as the kilts keep flying up around the rears in the U.S., this issue is going to, the Russians will at least be trying to play it against Sam on this very soundtrack. So hopefully that puts it into a little bit of scale for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Leonard. And just a real quick note that we've got a full panel here. We got some people trying to get up, so we're just trying to give everyone an opportunity to speak. We might cycle some people down. Please, if you're on the panel, please do raise your hand if you've got some relevant question. That way we know, who's waiting to speak and so forth. Otherwise, we might accidentally cycle you down. So thanks very much. Please do retweet the space. Let everyone know we're here. And if you have any questions for Language, please press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and Language will do his best to answer your question. How you doing on time there, Language?
I've got a decent amount of time for this evening. I've probably got another, 40 minutes or so.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so if anyone has any questions, Language has a little time. Feel free. It's a great opportunity. He spends a lot of time working on his, military update every night, so he's a good source of information if you have any specific question about what's going on the front line. So with that, I'll let Michelle go to hands. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thanks, Joseph. So we're going to go to Gunther and then Anda.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Just a comment too, which is about Putin's state of mind. I mean, he's obviously a very frightened, paranoid person. He has his own food taster. He fired his staff of 1,000 people, his whatever retinue, because he was worried about someone getting to him. He doesn't appear in public. All of his public stage things are on green screen. He doesn't even appear with his own soldiers. So I see it more of a paranoid person that wants to live. And also remember, Saddam Hussein was able to survive the disastrous war with Iran, even though they lost like 1 million people and fought to a stalemate. So I think he will always think that he has options that don't involve this other stuff. And it's just saber rattling, it's nonsense. But Language Learner, this is a question I have. It's a little bit, I don't know, kind of utilitarian a bit. So I apologize, I'm not this cold-hearted. But I've often wondered about, I've heard that the Russians are actually having some issues with precision guided munitions, and like some of their their ammunition isn't apparently unlimited. And what I've wondered is of all the shells and caliber missiles that were flown into apartment buildings and just into civilian infrastructure with damage and some deaths, there's still all that stuff is not available now during the Ukrainian counteroffensive. And I've wondered how much of a factor just shelling Mariupol to the ground and not having that ammunition now, how much it affects them. Thanks.
Thank you. It's a great question, and it actually dovetails into a question from a listener about Russian artillery munitions and supplies. So as far as precision guided munitions, Russia's had a lack of them really since 2014, 2015. They used a lot of them to blow up, everything they could in Syria, to use it to train their air force. But with sanctions following the 2014 invasion of Ukraine, their supply of the microchips required to make those was heavily restricted. So they didn't have a lot to start with when this invasion began. Allegedly, their plan was 300 missiles, give or take, for a shock and awe campaign, a la to the United States campaigns in Iraq. They're now somewhere over 3,000, which is a factor of 10 higher and dramatically more than they have. We've seen some of the pictures of what appear to be really antiquated missiles, as well as very antiquated bombs from Russia starting to be brought into the fray. Why they continue to keep shelling into residential buildings, I wish I could tell you. I simply can't put myself in that mindset. I don't know if they think that now, after 6.5 months of war, that this will be the terror attack that finally gets Ukraine to surrender. I genuinely cannot tell you why, but it is definitely having an impact. We've seen them move from their more modern ballistic missiles that are at least nominally more accurate to using anti-air missiles in a ground attack capacity, which is not what they're designed for. It can be used that way, but that's definitely trying to use a hammer to drive a screw. It's not what it's going to do well. As far as artillery, dovetailing into degradation of Russian munitions, yes, there's been a statement. It's a really good article. It's called A Farewell to Arms. It's by insider.ru, which is a anti-Putin Russian news media. It's actually in English. I encourage everybody to search for that. They do a really good statistical analysis on the degradation of Russian artillery, not just the ammo, but also the gun barrels themselves, because it's like anything else. If I have a tube with grooves in it and I continuously run metal along it propelled by an explosion, those grooves are going to wear down. And when those grooves are no longer there, it's going to shoot all over the place. And if the metal becomes sufficiently weakened, it's just going to blow up right where it stands. And there's been a couple evidences of that having occurred already. This is why we're seeing Russia's turning to countries like North Korea and Belarus to try and provide their munitions. Generally, when those are your only two friends, you're not doing well. Now, there are reports that Russia is trying to bring up to bear its military-industrial complex as far as making shells, but even according to what the previous best efforts of the Russian military were, not just making new shells, but basically remanufacturing or reintegrating old shells from the Soviet stockpile, they were still only getting about 500,000 a year from, I want to say, 2016 to now. And they're firing that at its highest, they were firing that every 10 days. Now, what this really means is that Russia will likely have to reduce its use of artillery or it will run out. If it reduces it, then that is all it really has right now, because it's either that or a bunch of conscripts from a prison that you gave a rifle and you're running them into artillery barrages. One can maybe stop a Ukrainian tank, the other one won't. So it's definitely a bad thing for Russia. It's, if you're going to be cold-hearted and, clinical about it, it's probably another good reason not to utilize your munitions on killing civilians. But apparently Russia never got that memo.
Yeah, thanks. Like, I mean, suppose they had like 3,000 caliber missiles right now. What could that do in regards to this Ukrainian counteroffensive?
I imagine, and this is a fear that I've had, I'm glad it hasn't been realized. It was most pronounced around Ukraine's Independence Day, where there was a lot of threats made towards Kyiv, that if Russia, because there are ways to escalate that don't involve nuclear weapons, right? And if Russia decides, okay, we're going to go back to detonating bombs at every single power plant within reach, we're going to start firing as many missiles into the downtown quarter of Kyiv because we don't care about it anymore, that would cause a lot of destruction. And it would be very challenging to intercept all of those. And now you're dealing with large cities of hundreds of thousands of people going into a winter without heat. And that's been an ongoing concern for several months now. I imagine just that ability, because Ukraine at this time does not have the capability to stop a massive missile attack, as we've seen with some of the ones in the past, unfortunately, that would probably be more of a useful way to quote unquote stall out a Ukrainian offensive, because if you have your military, it's a mobilized force of men and women, and you have citizens who are now freezing to death in Kharkiv, you're probably going to want to use some of your armed services personnel in order to provide heating infrastructure, in order to go door to door to make sure there's not geriatrics who have been abandoned, things like that. Otherwise, I imagine they'd be used against Ukrainian ammo depots and bases, but Ukraine has done much better than the Russians as far as moving things around. So they're not quite as easily as just, say, dropping a ton of, artillery shells into a warehouse somewhere and then just waiting for a missile to come hit them.
Can I have just one follow up? So when I asked that question, I was, in the there's a kind of a standard military principle, which is like the purpose of your army is to like defeat the other army, and like if you're spending time attacking civilians, you're not defeating the army. So you're like, and so if they had a lot of this ammunition or these precision guided weapons, like how could they use them in the current Ukrainian counteroffensive? Would they be effective in slowing it down or turning the tide at all? Or if they were just focused on the Ukrainian military?
I mean, it's a hypothetical I can't really answer. If they have done a lot of things, they'd be in a better position, but they're not. So
yeah. Anyway, it's just something that I've always and in addition to being immoral, it's militarily stupid. Anyway, thanks so much for everything you guys do. I really appreciate it, and hopefully tomorrow will be better. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Gunther. Let's go to Anda.
Hi, hi everyone. I have two questions. One is a follow-up for Gunther's, and it's related to tanks. Looking at some statistics, I saw that they lost the better part of their more than half of the number of tanks they had at the beginning of the war. And my question is, if after this, after this shamaranda done in the occupied territories, are they going to try to defend them? And if in defense, does it make a difference, the fact that they have so little tanks left? Does this help Ukrainians advance?
In short, yes. Russia does still have a quantity of tanks in the back lines. At the end of the day, even if it's something very old, if you dig it into a hill, it's still a armored box with a big gun on the end of it, which can prove difficult to deal with. However, Ukraine has a variety of tools to deal with them. That is something we're seeing in the Luhansk, Donetsk regions, where Russia is increasingly deploying those into pillboxes. They've done this with some of their 40-year-old, even possibly 50-year-old tanks. It's just, okay, we understand if we run this across a field, it's going to die. But if we stick it in the woods and we dig it into a little trench and aim the barrel towards something, well, now it's just a mobile bunker, if you want to call it that, right? What Russia has been more relying on, though, is their artillery. There's reports in this area around Liman, where Ukrainian troops are pushing through, around Kupiansk, that the Russian defenses are heavy on artillery and light on actual troops, people who pull the triggers, which means that their whole hope is if we shoot enough shells at Ukrainians, and they're firing a tremendous amount, that it will stop them from pushing towards us. However, that both necessitates a logistics pathway to bring those shells to the guns, and it also requires Ukraine to just sit there and do nothing, which Ukraine is very much not doing. So if, and more likely when, Ukraine finds a way to either take out those guns or to go around where they're shelling or something else, such as, surprise, surprise, moving at night, then the Ukrainians, once they close to distance with the Russians, find there's not as many of them. There's been a couple reports where the Ukrainians do this thing where they drive a bunch of cars into a town, APCs, things with, cannons, big machine guns on them. They shoot into wherever the Russians are sleeping, keeping the Russians there. And then as soon as one or two Ukrainian tanks rolls up, the battle ends. Either Russians surrender or, they're killed. So they just don't have the physical manpower there, and they don't have the equipment to stop, the proverbial knife fight. So they're trying to keep it at arm's range. But that is not an enduring proposition, as we've had some of the artillery experts on here talk about. You fire many more shells a day when you're trying to keep someone away than when you're trying to attack them. And at this point, because of all the logistics issues, that's not something Russia can do indefinitely. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yes. And as a subsequent question to that, I suppose it's in Ukraine's advantage. The fact that the Russian troops don't get much training. So, for example, they are not trained what to do as a during a night attack or to prepare for a night attack, correct?
It's a lot of that and a lot of equipment. So in the U.S. military specifically, just because of, frankly, difference in economies and technology available, you can give night vision equipment to a lot of troops. Russia does not do that in the slightest. I think even in their quote unquote special units, it's like a factor of, I don't know, 1/5 of the soldiers actually get night vision, which is not good when the Ukrainians are patrolling around through the forest with thermal scopes that make you look like something out of a scene from Predator, right? There's been some particularly harrowing stories, which I'm not going to sit here and joke about loss of human life, regardless, how I feel about the individuals dying. But at least in one case, a couple months ago, a bunch of Russian troops tried to attack the same Ukrainian position day in and day out, day in and day out. They keep doing the same thing. Eventually, the Ukrainians realize, okay, well, this guy's always hiding in the back. He's probably, this vehicle is a commander. They kill that vehicle, and the Russians, in a panic, disperse into the woods. And the Ukrainians freak out. They think, oh my God, we're dealing with special forces. These guys didn't run away. They ran to the woods. Everybody hold down for the night because these guys are going to come out of the woods and kill us all. Turns out that's not the case. The Russians were just in a panic and tried to get out of the line of fire. Night comes. None of the Russians have night vision. A few of the Ukrainians do. And as it was described to me, it became the world's most lethal game of Marco Polo, where the Ukrainians went through, basically called out in Russian, and when somebody answered, they shot them. So it's not fair. War often isn't, and this is a great example of it. If you can fight at night and your enemy can't, it is going to be a very bad time for them. And when Russia's whole thing is we fight during the day and maybe a little bit at night here and there, there's nothing they can do. It's a terrible position to be in, and I wish many more of those positions on the Russian military here.
Thank you, Language. And I have one more question, and this is not strictly military related, but maybe you can give me some insights. I saw the reactions of G7 and other countries, including China, regarding the Shemaranda, the shameful referendums that happened during the weekend, and I cannot exactly figure out what is China's position, because at the UN Security Council they had a very long talk with Secretary of State, I think he is Blinken, and after that they stated that they will respect the territorial integrity of all countries. And my question is, whose country are they respecting the territorial integrity? If you have any insights or ideas on that. Thank you. And thank you very much for the update and the map and everything. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, and the thanks for the map should go to David Ross now, who has done a tremendous job bringing that to life. So please do give him a follow. That's at Rosnow, ROSNOW. I know he also does some other applications in development, and if this is any indication, he's probably doing a great job on those too. So go check them out. And it's always great to hear from you, and I'm glad you're doing well. As far as what China's interest is, I am very far from an expert on the People's Republic. I know we have Jin Gu here, who knows far more about that than I do. Lived there for a while, to put it mildly. In very general terms, China is fundamentally self-interested, and this is a stereotype, but I believe it's one that applies. The way that Americans think in good and bad quarters, the Chinese government thinks in good and bad decades. It is always the long game. Look at what happened in Hong Kong. It wasn't the Russian, oh, we'll go in there, we'll shake everything up. It's we're going to spend years trying to infiltrate and slowly erode away political freedoms before we finally take decisive action. China has very little to gain and very much to lose by deciding we're now going to support Russia declaring a legal referendum, right? That's not something that kind of fits into their worldview, especially as Russia is demonstrably losing or at the very least, at best in a stalemate in Ukraine. So I imagine China is going to sit back, wait this out, because a destroyed Russia, economically speaking, is a good thing for China, because now China has leverage. China has a border with them. China can start to extract concessions in the form of material resources, favorable trade deals, et cetera, et cetera. I do not see China stepping in and saying, oh, no, Russia, we're 100% on board. I believe at this point, I don't even think North Korea has come out and said, yes, Russia, we agree with these sham referendums. It's literally Russia standing alone. And I don't see them getting a lot of love on the world stage. And we have Jingu up here now.
Well, so real quick, language, I did want to just cut in and say, so I think this is like a big topic, right? And we could maybe give it like a little bit of a fuller segment. But I know some people have some questions about your military update. So I'm thinking just because we have Jingu up, if Jingu's okay on time, then maybe we get through the questions on your military update, and then we kind of go back to this topic, and Jingu can kind of have the floor, and we can kind of go through it fully. Would you agree? Do you agree to that language?
Yeah, I think Jingu has forgotten more than I know about China and would be the subject matter expert here. So if he's okay with it, I'm more than happy to do it that way.
Yeah, he's cool. So we'll just we'll go through some hands quick, and then we'll get to this new topic. So Michelle, you can go to hands. Go ahead.
Real quick, I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, good language.
Yeah, go ahead.
John Ridge had actually DM'd me something, and he can't come up to talk, so I apologize. I promise I haven't been ignoring you. It was a question about how close Ukrainian forces are to Zarichny, and I actually have it up on the map if you guys are still looking at it. Zarichny and Torsk, these are really suburbs of Liman, and they lie along the single remaining highway into the city, and it's really the single remaining supply route. We heard today that Ukrainian troops, per Russian sources, are fighting near Torsk, Torske. What that means exactly, it's unclear. We haven't seen any footage of fighting in the city yet. There is a large bunch of grasslands between there and the next known Ukraine positions. However, what we do know is the other larger half of these two suburbs of Zarichny, Ukrainian forces are only about 7 to 8 kilometers away, which is not far at all. It's very much within artillery range, and it's part of the reason why I suspect that this is the go or no-go point for Russian troops in Liman. I do not expect that that road will be open much longer. Frankly, if it's open for longer, then I'll be real generous here. 72 hours, I will be astonished. I do not see Russian troops sticking around for a suicidal defense of Liman if they're at risk of being completely cut off, because literally 100% of the time, every time when Russian troops notice that they're about to get cut off, they actually do a very good job of beating feet and getting the hell out of there. So hopefully this means that Ukrainian troops are able to take Liman without having to get into brutal knife fights in the buildings, and that the alternative is that the Russian forces are surrounded and a large group of prisoners of war can be captured to then be exchanged for a number of Ukrainian prisoners of war. So hopefully I answered your question, John, and I apologize for taking so long. And I apologize for interrupting you guys at Michelle. So thank you so much.
Oh, no problem, language. So I know Michelle has a couple of listener questions. We got a ton, so many questions to get through, guys. So we'll do our best to get through them. So go ahead, Michelle. Maybe we can get through some listener DMs. Go ahead.
Sounds good. Let's go to Nightlight first. I know he's been waiting for a while. I do have a couple DMs, and then Natasha after that.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the other day, there was 2-3 days ago, there was a drone strike in Odessa. I think it was Odessa. I think it was some of those Iranian suicide drones on some sort of ammo depot on the Ukrainian side, and it seemed to blow up quite catastrophically. I was wondering if you know anything about that in terms of how significant that was, if it really was all that significant. And also just get a little more granular.
As far as this was in Odessa, or was it somewhere else?
I thought it was Odessa. It was near Kherson, the Ukrainian side of that, a little further back.
Right.
A couple of days ago.
So it's been an ongoing issue. I can't say exactly how specific important one is versus another. The Iranian drones do carry quite a punch, which is part of the reason why Russia has been using them. The degradation of these ammo stockpiles is never a good thing. It's something Russia did around Bakhmut for a while, which got to, frankly, kind of catastrophic levels for the Ukrainians, to the point where they were getting the bulk of their ammo from dead Russian troops. in the streets rather than from their own supplies because all of their ammo depots had been hit. I don't think it's anywhere close to that level of severity, but it is still an ongoing concern. There's Russian reports, which should be taken with a kilogram of salt, that with their long-range missile attacks, they've been targeting Ukrainian ammo depots in Mykolaiv, near Kryvyi Rih, things supplying the Kherson front. So if that is true, then it will make this much more of a grueling fight, especially for things like long-range rockets, things like food, like water, like medical supplies, all the things you need when you're on offensive. So unfortunately, I can't say, one is worse than the other. It's not good. It's certainly not ideal, but we are not seeing the same level of destruction of Ukrainian ammo stockpiles as we are Russian stockpiles. And specifically, as far as Kherson goes, the Russians have to cross a big river. The Ukrainians just have to drive it down the highway. So, the impact will be felt more on one side than the other.
Thank you. And the other thing I was going to ask is to get a little more granular was on if you were aware of like how often the Ukrainians are using like the brimstone missiles that the British provided. Like how successful they've been. Because I've heard of it there. I just haven't really heard about what they've done.
So the brimstone missiles, for those listening, they're British missiles. Generally, I believe they're intended to be fired from a helicopter. What Ukraine did and what the British government did is they found a way to basically strap them into a contraption on the back of a truck and fire them. As I understand, they're designed for hitting things on the ground, also hitting things at sea. So there was some speculation that they could put these by the coast and use them to try and scare off Russian ships, though most Russian ships are staying quite far from the coastline these days. Other than that, I haven't really seen good evidence of where they've been used. Aside from some videos a couple months ago, I don't really have anything else to add on that. I apologize.
Thank you.
Thanks so much there. So I have a couple of messages from my DMs. So the first one's from Jerry, and he's wondering if you know more information or if we can get some more information on the bonsai runs. And do you know how large a scale and the number of runs?
So this has happened just about every day for the past 3 to 4 days. To the east of Kupiansk city, the city being divided by the Oskil River itself, Ukrainian troops, First Special Forces, now the mainline military, have found a way to get across and continue to get across. It appears that Russian troops, just as we were talking before about how they don't have a lot of infantry there, they don't have a lot of trained infantry, and so they've been using not trucks, they're not just running trucks at gun lines, but they shell a tremendous amount towards Kupiansk, and then they just basically try and drive at it. And the Ukrainians have things like tanks and artillery and modern missiles and defensive positions and satellites, and it just ends badly. Again, in the heat of battle, things are difficult to tell. There was at least one Ukrainian tank crew that was, it's not the right word, but basically bragging that in one day they were responsible for killing at least 80 some odd Russian soldiers themselves with their tank. So that should serve as an indication. It's truly a bloodbath on the eastern side of Kupiansk, but the blood is generally wearing the Russian tricolor.
Perfect, thank you. And the second one is from AGS Rams. So there's a couple questions here. So the first one's around the memorandum. So he's wondering if when the memorandum results are finished next week, he'd like to know, or he'd like, hold on, he'd like to ask, what are the changes that would come about if Putin formally declares war, and what does this mean for the future of the war? Does a formal declaration also mean that Russia would effectively be all in, and even Putin being removed might not end the war?
So there's actually kind of a middle ground here, unfortunately. There's different levels to what Russia considers an armed conflict. They have this special military operation. They do have what's called an anti-terrorist operation. And then there's the second where I won't pretend to understand the intricacies between the two, but there's been a lot of speculation that once Russia says these are now parts of the Rodina, that, oh, we're no longer fighting, Ukraine in a special operation. We're defending our territory against these Ukrainian terrorists. So he may still try and use words in, creative ways to try and say, oh, we're not at war. Even if he does go full Monty, we're at war with the West, the whole 9 yards. This war, I'm not going to go as far as to say, unfortunately, that's broadly unpopular among Russian citizens, because we've seen more than a casual disinterest for the suffering of Ukrainian lives. But what we are seeing is that the Russians do not enjoy being blocked off from the rest of the world. They don't enjoy now the reality of their, brothers, sons, husbands being sent in to die in a war that now they are realizing, oh, there are consequences for us. They don't like the fact that Russian soldiers are dying on Russian soil, because every so once in a while, the Ukrainians have the audacity to shell back at the people who are bombing, civilian targets. So even just saying we're at war does not presuppose that if Putin disappears from office tomorrow, that whoever comes in next doesn't go up, that was all Putin's fault. I don't think just changing the term itself would prolong the war. I don't see this becoming a war for the national identity of Russia, the same way that, say, the Second World War was.
Okay, great. And the second one, it's the hot topic of the day. So it's about the gas pipes. I don't know if you want to answer this, or we could probably, I'll read it out. Let me know what you think. And I'm sure it's going to come up later on tonight anyways, because it's been the topic of conversation. So the other questions are on the gas pipes. He realizes that, I don't want to assume. So they realize that the consensus is that this is a Russian sabotage. However, they fail to see how losing their only leverage over Germany makes any sense.
So I am far from an expert on this. I can only say that the Ukrainian government's position today was that this was an act of Russian sabotage to both fully deprive, Germany and broadly the EU, European states, of gas through the pipeline, although it had been broadly shut off. Now it's saying, hey, and you can't get it back, in some bid to try and cause panic. I won't pretend to understand the reasons or the game theory behind it. I think that there's people here who are far more knowledgeable on that stuff than I am, I'm afraid.
No problem. Thank you for your answer, though. And I'm going to go to Natasha. She's had her hand up for a little bit. And welcome, Natasha. I see that you're from Ottawa. I have a sister, a brother-in-law, and a little 8-year-old niece who lives in Ottawa. So welcome.
Oh, thanks so much. I'm actually born and raised in Calgary, and I'm the third generation Ukrainian out here. So been really invested in this space for quite a while. I'm hoping that you can maybe explain to me, maybe in lay terms for someone with a non-military background, when we talk about the sham referendums and the foreseeable annexation of these territories, what do we think that might result in from a tactical shift from the Ukrainian standpoint? Like, of course, we say that the Ukrainians are, resilient, and they say that they'll be undeterred if these annexations occur. But you've got to imagine that on some level there has to be some sort of tactical shift. So I'm wondering what this kind of means potentially timeline-wise, and what this might look like if Ukraine were to try to, pursue an offensive in those regions to recapture them.
So it's a really great question. Functionally, it's probably not going to change a lot, because this is not a battlefield that you can draw a straight line on, right? Even in the midst of occupied Mariupol, there are still partisans, people who would frankly give their lives in order to end a couple Russians. That extends greatly among a number of the occupied territories, and just printing something and changing the flag does not dissuade them. It also doesn't change the fact that the battle lines are constantly moving. Sure, we know there may be artillery here, but we know there's special forces, much further behind the Russian lines. They're not going to change their mind either. I imagine, frankly, if anything, it's going to result in a lot of anger among places that have been more long occupied by Russia in the east of Ukraine, because even in the most twisted perspective, where you have people saying, well, we're not Russia, we're Ukrainians, but we have our own independent, puppet republic, right? Their government officials, warlords, frankly, now are getting their powers stripped away if this deal goes through, which means now they're going to be a little upset too. And we've seen some possible inklings of infighting between them. And if you have a mercenary leader, essentially, that you've been paying to manage your puppet state for a while, then the second you start taking away the money, they'll probably answer to a lot of people for the highest coin. And if they see, Russia's not really winning this, and I'm losing my cushy job terrorizing the people, I wonder if Ukraine will offer me a pardon in exchange for X, Y, or Z information. So I don't see it changing things on the battlefield. The biggest, at least on Ukraine's side, the biggest concern, who knows how valid it is that with Russia saying, oh, these are now part of the Russian Federation, that they would try, and they've made this threat, but it's not clear if it'll be realized, that they would try and extend their nuclear umbrella to those regions and say, if you continue to fight here, then we will utilize nuclear weapons. But both international condemnation of that has already spoke out. The Ukraine government has said we will not be deterred by this. And so we can only hope that Russia will not go full stupid and commit a horrific act not seen since 1945.
That's a great answer. Thank you so much for that. I'll drop down.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks, Natasha. Feel free to come up anytime. We'd love to have you speak more. And we have some more hands. I know Battle Moose, you have your hand up, and then I have a couple DMs, but let's get through Battle Moose first.
Yeah, you bet. First thing I want to say is Calgary Flames suck, and go Leafs go. And just a short little bit on with a little bit of levity here. I reached a Twitter hallmark this evening because Kevin Sorbo has blocked me.
Great job. Congratulations, Battle Moose.
Yeah, I made a couple comments about his stance on sending money to Ukraine, and I'm surprised he actually read it and had the audacity to block me, the Battle Moose.
He should be trembling, Moose.
I can't believe it. And the fact that you're a Leafs fan too. I think we're being surrounded.
Northern Ontario, born and raised. With that, we will go back to our regular schedule of programming.
Thanks, Battle Moose. A true achievement. No, I'm not even joking. So yeah, let's get through some hands, Michelle, and then I think Language. He's got a few more minutes, but let's try to get to everyone's question. Then we can go to Jingu, who's been extremely patient, and he can give us maybe a little bit of a detailed update on kind of what's going on with China, because he's been great to wait. So we'll give him that time. So go ahead, Michelle.
Sounds good. Thank you. So Colby had his hand up next.
Yeah, I just want to say I don't think that the Shamarenda changes anything tactically, operationally, or strategically. I think that Ukraine is going to continue to do exactly what they're doing right now. I don't think that they need to have a change of strategy. I don't think they need to adjust anything that they're doing on the ground because, again, it's all a sham. It's Russian occupied territory. They're going to attempt to annex it and say it's sovereign Russian territory now. We all know that's, nonsense, and none of that is in accordance with international law. And it doesn't actually change anything. And I don't think that Ukraine needs to recalibrate anything they're doing. They're enjoying a lot of success right now in recapturing Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts. And obviously, we're all hopeful that that gets done in short order and those territories can be liberated.
Okay, great. Thank you, Colby. Language, are you still good for at least 3 or 4 more questions? I know it's 8:45 right now. I think you said you had 40 minutes at about 1:15.
Yeah, I think I can go for another 15 minutes or so.
Okay, sounds good. So I'll go to DMs. So I have a question from Joel. So he wants to know, what exactly is the big strategic or tactical advantage of Liman, and what makes that so important?
So it's a great question, Joel. Liman is a city on the far side, so closer to Russian positions, to the east of Izium. It also lies just a little bit to the southwest of where it's believed that Russians are trying to set up their fallback positions after having get their butts kicked across the Oskil River. It's also a city, and as if you've been here listening to some of the experts on that, Colonel Spencer, Major Giroux from Canada, it is very brutal to fight in a city. Even if you do everything right, you should expect to take 3 times the amount of casualties spend 5 times the amount of ammo, as well as a number of things. It is a bloody, bloody affair. This is unique in that, to date, this is the first time that we have seen Russian forces apparently attempt to defend the city for any significant period of time. Usually they bail out because there's Ukrainians who have been living in that city who are all too eager to see them on their way. Should Liman fall, and I believe it will, then Ukrainian forces will be able to control both sides of the Seversky Donets River that it lies upon, thus being able to bring troops across it, and from there use it as a springboard to further clear this territory in Luhansk that has been occupied by Russia in many cases since the beginning of this invasion. That would be significant because it could possibly allow for a repeat of what we saw east of Kharkiv. And because you don't want to just leave 4,000 Russian soldiers, give or take, sitting in your back lines as you drive around them, because they can get up to nefarious things. That all of those together are really the reason that's being focused on. Cities are important, frankly, I guess is sort of the, short cop-out answer. Hopefully that answers it, though.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And question from Edward. So mud season seems to have arrived with more rain forecast in eastern Ukraine. Should we expect an operational pause in Ukrainian counteroffensives?
That is a phenomenal question. For those who weren't around near the beginning of the war, when I think it's called the Rasputia, I'm probably butchering that. The mud season in Russia. There you go. Thank you. I apologize.
I'm probably butchering that too, but
no.
So even deeper down the rabbit hole, guys, the Ukrainians actually have their own word for it, which completely escapes me at the moment, but we should learn that word. But anyway, sorry. Rasputitsa is the Russian word. Sorry, go ahead, language.
Right. So when we're talking about a mud season here, we're not just saying, oh, you get a little bit of mud, like you take your truck through it and you go have a good time and you end up in some, terrible country song. We're talking about things that shut down regions of the country. Mud that will swallow your tires, swallow your tank. You leave something in it, it's so muddy that you come back the next day, you need a tow truck to get it out. I don't see this stopping the Ukrainians because I suspect they've done this before. It's their country. They've got some plans for it. The real change, though, is that moving anywhere that's not a road will become harder. Now, what does this mean for Russia? Well, they were already using roads in large part because they ran into this trap early on. As far as the Ukrainians, it will just, I don't see them stopping. I imagine that this is something that's been planned for, but it will force them to not necessarily spread out as much as they have before. At least that's my hypothesis. I'm sure there's other hypotheses as well.
Great question, and thank you for the answer. So we'll take a few hands. So Dr. Paul.
Hey, thanks, Michelle, and hi, language. So language, we've heard some reports of like increased artillery expenditure from the Russian side over the past, let's call it a week. Do you know what volume that is? Recall back in the Severodonetsk, Lysychansk days, we used to hear regularly, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60,000 shells were fired on any given day. Have you heard anywhere recently what Russia's rate of fire is currently?
Real back of the envelope stuff, I think, is close to somewhere between 10 to 20,000, depending on the day and region, generally trending more towards the lower numbers than higher numbers. Since they've lost a lot of shells, not just from shooting them, but also from having their ammo depots blown up, they physically cannot keep it up. So it has dramatically reduced. The last time I heard a number, I think they were saying, 10,000 or tens of thousands, but I don't have a hard and fast number beyond that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that it's important language. So back of the envelope math on Excel, that is, if they fire above 13,000 shells per day, they head towards zero on a daily basis, meaning not that they're going to run out per se, just to say it does attrit in the road, whatever stockpiles they do have left at that rate potentially. So anyways, I'm tracking that. So if you can keep your ears open on, volume of fires in any given day, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'll try and focus on that going forward.
I just wanted to make sure, Jingu, did you want to ask a question to language? Okay.
Jingu's way. So I had a choice to make. Yeah, I had a
Yeah,
choice to
no, I
make
just
your.
was yeah, sorry, I just didn't want to like not have him speak if he did have a question, but I know we're gonna come back, right, Joseph?
Yeah. I had a choice to make. I could either give the audience half a Jingu answer, or I could give them the full Jingu experience, and I want to give them the full Jingu experience. So we're just going to wait until we're done with all languages update. He's almost done. I'm so sorry to make Jingu wait, but I did want to give everyone like the full answer. So, and yeah, I think it's great to have Jingu on for a China update. So yeah, we'll finish off the questions, then we'll go to Jingu. So thanks, Michelle. With that, we can go to hands. I'm not sure who's next. Michelle, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. It's Phil, and then lunchtime.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Language, for that awesome update, like you always do. And I had a question along the same line of Joel's question about the importance of Liman. And I know you like the boxing references, so I think a lot of what Ukraine has done is telegraph their punches very well, but then they were telegraphing their jab over and over again with the Kherson front, and then they went for an uppercut in Kharkiv. And what's interesting is they're telegraphing Liman and they're surrounding Liman, but they also have bridgeheads in I'm going to butcher the names like Dobroche and. They're kind of coming down that way, and they're coming across Kupiansk as well. So my question for you is, do you think that tactically that there's a bigger move planned? Maybe that northern bridgehead going to Troitsky and or going directly to Svatov from Kupiansk, or do you think it's really just a small encirclement of Liman? And thank you very much.
I don't know, Phil. It sounds like you might be onto something there. I guess we'll just have to wait and see where the Ukrainian forces go and where they don't go, considering that the Russian forces, as you said, are looking at one hand and not quite looking at the other. So, keep an eye out.
Thank you, Language.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much. Lunchtime, your hands up.
Oh, thanks, Michelle. First of all, thanks so much, Language, for your update. It's always invaluable listening, really. I have a question for Language and one for Jingu, if I can be so greedy. I'll start with Language, right? So for some reason, Kaliningrad is trending. Do you have any idea why?
I genuinely have no idea why. Maybe because it's the closest thing to the oil pipeline or the gas pipeline that Russia is believed to have sabotaged. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't know. I won't speculate. I'm sorry. Oh, geez Louise. Sorry.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know if there are further questions for Language, Michelle. Michelle?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, well, my next one was for Jingu.
Okay, perfect. So why don't we, unless anyone, if we had any DMs left for languages update, Michelle, do we?
No, we're great.
Okay, perfect. So language, I think that's all the questions we had for you tonight. Did you want to maybe wrap it up and take off, or you want to stay for Jingu? Go ahead.
I'm always happy to listen to Jingu has to say. I might just throw the map up or the text and audio for this evening if people miss part of it, if they want to go through. As always, my comments are open. If you see something that you don't understand or you don't agree with, or you can provide more information on, please do shoot me a DM. I'm always open. I try and be receptive. But with that, I'm more than happy to turn the floor over to Jingu. It's good to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well.
Thank you, Language. Thanks, so nice of you. So I remember Anna's question. Probably Anna was asking question: how is China going to see the Putin's inevitable defeat, and is this going to be a good thing or a bad thing for communist China? Right? And there are a lot of people saying that it's probably a good thing for communist China because it will strengthen China's position, and many people are going to predict that Russia inevitably will become China's client state or vassal state. At lunchtime, you have some questions?
Yeah, thanks, Jingu. So earlier on, obviously, there was the whole pipeline thing that has been the topic of much discussion over the past, what's coming up to 24 hours now. But it's kind of part of a sort of series of escalations, right, from Russia. And someone was positing, like on a Discord channel I sort of follow, the idea that this was due to a series of unsuccessful meetings that Putin had with Xi and then Modi. And perhaps this was some way of signaling to those leaders that he's actually got the situation well in hand. Do you think there's any credence to that?
I'm not an expert on Modi, but this is what I can tell you. Anything that anytime you hear people saying that, oh, Putin did not have a very successful meeting with Xi, and Xi is going to have influence over Modi, and Russia is going to be China's sort of vassal state, and China wants Russia to be weakened, blah blah blah. You can pretty much conclude it's wrong. It's based on wrong assumption, and I'm going to make some bold predictions, which is probably going to be unpopular. Number one, China probably will not go all the way in, obviously, to help Russia. However, Russia's defeat is super, super bad news to China. Number two, China's least likely to be the beneficiary of Russia's crumbling. So I'm going to lead everybody through my thought process. So when we talk about the Far East, we kind of think that there's only going to be Russia and China. These are the two players, and all the others are fringe players. They will not have much influence. It's quite the contrary. Whenever there's a major dramatic change in geopolitics, it is always some new players who used to be on the fringe come out to be very, very strong. And I'm going to say when Russia crumbles, why China is very unlikely going to take over the Russian Far East. First of all, everybody knows China's notorious history, right? The Uyghurs, the Tibetans, and so on. Second, let's look at how big the Russian Far East and the Russian Siberia both guided together are. I just did a calculation. They added together is 32 Ukraines. So think about it, 32 Ukraines. Russia is trying to occupy Donbass plus Crimea. It has headed back to it, right? Excuse my language. Think about China is going to pull off a military occupation with a geographic size 32 times of the entire Ukraine. Do you think it's possible? However, there are players in this region can play a very big role and positive role potentially. I do not see at all China will be the beneficiary of Russia crumbling. However, I see one country has a tremendous potential. That's Japan. Why? Because Japan had a pretty positive history with Manchuria. Japan has proven itself with ability to push for rule of law, to promote education, to promoting infrastructure, even in its pre-World War II history with Manchuria and with Taiwan. They were positive. So think about China's approach. If China goes into one place, it will occupy, just like Hong Kong. China could not peacefully coexist with Hong Kong and Taiwan. China would either have to occupy you or be very paranoid. You're going to undermine the stability of China. Japan is exactly not that way. Japan has been playing a leadership role in a very positive manner in the Far East. Japan has leadership influence over Korea, although they have there some black blood, definitely over Manchuria, definitely over Taiwan. So when the Russian Far East and Siberia, because of Russia's crumbling, are freed up, I do not see at all they will fall for China. I do see there's a possibility if they become somehow independent, they're going to form some kind of alliance with Japan. Think about how much Japan could offer. That's one thing. The second is you need to look at the regional powers, which has the ability to project its influence way beyond its border. So what are these countries? India, Vietnam, and Indonesia. Vietnam has wanted to play big in Southeast Asia. However, it's not entirely popular over there. India, on the other hand, is probably between China and Japan. It's not as positive as Japan, but it's definitely more positive than China. How do we know? Look at Dalai Lama. Dalai Lama went on to exile because he had it with the communist persecution. Where did he go? He went to India. What happened? In the northern India, the Indian government provided Dalai Lama an enclave. It is thriving. So therefore, if let's say communist China crumbles, Tibet becomes independent, which country will be Tibetan's natural ally? India. And there's one more place which is going to welcome India's influence, Eastern Turkestan. India has a lot of influence over at least to the south of Afghanistan. And it has potential influence into the Central Asia. It's definitely more positive than China because we all know India is a democracy. Yes, Modi's relationship with Russia leaves a lot to be desired. There's a lot of valid criticism of Modi, but let's not forget, India is a democracy. It has a major party right now waiting to replace Modi. That's the Congress Party, and their stance with regard to how to deal with the West is quite opposite to where Modi is. They're openly advocating ending the relationship with Russia, turning on to go full in with West, right? Stop the military cooperation, get all your weapon technology cooperation, everything from the West. So I don't think India is as mature a regional leader as Japan. However, it is definitely much more positive than China. So why the Russia is defeated, it's a super bad news to China because here's one deal. Chinese Communist Party is staying in power because of one thing. It got a charter to make China great again. That's it. That's everything is built upon. Now, if Russia is humiliated, defeated, guess what? That whole thing will crumble. Everybody will see that's a lie. It's never going to happen. When that is happening, the communist grip on the power will start to be challenged. It will probably take the venture against Taiwan, like I mentioned before. The chance for it to succeed in its military adventure against Taiwan is close to none. So when it's defeated, when its military is destroyed in this ill-advised military adventure, what's going to happen? Very likely, the region it occupied, the regions it occupied, including Tibet, including Eastern Turkestan, including South Mongolia and Manchuria, will seek independence. This is a time when Japan and India will step in to play a very big role. So therefore, defeat of Russia is super, super bad news to China. Yes, it will give China probably opportunity to negotiate for cheaper oil or so. However, who is going to exchange the complete loss of their grip of power for some cheaper oil? Nobody. So therefore, the inevitable defeat of Russia long term is super, super bad news to China. So that's my point.
Thank you very much, Jing. I think Daniel had lunchtime. Did you want to follow up? Go ahead.
Yeah, please, thanks. Well, that's really interesting, Jingu. I would say one thing, which is that Japan, I'm not sure like if Japan or India have the military like might to have the same sort of influence in the region, isn't it? What do you think of that? I mean, how do you see that sort of influence spreading if there's like a power vacuum there because China has collapsed somehow?
Okay, so I'm going to tell you a story. That's actually a historical story that how you view the military might. Okay, so in the year of 1899 and turning 1900, there's a major riot in China. So the local mobs killed the missionaries. Okay, the Western missionaries killed even the minister of the German diplomatic delegation. Okay, it was a major riot. So the Western power, 8 Western powers, including the Great Britain, France, Russia, Germany, United States, then Japan, they decided it's time to intervene. They need to put together some kind of a peacekeeping force to put things back into order. That's a major event in Chinese history. Okay, so let me give you one country so you get an idea. So the Great Britain is one of the leaders in the 8 nations that went to this peacekeeping mission in China. It assembled a very large force by doing this. Great Britain dispatched 3 military officers from British India. Then they traveled to one province of China and recruited the local farmers, local peasants, and gave them the training, and then organized these trained peasants, the new soldiers. That became the British force. And that British force joined the military forces from 8 other nations. They conquered Beijing. Basically, Beijing was occupied by the rebels, okay, and restored order. So that's what I'm telling you. Japan's military might is tremendously underappreciated by the world. So why would I say it? So if you really take a deep dive into today's Japanese military, you will notice Japanese military is pretty much made up 80 to 90% of the NCOs. They don't have the soldiers. Everybody is in an NCO. The other thing is if you look at, for example, the submarines, the Japanese submarines are mothballed after 2 years of service. It's 90% new. But because of the constitutional constraint, Japan is not allowed by its current constitution, which is subject for revision. Japan is not allowed by its constitution to keep a very large navy. So what does Japan do? Japan mothballed its submarines, and Japanese submarines are the finest in the world. So when you look at Japan, so if because we all know Abe has been assassinated, right? Abe is pretty much like a brick to remove the constitutional constraint for Japan to keep a military commensurate to the size of its economy and its technology prowess. Now Abe is assassinated, and Abe has been the one very vocal about China's threat. Guess what's going to happen after Abe is assassinated? Japan is going to accelerate the process to what do we say? Normalize its constitution. What does it mean? Because today, for Japan to keep a military, it is meeting with far more constraints than, for example, Germany in Europe. However, if Japan removes that constraint, the Japanese military could really grow up in size, multiply in size very quickly. That's the next thing you need to know is when it comes to military technology, Japan is very, very advanced. Without Japanese technology, many of the weaponries used by the West could not function. Japan is a key supplier of many key components to like missiles and tanks, everything. its military technology is very, very advanced. Japan is also the only country in the world licensed to manufacture F-35 by itself. The other thing is India. India's military prowess is huge. India has the world's best trained mountain divisions at the border of India and Tibet, or you can say India and China, because Tibet is occupied by China. The other thing is, among the Indian divisions, there's one division made up entirely of the Tibetan officers. That's a division. Now, it's called the Border Police. That's its name. However, this is a mountain division with a training and a rigor of a special force. It's like a ranger in the entire division. And if it goes across the Himalaya, remember that the Tibetans can join that division, and really that thing can multiply. So when you look at, for example, the military prowess of India and Japan, I can tell you that really China is no match when they meet the combination of two. Not to mention, they will be both supported by the United States, by Australia, by Canada. So it's very clear who is going to be the winner.
Thanks, Jingu. I think we can go to Daniel who has a question.
I can help a bit. Lunchtime. First, Japanese army has cruisers and destroyers, which are in fact aircraft carriers. Second, they have quasi monopoly on carbon fiber, which is extremely important in this world. India army is far to Japanese power. It is something like distance from Ukraine and Russia. And Jingo said something about Manchuria. They don't have a good history there. In Taiwan, Taiwan will open arm for Japanese, but Japanese are not interested. The only thing they are interested is Kuril Islands. They want that archipelago back entirely. And probably they will get it easy diplomatically. What I want to say is about yesterday's incident with pipelines. The question entirely was what Russia gets sabotaging a consortium pipeline, which is not theirs. So Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 are not Russian assets, are European assets. And the question is very, very good because they explain a lot. In Kremlin power center are two factions. One, which was less powerful, of belligerents, of radicals, more extreme, something like Patrushev, for example. But Patrushev is older than Putin, and is a crappy man also. And is another wing which is more moderate, which understands economic very well, like Minister of Economy, like the Chief of Central Bank, Nibulina, which understands very well the shithole the Russian economy is, and Kozak. Kozak is renowned for his diplomatic skills, trying to get negotiations like Minsk or the diplomatic agreement for Transnistria. These guys tried in the first months of war to convince Putin is a possible diplomatic solutions. They tried a lot, even if in their perspective Ukraine doesn't take the negotiations in good faith because their claims are outrageous. And Nibulina, I think 2 times she quit her job is one of the few people who can say the truth to Putin. And she explained to Putin, you know, the sanctions will cripple us totally. But to get out of the table the idea of negotiations and go to the extreme right wing, destroy Ukraine, destroy Europe. We must win. We must flood the gates with Russian soldiers. Putin, she need to cut any chance of negotiations. When you blow up these pipelines, first you get the Germans the reality. Any chance of resuming something similar which was before war is impossible. Second, we meaning the Russians, we are not interested to exit this war in a diplomatic way, not now. And probably hits like this will come. I'm very, very worried about Black Sea because we have some pipelines there. And why not? Disturbing our pipeline will mean less than 1 billion of metric cubes of gas, which will help Moldova and even Ukraine. I expect many things like this. Also, this called referendum where in Kherson are 600 people representing 90% of the votes, which is outrageous. Kherson Oblast has or had 1 million people inhabiting. 600 is nothing, less than 0.5% of the population. So they want to push in a very warmongering attitude. I don't know how much steam is on the pipe because the recruits, if they start surrendering in droves and fragging officers and conflicts on ethnical lines, on generation lines, look at the grandpas, which were presented in Crimea. This will be a very big pushback in public opinion. Usually, we expect public opinion to not have a role in an authoritarian regime, but in Russia and Iran, you cannot rule if everybody is against you. You can try to make something like Assad made, but it doesn't work very easy. And to rule ashes and bones, I don't think is anything what Mr. Putin wants. He wants to be a third Catherine the Great. So that's my takes. Thank you to allow me to comment on this.
Thank you so much, Daniel. So I don't know, Jingu, if you had a comment to anything that Daniel said or another point.
Yeah, there's some corrections. The first is that to say that Japan did not have history with Manchuria is categorically not true.
Not a good history, Jingu. Not a good one. In Taiwan, yes, they have a great history because they take an island which was almost before Iron Age and added almost the structure of standard of education which was at that time. And by the way, China is not interested from Far East because they have 3 client states at this moment: Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and now probably Kazakhstan. And there will be their focus because it's easy. The diplomatic relations are very good. and that is the soft belly of Russia. Also, Europeans will grab masterfully Azerbaijan and Armenia, and that is game over. Because if Caucasus enter in flames, imagine what it will be when you send Rosgardia full of Chechens in the nearest republic, Ingushetia and Dagestan. Will be very, very interesting times for Russians, and we can get some popcorn.
So Daniel, let me ask you this: do you speak in Chinese or read Chinese or Japanese, any local languages?
No, mate. No, mate. I will be a big liar to say I read Chinese, Mandarin.
Okay, because I read Chinese history, I read the local languages, and I travel to these places. I talk to local places. So therefore, my data point is completely different from you. But that's not saying you're wrong. It can very well be you are absolutely correct. But here's one thing I'm going to ask: is it okay for me to speak a little bit before you cut me off? Is it okay? If I
It's polite and agree with you, Jingu. I can be wrong. Thank you.
Okay, so I did travel to Manchuria quite a bit. I have friends from Manchuria. I also know that in Manchuria, because we share the same language, okay, they also recognize themselves as the Han Chinese. And I read quite a bit about the Chinese history, not just the communist history, but also the history when Manchuria was under the Japanese rule. So let me tell you, probably what people read, the history of Japan ruling in Manchuria is not very good. Let me give you one example to let you think if that's true. So let me speak, okay? When the Manchukuo, which is a protectorate of Japan, which is protected by Japan, they have political prisoners. True. What type of people represent the majority of Japanese political prisoners in Manchukuo? These are the Japanese immigrants into Manchukuo. After they emigrate to Manchukuo, they start a campaign to say Manchukuo really need to break away from the orbit of Japan. Because why? Because Manchukuo is so fantastic. So they decided to start a movement to break away from the orbit of Japan as the World War II is raging on. So these Japanese were jailed by the local authority to show that Manchukuo really doesn't have any intention to break away from Japan. Now, if Manchuria was occupied by Japan, was a living hell, do you think the Japanese going to Manchuria would, in such large numbers, organize a political campaign to break away, say, we want to keep Manchuria as it is, because life here is just so good. Keep in mind, the Manchuria, at that time, the relationship between Manchuria and Japan is very, very similar to Puerto Rico to the United States. That's the relationship. Okay, so I read enough to know that yes, the Japanese, when they try to install their control at the very beginning, there are some heavy-handed incidences. However, Japan, as a nation protecting Manchukuo for 14 years, by 1943, 2 years before the World War II ended, Manchuria surpassed Japan to become the #1 industrial power in Asia. So if Japan's rule of Manchuria was so horrible, these things will not happen. And I talked to people over in Manchuria, anybody over 60 years old. When we were having private moments, they kept telling me one thing: we really had a very good time when Japanese was running Manchuria. Now these guys it's inconceivable. So many people would be lying to me in private settings. I was there because my business, that I had to travel there quite a bit. Okay, I was there for 2 years pretty extensively. So that's why I'm saying Japan's influence in the Far East is probably demonized by China, by Russia, but in reality, it's not bad at all. Japan's influence over Taiwan, if you talk to Taiwanese, how they are going to say about Taiwan. The other thing is I came from Shanghai. Now, Japan's occupation of East China is a mixed history. However, Shanghai's best time was 1943 under Japanese occupation. That's the best year of Shanghai ever in Shanghai history. So that's why I'm saying, yes, in World War II, Japan was probably in the wrong side of the history. However, when you look at what Japan could do, it's not bad. The other thing is, Japan is, here's the thing, I listed a number of countries that potentially can cast their influence way beyond its border. It's Japan, now China, right? Then you have India, Southeast Asia. In Southeast Asia, we have Vietnam and we have Indonesia. Guess what? If China rises, it's the enemy of the other 4 nations. If Japan rises, Japan is the friend of the other nations except for China. So Japan is in a very, very unique position. The other thing is, whatever you hear about, China's relationship in Central Asia and so on, let me remind you one thing. The most important nation in Central Asia include Uyghurs, include Kazakhs. They're in the concentration camp in millions, and they have families in Uzbekistan, in Kazakhstan. Guess what these people will tell their relatives once they get into the concentration camp? Are they going to tell them, gee, I really had a great time? Or they're going to say, I really hate it. There are many people running refugees to their relatives in Central Asia. What are they going to tell their relatives in Kazakhstan, in Uzbekistan? Why do you want to be a refugee living in my house? Well, because I really enjoy China. Because you should really look forward to China expanding its influence or something else. So therefore, when we put these things together, when we say that China is going to have such a positive influence in Central Asia, it doesn't pass the basic logic test. That's what I'm saying. So that everything I'm saying is based on what I've read, who I've talked to, my experience over there, and some basic logic. And
Jingo, allow me to say something, and please don't take it badly. Whitewashing occupation of Manchuria or Shanghai by Imperial Japanese Army is not a good thing. Of course, they invested a lot in Manchuria because they need the natural resources of Manchuria. That's why they occupied. Of course, they developed the province. Of course, people get something from this occupation. They build railways, for example. But whitewashing, what they do in Shanghai, for example, is not good. Taiwan is a special occasion, but let's not forget in Japan now, to talk about imperial past of Japan is a shame issue. Nobody want to go back to the imperial times because they believe in more liberal, more democratic values now. They are civilized. If they want to claim the Kuril Islands, which is something which not so many states support them, but not also against them, but is a small issue. To talk about Manchuria for Japan now is not a popular issue in Japan now. And I'll take a grain of salt about Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, every stance in Central Asia which look at China now. They look at China because one thing, they get investments there. This not make them very popular for the people, but the political elites support Chinese because they saw them like a balance against Russians, and now
Russians are in retreat. Of course, it's good to have a backup. Imagine Tokayev, how he's feeling now in Kazakhstan. And there are many, many workers from Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, which are working in China, and they are known the situation in Xinjiang. But look at that side. The morals there are different. Is similar what the Gulf monarchy is doing how I can say medicine things, transplants, treatments in Xinjiang, even if in Xinjiang the Muslims are persecuted. But you know the morals of United Arab Emirates or Saudis, they are not so kindly. Look how they treat Pakistani, for example. And sorry if I interluded this, but the reality is a bit harsher. Sorry if we disagree on this.
Well, I have to say something. This is the first time I hear that someone with a Western accent say that throwing the Uyghurs into the concentration camp is somehow condonable. And also, despite the local people don't like their relatives and neighbors being thrown into the concentration camp, you know what? As long as the corrupt local officials in the Central Asia love it, things will work out. That's the first time I hear about it. But allow me to come back to Manchuria. Okay, so yes, the Japanese put in Manchuria as its protectorate. Yes, compared to today's Japan, pre-World War II Japan is an imperial state. Yes, but here's you have to remember one thing: China's occupation of Manchuria is also imperial occupation. Go back to history. Look at China's map since the 2nd century. Which dynasty of China ruled over Manchuria consistently? Manchuria is a foreign country. This is not what I said. This is the founder of the Republic of China who overturned the Manchuria Empire. They went to Japan seeking support and they made a case. Look, what's beyond, what's outside the Great Wall, the Manchuria, that's a foreign state. That's not China. Now, after the revolution was successful, these people turned into Chinese imperialists. They all of a sudden changed their mind. Yes, we need to occupy Manchuria. Manchuria should be part of China. Just like, giving Hong Kong, promise you 50 years, there's no change. You will have the freedom. Then after occupied Hong Kong in 22 years, they backtracked their promise. It's the same. So Manchuria, if you compare China's occupation of Manchuria versus the Imperial Japan's occupation of Manchuria, I have to say it's a day and night difference. And I'm not going to further comment on which one is the day, which one is night. Now, good news is Japan progressed. Japan has made huge progress after World War II. Compared to the Imperial Japan, it's much more civilized. So therefore, in the Far East, I'm not going to foresee some kind of, just buying the local political elites. So throw the local people into the concentration camps, they will be okay. Because you know what? You guys were treated like shit by the Saudi Arabians. It's not going to be something like that. It's going to be, in the long term, what I see, what can be viable is a healthy local alliance, something like the EU. Guess who is going to be in the position to lead that place? Japan. Because even compared to the world, today, China's occupation today is far more barbarian, far more cruel. And the other thing is take a look at Manchuria today, how ruined that was. Manchuria used to represent 80% of China's industrial output when it was just handed over to China. Today, Manchuria is the poorest part of China, very similar to like Donbass. Donbass used to be the most advanced place in Ukraine. After the Russians got in, guess what happened? Donbass is right now very impoverished. Same happened. Very similar process. Now, Japan, even in 1945, would have done a much, much better job, not to say Japan today. So therefore, I don't see that China will go out there to proliferate its model. Although we know there are some Westerners will go there to convince the local people. Guess what? Concentration camp. You guys need to look beyond that, look past that. Look how much your political elites love communist money. But I don't think it's going to work in the long run. However, Japan could offer something much more positive today. Japan today, Japan today, what Japan has done in the region, if you look at what Japan has done in the region, Japanese truly reflected on a lot of wrongdoings they had in World War II and before World War II. I wish Chinese would one day demonstrate the same ability to reflect on its past, to one day say it loudly to Tibetans, to Uyghurs, we are sorry. What we did to you was just dead wrong. I hope one day that will happen. I don't have much hope. I'm not holding high, but I see the same thing is done by Japanese over and over again. Don't get me wrong. I was brought up every week to be brainwashed to hate Japanese. I hated Japanese until I turned 25. Then I accidentally I got into a Japanese firm. I started working for these people. I hated them during the work, but then I started to observe them and talk to them. And by the way, I speak a little bit Japanese. I read a little bit Japanese. And I studied Japan. So based on all these things I'm saying, I would say there are many things being taught about Japan. Not correct. Japan's influence, Japan's potential is greatly underestimated. The other country I would say the world has underestimated to a large extent, not to the extent like Japan, is India. So that's my point.
Yeah, thanks, Ching. So just real quick, we wanted to do some general announcements, but yeah, we want to get some more people involved in the discussion. So Michelle, if you want to do some general announcements, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Joseph. So if everyone could please retweet this space, we'd really appreciate it. We're having some great conversation here tonight, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about pipeline and so on all day today. And I know for me, because MriyaReport is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it's typically the first thing I listen to in the morning. I hear both Axel and Doman and their calming, soothing voices, and then typically hear Joseph before I go to bed. I don't know, is that a bit sad? Well, anyways, so we are here 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. So if you could please retweet it, that would be great. Also, when you get the opportunity, please check out MriyaAid.org and see some of the amazing things that they're doing. 100% of their proceeds go to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and those include things like drones, night vision, body armor, tourniquets, and so on. And if you get the chance, if you could do anything to help support them, that would be great as well. If you do have a question, please come up and well, before you come up, please press the microphone button, which is on the bottom left-hand corner, and then either Joseph and myself will bring you up, and feel free to ask the speakers any questions. We have quite a few amazing speakers in the panel right now. So if you get the opportunity and would like to, please come up. I know I said last night that Ryan and I don't bite. Joseph definitely does not bite. I think Ryan's dog probably bites a little bit more than Joseph's does. So we are not scary. Just come up and feel free to ask us any questions, or you can send us DMs as well. So thank you, and I'll pass it back. Actually, we do have a couple hands. So let's go to a dog called Gimpy.
Just real quick, ouch, Michelle, and yeah, I already ate. Sorry, back to you, Whiskey. Go, Gimpy, go ahead.
Yeah, so go ahead, Gunny.
Oh, we lost him. We'll get him back ASAP.
I do have a question though from Anta, so let me just find it. Let's see. Okay, so this is a question from Anta, and it's around. Okay, so the question or the comment is China is so strong in its stance of integrity of territories because they want Taiwan back, who they consider theirs. what are your thoughts on the stance of the occupied territories, or how would that match, I guess, with the stance on the occupied territories?
Is this a question to me?
Yeah, that's a question for you.
Okay, so here's what you need to know. So the China actually includes, right now when we talk about China, you need to include 5 blocks. So it's China proper, Tibet, Eastern Turkestan, South Mongolia, and Manchuria. For thousands of years, China is China proper. With Russia's help, the establishment of Communist China, China was able to occupy the other 4 blocks. However, if you go to the communist history, and also before, the Republic of China history was taught as if China has been running these other 4 blocks all the time. Not true. If you look at the historical map, you know it's not true. So what does that mean? So I'm going to make an analogy you would understand. So what the 5 blocks actually were the Manchuria Empire. Okay, the Manchuria Empire ceased to exist. Then the Republic of China was established to be the inheritor of the Manchuria Empire. For what? Because at that time, the Western power needed someone to hold the other hand of the contract. Because in the Manchuria Empire, the last 100 years, Great Britain, France, Germany, all the world powers had many treaties with the Manchuria Empire. Now all of a sudden, this empire dissolved, just like Soviet Union. So Soviet Union dissolved. Now we need someone to hold the treaty. Guess what? Russia said, let me do it. Then Russia is going to say, well, guess what? Not only do I need to hold the treaty for you, I need to take it back all the countries. That's exactly what happened. Now, all the other parts that were not the China proper, if you draw a parallel, okay, to the British Empire. British Empire used to be the crown jewel of British Empire was India, right? Then you have UK, then you have Canada, you have Australia, and you have New Zealand and so on. So now, the day the British Empire ended, India becomes independent, right? What if Gandhi said, listen, guys, from now on, Canada, Australia, and London, you all need to start to plead allegiance to New Delhi, just because I'm the inheritor of the British Empire. I now hold the treaties for you guys. So from now on, the Canadians need to be part of the Indian Commonwealth. Australians need to plead allegiance to New Delhi. Guess how people are going to receive that? Not very well. India never did that because India was not that stupid. Also because they're disconnected by the ocean, right? China at the same time did that. What China has been trying to do is exactly what Russia has been trying to do. Russia said, listen, I'm holding all the treaties for the Soviet Union. So guess what? I need to take back Ukraine. I need to take back Georgia. And because I'm the one inheriting all the obligations. So you need to give all the territories back to me. The difference is China is able to occupy these areas. Russia, not so successfully. At least in Ukraine, in Georgia, it cannot fully occupy that place, right? We know that. The Baltic nations, it cannot occupy. That's the difference. But what they're doing, the logic and the thinking is exactly the same. Did I answer your question?
Yes, I believe so. If not, Anda can talk to you offline as well. So thank you so much. We do have a question from Gunny.
Yeah, hi. Jingo, I just want to pick you up respectfully on a couple of things about the Navy. So the Japanese constitution never limited really the size of the Navy. What it did do is it said we can't have aircraft carriers, because obviously the Japanese aircraft carriers, December 1941, you know, things got a bit emotional. That quietly has been overturned the Japanese now have 4 assault helicopter carriers, which will have ramps on the front for F-35s. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck, or in this case, an aircraft carrier. What the Japanese are doing is repivoting. Previously, they concentrated on anti-submarine warfare because it's a self-defense navy operating under air cover, and they learn their lessons from what the US naval submarine fleet did to them during the Second World War. They've pivoted away from that. They are getting carriers, light fleet carriers. They are concentrating more on air defense, so they are looking at expeditionary ops. They don't, however, mothball their ships after 2 years. I guarantee you that. They have occasionally mothballed ships due to manning constraints or prior to what we call a deep refit, but most navies do that. Would I give odds on a Japanese submarine versus an Astute or a Virginia? Not really. It's the same as all things Navy, saying they're the best Navy in the world. I can paint it shiny, I can make the blokes on board look good, and we can do good exercises, but they're not battle tested in any way, shape, or form. They've never conducted a shooting operation. There are navies that have, namely the US Navy and the Royal Navy. So I think saying they're the best Navy in the world, bar none, I've operated with them. They're very competent, but they're definitely not the best. Absolutely no doubt. Same the Indian Navy. If you have a look at their kit, a lot of it is derived from Russian equipment, admittedly with some kind of local improvements. They like to fiddle around with kit and make it better. But if you start off with a shit sandwich and put icing on it, it's still a shit sandwich at the end of the day. So, and having operated with them as well, I would describe the Indian Navy as competent. Are they at NATO level? Absolutely not. There are no countries in the world that are at certain NATO constituent Navy competence and professionalism. You can say that because NATO navies, especially US Navy and the Royal Navy, work really hard. That's why the ships look tatty all the time, is that operationally they are out continuously, and that breeds professionalism and competence. So while I agree the Japanese are certainly in terms of maritime, a major player in that theatre, I wouldn't say they're the big kid on the block. There's one big kid on the block in the Pacific, and they run out of Hawaii, I'm afraid.
Thanks, Gunny. It's great to have everyone's perspective here, right? We've got a lot of great experts, and yeah, as someone who personally has worked with the Japanese Navy, I think it's like probably a fair assessment, right? So yeah, just real quick, I think we've I don't want to say we've gotten completely off topic, but we've gotten a little far afield from Ukraine. So I think maybe we can try to bring it home a little bit. So I'm going to let Jingu maybe close it out and say, like, Jing, there have been some developments. I have to imagine, you haven't been up in maybe a week or 2 weeks. So, for like a discussion on China, like, are there any developments that you think are significant, or how can we tie this back to our listeners who come to learn about the Russian invasion of Ukraine? And we'll maybe close out with that. Go ahead, Jing.
First of all, I would like to really thank Gunny on the corrections. Thank you, Gunny. Thank you very much. So I read these things off from different sources, and you definitely have been working with them. So I really appreciate that. I learned something. The not really basically what I want to just add a few things is this. The first is when we talk about the military capabilities, military capacities in the region, let's factor in one thing, which is the COMCO agreement and also the Western agreement. So Western agreement can somehow replace the COMCO in 1996. That's basically for the export of military-related technology control. This is a very, very effective mechanism in the world. So to people who say the sanction doesn't work, this is a prime example. Sanction works very well in the long run. However, you need to have the participating countries internalize it. Now, why do I mention that? Yes, the Indian Navy and the Japanese Navy may not be where it needs to be yet. However, they have no barrier accessing these technology. Now, there's one thing in Japan really working against Japan. That's the low birth rate. the rapid aging of the population. That's one thing. And after decades of not going to the war and so on, the Japanese are definitely not the old Japanese military willing to fight. That degraded quite a bit. All these are true. However, in times of need, these nations, including Korea, including Japan, including India, they have access to Western technology. For example, like the aircraft carrier that India has just put into the water. It's using the engine, using the licensed technology it got from GE, and India manufactured itself. This kind of access, China definitely has no access to it. So Japan will, and Japan right now they have the license to produce F-37, and they're putting the F-37 on the quasi aircraft carriers. Gani, you should already know that. So all of a sudden, overnight, they're becoming a dominant power in the region. Now, let me add one more thing. A nation's power is not just how much power it has. It also has a lot to do with how people want their presence. So, for example, the United States has the biggest navy, most powerful navy in the world. But the United States never bullied any Caribbean nation. It never bullied any nations out in the West Hemisphere, as far as I could understand. When China is having a tension with Vietnam, guess what the Vietnamese are saying? They want the United States Navy to go there. Remember, just about less than 4 decades ago, the United States was still having a bloody war with the Vietnamese. Now, the Vietnamese, the Southeast Asian nations, they all want the United States to go there. So when there's a time of conflict, these things matter a lot. Do you have the technology? Do you have the local people to support you? Do you have the support? Do you have a very strong ally network in the region? All these matter a lot. So that's my point. Kani, is there anything that I misspoke or misstate?
We'll maybe take that as a no. I think we'll assume he's good. But so yeah, thank you, Jing. And so yeah, we'll try to bring it back to Ukraine a little bit. Of course, everyone's very curious about the pipeline, right? We probably have a lot of new people tuning in, going, "What's going on with the pipeline?" But thanks so much as always, Jing, for coming up to discuss China and to discuss kind of some developments that have been going on there that are probably also interesting people. So with that, maybe we can go to Daniel, who I'm hoping doesn't talk about China. Go ahead, Daniel.
No, I don't want to talk about China. I want to know if Gani is still on, because I want to talk about Ukraine.
Perfect. Yeah. So Gani, I don't know if we tried going to you before. Are you available for a question? Maybe not. It's unfortunate. Go ahead, Daniel.
If it's about a naval matter, I could do my best to.
Please, Corbin.
Certainly, I can't do the job he can.
Okay. That's why I want to ask Gani, because I had some naval experience. So supposedly this war will be over. Bloody, horrible, and will be over. This year, next year, with maybe taking, not maybe, I hope they will take the Crimea also. But this will not negate the Russian Navy in Black Sea. Ukrainians have a great experience in Mykolaiv. They know to make great engines. And I wonder what assets they need to keep the Russian Navy in Novorossiysk at bay. What they need, subs, ships, missiles, what they need to defend very well their southern borders. This is very interesting because I think they need to combine with NATO fleets, Turkey, Romania, and Bulgaria. And they have capabilities to build ships. They have a huge know-how. That was my question. Thank you.
To be clear, you mean how do they keep the Russian Navy away after Crimea has been recaptured?
After the war, how to keep the Russian Navy in Novorossiysk and don't exit there water and don't be a threat to Ukraine?
Well, I think as it stands, Neptune has been fairly effective at keeping the Russian Navy away. So, under a scenario in which Crimea is back under Ukrainian control, having Neptune batteries on the coast would probably be a fairly effective deterrent at keeping the remnants of the Black Sea fleet away. The biggest problem for Russia I see is that I don't have a comprehensive understanding of the port facilities in Novorossiysk and elsewhere on the Black Sea that Russia has at their disposal. But my understanding is that they are very inadequate compared to the facilities that are available to them on Crimea. So without Sevastopol, it is difficult to imagine that a very large Black Sea fleet could be maintained without Sevastopol or other bases in that area to service those ships. So once hostilities are concluded, I imagine that a lot of those ships would have to be relocated from the Black Sea fleet and put into a different fleet because Russia would not have the ability to sustain them in that theater anymore.
Anything else, Daniel, from Colby?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Colby, for your answer. I'm going to head off now. So I just wanted to thank everybody for spending the night with Joseph and I. And I appreciate all of the comments, questions, and all of the speakers' responses. So I hope everybody enjoys their evening, and I will probably see you sometime this week.
Thank you very much, as always, Michelle. It's been great having you up here, and I think you did a great job co-hosting, as always. Really impressed by your ability. So thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you again soon. So with that, we've had Boris has had his hand up. So go ahead, Boris. I cannot hear Boris. Can anyone else hear Boris?
Negative.
Boris, I have dropped you down there. Sorry about that. Sometimes there's technical problems. Please do feel free. You can come back up. Just request again. We'll try to get you back up. Hopefully, any technical problems were resolved. So yeah, we can do maybe a little topic change here. So Colby, I have to be honest with you. My whole day has been consumed with this pipeline thing. That's all anyone wants to talk about. Has anything happened in your estimation that like the pipeline has consumed any discussion of like the pipeline overshadowed, I guess is the word I'm looking for?
Yes, as a matter of fact, yesterday and now today we have developments from Congress that there seems to have been very, very little reporting on. So yesterday, I think it was Reuters who originally did this reporting, said that congressional negotiators had agreed that $12 billion worth of new aid to Ukraine would be included in the government funding bill that is supposed to be passed this week. And today, my understanding is that that money is in fact in the bill, and it cleared a procedural vote this afternoon. So hopefully that gets passed this week. It has to be passed by Friday. Otherwise, I believe there will be a government shutdown in the United States. So hopefully that passes, and there will be $12 billion in new aid for Ukraine, of which 7.5 is military assistance, 4.5 is economic. 3 billion of the 7.5 is for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which is new weapons and equipment for Kyiv. 3 is for American forces in Europe. And there's 1.5 billion for drawdown, I think. drawdown replenishment. So all good news. Even more reason why President Biden has no excuse for not sending some more goodies for Ukraine. There's going to be plenty more money in the pool. So hopefully this new funding will help get Ukraine some more HIMARS and hopefully ATACMS and other things which are desperately needed.
Yeah, that's great news, Colby. And so putting that into context, like how much is $12 billion if we think about like maybe the overall military budget of Ukraine, or how much has been given so far in terms of, I don't want to say they're being given $12 billion, $12 billion worth of aid. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's the previous package, I think, was 40 billion approximately total. So this is well over 12 billion. So it's you know, still a good chunk of additional money for Ukraine. So you know, it's still in terms of like what Ukraine's annual defense budget was ahead of before the war. I don't know off the top of my head what that figure was, but certainly less than 12 billion a year, I think. So it's you know, it's a good chunk of change, and you know, hopefully it's passed this week, and Ukraine sees some more hardware coming soon. I also saw reporting that there is going to be a new announcement from the Pentagon or the White House on a new batch of assistance through you know, drawdown authority, the existing drawdown authority from the previous package that was passed. So hopefully we will see something on that this week as well.
Yeah, thanks, Colby. And just real quick, we'll go to Constantine. But from like a procedural standpoint, you know, like as you said, like this is basically money that will be approved by Congress, but then it's sort of up to the president to like spend the money and actually send stuff. To simplify for our audience, go ahead.
Yes. So Congress appropriates money, and the president, leading the executive branch, decides on what weapon systems he wants to send to Ukraine, both through his drawdown authority and through the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which weapon systems he wants to provide to Ukraine through those tools at his disposal.
Gotcha. Thanks, Colby. So we'll go to a Constantine. Go ahead.
I just read 2 hours ago, United States has, well, according to, sorry, let me rephrase it. According to Reuters, United States is gonna announce 1.1 billion military aid package to Ukraine tomorrow. The package will include HIMARS, launchers, not only munitions but launchers as well. And yeah, that's what I read right now.
I had also heard this. Colby, have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, I saw that same reporting.
Okay. Do you care to comment on any substantiation further than that, or just some? It sounds like just maybe someone knows someone and they're reporting that.
Yeah,
off
I
the
don't
record.
think we have
Go
anything
ahead.
further than, you know, sources are speaking on, you know, off the record that this is going to be forthcoming. I haven't seen any formal announcements from anybody in the administration, but you know, there's reporting off the record that this is forthcoming. So hopefully we get official confirmation soon that you know, this is going to happen, and we'll you know, have a new list that we'll be able to share.
Great. Thanks, Colby. And thanks, Constantine. And with that, we will go to Jimmy. Go ahead.
I just want to say Ukrainian spending last year on military was $6 billion a year US. So it's a little bit more than 1.2 billion, but just want to correct that bit of information. And earlier we were talking about the Ukrainian word for instead of using raspetitsia, you can use bezdorizhia. So that's the Ukrainian rainy season and melty season. So just my 2 cents. All right. Dziękuję.
Thank you, Jimmy. Bezdorizhia or Bezdorizhia, right?
Bezdorizhia. Yeah. Like it rhymes with Zaporizhia.
Bezdorizhia. Got it. Thank you very much, Jimmy. And with that, we'll go to Brad.
Yeah, I was just curious. Do we know how many HIMAR
launchers are in the field right now in Ukraine?
I want to say around 30, but that I say that without good authority. I think Colby would know much better than me. Colby.
I was gonna say 20. I don't recall if we know exactly how many. I think 20. Let me see if I can confirm that real quick.
Yeah, 20
think-
sounds maybe more accurate.
Yeah, the number I had in my head for some reason was 24, but anyway. But I just didn't have like the data on it.
Might be as low as 16 actually right now. I don't know if that's an updated figure, but it's at least 16, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's always a little bit of like, for example, the NASAMS thing right now. There's some question like, are there already 2 NASAMS in or not? It sounds like not, but they're coming very soon, right? So it's like, what's coming, what's there, what is on contract to be produced, what is there that they haven't told us about. Like, there's a lot of angles there, but yeah, I think overall it's somewhere along the lines of maybe a little around 20. I think is probably not an unreasonable statement. Would everyone agree?
I think I think it's 16 HIMARS, and then they have the 10 M270s from the UK and Germany.
Right, and the M270 has sort of double rocket pods, meaning it's functionally 2 HIMARS if we're just thinking purely in terms of the rocket pods. So decent amount of the ability to launch these rocket pods, all things considered. But Ukraine could certainly use more. They would be able to, I think, achieve pretty good results with even more HIMARS. I don't know how many more. Colby, I mean, I'm putting you on the spot here. If any broad thoughts on like roughly how many HIMARS we would want to see in Ukraine to get like good results? I know it's like a crazy question, but any thoughts?
The artillery experts, I think, have said that Ukraine ideally needs around 100 to like really make a super decisive impact. Like that would be like strategically decisive. 100 could have that magnitude of impact. But I don't expect we're going to see those numbers. Like, if I had a guess, the United States will announce like 8 more, maybe. I could be wrong, but if I had a guess at how many more launchers they're going to announce, 8 would be, sort of the upper end of what I think is probably likely we're to see.
Thanks, Colby. And real quick, if anyone does have any questions, I guess we're sort of talking a little bit about weapons in Ukraine. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Constantine.
I'm sorry, someone else.
Let's let Constantine go ahead, and then whoever was next can go. Go ahead, Constantine.
So, what do you say the chances if, for example, Ukraine is given, let's say, 3 more launchers? Are there chances that Ukraine has actually purchased, let's say, 10 or 15 more by itself at the same time? But it's not just in the news because they're not given for free, and Ukraine just makes the purchase.
I don't think that American transfer of HIMARS is about the money. I think it's about just concerns about depleting their own stocks, I think, is the limiting principle in American decision making right now. So even if Ukraine was offering to buy, a bunch of HIMARS, the United States probably would not be willing to sell all of them. So it's a question of how quickly the new ones can be produced at the Camden factory in Arkansas. Excuse me, because there's still a lot of people around the world who want to buy HIMARS in the United States. So these are all considerations they have to make in how many they're going to provide to Ukraine.
Any fault there,
Well, it just seems like I don't know. I don't think like 12 or 15 gonna deplete the stocks. I mean, the amount of given is so small that it does not just feel like it can deplete the stocks. Ammunition, yeah, that's true. The amount of ammo, we don't know that amount of stocks that United States has, but the number of launchers themselves. I mean, how many does United States operate? Like 600, and if they're given 15. or 20. I mean, if it's 35, it does not feel well. Once again, maybe the generals have another idea, but it just does not feel like it has anything with depleting the stocks. It feels more like just not giving Ukraine too much leverage in this in here, and just feeding those weapons slowly according how much Ukraine can consume them, because of it's there is training, there is logistics, there are proper use of it, etc. So just that's my two thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, the United States has somewhere in the range of probably 400 HIMARS in current operation. So I agree. Who is the United States going to fight a land war with right now while Ukraine is tying down the Russian army? So my philosophy is that the United States can transfer a lot of systems over to Ukraine without being too concerned about impacting operational readiness, especially when we talk about systems that the United States definitely doesn't need because they've been withdrawn from service already, or they're being in the process of being phased out. But the Biden administration does not seem to see it the same way, because they've been very hesitant to transfer substantial numbers of equipment over to Ukraine. Again, even for things that the United States definitely does not need. The United States does not need the hundreds of Avengers that they have sitting around. Or even things just like M113s, that could be given to TEF units just to give them some sort of, mechanized transportation to get them off their feet. So I don't know what the thinking is at the Pentagon and the NSC, but they're paid a lot more to think about these things than I am. I'm just kind of on the internet, but that's the way I see it. Is the United States could transfer a much larger number of HIMARS over to Ukraine, and I don't think it would, really hamper America's ability. Should they need to deploy somewhere with large numbers of HIMARS themselves? I mean, where are they going to go where they need to do that? I mean, it's certainly possible, but in the short term, I don't think that needing to deploy very large conventional formations anywhere is going to be a big concern for the United States. So I think more HIMARS for Ukraine certainly is something that can be achieved.
Well, and we talk about like HIMARS or HIMARS, but there are also M270s, right? That are essentially, I mean, they're not as mobile as HIMARS, but they still, about the same in terms of launching, and considering that they are tracked vehicles, it may actually, considering someone said Бездоріжжя, I think that was Jimmy, was Бездоріжжя, I think the tracked M270s may just as well, be same result or even better, considering that they are two pods, and they are tracked. And United States has much more of those. Like I don't know, I think like maybe 1,000, maybe even more than 1,000.
Yeah, I think Colby's always been pretty reasonable and measured in his response, that he thinks it seems to be a question of political will. I think I'm kind of inclined to agree. I think Konstantin has a perfectly valid point about just raw ammunition consumption and logistics needs, maintenance needs, all those things being taken into consideration. But I think, at the end of the day, there probably is maybe, I don't want to say a lack of political will, but more political will would definitely get a few of these things off the shelf over to Ukraine. And that's why we have to keep pushing our elected representatives, right? If you can, maybe write someone, say, hey, Ukraine still needs help. They still need some heavy weapons. It will save lives. It will draw this crazy nightmare to a close sooner for a country that, did nothing to get invaded. And we should do this. We should just send this stuff that's sitting on the shelf